The woman could never have imagined that the husband she thought she hated the most would die in a car accident while trying to save her during their divorce. In his last moments, lying in a pool of blood, he said to her, "If there is a next life, I hope I won't meet you again." Lin Yuan held her bloodied husband, crying her heart out. At that moment, she hated herself deeply. She clearly loved her husband. If it weren't for her own pride, how could it have come to divorce? And how could such a thing have happened? After her husband's death, Lin Yuan remained melancholic. A year later, she swallowed a large amount of sleeping pills in her room, smiling as she closed her eyes. "Honey, I'm here to atone for my sins." When she opened her eyes, Lin Yuan found herself in the wedding room. She got up and looked at the mirror on the dressing table, her hand unconsciously touching her face. The sensation was very real, and her wrist was as white as before, with no scars from cutting. The phone beside her lit up with a text message, and Lin Yuan picked it up to check. The time displayed was May 10th. All signs indicated that she had been reborn. What about him? Lin Yuan felt as if she had grabbed a lifeline, and the thought of seeing her husband again and having a chance to make up for past mistakes brought tears to her eyes. She rushed out of the room in a panic, completely losing the proud demeanor of a high-flying female CEO. In fact, her love for her husband had never faded. When her mother was seriously ill, her husband unhesitatingly used his startup funds to pay for her mother's treatment, which made her feel vulnerable and filled with guilt, leading her to be completely obedient and attentive to her husband. However, as the company got on the right track and her career flourished, her husband's career gradually stagnated. Lin Yuan wanted to become the dominant one in this relationship, but little did she expect that this mindset would lead their relationship to gradually fall apart, resulting in discord and arguments between the couple, even leading them to sleep in separate rooms, ultimately reaching the point of divorce. In her previous life, standing in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Yuan had completely regretted it, but before she could say anything, the two of them were caught up in a murder case related to love. A scumbag pretended to divorce to get a marriage certificate with his mistress, and the original partner suddenly drove into that pair of adulterers, also affecting Lin Yuan and her husband who were not far away. In the midst of danger, her husband instinctively pushed her away. When Lin Yuan got up after falling to the ground, her husband was already lying in a pool of blood, never to wake up again. Since losing her husband that day, Lin Yuan felt that the entire world had lost its color. Her career, money, everything she had once desperately pursued suddenly became meaningless. The person who could give her everything had already gone. She hated herself deeply. If it weren't for her own actions, how could things have developed to this point? Lin Yuan found her way to the living room and saw her husband, whom she had been thinking about day and night, sitting on the sofa. A few steps away, she stared blankly at the man in front of her, the joy of reunion and the regret of a past life surging in her heart. But her husband's words pulled Lin Yuan back to the cruel reality. "Let's get a divorce. Look at the contents of the agreement. If there are no issues, just sign it, and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow when you have time." In an instant, Lin Yuan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Even if heaven gave her a chance to start over, the crisis in her relationship with her husband still existed. If it cannot be salvaged, this life will probably have to follow the old path again. Even if they avoid that unexpected car accident, they will ultimately become the most familiar strangers. The man she loves deeply will become someone else's husband, and the love that should have belonged to her will also be transferred to another woman. Lin Yuan's eyes turned red, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. "Husband, can we not get a divorce?" Perhaps it had been too long since she had called him that. Her husband suddenly found it very unfamiliar. The husband looked up at Lin Yuan. She was incredibly beautiful in college, a well-known high mountain flower, and now she was even more beautiful, like the bright moon in the sky. But he no longer felt that spark. He sighed wearily. "Lin Yuan, you are no longer the person you used to be. The once happy home has now turned into a cold cage. Which couple sleeps in separate rooms for no reason? I said I wanted a child, but you have repeatedly evaded it, even though we clearly agreed on this before getting married. There is no point in saying more. There are many things I don't want to revisit. Don't you just want a divorce? As you wish. Sign it. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." These words were like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into Lin Yuan's heart. "It's my fault for not doing what a wife should do." Lin Yuan's voice was slightly choked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Husband, please give me another chance. I swear I will love you well from now on and make it up to you for a lifetime." The husband did not understand why his usually cold wife was in tears at the mention of divorce. Did she really care? Still afraid that he is thinking about her company? Remembering the oppressive days of the past few years, he felt only a chill in his heart. "Whether you sign or not, this marriage is going to end. For the sake of the past, let's part on good terms." After saying that, the husband turned and went into the second bedroom, leaving Lin Yuan alone in the living room. She admitted it. She acknowledged every word her husband said, and it was she who had destroyed this relationship with her own hands. No matter what, She had to win back her husband's heart. Lin Yueyan did not want to experience the pain of losing her husband again. In the bathroom, the husband stood under the shower, letting the warm water wash over him. The outcome of tonight's confrontation far exceeded his expectations. If it were the wife he had just married, he would absolutely believe that Lin Yueyan truly loved him. As her company grows bigger, their distance from each other also increases. She is no longer the gentle person she used to be. Instead, she is cold and argumentative, and their originally happy life has fallen apart. Is there still love between them? The husband reached out, watching the streams of water flow through his palm. After taking a shower, the husband opened his laptop to handle some trivial matters and was just about to lie down when a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Lin Yueyan stood outside the door, her heart filled with bitterness. She and her husband had reached the point of sleeping in separate rooms, and even entering each other's room required knocking. The husband opened the door and saw his wife wearing a white nightgown. Her usually unattainable aura weakened a bit. "What's the matter, honey? Come back to the master bedroom to sleep. I've already made the bed." Lin Yueyan looked at her husband, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. The husband replied expressionlessly, "If I remember correctly, it was you who said you wanted to sleep separately. After sleeping separately for so long, I've long gotten used to sleeping alone. You should think about what I said." With a loud bang, the door closed, and Lin Yueyan's heart sank along with it. She knew that her husband's heart had been hurt too deeply by her, and it wouldn't be easy to warm it up again. But that sense of loss still weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe. She returned to the master bedroom, and the spacious room felt particularly desolate. On the bedside table was a wedding photo, in which they smiled so sweetly. Lin Yueyan picked up the photo frame, her fingertips gently brushing over her husband's face, and memories surged like a tide. "Husband, I miss you," she whispered softly, and tears finally could not help but fall. Throughout the night, Lin Yueyan's mind was filled with thoughts of how to win her husband back. After all, the time left for her was already running out. The next day, after finishing his morning routine, the husband came to the living room but did not see Lin Yueyan's figure. The house was silent. It had long ceased to feel like home, cold and desolate. He picked up the car keys and headed straight to the company. At 9 o'clock, Lin Yueyan was awakened by the sunlight. She had wanted to make breakfast for her husband and tie his tie like before, but clearly, she had missed the opportunity. However, she quickly thought of another way to make it up. When her husband walked into his office, his assistant, Chen Qingqing, immediately noticed that her boss was in a bad mood and turned to brew a cup of tea to bring over. Clearly, the product sales have been steadily increasing recently. What is the boss worried about? She stole a glance at her boss and quickly looked away. The husband put down the teacup and began to focus on his work, not stopping until noon. At noon, Assistant Chen Qingqing said while setting out the steaming dishes, "It's time to eat." "Boss, health is the foundation of revolution." The husband asked, "Have you eaten?" Chen Qingqing replied with a smile, "Of course, otherwise how could I have the energy to serve you?" Just as she finished speaking, a noble and aloof figure walked into the office. Lin Yueyan, dressed in professional attire and exuding the authority of a superior, was holding a delicate lunchbox, and the office instantly fell silent. Jiang Che didn't expect Lin Yueyan to come. While Lin Yueyan watched Chen Qingqing help Jiang Che set up the meal, there's an uncomfortable feeling of a position being taken. Plus there was that rather ambiguous remark. A sense of crisis set in. "You go rest first," Jiang Che said to Chen Qingqing. Well, Chen Qingqing didn't expect to be bumped into by her boss's wife after she casually spit out a comment. Now that's hard to explain. They're not going to fight about it, are they? Only the husband and wife were left in the office. Lin Yueyan was silent for a while and softly said, "Hubby, I brought you lunch. Quickly try to see if it's appetizing." As soon as she opened her mouth, the majesty in her body dispersed. From presidentess to thoughtful wife. Also lay out the beautiful wooden lunchboxes one layer at a time. Chapter 3, Shinwanji. They're all the dishes that Gang Chi likes to eat. Braised spare ribs, sautéed beef with scallions, steamed sea bass. Lin Yueyan saw her husband get up from his office chair, showing signs of coming to dinner. The heart rejoices, but soon she was disappointed. 2 lunches were laid out on the table, and Jiang Che chose the other one and asked blandly, "Why don't you want a divorce all of a sudden? Is it a concern about property division? If it's for that, you can rest assured. I can afford to feed myself, not so much that I'm going to hit on you. Honey, I never wanted to divorce you." Yes? There was no semblance of trust in those 2 words. Let 24-year-old Lin Yueyan say this to me. She and I had just been married not long before then, and she still loved me. 2. Jiang Che remembers that couples have problems with their relationships precisely because of the gap between money and status. Now that his wife has changed her aloofness, it's as if she's back to her first love. If it's not about money, what is it about? Lin Yueyan wanted to argue, but found that there was no way to do so. From the previous conflict and quarrel, she didn't train her selfishness in wanting Jiang Che to soften to her. That's what led to today's situation. Honey, believe it or not, I never wanted to divorce you. All these years, you were the only one in my heart too. I don't expect you to let go of your feelings right away. After all, I've put you through a lot over the years. You can mention whatever you want, or whatever compensation you want. I won't say no to anything that can be done. In the face of his wife's soft words, Jiang Che was indifferent and did not even give her the most basic opportunity. Keep eating your lunch. The feeling of being strangers was as if salt had been rubbed into the wound. There came a burst of excruciating pain. She remembered how sweet it had been when she was first married. There was never a cold moment at the table. You talked and I talked. Sharing the events of the day won't be boring. Occasionally Jiang Che also gave her food, harmony and beauty. But nowadays, it's become a matter of words. Lin Yuyan knew that words could only be used to express an attitude to win back the heart of the pillow. It also depends on action. After watching Jiang Che finish his lunch, Lin Yuyan had to leave. Staying too long only makes your husband more and more annoyed with himself. Might as well wait until you get home at night to make your way back. Honey, don't bother working too much. Rest when you need to. Your body is important. You don't have to worry about money. The family has it. She gave her husband a reluctant look before leaving. Jiang Che only took it as a whisper. If you spend your own money on your wife, you think you'll have to suffer her cold shoulder in silence. No qualifications and no balls to ask her for a divorce. Independence of personality brought about by economic independence is the basic underpinning of every human being. Like last night, he could have filed for divorce without a care in the world. And he, Jiang Che, had never been the one who placed the highest value on money. If he valued money above all else, he could have broken up with Lin Yuyan back then and started his own business with the first bucket of money, instead of spending it on her mother. President, back to the company or? The female driver asked carefully. Go to the shopping center. Lin Yuyan looked out the window. Today was a special day. Wedding anniversary. She wanted to prepare some gifts herself. The limousine started slowly and drove straight towards the busiest shopping center in Jinling City. It's a proper money pit. Lin Yuyan personally bought Jiang Che from head to tail. Dresses, ties, shoes, watches, even luxury cars. The salesman silently envied the man who wasn't there. It's okay to have such a beautiful wife. And so sweet. For example, sports cars, 2 of them in one go. It's just that you need to reserve the latest model because you need to buy the one that's in stock and drive it first. Listen, is this human language? It was clearly spending money for Jiang Che, but Lin Yuyan felt happier than spending money herself. The cell phone is ringing, but it wasn't the one she was expecting to call. Yu Yan, are you free these days? I have a trial run of a resort under my ownership. Would you be interested in accompanying me to experience it? An extremely melodious voice came from the other end of the phone, rippling the mind. It is said that things come in small packages, and the odds are that a beautiful woman will be surrounded by other beautiful women. Some people are born to talk to each other. This was the case with Lin Yuyan and Shen Wanji. They met at a collaboration and were very eye-catching. It slowly turned into a pretty good relationship, but now Lin Yuyan only wanted to stay by her husband's side, and a trip to the resort would take 2 or 3 days at least. She didn't want to leave, and she didn't want to leave. I'm sorry, but I have a very important thing to do in the meantime, so I won't be there. Have fun. Is the company in trouble? No. Lin Yuyan suddenly thought that flavorful and charming women might know more about men. Wanzi, what do you think should be done to win back a man's heart? It's a bit of a leap to jump from a corporate career to relationship issues all at once, but that didn't stop Shen Wanji on the other end of the phone from lifting a flirtatious smile. Emotional melons are anyone's favorite, especially when an iceberg goddess who doesn't seem to be in love at all suddenly tells you that she's going to win back a man's heart. The sense of contrast is drawn out. Shen Wanji also did not expect Lin Yuyan to have troubles in this regard. She knew her best friend was married, the wedding ring on her ring finger swearing by the name. It had caused countless young talents to choke. It is reasonable to say that a husband should love his wife in every way when she is such an extraordinary woman. Could it be that the iceberg is too cold? As expected of a female president, she was quick thinking and quickly found the problem. Yeah, with a cold, unemotional wife, beautiful as it is a little less cozy and passionate in everyday life. Without positive feedback between couples, sooner or later the relationship will slowly wear out. It ended in a slap in the face. But again, the best friend's reaction was a little strange. It was logical that a woman of her beauty and wealth would have no fear of divorce. Instead, it was filled with disenchantment. It seems to have moved on. Shen Wanji began to pull out her pitifully little experience. That's right, Lin Yuyan had misjudged one thing. She thought that a woman like Shen Wanji, who was noble, charming and well-groomed, had a lot of people chasing after her, and knew more about figuring out men's psychology. Actually, Shen Wanji had only ever liked one person and had turned away all those suitors. More innocent than she, a human wife. Yu Yan, Are you too cold on weekdays, causing your other half to be disappointed in the marriage? What else is there about reserve and face between husband and wife? All the closest people to each other in the world. Lower yourself and fulfill the obligations that a wife should fulfill. And maybe his heart that left after feeling your tenderness will be slowly softened. Chapter 4, Flowers Falling in the Wind. Shinwanji's words had awakened Lin Yueyan that extraordinary means should be used in extraordinary times. Like last night, when my husband refused to go back to bed in the master bedroom and actually got himself into one-way thinking. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. If he doesn't go back to the master bedroom, then he can sleep in the second bedroom himself. It doesn't matter if you have to evict someone, just wait for your husband to fall asleep and then quietly open the door with the spare key. Sometimes respecting someone too much means you can never get close to them. Besides, they're not divorced yet. Isn't it only natural for couples to share the same bed? I see. Shinwanji couldn't help but relax when she saw that the bit of experience from before could solve the confusion. When he was in conflict with his favorite person, he just had to soften up, say some nice words to coax him, and buy some of his favorite pastries. It usually passes. Shinwanji is also aware that this trick only works on people who still love you. Don't worry too much, Yueyan, if you take the initiative. It's impossible for the other half to be indifferent. It's only a matter of time before reconciliation takes place. Even the most loving couples have quarrels. The difference lies in the attitude and method of handling the conflict. Shinwanji's words gave Lin Yueyan a strong heart. The mind is much less skeptical. Next, Lin Yueyan switched back from the relationship channel to the career woman president. Being born again, she more or less knew what was going to happen. There are some cakes she can't swallow alone and needs to find a partner to plan with. The two female presidents talked for roughly half an hour before hanging up the call. Lin Yueyan looked at her delicate wristwatch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 hours to go before we see him. In a villa by the mountain and the water. A noble and charming earthly beauty put down her cell phone and stared out the window in a daze. Shinwanji's beauty was very different from Lin Yueyan's. The former is a beautiful woman with a beautiful body and beautiful eyes. And a simple look is charming. A pair of superbly long legs is enough to make people spellbound. The latter, on the other hand, seems like an unearthly fairy. The face is absolutely beautiful and the temperament is high and cold, like an iceberg. They each represent the extreme beauty of different women. The news revealed by Lin Yueyan was a bombshell. There was no reason or sense for one not to cooperate. But Shinwanji couldn't be happy. The chance to win back a sweetheart. What a luxury to worry about. What about him? Does he hate himself? Or has he long since forgotten himself? Shinwanji was both afraid that the person would hate her and that the person would forget her. Either way, it's punishment. But she herself felt that the other side was doing the right thing anyhow. After all, it was myself who broke the pact and abandoned him. At this moment, Shinwanji was so beautiful and so silent, so like a flower falling in the wind. In the office, a beautiful, soulful figure walked in uneasily. Boss, you didn't have a fight with your sister-in-law, did you? Her bottom line was very low. A moment of spitballing, only to be bumped into by someone's wife. What not eat enough? Where is the strength to serve you? Listen, serve, how do I serve? One word inevitably comes to mind as the onlooker listens to go. Subterfuge. Zhang Che was already handsome, plus the 28-year-old man had completely faded away his youthfulness and impetuousness, become calm and confident. Among other things, charisma has a great attraction for women. Chen Qingqing's does have a crush on Zhang Che, but supervisors and subordinates are a gulf. The wedding ring on his hand was an even stronger and more formidable barrier. Every now and then, Chen Qingqing was reminded that this man handsome man look at it. Don't do things you shouldn't. Stay around your favorite people every day and get paid. Most importantly, he doesn't pressure you like some bosses do. Chen Qingqing, what are you not satisfied with? People are meant to be content. She then put the extra thought into her work. If anything, there is a hierarchy of assistants. Chen Qingqing is the best one. With her around, she could help Zhang Che share a lot of pressure. No, Zhang Che flipped up another proposal provided by the employee. There was a time when he thought arguing was a big deal. But the biggest problem is not even wanting to fight. Chen Qingqing saw that her own boss was as usual, her face unperturbed. The normal unfolding is not the wife hearing easily misunderstood words and breaking the mold. Then the husband had to fire her to avoid suspicion. Creepy. Chen Qingqing was on tenterhooks, afraid that the next second to Zhang Che would invite her to dinner. Eat the world's most famous dish. Fried squid. Zhang Che had been crawling around for so many years and naturally knew what Chen Qingqing was worried about. He said as he put down the program in his hands, "Have a good day at work and don't think so much about what's going on." Chen Qingqing's mood was like a roller coaster. Not expecting this matter to pass like this, there was a note of indifference in the owner's tone. Could it be that couples don't get along? That's not true. Then why would she, as a wife, come to bring food? Chen Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Delivering food just this once. That one is here to put his head down and beg for peace. Time flies when you're busy at work. The sun was setting and the matter at hand had been taken care of. There's no need for overtime tonight. Gangshare drove home and turned on his music player in the parking spot. Listened to a couple of oldies before getting off. Perhaps it was the beginning of a rift in the couple's relationship that turned the car into his second home. Upon entering, I saw a different scene from the usual. On the dining table, a sumptuous dish was set. The faint wafting aroma of the meal is enough to touch the heart of every returning family member. Lin Yuan is waiting for him to come back. A little less cold and a little more warm. So much like a newlywed. Honey, after a long day, let's eat first. She walked in style and tried to help Gang Chi take off his suit jacket. Unfortunately, she was still too slow compared to the habits she had picked up over time. Jiang Che took it off smoothly, but it was a matter of seconds. When was the last time his wife helped him dress and tie his tie he had forgotten? Lin Yuan was not discouraged as she had no way to start. Mealtime is the only time the couple meets since they sleep in separate rooms. Even sleeping in different houses, communication will naturally become less. It is said that sleeping in separate rooms makes the relationship between couples fade, and not without reason. It's the anniversary of the wedding, Jiang Chi remembered, but the relationship has come to such a point that there is no longer any need to memorialize it. Lin Yuan also remembers. She doesn't dare to mention it. If anything, she is properly to blame for the marriage becoming what it is today. The word wedding anniversary, out of her mouth, so much like a cold joke. Jiang Che put all his attention on the fragrant meal. Nanny Auntie is in much better hands again. A female president doesn't have such good hands, and there's no need for it. So Jiang Che ate it without any psychological burden. Seeing that her husband had no desire to talk to her, Lin Yuan's bright eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. What you sow, you reap. This fruit is also too bitter. Honey, I got you some gifts. See if you like them? She said softly. Chapter 5, Having a Baby. The keys to the sports car were placed on the desktop and the unique logo made it stand out. There were also famous watches in exquisite boxes. The dial shines brightly under the light. It's all very expensive. Jiang Che only swept a glance before turning his attention to the meal. He had his own car and a watch. Not as fancy, but adequate. No need to waste money. How are you thinking about the divorce? The light tone of her voice caused Lin Yuan's heart to feel like a pinch. She avoided answering, purposely ignoring the topic. It is not considered wasteful for a wife to spend money on her husband. What's mine is yours. Didn't you spend all your savings for me in the first place, too, husband? If you don't like the watch and the brand of sports car, just buy over it again. Jiang Che put down his chopsticks and said, so you remember the old days. Sometimes I wonder if you've forgotten. A leisurely ringing bell saved the dumbfounded Lin Yuan. Let the atmosphere, which had fallen to freezing point, get a moment's respite. Jiang Che saw that it was his mother's caller and picked it up sharply, at the same time slowing down. A mouthful of depressed air exhaled and became calm. Mom, did you have dinner? Eat? I'm walking in the park with your dad. Take care of yourself now that the seasons are changing. Can Jiang Che still not understand his mother? 9 times out of 10 when you call this number, you have come to push yourself to have a baby. Divorce this thing. Jiang Che and father threw the gas. The only thing I didn't tell my mother. Mother was in poor health, asthmatic and sentimental. It's not like she can do anything to help by telling her she wants a divorce, and she might even be so worried at night that she can't sleep. There shall be no peace. Knowing a day too late is a day too late. As for Zhang's father, he smoked 2 cigarettes after understanding the situation, said something about being unhappy and leaving. My son is growing up and he has his own ideas about a lot of things. Since the other party has gained power and looks down on his own son, why should he be bitterly entangled? Isn't that what we live for? Then it became this situation. I do not know why Jiang mother is still bitter urge to give birth. The conversation didn't even last 2 sentences before it turned back to the grandchildren. Is there any movement in Koyuki's stomach? You'll be 30 in a couple years. It's time to have a baby. Mom, we have plans, so just retire and don't worry so much. She's busy with work and I'm busy with work. Gangshare made a classic excuse. It looks solid, but it's papier-mâché. And Lin Yuan listened intently to what the mother and son were talking about. In the quiet, it was vaguely still possible to hear a little bit of it. Facing her salt and pepper son, Fong Lan lost her patience. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. She went to take a shower and couldn't answer the phone. Lin Yuan lost her mind when she heard this. She seems to have lost her rights as a wife. Jiang Che, however, didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Rights and obligations are inherently complementary. When he first proposed to have a child, Lin Yuan refused. It was clearly all agreed upon before the wedding. If she had said yes, the kid would have said mom and dad. The two may not go as far as divorce, and it was supposed to be a pushy phone call and she didn't want a baby. In Jiang Che's opinion, it was not depriving Lin Yuan of her rights, but solving her troubles for her. Eventually, the The call was able to end with the father's intentional interference. What did mom say? Nothing. Gang Chi used to eat dinner and left the table, leaving Lin Yueyan alone, as well as the keys to the sports car on the table. The famous watch. She had no desire to dine. Half an hour later, it was Lin Yueyan's turn for her cell phone to ring. Fang Lan also estimated the time to call. Mom, how's your health these days? Good for you. Xiao Yu. When are you and Jiang Che planning to have a child? Not that mom is nosy. It's not good for kids to be too late. You're 27, and if you put it off for a few more years, the risk of childbearing will be quite a bit higher. Well, you're right, Mom. I'll talk to my husband about this later. Hearing her daughter-in-law say this, Fang Lan's hanging heart also relaxed. After some casual conversation, I hung up, so as not to disturb the couple. In Lin Yueyan's eyes, her mother-in-law had always been very understanding, never interfered with the new family's affairs. It was also the first time I received a phone call urging me to give birth. Indeed, it's time for myself and my husband to have a child. The idea is wonderful. The implementation is difficult. She prepared clothes into the bathroom. Water vapor dense cover unlimited spring color. The person in the mirror is still so noble and elegant, beautiful as heaven. The skin, like congealed fat, was moisturized by the warm water, and there was a touch of seductive redness. Lin Yueyan couldn't help but think of Chen Qingqing that she had seen in the office. Not as good looking or as fit as her. There's a spiritual aura about the bias. This kind of person, it's rare. You've labored all day and look up and there she is in front of you. It's a lot easier to talk to her for a while. Lin Yueyan's sense of crisis was born. If it was before, she was naturally unafraid of this potential threat, but her husband's heart was no longer in her. Unlike when they were newlyweds and loved each other day after day, no matter how beautiful she is, it's all for naught if you don't love her, and her intuition told her that the assistant's mind was not very pure, more or less carry a little favor with the husband. The possessiveness of those who have experienced loss and recovery will be infinitely magnified, and there is no room in their eyes for any sand or accidents. A plan crept into her mind. To get Chen Qingqing to resign seemed like a simple matter to Lin Yueyan. Going to work is all about better benefits. Money. If she wants it, she can have it. Beauty out of the bath. Ripples. Lin Yueyan returned to the master bedroom and pulled up her green silk in the mirror. The loose white nightgown couldn't completely hide the perfect curves of the slender petite body, more charming than the distant mountains in spring. I don't know how happy I would be if I could take her in my arms. When Jiangqi came back from his nightly run, he showered as usual and then turned on his computer, not knowing in the slightest that his mother had already bypassed him and called Lin Yueyan to explain something. Obviously a married man, but living like he's celibate. A long-dormant group of classmates suddenly took the lead in talking about hosting a reunion. Jiang Che scanned the chat for a few moments and didn't make any comments, quietly exiting. Nowadays, parties are more or less laced with people. After reading the hot news and information for a while, sleepiness came to my head. Lights out for bed. In a daze, he heard the doorknob being turned. A subtle footstep came in. The nightlight was too dim to see the visitor. It appeared that the shapely and perfect figure had an extra layer of haziness. Chapter 6 The Active Wife. Lin Yueyan could vaguely see her husband's back through the faint glow of the nightlight. She approached slowly and got into bed. Hug echo from behind. A feeling of reassurance came over me. Get loose. The drowsy Jiang Che immediately came to his senses. A fragrant, soft and warm body close to. The touch is softer than the clouds. He knew the visitor was Lin Yueyan. I thought that the other side of the high cool nature, do not take care of the natural will leave. I didn't expect to be so forthcoming. Is this still the same Lin Yueyan who, after gaining power, had wealth and status in her hands? Since hubby doesn't want to sleep back in the master bedroom, I'll sleep in the second bedroom with you. Lin Yueyan wanted to say more. The jade arm she had placed around her husband's waist was then moved away and her arms became empty. You're not sleeping in the master bedroom. I'm going. No tagging along. Thanks to you I've gotten used to sleeping alone a long time ago. I can't sleep with you around. Jiang Che got up and got out of bed. Soon, only Lin Yueyan was left alone in this bedroom. She was a little frustrated. 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Trying to simply win back your husband's heart is too optimistic. For that matter, it was in her plan. Even so, the loss of hearing the disliked words came with the surge. Lin Yueyan couldn't help but think that when she had to sleep in a separate room, it was probably harder for her husband. Today's retribution is manifest. Deserved. I'm sorry. Lin Yueyan took the quilt with the remnants of her husband sent into her arms. Thinking back to that brief embrace earlier, she felt like the dumbest woman in the world. I personally broke up a good marriage and broke my husband's heart deeply. Why would you want to soften up someone who loves you? Sometimes winning in love is losing. The quilt in his arms was soft, but it was never a sweetheart. Couldn't fill her heart. When she had just hugged Jiang Che from behind, Lin Yueyan had immensely regretted her decision to sleep in separate rooms. The happiness that is within reach is not grabbed, but pushed away. She pushed down the sadness in her heart, not daring to think about it. The more I think about it, the more it hurts, and the more I think I shouldn't. It's all a pity. Lin Yueyan had also prepared a follow-up plan, but it was inappropriate to continue tonight. The husband's patience with himself is wearing thin. Ease up again. Those who are awake can refuse. Those who are asleep cannot. Already got him. No? The insomniac Lin Yueyan relied on Jiang Che's lingering scent to slowly enter dreamland. She still had the same dream. Jiang Che still couldn't escape his fate and fell in a pool of blood. Even if he left his cell phone in the second bedroom, Gang Chi's biological clock made him wake up on time. A quick wash and back to the second bedroom for formal wear. Lin Yueyan woke up even earlier than him. Green silk like a waterfall. Long hair to the waist. The morning sun coming in through the window draped her in a shimmering light. Like a dream. It was in a conservative white nightgown, but it was stunning. Last night's conflict was as if it had never happened. Honey, did you sleep well last night? The clothes are ready for you. A set of formal clothes lay beside the bed. Jiang Che turned a blind eye. Do-it-yourselfers, eat well. There were some extra new clothes in the closet, and he skillfully found the ones he always wore. Lin Yueyan could only watch his movements. How could she be asked to tie her tie when she didn't even bother to answer? Think of the newlyweds. Every day, she would help Jiang Che tie his tie with her own hands, and then Jiang Che returned her kiss. A carelessness will also delay the morning. Later, Lin Yueyan gradually became busier. The company was on the right track, and the gap between wealth and status became wider and wider. She's not the same wife she was then. Getting cold and using all sorts of tactics, trying to be the dominant one in the marriage. Nowadays, when she tries to exercise her wifely rights again, her husband doesn't even bother. The well-dressed Jiang Che is handsome and calm, very manly. Honey, if you think I don't want to divorce you because of the property division issue, I can transfer all the shares of the company to your name. Jiang Che is also a businessman and understands how much wealth this statement represents. Instead, his hands methodically straightened his cuffs. That's your stuff, not mine. If you really have a heart, sign the divorce papers from last time. Lin Yueyan categorically could not have agreed. He had breakfast and drove off. Good morning, boss. Chen Xingqing seems to be ever so spiritual. Make a cup of tea, Jiang Che instructed. Having dodged a bullet, she worked harder at her job. Unbeknownst to them, the real trouble is yet to come. As she left work in the evening, a luxury sedan slowly pulled up beside her. Windows down. Chen Xingqing knew she was going to be finished. Inside the cafe, Lin Yueyan and her sat down face to face. She didn't show any shyness on the surface, sizing up the other woman. There was a pang of comfort in her heart that she liked her boss, but she didn't seem to have done anything to cross the line. No need to be afraid. It's not a crime to like someone. After a long time, Lin Yueyan opened her mouth. Want to get a new job? Chen Xingqing listened to this woman who was beautiful beyond words make an offer. The company she's talking about is well known. Management positions with even more pay. A woman going to work for a cosmetics group is like a man going to work for a gaming company. Chen Xingqing was moved, but it's also just the intention. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of changing jobs just yet, nor the ability to hold the position. Thank you very much. Is it not enough money? Lin Yueyan took a sip of coffee but coughed lightly twice. Looks like I caught a cold last night. Actually, you don't have to be so hostile to me. It's just a superior-subordinate relationship between your husband and me. That's all. The last time I heard that in the office, it was purely a misunderstanding. Take a step back. The boss has such a beautiful wife as you. How could he look at me? If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself. Chen Xingqing calmly left, but in reality, her heart was beating fast. For the first time, I experienced the pressure that comes from the main house. Just hear a joke and come to the lure, promising all sorts of favorable terms. That's a little too possessive, isn't it? On the contrary, Chen Xingqing was still vain. Who told her that she really liked Jiang Che? Lin Yueyan in the cafe sighed slightly. It seems that the other party has more or less moved on her husband. How else could you not be able to dig up an assistant on these terms? Let's go home first. Miss him. Evening. In the dead of night, Jiang Che was in the habit of exercising, so he slept more deeply. The door to the room was opened again. A beautiful and delicate figure appeared. It was Lin Yueyan. Chapter 7 Fever. This time, Encho didn't refuse the hug. Sleeping people can't say no. She reached up and gently caressed her husband's face, bright eyes full of tenderness and love. Lin Yueyan was not satisfied with this. Slowly approaching, so close that the tips of their noses were touching, soft kisses fell. It was as if time was rewinding back to those sweetest of days. Husbands and wives share the same bed. Lin Yueyan was a light sleeper and would occasionally wake up earlier than Jiang Che. During this time she also can't help but sneak a kiss on her sleeping husband, and then you can't get enough of it. Wanted the first thing he saw when he woke up to be himself. If the husband finds out about the stolen kiss, he will be punished. Looking back on it now, it was like a glue. She wanted to hold on tighter, but she was afraid of waking up Jiang Che. If it's a good thing to be a good thing to be a good thing. Honey, love me again. Will you? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lin Yueyan mumbled and whispered, seeking comfort by deceiving herself. She shuddered to think of a scenario that couldn't be undone. Divorce. Then Gang Chi meets up with other women. The man who once loved you so much just became someone else's husband. All those good old days are just disillusioned and it's like they were never in love. There are few things in the world more surprising than a lost and found. False alarm. The most regretful thing that breaks your heart is not knowing how to cherish it. He belonged to you, but for reasons of his own, gave it away. The night is late and the people are tired. The person she loved was by her side, and Lin Yueyan unconsciously relaxed her mind into a dream. This time, she didn't have that nightmare of Encho falling in a pool of blood. Instead, they are deep in a burning fire themselves. So hard. Early morning, Jiang Che woke up on time and fixed his eyes. There was an extra person in his arms. As beautiful as it is, the green silk is a bit messy, dampened by fragrant sweat. It's the turn of the season and colds are prevalent. Yesterday, Lin Yueyan already had some coughs and didn't take it to heart. Busy working during the day and trying to figure out how to get my husband back at night. Between one and the other, the body and mind were exhausted and feverish. Jiang Che frowned. She held herself still, and she could feel the blazing body heat of her slender petite body through her clothes. An abnormal blush flooded the stunningly beautiful face. The palm of his hand went to the white, hot forehead. Wake up. Lin Yueyan was awakened, bright eyes sparkling like water, and a tip of red at the corners of her eyes. Honey, I'm so hard. The sick Lin Yueyan was soft and submissive, totally different from the usual iceberg goddess. After so many years as a couple, Jiang Che had long since seen this side of her. No waves. Gang Share sighed. Of course it's hard when you have a fever. Get up. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Yueyan's remaining sanity sighed at the bad luck. She was sick before the program even started. Wouldn't that make her a liability in her husband's eyes? Guess he's even more senseless now. The intense discomfort brought on by the fever made her crave Gang Chi's embrace. No need to go to the hospital. Call a private doctor? I have the number in my cell phone. Jiang Che took the cell phone on the bedside table. Attempted password entry. It's the same one as before. The last 6 digits of the wedding date. Flip through your contacts and make a call. After the other party inquired about the symptoms, he respectfully stated that he would be there soon. Drink a glass of water first. Jiang Che lifted his wife from the bed to feed her water. It was soft and hot to the touch. Honey, I'm cold. Lin Yueyan wanted more care. Jiang Che heard it and just helped her lie down and helped cover the quilt. Within a short time, professional and competent female doctors arrived with medical kits and other items. Examined. Temperature taken. A series of processes gone through. Prescribe and take medication. Tell Jiang Che, who is her husband, that Lin Yueyan has a fever caused by influenza. More rest is needed, and drowsiness is normal during medication. After saying the precautions, the female doctor took her leave as well. Jiang Che went to see people off and left to leave for a while. Lin Yueyan on the bed thought he was just going to leave himself behind and go to work at the company. People who are sick are physically and mentally weaker than usual. Restlessness of mind, much jealousy and suspicion. Today's Lin Yueyan is not the high and mighty, cold as iceberg female president of the group. Just a sick, feverish wife who wants to depend on her husband. What are you doing? Jiang Che returned to the master bedroom, only to see Lin Yueyan lifting the covers and wanting to get out of bed. Lie back. His tone was commanding, with no mercy in sight. Honey, can you not go to work today? Stay home with me, okay? Lin Yueyan's appearance at the moment carried a beauty that one could not help but love. You imagine that the normally ice-cold female president is now full of pleading in her words. It's as if I can't get away from you for a moment. You're her whole world. Jiang Che realized that she was really burnt out and it was the weekend. She doesn't rest. She has to rest herself. Honey, let's not get a divorce, okay? After Lin Yueyan laid down, Jiang Che threw the eaten medicine wrapper into the trash. No answer to that question. The year of the marriage. Lin Yueyan also had a fever. She leaned into her arms at that moment, talking about being together forever and loving you forever. As a result, after gaining power, that gentle wife was like a different person. It's like an iceberg that won't melt. So, Gangshare is immune. Don't believe a word she says now. The medicine is beginning to take effect. Lin Yueyan only felt so sleepy and wanted to sleep. She braced herself for her husband's answer, but it never came. Fell asleep in a trance. I don't know how long I slept. Lin Yueyan realized that she was covered in sweat, but the fever had already subsided. She got up and looked around the room. The window filtered with the afterglow of the evening sun. It was originally a pretty view, but in Lin Yueyen's eyes it was even more lonely. Jiang Che's figure was gone, and she was the only one in the master bedroom. "Honey," she gave an attempted call. No one responded. "It feels like you've been abandoned by the whole world." Fortunately, a few moments later, footsteps sounded from far away. An upright figure appeared in the doorway. Lin Yueyen's heart settled with it. Jiang Che was silent and touched her forehead. "It wasn't hot." "Then bring a bowl of meat porridge and urge the patient to complete the process of drinking porridge and taking medicine." Lin Yueyen didn't expect her husband to hand-feed her like before. "Be a good boy and drink your porridge and take your medicine." Jiang Che packed the medicine package as usual and left with the bowl. Silence returned to the entire room. When he went back to the side bedroom's matching bathroom to take a shower and came out, he realized that Lin Yueyen, who was originally in the master bedroom, had also followed him, was leaning halfway over the bed covered with a quilt. There's a broken poignancy to it. Afraid that Jiang Che would leave her behind tonight. Even the first few nights when she wasn't sick, she couldn't resist thinking about her husband. "Don't say you need to rely on it even more when you're sick. Honey, the doctor said there's a chance of the fever coming back at night. We'll just sleep together tonight, okay?" Jiang Che doesn't bother with a patient and takes a towel to dry his hair. Seeing that her husband did not deny it, Lin Yueyen's lifted heart relaxed. The sudden ringing of a cell phone breaks the couple's solitude. It's Shenwanji. Chapter 8, The Wife's Intentions. At the moment, she was soaking in a hot spring at a resort owned by her family. The green silk is coiled up to add nobility and elegance. The fog and the water make too many things blurry and evocative. The beautiful eyes flowed, and the beauty was thrilling between every move. 1,000 beautiful faces because of the hot springs. The slightest hint of scarlet surfaced. It can be overwhelming. In a sense, she was more capable of capturing hearts than Lin Yueyen. An iceberg that won't melt will only make people look away and be ashamed of themselves. And with a stunning redhead like her, a flirtatious glance could make the heart grow fonder. Shenwanji came this time to give herself a vacation while inspecting. After soaking in the hot springs and having nothing to do, he made a call to Lin Yueyen. "Yu Yen, the hot springs over here are nice. It's a pity you didn't come. How are the emotional issues being handled?" The sound of rippling voices over the microphone was laced with the sound of water. "All can be brainstormed to make your nose bleed." Lin Yueyen looked at Jiang Che and saw that his attention was focused on the laptop before speaking. "A little bit of progress by mistake. Why do you sound so floaty when you talk?" "Sick." Shin Yueyen was silent for a while as all the clues combined together. "I'm sure by making some progress by mistake, my best friend meant being taken care of when I was sick. No wonder the talk is still constrained. Her lover is probably right beside her. Inconvenient to say more. Then get some rest and I'll see you when I get back. Bye." Shenwanji hung up the call and sighed. She was the kind of person who would be glad to see her friends happy, too. Shenwanji asked the female assistant under her hand how she usually handled conflicts with her husband. The female assistant said to buy some sexy nightgowns. She had wanted to share this experience from the past with Lin Yueyen, because she's so high and mighty that her reserve is engraved in her bones. She probably doesn't even care, or can't think of using this trick. But this kind of thing is fun at best for couples. It's not like it's something really nasty. It would be a blessing if this could win back the heart of a loved one. It's hard not to wait until the leaves are dry and the flowers are gone. Do you wait until things are different before you regret it? The loss of a loved one was too painful, and she had experienced it long ago. I don't want Lin Yueyen to repeat her mistakes. Shenwanji quietly soaked in the warm pool somewhat out of her mind. Those precious memories flashed through my mind frame by frame. Still clear after all these years. Shenwanji suddenly remembered that she had fallen out with him back then. Softly whispering words of submission in his ear. His ears went as red as anything. At the age of innocence, just a little close touch is enough to savor for a lifetime. He's so cozy. Shenwanji, you just left him behind. He must really hate you. Maybe you don't deserve happiness in this life. The great beauty in the warm pool said to her reflection in the water. Over the years, she'd wanted to go over to the man, but was afraid of his resentful eyes. And Shenwanji couldn't forgive herself either. Alas, a lament filled with sadness died with the wind. Gangchi closed his laptop and realized that the person on the bed was cautious about picking up the phone. It was as if the phone call was inconvenient for him to hear. It's as if he's hiding it from himself. He was senseless and hadn't looked at each other's cell phones since sleeping in separate rooms. Those who want to leave can't stay. This truth Jiang Che understood a long time ago. Seeing her husband looking over, Lin Yueyen was worried that he would misunderstand. Explained, a call from a good friend who invited me to one of her resorts, and added, that friend is female. Jiang Che didn't break off on this matter. Lights out and go to bed. Sometimes things are so shady, but anyone who asks more than one question, it would have gotten a different result. The dimly lit room was permeated with silence. When you separate rooms you get into the habit of sleeping alone. Jiang Che fell asleep with his back to Lin Yueyen, This image doesn't look like a couple in any way. The bed in the second bedroom is not as big as the master bedroom wedding bed. Sleeps two people just fine. Nothing loose. Honey, Mom called yesterday and urged us to have a baby. Lin Yuan hugged her husband from behind. Feeling the security of Jiang Che's broad back, the closer I got, the more I regretted my decision to sleep in separate rooms. There had been many nights when she thought about Jiang Che, and yet, I can't let go of my dignity to get it back. Over time, quantity becomes quality. The relationship fell apart with it. A deep sense of so many nights wasted. It is clear that you can have a warm embrace, but you choose to be alone and lonely. It's the self-inflicted remorse that hurts the most. It's a subject I don't want to talk about anymore, and I don't have to. There's no need to talk about it again because it's been done many times, and I don't want to talk about it again because I've been disappointed and don't have expectations. Anyone would get tired of it after 100 words. Once when Jiang Che wanted a child, he coaxed and talked in every way possible, but she wouldn't. Each person has a limited amount of mental energy, and when it runs out, it's over. One thing led to another. Jiang Che was now instead glad that he had no children yet and could come and go in this marriage without being tied down. Lin Yuan also knew that she had hurt her pillow too deeply. Accepting the resentment radiating from her husband, said to herself, I'll prepare for pregnancy when I'm well enough. When the time comes that you want to, husband, I'll have two, a boy, a girl. It just happens to make a good word. Lin Yuan hugged her husband, her heart fluttering. Unfortunately, the heart is in the right place. Although the fever has gone down, my body is all limp and I don't have much strength. It had been too long since the two had been intimate. Honey, soft call with infinite tenderness. It is hard to imagine that this is from an iceberg beauty murmur. Jiang Che ignored it and closed his eyes to sleep. The wife's delicate hands, however, were dexterous and restless. Simply skimming over clothes can bring about an ineffable sensation, lighting fires all over the place. I see you're getting better. In that case, go back to the master bedroom. Jiang Che turned around and grabbed Lin Yuan's frosty white wrist. It's only natural for a husband and wife to share a bed. I don't want to go back and I can't leave you. Weren't you the one who wanted separate bedrooms in the first place? Now you're talking about coming to words to make sense. It was my mistake. Jiang Che's blazing breath inadvertently spilled over Lin Yuan's delicate earlobes, inducing a wave of tingling. Honey, if it's hard, I can help you. No need. Lin Yuan, who was refused to fulfill her conjugal duties, had an indescribable loss in her heart, but she understands. When she wanted to sleep in separate rooms, it was not a slap in the face of her husband's self-esteem. It's okay. When you get better, you'll be more proactive. Chapter 9, The First Conflicts Emerge. The room went completely silent when Jiang Che didn't speak. Lin Yuan was in poor health, and it didn't take long for her to drift off to sleep, and with her lover close by, she slept more soundly. Jiang Che's fiery breathing gradually calmed down, and after half an hour he also went to sleep. When the night is at its deepest, at 3 in the morning, the fever came back with a vengeance, and Lin Yuan called out to him in a daze. Honey, Jiang Che soon woke up, feeling a fire in the petite body that was pressed close behind him. Turning her head to take advantage of the glow of the night light to look, Lin Yuan was frowning and her face was abnormally flushed. The white forehead was also covered with fine sweat. He hurriedly got up and turned on the light. The medicine and the thermos of water, as well as the cups, had been placed in advance on the bedside table. Just in case, Jiang Che picked up the warm kettle and poured water, unpacking the pills in one fell swoop. Then he helped Lin Yuan up. Here, take your medicine. The man in his arms did as he was told with what was left of his consciousness, and choked when I drank the water. Jiang Che gently patted her back for relief. If the temperature still hasn't dropped after taking the medicine for a while, just have to drive to the hospital emergency room. He reached out and probed Lin Yuan's forehead. It was hot. I'll get you a wet towel and wait. Jiang Che hadn't even gotten up yet when he was hugged by his wife. Honey, don't go anywhere. Just stay with me. I don't want to lose you again. Ambiguous words, hidden secrets. But where was Encho to look deeper into what a feverish man was saying? Lin Yuan refused to let go, as if what she was holding was her whole world. At this moment, only Jiang Che could give her soul to rely on and feel safe. Jiang Che allowed the hot, delicate body to cling in his arms. Such a clingy Lin Yuan only seemed to exist alone. Long time ago. Maybe she'll be back to her old self once she gets better. Honey, she cried out brokenly. Finally, after an hour the fever subsided and Gang Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly put down the already sleeping Lin Yuan and covered the quilt, probed and prodded at the snowy forehead, double-checked that the temperature has dropped. Jiang Che himself instead couldn't sleep for a moment and a half, and opened his cell phone, displaying 4 o'clock in the morning. There's nothing to see when you flip through it. Tap into the good buddies space. It's full of pictures of a cute little girl. Soft, people my age already have successful families and careers. And he, not up and down. The marriage is also in shambles. Sometimes Jiang Che wondered what kind of life he had lived without meeting Lin Yuan. Take the first bucket of money and don't quit the team. Today's accomplishments are extraordinary. Maybe meet a gentle and virtuous woman and have a lovely daughter like the Good Brothers. Someone actually gave him a tip in the beginning. It's not like your girlfriend knows you make money. Pretend you don't have the money. Her family got through it and everything was fine. It's none of your business if you can't get through it. Anyway, you're not married. Besides, when she's sad and upset, you go and comfort her properly. Wouldn't she love you more? Money kept and love gained. 2 for the price of 1. Yes, the perfect plan. Jiang Che still chose the second one. It has come to this. But he wouldn't be harsh on himself at that point. There was no point. Jiang Che fell asleep spying on other people's happiness like this, and his cell phone slowly turned off the screen. Early morning. The one who woke up first was Lin Yuan. Jiang Che rolled over at some point and happened to be face to face with her. So the first thing she saw was her husband's face. Happiness washed over her. All the lethargy brought on by the fever is much diminished. I want to reach out and touch it, but I'm afraid I'll wake my beloved. Lin Yuan remembers a rough idea of what happened last night. What I remember most is the feeling of being snuggled in my husband's arms. The more she experienced it, Lin Yuan felt how much she shouldn't have done what she did before. Husbands and wives are supposed to be the closest people to each other in this world and are supposed to support each other. No higher or lower. No you or me. Because parents can never stay with their children for the rest of their lives. For the rest of the time, only the person on your pillow will know whether you are warm or cold. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Che also woke up. Good morning. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with tenderness. Jiang Che did not respond, only reaching out to touch her forehead. Okay. After washing up, breakfast was served. Easy to eat and nutritious meat porridge. Lin Yu understood that this thoughtfulness. It's for the status of patient, not wife. After breakfast and medication, she asked Gangshare to bring the laptop on the table. Something had to be dealt with. In the afternoon, she received a call from her own brother, Lin Mubai. Sis, Mom and Dad say they miss you. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? Both families are in the same city. Every weekend, Lin Yuan would come home for a meal. When the two used to have trouble, they even stayed for a long time at a time. But to get married is to start a new family. The matriarch of a new family, who is often not at home. That new family is also doomed to fall apart. I won't go back today. The body is a bit uncomfortable. What's going on? Lin Mubai asked. Fever. Has the fever gone down now? Aha. The phone was handed to Lin's mother. Lin Yuan chatted for a long time before hanging up. Still uneasy, Lin's mother asked her son, who had just returned home, to check on her daughter. Half an hour later, the driver arrived with Lin Mubai. Jiang Che is explaining to the nanny aunt about dinner. After all, there is a patient. The diet should also pay attention to some. The doorbell rang and he went forward to open the door. He was not expecting his brother-in-law to come. If Jiang Che is the calm and deep type, then Lin Mubai is the type who is in a high position and is spirited. Where's my sister? No shout out to brother-in-law. Since gaining power, the Lin family became more than just Lin Yuan. It's like they've all forgotten the kindness they once showed. Or rather, Grace is great. Unwilling to recognize the downtrodden self of yesteryear, he also looked down on the current Jiang Che. Upstairs, had a fever yesterday. Lin Mubai went straight upstairs. Seeing her own sister leaning on the bed, her face was dismal and she looked much worse than before. A quick walk. Brother, what brings you here? Mom sent me. Are you better? Sis, do you want to go to the hospital again? No, the fever's gone down. Lin Mubai looked at his sickly dear sister. His heartache unable to be vented. Usually used to being high and mighty. It was actually said to echo in a questioning tone. Is this how you take care of my sister? Jiang Che's face chilled as he sniffed. Well, you've got yourself in a fight. How ungrateful. The atmosphere in the bedroom instantly dropped to freezing point. One touch. Chapter 10, Enmity becomes enmity. The world is a big place. There are those who return the favor with a drop of water. Some people are so gracious that they turn the other cheek. Jiang Che is a good person, but his fate is not good. He met the second one. It is logical that between husband and wife, when there is a problem in the mother's family, it is the wife who should intercede. Marriages last long when in-laws have problems and husbands deal with them. However, Jiang Che did not expect Lin Yuan to be on his side, nor did he intend to leave any face. Lin Mubai, you've really grown. Don't you know anything about entering a temple to worship Buddha and entering a house to call out? Brother-in-law doesn't even call out. Didn't he used to call out so well? To come to the door is to question. Those who don't know would think I'm a flunky of your Lin family. To point a finger at me, you're not good enough. And your mom might not talk to me like that even if she came. Jiang Che was cold. It's said that you can't take revenge for killing your father. But what about saving your mother's life? It's hard to pay back when you're an ox. You, Lin Mubai had empty air, but not a single word. Say what? How? In the past, Jiang Che would more or less give some face for Lin Yuan's sake. Now that it's come to this, the tables are straight off. Grace is a great enemy, and what is said is true. Jiang Che's favor to the Lin family was too big, so big that it became a huge stone on his heart. One can only make desperate excuses for oneself. You saved my mom's life, but we married our baby girl to you. 2. See? 1 go. 2 clear. In reality, it's not the same thing at all. When Jiang Che married Lin Yuan, he followed the proper steps. Wedding, bride price, hardware. It's as good as it should be. The explicitly married. At that time, the Lin family had spent all their money and were in no position to talk about getting married. If Lin Yuan was really here to repay her kindness, she should work hard and be a cow, serving tea, washing and cooking. Now that's called payback. Who is qualified to fall out with Jiang Che and sleep in separate rooms? Trying to refute something? What did I say that was wrong? Now that you're in power, you forget what it was like to be solicitous back then? Jiang Che took 2 steps closer and questioned without mercy. Lin Mubai held his breath, unable to speak. It doesn't make sense as it doesn't make sense. Turning to Lin Yuan, she said, Sister, since he can't take care of you well, let's go home. We don't have to suffer here. Wait. Lin Mubai heard Jiang Che's voice. Mentally, he grunted. In a hurry. Don't you see what you've become? Are you worthy of my sister? In this marriage where the woman is strong and the man is weak, he acquiesces that Jiang Che is the humble inferior. But Gangshare never lacked backbone. He said as he looked towards Lin Yuan who was leaning on the bed. Sign the divorce papers before you go. And when you get better, pick a time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce license. Lin Mubai thought he was hallucinating when he heard it. He is married and understands how much the word divorce represents. What a loser. He can say anything when his anger gets the best of him. Divorce? And he's in a position to say that? A little excitement goes a long way. How much you want to save face now? And how much of a mess you'll be when you go to the house and beg my sister? Lin Mubai secretly said, despising Jiang Che who did not know how to control his emotions. Unaware that Jiang Che was calm, he knew exactly what he was doing. Lin Yuan's heart fell like a stone when she heard these words. It was hard for myself to get my husband to stop talking about it for a while on account of the fever. Nowadays it's straightforward to think about the worst possible scenario. The 2 men in the room had their swords drawn, one a husband and the other a blood brother, but she had to take a stand. Sis, let's go home. Mom and Dad are also worried about you. Lin Mubai's tone carried smugness. The weights on the scale are added again and again. Mubai, when people encounter things, most of them will help their relatives, but you're all my family, and it's time to be reasonable. First, your brother-in-law takes good care of me, serving porridge and water. And he was up in the wee hours of the morning last night to work on my fever when it returned. Secondly, I know you feel sorry for me, but you shouldn't just take it out on your brother-in-law. He's right. He's not some flunky and you need to respect him. If you still don't understand, then I'll tell you differently. You've got a family too. Do you expect me to meddle in your little family? You expect me to question my younger siblings in a condescending tone? The smugness in Lin Mubai's heart. The image of fantasizing about Jiang Che realizing that he had made a stupid decision after his anger subsided and coming to the door to beg bitterly shattered to pieces. What's going on? Sister's attitude has changed so much? Sis, why are you talking to him? We're family. Mubai, do you think I'm arm twisting? Well then, now I'll make a phone call to scold my younger siblings for no reason and we'll fight. Who will you help? Lin Mubai's chi fell to the bottom. Who's going to help your wife when she's pregnant and can't take a little heat? The answer is already crying out. Lin Yuan coughed lightly twice, her voice relaxing a bit. The fault for this lies with you. Apologize to your brother-in-law. But Lin Mubai was used to being high and mighty all these years, only whispering in front of his parents, his only real sister. Seeing face is more expensive than gold, especially seeing Jiang Che's indifferent attitude. The heart is all angry. You want me to bow down to him? You think you're worthy? How much do you make a year? Jiang Che really doesn't care whether Lin Yuan goes or not. Sis, take care of yourself. The situation was difficult. Lin Mubai threw down these words and left in a hurry. There was a scowl as he rubbed shoulders with Gang Chi. Those who didn't know thought that he was the one who had saved Jiang Che's life. When Lin Mubai returned home, it was time for a family dinner. Both parents were present. Mother Wang Yun asked, has your sister's fever gone down? How is the situation? Lin Mubai described the matter. Instead, the focus was on Jiang Che's desire for a divorce and the part where Lin Yuan sided with him. A word down. Jiang Che was close to taking a whip to Lin Yuan. Then Lin Yuan was in agony. Yet she still helped him plead for mercy. In their case, they have long been deceiving themselves that Jiang Che's favor was repaid by marrying their daughter. Now it seems to be too deceptive to hold a favor hostage instead. He wants a divorce? Does he really think his daughter is unwanted? Wang Yun spoke with anger. Mom, don't be angry. He's just talking. Poor How could he possibly be willing to divorce my sister? It's just lusting after him, battling my sister to like him. When Xiaoyu gets better, I'll have a good talk with her next time I come back. 90% of Wang Yun's anger stems from Jiang Che, and another 10% is because her daughter doesn't know what she's doing. How can Jiang Che be compared to his own son? As soon as Lin Mubai left, only Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che husband and wife were left in the bedroom. Jiang Che didn't want to talk and turned toward the door. Lin Yueyan was afraid that he would go to get the divorce agreement, not caring about the weakness and powerlessness brought on by her illness. Get out of bed immediately. Chapter 11, Competitiveness. Lin Yueyan hugged her husband from behind the moment he was about to walk out of the room. Honey, don't be mad. I'll have Mubai apologize to you later. Or, you can hit me and scold me all you want, as long as you don't divorce me. Let go. A word so flat that you couldn't hear the joy or the sorrow came. Behind her, Lin Yueyan was again unable to see Jiang Che's face and was disturbed. 1,000 words have become powerless. I'll call Mubai to apologize to you. Jiang Che felt a lightness behind him and walked straight out of the bedroom. The sound of a phone conversation came from behind him, and he didn't care. The clean and tidy study didn't even have an ashtray. Man, sometimes not having bad habits isn't always a good thing. A boiler made of steel would have to create a pressure relief valve, let alone a flesh and blood human. In fact, Jiang Che once also tried to smoke, the first mouth in addition to choking or choking. There was no comfort in it, so I discarded it. It was about half an hour later that an insincere apology message came to the phone. The words were all so scribbled. Jiang Che scratched it off with a glance, turning his gaze to the languid white clouds outside the window. No one knew what he was thinking. It was said that an elder sister was like a mother, and that was indeed true in the Lin family. In the past, their parents were busy and Lin Mubai was mostly under Lin Yueyan's control, so even today, Lin Mubai more or less listened to Lin Yueyan. It was a choice between an unwilling apology and an unwilling apology. Perfunctory. In the master bedroom, Lin Yueyan, who had ended her call, was late in seeing her husband return. Anxious as hell. She knew that she had not yet recovered from her illness and that her husband would not force her to sign at least now, or go to court. But what happens when you get well? How many days can a fever keep her? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became in his heart. Without the slightest bit of bottom, pushed to the end of her rope, Lin Yueyan actually thought of the crazy idea of letting her illness last a little longer. There are far crueler things in the world than having a fever. That is lost and then lost again. It's like being in hell. With no one to talk to about the distress in her heart, the only thing she could do was to call Shenwanji's phone. Tell the story of this encounter between loved ones and loved ones. Shenwanji on the other end of the phone pondered for a long time. Yueyan, getting married means building a new family with the one you love. If you don't put this new family first, it's only a matter of time before it dies out. Even in an inheritance case, a husband and wife are prioritized over siblings. There are few things in the world where you get both the bear's paw and the fish. Since you can only choose between the two, choose what you want and don't hesitate. Shenwanji talked about this node, and her flirtatious voice suddenly added a touch of sadness. It's as if you've gone from being an outsider to being a party to it. She has no brother and is an only child, but the choice she faced back then was even more brutal and much harder to choose than the current Lin Yueyan. Actually, this question will lead to an answer if you think about it carefully. Siblings grow up and have their own families. The center of gravity of life is also within that small family and you commit your husband for him. He may not be willing to commit his wife for you. Enough about that. I'm bored at the resort alone. I'll be back tomorrow. Are you better? Send an address and I'll come visit you. Good. Hang up the phone, while there's still some time before dinner. Surprisingly, she quietly went to take a shower in the matching bathroom. Usually, a fever that is so sweaty that a change of clothes tops it off. Can't go in the shower. Even if you wash in lukewarm water, it's easy to catch a cold. By the time dinner was served, Jiang Che's figure finally appeared, still coming to urge her to take her porridge and medicine. But he frowned when he saw the pajamas on Lin Yueyan. You went to take a shower? The normally iceberg-like Lin Yueyan unexpectedly did not dare to meet her husband's stern gaze. It's all sweaty and sticky. Jiang Che didn't feel that Lin Yueyan could purposely keep the fever from going down in order to keep herself. What's the difference between that and those sickos who slit their wrists when they break up? It's too crazy. If it had been when he was first married, he would have considered it a possibility. Now, the fever has just broken and it is not advisable to take a bath. After you eat, call your personal physician right now and have him come over again. Aha! The scene in the bedroom changed instantly to one of a cold, clean beauty leaning on the bed to be obediently disciplined. Don't dare oppose your husband's words. Before dark the able lady doctor came again and prescribed some medicines according to the situation. After the exhortation, he left. Lin Yueyan looked at those medicines, her beautiful bright eyes a little dull. It is not because of bitterness. No more bitter than losing one's beloved. Taking the medication will make you unfit to have a baby in a short period of time. But in today's situation, the only way to keep a husband with responsibility is to get pregnant. Nightfall. Jiang Che took a shower and then got busy in front of his laptop. Lin Yueyan didn't interrupt and just watched quietly. It's such a great feeling to be back in my husband's life. She grabbed the thermos on the nightstand and poured her husband a glass of water. You should not drink tea in the evening or you will not be able to sleep. After handing over the tea, I saw that my husband was just reading some information. Wasn't busy with work stuff. Her delicate hands then landed on Jiang Che's shoulders, wanting to massage him. Go back to bed, Jiang Che said. The mind lingers on the computer screen, thus refusing his wife's service. Lin Yueyan's movements lurched as she obediently listened. She looked to the beautiful wallpaper of her husband's computer and for the first time doubted her own attractiveness. If a woman is a flower, then 27 should be the time when it blooms the most. It's a long way from fading, but nowadays. She then remembered that last night, after she had taken the initiative to tease him, her husband's breathing had really gotten a lot hotter, even though he had suppressed it. It's only slightly more psychologically satisfying. When he came to the mirror of the dresser, the person in the mirror looked absolutely beautiful, a shade of pallor that makes you love it. The coiled green silk is more noble and dignified. Conservative loose-fitting nightgowns can't hide the perfect curves. The arc outlined by chance is better than the spring water that meanders along the river's edge. Impeccably tall and slender, people are like the bright moon in the sky. Lin Yueyan's hanging heart settled down. In fact, that beautiful wallpaper, the computer system automatically recommended. Sometimes landscapes, sometimes animals, sometimes models, all photos by well-known photographers. It was late at night and Jiang Che went to bed. Just as he lay down, his warm, soft, jade-like body pressed up against him. It also carries a distinctive fragrance. Honey, I have a friend coming over tomorrow. Suit yourself. Perhaps it was the randomly pushed wallpaper of a female fashion model that stirred Lin Yueyan's competitive spirit as a wife. Surprisingly, she got up, then leaned down to drop a gentle kiss on the side of Encho's face, whose back was turned to her. Chapter 12, Being a Good Wife. Jiang Che just closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep. He was so tired last night that he woke up in the early hours of the morning for several hours before closing his eyes. A few moments later he felt the softness to the touch, and the tingling of green silk skimming over his earlobes. What the hell again? Lin Yueyan lifted up a very stunning smile, adding a little more dreaminess under the faint glow of the night light. Nothing, just haven't kissed my husband in a while. Couldn't help but kiss. Jiang Che wondered if Lin Yueyan's head was burnt out. Are these really the words that could come out of the cold as ice wife of today? So much for the as-if attitude of the newlyweds, right? Lin Yueyan had expected her husband to be stern and distant, but unexpectedly the next thing Jiang Che turned around and reached out to touch her forehead. No fever, a gesture, but an unexpected injury. Hurry up and go to sleep. You're not sleepy. I am. Jiang Che withdrew his hand, not intending to continue to pay attention to her. Before she could turn sideways, Lin Yueyan leaned against his broad chest. Those jade hands, which looked like works of art, lingered and explored through the clothes. At the very least, we've been a couple for years, so how can we not know each other halfway? With that she kissed her husband's thin lips. The dimly lit room was ambiguous. Heat, but not the heat that comes from fever. It's a different kind of hot. Jiang Che had a very different mood. Originally today was Lin Mu by got a bellyful of fire. Toward a patient to vent always feel almost interesting. Besides, what difference would it make to him if he relented on a patient? But this patient seems to have his head on a swivel, and when given a little color, he opens the die, constantly getting an inch. With a swift motion, he withdrew his wife's veiled hand, which carried his own body heat, decisively rolled over and turned back. One hand was able to grab both of her snow-white wrists, and smoothly lifted them over her head and pressed them onto the soft pillows. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Lin Yueyan's perfect figure was undoubtedly on display at this moment, her exquisite curves slightly undulating up and down as she breathed. The absolutely beautiful face was no longer pale, and was colored with a reddish haze that was exceptionally moving. Her mood was 7 parts anticipation, 3 parts nervousness. I don't know if I can fulfill my duties as a wife in this sick body, but she was willing to do whatever her husband wanted. After all, it had been a long time since I had bothered to fulfill the obligations that a wife should fulfill. What an incompetence. Lin Yueyan had a million thoughts in her heart. Slowly closing her soft, bright eyes, she put on a seductive appearance of letting the king take her. The pajamas she wore were conservative, but there was something silently seductive about the swan-like snowy neck exposed to the air alone. Unfortunately, the imagined blizzard didn't come. If you make any more trouble, you'll sleep in the master bedroom, and then I won't care if you have a fever or if you're sick. A stranglehold thrown down. Lin Yueyan felt that extremely aggressive and fiery aura move away from her. The wrist had also lost its grip, and the only record of what had just happened was a small red mark. Endless feelings of loss clumped in. She then reacted to the fact that her husband had held himself down and hadn't meant it in that way. Instead, it's with anger. Honey, still mad about today? Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. I'll have Mubai apologize to you personally some other day. Lin Yuan pressed up from behind. The body of the person on the pillow was on fire, and her breath was extraordinarily churning. There's still a charm to yourself, she whispered in her husband's ear, her voice soft and soothing. Honey, how about we don't get a divorce? From this day forward I will go and learn to be the perfect wife that you have in mind, whether you want me to be obedient or understanding. I'll try to do anything you ask, except divorce. Even if you make me work as a cow, I'm willing. After all, I owe you all of this. You try to envision it. Even if you get divorced and find another woman who's halfway through life, she may not be doing any better than me either. She may love you, but hardly more than she loves herself, and I, for one, dare to promise that in the future I will love you far more than I love myself. If you don't believe me, I can proceed to transfer the property in my name to you tomorrow. I guess that's the most direct and the best way to show sincerity. Honey, will you give me another chance? For all the years of affection, for the marriage that stretches to this day. Jiang Che didn't bother. It was as if he had fallen asleep. I know, you're not saying yes because you're still suffering from all these years. It's okay, I'll prove it with my actions. Good night. Lin Yuan wanted to give him a goodnight kiss, but she had just been warned 2 minutes ago. The idea could only be buried. Already kissed today too. She was unconsciously falling into sleep as she reminisced about that long-lost kiss. Dream on. She and Jiang Che went back to when they first got married. Every day is like blue in love. Jiang Che was also lingering on her. Often it delays getting up in the morning. The two sat on the couch and watched TV. The TV shows sweet relationship dramas, but not half as much as this newlywed couple. Jiang Che gathered him into his arms and kissed her flawless side. Honey, isn't it time we had a baby? This statement was made. Lin Yuan instantly realized that this was a dream. She tried to immerse herself in it, but unfortunately it was too late. The dream began to fragment. Wake up. What came into view was the ceiling of the room. Lin Yuan hurriedly looked to her side, and that position was already empty. The husband was already up and looked like he had washed and was in the process of getting dressed. Last night Jiang Che still didn't sleep well because no one knew if Lin Yuan would return to her fever in the middle of the night like the night before, especially with a shower. Fortunately, last night was uneventful. In this case, the chances of another fever are slim, and a couple of days of recuperation would be enough to cure the disease. Lin Yuan lifted the covers and got out of bed. Honey, let me help you. Jiang Che was putting on his liner and straightening his cufflinks, while Lin Yuan had already helped him choose a jacket and tie. She practiced what she preached, is transforming from the cold, frosty CEO to the obedient, understanding wife, demure and decent, but not too virtuous. Deft, plain hands quickly helped her husband tie his tie. Straighten your collar. If you weren't afraid of rejection, it wouldn't be a bad idea to send a kiss. Jiang Che didn't have time to bother with her. There was a problem at the supplier's side. Lin Yuan's illness was almost better, so he had to make the trip himself. At this point, a private jet is slowly landing at the airport. The limousine for the meet and greet is also ready. A noble and charming woman makes her entrance. The long black dress, which represents mystery and elegance, was perfectly managed by her. When you walk, your skirt sways with flavor. The beautiful eyes are flowing and the charm is infinite. The female assistant opened the car door for her and got in. Disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. A glimpse, but it is difficult to return. Chapter 13, Visitors. The nanny's aunt was delighted to see the couple come down for breakfast. First of all, I'm happy for their relationship showing signs of warming up, and secondly, I'm happy that my job is kept. If the couple continues to be at odds like this, the nanny aunt is worried that they will divorce in a fit of pique. Her high-paying job is in jeopardy. Lin Yuan took the place of the nanny and helped her husband serve a bowl of millet porridge. A beautiful morning accompanied by the aroma of rice porridge. The cozy feeling of belonging to a family alone. Jiang Che didn't pay any attention to her the entire time, but Lin Yuan felt able to have breakfast with her husband in such an uneventful manner. It's also a blessing. Only those who have experienced life and death can understand the value of it. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long before they were broken by the ringing of a cell phone. It's Wang Yun calling. Mom, Xiao Yu, is your body feeling better? The sound of mother and daughter talking fell into Jiang Che's ears. His kanji drinking movement lurched, inexplicably thinking of Lin Mubai's apologetic text message. There was a vague feeling that this time, Lin's mother might not have called simply to ask if her daughter had recovered from her illness. Of course, he didn't deny that Lin's mother cared and loved her daughter. Some things are just out of intuition. Wang Yun. The image of a woman lying in a hospital bed flashed through Jiang Che's mind. When we first got married, she was a good son-in-law. And he also said something like if Xiao Yu was being unreasonable. Xiao Jiang, you can just come back and talk to me. Looks like a first-class good mother-in-law. Jiang Che went to the Lin family to enjoy the do-nothing treatment of the aunt, but it all changed from the time the Lin family gained power. Good son-in-law became Gangchi by his first name. The old man, who had been drinking and talking together, was also cold and silent. People are unpredictable. People are unpredictable. This time her baby boy was forced to apologize to her. Could she bear it? Jiang Che dared to be 100% sure. She won't hold back. While drinking porridge and thinking, the bowl gradually reached the bottom. Lin Yuan put down her cell phone for the time being and helped her husband serve another bowl of millet porridge. Hey, where did Koyuki go just now? Helping Jiang Che with a bowl of porridge. Mom, go on. Lin Yuan also misses her parents, and her best friend is coming today. I'll go back tomorrow and visit. In the Lin family, the most favored person was not Lin Mubai, but her eldest daughter. Born at a time of strong parental affection, one naturally receives more love. Wang Yun on the other end of the phone heard her daughter personally help Jiang Che to serve kanji. A nameless anger burned in her heart. Don't you have a nanny? If you're not, you're an adult. Can't you do something as small as serving yourself a bowl of kanji? Broken arm or broken leg? In their family's heart, Jiang Che had long been a soft rice man who had climbed high. Unworthy is unworthy. Now he dares to let his daughter serve him porridge with her own hands. He really thinks he is the emperor. No wonder my daughter often comes home to stay. So doubly so. This marriage is divorced. Anyway, the family has money, and the daughter is only 27, the most beautiful and charming age for a woman. No worries about finding a man worth committing to. Big deal. Get a flunky. You, take a trip home once you've gotten well. Mom has something to discuss with you. Well, how's Dad doing? He, doesn't have much to do. Fishing and flowers. If Jiang Che knew what Wang Yan had in mind, he might have laughed out loud. Bad people are stupid enough to do good things. Of course, this is not from the heart. After the mother-daughter call ended, Jiang Che had already eaten almost as much. Lin Yuan is also almost done. There are still things waiting for him to deal with the company. When I didn't get the weekend off, I had a lot of trouble getting to work. A limo is coming this way. Both the badge and the interior emphasize the status, but all of this was reduced to the accompaniment of the noble woman inside the car. Xin Wanji called Lin Yuan, display occupancy, but Lin Yuan quickly replied to her in the form of a message. Xin Wanji had a question. What kind of man would make the cold as ice frost Lin Yuan think so much? There was a firmness between the lines that it had to be him. Interesting. This friend of his own is dealing with rich and handsome young men of all stripes. Usually women like this iceberg-like woman. It is difficult to easily put down the reserve and self-respect to retain a man, not to mention Lin Yuan's impeccable looks, figure, temperament, and wealth. Much to choose from. Could it be pure love? That's understandable. The female assistant sneaked a look at Xin Wanji's perfect side face as she looked out the car window. My own family often falls into contemplation in this way. Sometimes it looks like you're thinking about someone, but who deserves to be on her mind from time to time? There are countless suitors for excellence, and none of them are the best of the best. But anyone who hasn't accomplished something would never dare to show love to the one next to him. The beauty is thrilling and upside down. The female assistants are sometimes mesmerized by what they see, and there is a unique charm between their every move. How can people be so different from each other? Wealth aside? At first the female assistant wasn't sure that her boss was hung up on someone, but after so many years down the line, all types of handsome men don't meet Xin Wanji's eyes. There were times when the female assistants felt that their own president would definitely be moved this time. The other guy is a good match. Handsome and elegant, so it's a perfect score. Outcome. Xin Wanji didn't even pick up the other party's flowers and directly and frankly refused. It's not a drag. There is no other explanation for this situation than already having a sweetheart. LOL. She observed that her own president was hung up on it all the time. All the time. But they are afraid to go to each other. Could there be a man who is not worthy of such a woman? What on earth is that? Or is it that the president of his own family has done something wrong to him? Guess what? Curiosity is curiosity. Female assistants do not dare to ask. In case of touching the sadness, fired will deserve bad luck. The car drove straight into the villa area. Lin Yuan had already greeted her in advance. Jiang Che had breakfast and was ready to go to the office. In the short distance from the living room to the door, Lin Yuan took her husband's arm. Softly, he asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll bring you dinner." A gentle and virtuous wife look, which still has half a point of high cold. You'd better stay home honestly. Just in case you get cold and I have to take care of you. Jiang Che did not appreciate this and opened his mouth to retort. Lin Yuan didn't think so. How was this not a kind of concern? In the middle of the conversation, a black limousine appeared at the gate. Chapter 14, A Green Bamboo Horse. Lin Yuan had said last night that she would have a friend pay a visit today. Jiang Che didn't take it to heart, because the two men's social circles have become gradually non-overlapping with the gap in status and wealth. Lin Yueyan's friend was just a stranger to him. Jiang Che never expected that the visitor was indeed a stranger. Only the most familiar of strangers. The car door opened and the noble and wonderful figure came into view. The fluttering skirt swayed slightly as Shen Wanji got out of the car. It was just that when she looked ahead, time seemed to stop flowing at the moment, then reverse the flow. Countless precious memories, as if the two had watched that last grand fireworks display, rise up in the air, and then bloom the most brilliant flower fire reflecting the dark night sky is so beautiful. Some people don't say they haven't seen each other in a long time, even with gray temples and a head full of silver hair. Even if you are in a sea of thousands of people, the moment you pass him by, that still beating heart will tell you that too. It's him. Once upon a time, Jiang Che had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Shen Wanji, on a rainy day, on a sunny day, on some crowded street, in the most familiar old places. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. He's desperate. Many years later, fate sent the person he had waited so hard for back then before him in the most unceremonious way. Two people who once could have been described in many beautiful words now looked at each other like strangers. A childhood friend. First love. Jiang Che, deliberately not to recall the first half of life, but also the most colorful years of life, was blown away by Shen Wanji. This gust of wind, page by page, turn by turn. There was a lot of dust accumulated on it, and shaking it off choked Jiang Che with a raw pain. It also blew the pile of ashes, forgotten in the corner, into the sky. That's love that burns out. Honey, this is a very good friend of mine. Shen Wanji. Wanji, he is my husband. Jiang Che. Lin Yueyan introduced the two strangers to each other. The punishment Shen Wanji had been avoiding for so long finally came, and it was far more painful than expected. You abandon people who have been with you for so many years out of necessity. One day, he becomes someone else's husband, and his wife introduced him to you personally. Shen Wanji was in pain until she was numb. The man across the table nodded as if nothing had happened. Said, you guys chat? I have things to do at the company, so I'll excuse myself. Jiang Che strides forward, brushing past Shen Wanji, and goes to the garage to get his car. The car's engine started and the red brake lights came on between several rolls. It disappeared from the sight of the two women. Wanji, Wanzi, Lin Yueyan called twice in succession before Shen Wanji came back to her senses. You know each other? She could see many kinds of emotions in Shen Wanji's flowing beautiful eyes. Some Lin Yueyan understands, some doesn't. A former classmate. It's been too long since I've been in touch. I guess he's forgotten there's someone like me. The hardest falsehood to recognize is the incomplete truth. The identity of classmates is true. Jiang Che forgot her, is also true. As to whether it's active oblivion that buries the past, or normal oblivion, it remains to be seen. Lin Yueyan's intuition told her that things were not that simple, but the husband had just looked calm, without the slightest loss, excitement, or anger. It's like actually meeting a stranger you don't know very well and can't pick out any faults. Completely in line with what Shen Wanji said. Feeling better? The conversation was skillfully diverted. The two great beauties, each with their own unique characteristics and excellent temperament, walked into the living room together and took their seats on the sofa. Just a day or two more of recuperation. The nanny, seeing a guest, prepared a fresh fruit plate and made tea. Shen Wanji's heart turned 1,000 times, wanting to inquire from Lin Yueyan about how he had been living all these years. That resort I recommended to you isn't bad, except I'm really bored going alone. When you're healed, couples, going together helps to cultivate affection. You said you wanted to win him back. Fong didn't look like you two couples were in conflict. Shen Wanji picked up her teacup and took a sip. Whether it's good or bad, you can't taste it. The heart is not here. Lin Yueyan, however, sighed softly. He just didn't take it too far with me because I was a patient. When the body is completely healed, that forgiveness will be withdrawn. Wanzi, what do you think I should do? As the deadline was approaching, Lin Yueyan was showing signs of being quite sick and desperate. Shen Wanji put down her teacup and said, I can't do anything with just a few words. Can you elaborate? The water in the teacup swayed slightly, and Shen Wanji, who was listening to Lin Yueyan's love story, was far from calm in her heart. This is certainly a spiritual lynching. The heroine of this love story should have been her, but now she's a passerby in a supporting role. It is said that to lose and to find is one of the happiest things in life. So, losing the love of your life that was supposed to be yours is probably one of the saddest things in life. Shen Wanji knew that Jiang Che would definitely turn out to be a capable man. You can get by without yourself. But when she heard that Jiang Che had given up his entire fortune to save Lin's mother, hearing Lin Yueyan say in a regretful tone that she created all kinds of conflicts just to dominate in this marriage, hearing that Lin Yueyan refuses to have children and sleeps in separate rooms, faintly celebratory at the same time, more than a little angry, how could she let go of him like that? Thinking back to that year, he had never been able to let Jiang Che suffer half a bit of aggravation. Even if we take a step back, saving my mother's life is more important than that. not to live and die together, but at least all should respect each other. All deserve it. Lin Yueyan had gotten to this point just like herself. There is no one to blame. At the same time, Shinwanji was also criticizing herself for running away all these years. If I had known he was having such a bad time, why did I wait until today? Jiang Che's car slowed down, then stopped, with the stoplight in front of him. The red seconds are pulsing. At this intersection, you can turn left, turn around, or turn right. He has changed the course of his life for two women, but the unification didn't get a good result. One is Lin Yueyan, who gave up her dream of starting her own business and wasted her time. One is her. That name was so familiar and unfamiliar. Shinwanji. The two childhood sweethearts made a pact to go to the same college. But one day, the young girl disappears from the teenager's life. No sign of them. After the big test, the teenager's grades came out and he could have gone to a better college, but stubbornly stayed in the promised land. Wait. The leaves on the trees green and yellow, falling and growing. There are times when the truth is in front of us and one doesn't so much disbelieve it as refuse to believe it. She didn't come back. Chapter 15. Prove she was here. A 30-second red light wasn't enough to remind Jiang Che of too many memories with Shinwanji. The horn behind them had sounded the first second of the green light countdown. Impatient, he was swept along by the rolling traffic, going straight through the intersection. Behind all the breeziness about a relationship lies a lot of bad days. Those who are hurt are destined to be bruised and lick their wounds alone. Scabbing, healing, leaving scars. The scars prove she was here, and touching them without pain allows you to start a new life. In the days when they were first separated, Jiang Che dreamed of her, talks in his sleep, will call her name. Later, in college, his roommate, who was awake in the middle of the night, heard Gang Chi's murmuring. During the day, the roommate went to ask him in a joking tone, "Which great beauty is Wanji? You kid, you can't even stop thinking about it in your sleep." But when they saw Jiang Che's serious look, they realized that they had said the wrong thing. Some things can't be used to spice up your life, especially that story in the deepest recesses of the heart. Perhaps the 10 years of childhood love is too heavy, or perhaps the memories left by the other party are too good. Jiang Che, who came to this university but failed to meet her, only felt that he was too unlucky. The other side refused to give even a word of explanation, a goodbye. In the end, one is foolish enough to fulfill a promise that was once made. Who cares? Nobody cares. Simply the dumbest little cutie in the world. Later, he tries to escape his past. The fact that I can still dream about her proves that there is still energy left. Gangshare got into the habit of running at night. If 3 kilometers isn't enough, then 5. You'll always get tired anyway. Tired to the point of having a dreamless night. Gradually, she stopped appearing in Jiang Che's dreams. It has been said that if two people are not yet destined for each other but have to separate, it will be repaid with dreams. If you can't dream anymore, it means the karma is over. Indeed, for the next so many years, Jiang Che never saw her again. Until today. The car followed the established route to the company, and Chen Xingqing only felt that today's boss was extraordinarily dull, like layers of dark clouds before a downpour. Taking care of Lin Yueyan for the past 2 days had piled up some things on his hands. After taking care of these things one by one, it was already afternoon. But the really tough questions are just coming. Upstream suppliers say there is news of a price increase. Jiang Che had to personally appear to negotiate the price increase caused by raw materials. There is no room for maneuver. The company had just expanded into new business, and not all of the funds had been returned. That's a lot of money to get out of the way. Coming out of the other company, Chen Xingqing drove the car and Jiang Che sat in the back row. A frown creased his brow. Towards evening, the sunset was beautiful, coloring the bustling city with a filter similar to an oil painting. Jiang Che opened the car window and let the evening breeze blow against his face. It's weird. It's clear that the company is in trouble and their own attention is not on it. When negotiating with them, the other party quoted a not insignificant price increase. He also thought, that's it. How bad could it be? As if shot in the arm, the pain is indeed in the heart. Chen Xingqing observed Jiang Che through the rearview mirror, trying to comfort, but there is no way to talk about it. She was present at the party's negotiation. Money. How can she have money as a laborer? It's been a small fortune for a couple of years, and even if she takes it out, it's still a drop in the bucket. Seeing the look on his boss's face, the company wouldn't really be at the point of dissolution, would it? Not bad for an owner and assistant out of a company. Jiang Che wasn't too worried about the company closing down, and Chen Xingqing wasn't worried about her job either. I only worry if I'll ever see him again. Jiang Che forced his thoughts to shift to the company's dilemma. Who will this money be borrowed from? His wife, Lin Yueyan, was the first person to be excluded by Jiang Che. If she really spent her money over the years, Lin Mubai indiscriminately relocated his anger that day. Jiang Che could only hold his tongue, pawning his dignity for money. Gang Chi doesn't do that. He tapped his phone and slid through the list of software. A quick glance at that familiar tweet. No need for any preliminaries to be polite. The first thing you say is to borrow money. The other party quickly replied with 3 words. How much? In life, besides family and love, there is also friendship. It's not the number of friends that counts, but the number of friends that counts. With a character like Jiang Che, it wasn't surprising that he had 1 or 2 genuine brothers. He rattled off a bunch of numbers. The other party said that the most can only take out half, and said that the money cannot be taken for nothing. Come to drink. We have not been a long time to get together. Give a location. Married. And you know Ning Yuan, she keeps a tight rein on me. Come drink in my backyard without delay. And no noise. Judging from the chat, Jiang Che was familiar with both the couple. If it was Shin Wanji who saw these chats, it will also be marveled that the couple who were fighting back then are actually married. High school classmates. Good. Jiang Che replied that the money was considered half raised. The other half. There's always a way. Boss, should I go back to the office? Or find a place for dinner? Or take you home? Chen Xingqing wanted to open the topic, but unexpectedly Jiang Che's next sentence left her at a loss for words. Too sudden. Go to your house. Jiang Che also. 2 things hovered in his mind. Talking without thinking. The intention was to see Chen Xingqing accompany himself back and forth. It's difficult to get a cab now in the evening rush hour. To throw her out of the car now and drive herself to her brother's house is not human. So he told her to drive to the house and then just drive to his brother's house himself. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Did the boss realize she liked him a long time ago? What subterfuge? Taboos for supervisors and subordinates. Sensitive words kept appearing in Chen Xingqing's mind. Not to mention, although Chen Xingqing in her professional attire is not as good as Lin Yuan's unattainable iceberg goddess, but it's good for a 90. Beautiful and soulful and obedient. Luckily, Jiang Che's attention wasn't on her. Otherwise one would have noticed that the delicate ears were tinted with a blush. She wanted so badly to say she wasn't like that. That dating could, but only if there's a divorce. Boss, this is not good. Jiang Che interrupted her. Nothing bad. Chen Xingqing drove with a steady mind, intending to have a showdown with her boss when she stopped the car. One is not that casual a person to have a little fun and then throw it away. It's possible to be with you, but only if you clean up what's going on with you first. Belly up. The car went down the stoplight. Half an hour later it was in front of the apartment she had rented. The results are obvious. Jiang Che let her out of the driver's seat, then drove off himself, leaving Chen Xingqing in the wind. So that's what his own boss meant. People are always like that, both afraid of a thing going haywire and afraid that it won't come. Chen Xingqing was overwhelmed by the shame of self-indulgence, and a faint loss. Pretty face read through the sunset. Chapter 16, Not Returning Home at Night. Jiang Che drove his car without going to his brother's house first. Instead, I took a drive to the kids' toy store in the shopping center to buy a gift, before turning around and heading straight for it. Arrive at the location and ring the doorbell. The door was opened by a young woman with a pretty face and figure, followed by a little girl a few years old. Very cute. One can get a few glimpses of a person's happiness or unhappiness by the state of mind he or she displays, and the harmony of the family was clear even to him, an outsider. I had guessed you were coming, and Yang Chen is tossing around the backyard by ordering barbecues and buying wine. Don't you dare drink too much with him tonight. High school classmates. Jiang Che couldn't be more familiar with their family. Nothing polite. Ning Yuan, there's no way to assure you of this. I'm running to borrow money today. Drink as much or as little as young Sam says. How many couples fight because the husband lends money to others privately, or the wife finances her mother's family privately? Jiang Che reveals the news in a relaxed tone, lest his good brother lend himself money only to cause family conflicts. This wine thing, it's better in moderation. It hurts your body. When Ning Yuan heard the word borrow money, his face didn't change and his tone didn't change. It took a moment for Gang Chi to get his feet wet. Uncle Jiang. That cute little girl was elated to see Jiang Che come, because this uncle, every time he comes, he brings himself fun, varied and not repeated. Come on, Yui, let uncle give you a hug. Jiang Che crouched down and picked up. That old obsession with wanting a child was temporarily satisfied. After hugging him for a while, he held out the octave box with its elaborate packaging. The anticipation of letting her unpack it herself was overwhelming. After winding up, a beautiful tune plays and lifelike princess figures dance. The little girl's happy eyes took on a few more high beams. Ning Yuan laughed helplessly. The gifts Jiang Che brings every time he comes are very pleasing to his daughter. No wonder his daughter was a bit scared of life, but she was the only one who stuck to him. A man like that is slow to get his own baby. More or less a pity. There was marital discord between Jiang Che and Lin Yuan, and she knew a little bit about it through her husband's understanding. The focal point of the class that year seems to have had a more unfortunate time than most. Jiang Che took advantage of the moment when the little girl was enraptured with the octave to stride towards the backyard. It was dark. The small but well-lit backyard. Tables, chairs, downers, and wine are all available. There's a duel till dawn kind of rhythm to it. No wonder Ning Yuan came up and said not to drink too much with her husband. So it is. So late? The barbecue is getting cold. Hurry up. Yang Chen laughed and scolded. Jiang Che took off his suit jacket and casually rested it on one of the stools, picking up a cold beer and clinking glasses with his best buddy. Drinking bitterly, he then opened his mouth to ask, "Did I discuss with Ning Yuan about me borrowing money from you? That said, we all went to junior high and high school together. Can she disagree? Just for that big red envelope you sealed at the full moon wine, you have to borrow it too. It's just that right now my hands are also tight, and there's only so much I can lend you." Yang Chen took the initiative to clink glasses with Jiang Che. "It's all in the words." Jiang Che nodded. The good brother is no longer alone. There are families to guard, wives and daughters to care for. Totally understandable. And if people are willing to lend you money, you can't blame them for not lending you enough, right? Wouldn't that be a white wolf? It may be difficult for the happy to understand the unfortunate. Although Yang Chen had heard about it, he couldn't fully understand Jiang Che's situation. Begging all over me? Is that president's wife of yours really so desperate? At least we're husband and wife. She should always lend, support you, right? Yang Chen thought it was inappropriate to use the word borrow between husband and wife, and changed it to support. For so many years, most of the time it was Jiang Che who helped him, and now the situation was reversed. It seems to be a struggle. Her money has nothing to do with me, Jiang Che said flatly. What? Did she resent you after she got rich? Yang Chen also knew that in a family, a strong man and a weak woman were much more peaceful than a strong woman and a weak man. Looks like the brother has gone that far. Sam Young won't make peace. Instead of commiserating, a man should cut his losses. His own brother has to look the part, not to mention how successful he is in his career. At least it will raise a happy and harmonious family. Yes and no. The changes in Lin Yuan over the years were too complicated to explain in a few words. If your marriage partner was Xin Wanji, I'm afraid you'd have 2 children. We were going to have a child marriage between our 2 families, and it turns out your son isn't even here right now. Drinking makes it easy to talk about old times. Back then, Jiang Che and Xin Wanji were truly a match made in heaven as childhood sweethearts, beautiful to the point of jealousy. It was reported that they were in a relationship at school. As a result, when both parents came, they spoke briefly. These kids have been like this since they were little, and it's fine, combined with good grades. It just didn't work out. Gang share drinks, no talking. Now we meet again after so many years, but it will never be the same again. So don't bring up what happened before. 7 to 11. 4 hours. That's not nearly enough time for the brothers to drink. Jiang Che more or less had to give the mistress of the house a face. Well, that's enough drinking for tonight. If I drink anymore, Ning Yuan is going to have a problem with me. Next time you come, it's a toss-up whether you'll get in or not. Yang Chen was a little too intent on finishing his wine. Chatting and blowing off steam didn't help, but the thought that his wife and daughter should be waiting for him under the covers at this moment had to put away the idea of an all-nighter. Okay. The 2 older men began to dispose of the trash and cleaned up afterward. Sam Young burped. It's too late. You're staying here tonight and you're not allowed to leave any room on the first floor. Ning Yuan and I are staying on the second floor, so don't worry about the inconvenience. I've got some new clothes over there, so make do with what you've got. Late night and drinks. Yang Chen was a little worried about Jiang Che's safety. Never one to be polite with Yang Chen. Jiang Che nodded. Although he is married, he does not have a happy family as a haven like Yang Chen. It's like a string on a kite. It's good to have a place to land. The night is deep. The living room on the first floor was still lit. After bathing, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa wearing a loose nightgown. A look of waiting. A slight light frown told of her concern for her husband. She wanted to dial Jiang Che's number but hesitated. For when a person begins to exercise a right without fulfilling the corresponding obligation, there will always be a weak heart. Chapter 17, A Different Life. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan still dialed her husband's phone number to go and care for him. Da! A mechanical dialing sound came to his ears. Lin Yuan then realized that when the Cold War caused conflicts, she went back to her mother's home to live without a word. In the silence of the night, there is always a phone call that keeps coming in. The lilting bells were all slightly rushed. At that point one just felt annoyed. At this moment, the roles are switched. It was then that she realized just how anxious the person on the other end of the line was feeling. Before the phone call even got through, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by overwhelming guilt. The other side. 2 big old men clean up the backyard and the bottles of wine. Jiang Che casually found a bedroom on the first floor to rest in, and it wasn't long before Yang Chen brought him a brand new set of clothes. Here, take it and wear it. My wife bought it for me. Brand new. Haven't worn it yet. When Jiang Che heard this, his outstretched hand retracted, not daring to take it. Okay, keep what your wife bought you for yourself. I'll just make do for the night. Yang Chen threw his clothes directly onto the bed. Ever since we got married, Ning Yuan has been the one who buys my clothes, and it's hard to pick out a set of my own for you. It's okay, wear it. I'll talk to her later and ask her to buy me a couple more sets someday. You brought gifts for Yi when you came, so what are you afraid of? It's not like you don't know Ning Yuan, old classmate. She's not that careful. Jiang Che was dumbfounded. How could sending clothes still bring dog food? Since it's spreading dog food, there's no psychological burden at all for him to wear it. Yang Chen sighed. This good brother of his is so careful. I'm afraid I'll have a fight with my wife, even if I borrow money, even if I wear a piece of clothing. The two used to get together a lot before they got married. After getting married and calling him out, he actually said that every day he finds you drinking for fear that your wife will have a problem with it. Won't even come if there's nothing going on. There's a new set of household items in the bathroom too. Watch it. Samyang waved his hand and walked up the second floor back to the master bedroom. The little girl was long asleep. He couldn't help but touch his daughter's soft face. He just kept saying that she wanted to go to her father, to go to Uncle Jiang. I had a hard time putting her to sleep. Hard work, wife. Go go go. Smelling of alcohol. Ning Yuan's mouth was disgusted, but her body was honest. She let her husband hold her. Yang Chen was only point blank, letting go with a gentle hug. You haven't gotten together with Gang Chi in a while and it's over at 11? Jiang Che said he can't steal your husband from you. You said it yourself, didn't you? Ning Yuan gave Yang Chen a blank stare and flirted. Perhaps, that's what a normal couple should see. Once the comparison was made, it became even more apparent how much of a failure that marriage was between Jiang Che and Lin Yuan. Yang Chen shuffled out and took his wife in his arms, kissed and kissed. Lights out in bedtime when you're almost done messing around. Ugh, he sighed inexplicably. What's the sigh? Ning Yuan stuck up. If Shen Wanji hadn't suddenly dropped out of school and left back then Jiang Che must have already married her. Probably had a much happier life than we did. Why has it come to this? Ning Yuan, faced with this argument, surprisingly did not refute it, because she was one of the witnesses. That pair of bonhomie is all but speechless, almost the perfect embodiment of youth and love. It's just a shame about the results. Honey, sometimes I wonder, even they couldn't make it to the end, and yet we made it to the end. God is so kind. Maybe I've spent my luck in this life. It's okay, if it's spent, it's spent. I'll split mine in half. In the darkness of the night, the couple is talking to each other, while their daughter is sleeping beside them. First floor. Jiang Che also finished his shower to remove the smell of alcohol from his body. The brothers were about the same size, and their clothes fit pretty well. I had just dried my hair and was ready to go to sleep when the phone rang. Jiang Che is dizzy and doesn't want to answer. The caller stopped and dialed again, as if he would call until dawn if he didn't answer. Hello. During the long wait, Lin Yuan finally heard an incomparably familiar voice. She mulled over the wording. Other people's husbands are out at night and their wives can set red lines. What does it say? What time is it and you're still out there fooling around? If you don't come back tonight, you don't have to. But she had not properly fulfilled her duties as a wife and mistress of the house. And naturally she had not the courage to say such things. There was a time when she stayed at her mother's house for weeks at a time, leaving Gangshare to guard this new family by himself. Honey, it's getting late. Time to go home. In the face of his wife's warm voice and sudden attachment, Jiang Che did not feel much. I'm staying at a friend's house tonight. I'm not going back. That's it. Drunk and sleepy. Lin Yuan heard that the opposite party was going to hang up the phone, and her tone took on some urgency. Honey, I can go pick you up and take you home. No need. Do came a long sound. The call was hung up. Jiang Che put his cell phone on the nightstand and turned off the light to sleep. At the end of the day, the company is in financial trouble, and there are things from the past, and people from the past that are being rehashed. The body is not tired. The mind is. He contracted for a good portion of the bottles in the backyard. Alcohol can also be used as a sleeping pill. It didn't take long for his consciousness to fall into darkness. Would you like a snack, ma'am? The house sitter saw that the lights in the living room stayed on. At this point on a normal day, it's long gone out. Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa, got up and shook her head slightly. Head upstairs. Some of her husband's scent lingered on the bedroom bed. How attached she was to it. The development of things was far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. I had thought that I was well and that my husband would no longer want to share my bed. Who knew it was a straight night out? A friend's house. Drinking. It's impossible to stack these two terms on top of each other and not think about it more. A friend? Male friend? Or female friend? There are a lot of things that happen when you're drunk. Although with all the years of knowledge, it is impossible for a husband to cheat on his wife during the marriage. But, staying out at night also speaks volumes about his attitude. This has been a house, not a home. And, intuition told Lin Yuan that Shinwanji's relationship with her husband was not simply that of a fellow student back then. It was evident from the moment she saw her husband in a daze. A strong sense of crisis was like a city-destroying black cloud. pressing down on Lin Yueyen's heart. It's hard to sleep when you're tossing and turning, fall asleep in a daze, but had a dream. In the dream, she divorced her husband. Another woman soon appeared beside Jiang Che. Gentle, considerate, understanding. They had a happy life, sweet as honey. You can even flirt in the kitchen when you're cooking a meal. At night, that woman is even more like glue with Jiang Che, ear to ear. Soon they were blessed with love. Lin Yueyen woke up with a start, and there was fine sweat on her white forehead, a heartfelt murmur. Luckily, it's a dream. She was in a dream, observing from a completely third perspective. Couldn't stop it, couldn't talk, just have to watch your beloved husband, taken away by another woman, along with the love that was hers. It was taken from her. The day was still young, and Lin Yueyen could no longer sleep. Honey, come back soon. Calls with prayers that contain loneliness. Chapter 18, Past Events. Life in 100 different ways. A simple night of joy for some and sorrow for others. Inside the detached house, a noble and charming beauty with her green silk casually pulled up. And yet, it's endlessly fascinating everywhere. Thousands of beautiful faces, shapely and graceful, surplus of beautiful eyes. Even her little gesture of shaking her goblet slightly without realizing it was as elegant as it could be. In person, I was more enticing than the wine sloshing around in my glass. Shen Wanji's body was here, but her heart was not. After a long time, she picked up the phone and a respectful voice came from there for her to command. There was no hint of annoyance at being disturbed in the middle of the night. Shen Wanji instructed the person on the other side to investigate something and hung up. Wine doesn't make you drunk. The moment he saw Jiang Che, many things could no longer be suppressed. The dike of reason crumbled, and emotion surged and swept through her. He hadn't changed, and vaguely overlapped with the memory of the teenager. He's changed. He's become someone's husband. Once upon a time, there was a pair of two young childhood friends. They had the purest, best time of their lives together. The little girl is so pretty and cute that there are always boys trying to get her attention by bullying her. The little boy stepped up to protect her at every turn. Time passes in the cicadas of summer. Grow up a little more. Reach puberty. It was a very sensitive phase, and the slightest proximity between a boy and a girl invited comment. The first growth teenager didn't care about the gossip and remained involved in his life. When they walked, the two wore the same school uniform together and rode their bikes home. The presence of each other lights up the night. In the winter, when the young girl sees that the teenager's scarf is askew, she helps him straighten it out with her own hands. The two were very, very close. When eyes meet, they part in a slight panic. A blush colored her face, but the teenage girl will do it again next time. On weekends, the childhood friends often travel side by side on the crowded streets. They have limited pocket money, fun but infinite. All this goodness was disillusioned with the breakup of the young girl's family. The year before the big test, Shen Wanji's parents quarreled fiercely. From her room she could hear the smashing outside, parental cussing. It was raining that night and she ran away from the family to find Gang Chi. The two homes are very close. Jiang Che's parents also have some understanding of the Shen family situation and stayed her for the night. Raindrops tapped against the window. The two snuggled in their room. The sound of the parents cursing at each other disappeared and was replaced by the teenager's comforting voice. He said, "The rain will always stop. Don't be afraid. I'll always be there for you." The young girl gradually fell asleep against the teenager's shoulder, so desperate to find a haven in the midst of a messed up life that is uniquely hers. Until then, it had been too long since her spirit had slackened. The holiday season is upon us, and the teenager is excited to take the young girl to the fireworks display. Gorgeous sparkling fireworks light up the night sky. The young girl also seemed to forget her worries for a moment and displayed a smile that was more beautiful than a blossoming fire. Jiang Che realized many years later that the grand fireworks display was the final blossoming of this decade-long childhood love. The parents of the teenager are determined to divorce. Shen Wanji's mother hugged her and kept shedding tears. Pleadingly, she said, "Mom doesn't want anything but you. Daughter, come with Mom." Shen Wanji was silent. Her grandparents left very early. Now the marriage has broken up and I have lost my husband. If one refused again, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the face of Mom's constant pleading, she, as a daughter, simply couldn't leave her behind. But if you really go, all those promises you made to the teenager are all for naught. Shen Wanji simply couldn't go and tell Jiang Che such a cruel fact in person, choosing the most brazen escape of all, cruelly failing the teenager who said he would always be there for him on that rainy night. Her mother took her to join her sister-in-law who had settled abroad. This sister-in-law went to a top university at a time when college students were worth their weight in gold, and the opportunity to study was something that Shen Wanji's mother voluntarily let out to her sister. This powerful woman has been around for a few years and has a hefty venture capital group at her fingertips, also emotionally wounded and childless. He then treated Shen Wanji as his own daughter and sent her to a prestigious university to be trained as a successor. Shen Wanji lived up to her expectations and was extremely talented. In recent years, She has taken it upon herself to solicit domestic business, but he didn't dare to go to Jiang Che, perhaps because he refused to forgive himself for betraying his promise in the first place, throwing down Encho's own. But fate brought the former childhood sweethearts together, and gave Shinwanji the harshest punishment, the teenager from before who had been with him all the way through, the teenager whose heart was full of her, has become someone else's husband. The two of them don't know each other. He wouldn't even say hello to himself, just like a stranger. Shinwanji was drunk on memories of the past, unwilling to wake up. Instead, there was a tear in the corner of her eye. Good boy, tell your Uncle Jiang to get up, or he'll be late for work. Uncle Jiang, time to get up. Jiang Che vaguely heard a very cute voice. Milked. When I opened my eyes, I saw that my best buddy was holding his daughter. Yui smiled happily when she saw him wake up. It took 2 seconds for Gangshare to realize that he had been drinking last night and was staying at his brother's house, reaching out to take the sweet little girl from his father's arms. Good morning, Yui. Good morning, the little girl replied in a milky voice. Jiang Che turned his head to Yang Chen and said, You're so happy. He could already think of his best buddy having a cute daughter to wake up to every day. Uncle Jiang, Mom says you can't stay in bed. Bedwetting is not a good boy. Both big men laughed out loud. Uncle Jiang will get up here. After washing up, Jiang Che was left by the couple for breakfast. Just in case, on the way to the office, Jiang Che still hired a chauffeur. Walking into the office, he found Chen Qingqing looking like she hadn't slept well. Boss. Morning. Chen Qingqing's eyes dodged, not daring to look at Jiang Che. Didn't get much rest last night? Jiang Che's casual question seemed to hit the nail on the head. She replied in a panic. Very well. Daydreaming. Last night, Chen Qingqing could be said to have had a dream that went against her subjective will, dreaming of Gangqi dropping her off at home and then walking up to the apartment with her. Just as he entered, he pressed her against the back of the door and kissed her hard. Dive in hard. This gave Chen Qingqing a sense of self-shame. Obviously, I refuse to be subtle, but I have this kind of dream. Doesn't that mean? No, it's definitely not that. Jiang Che didn't pay much attention to her. The frown began to tighten again as he stepped into the office to begin. Half of the working capital was borrowed. The remaining half, who should I borrow it from? Chapter 19, there's a MS. Shin here to see you. Morning. Lin Yuyan waited for a long time and never saw her husband. The man on her pillow hadn't come home all night, and all kinds of emotions swirled around in her heart as a wife. Worry, anxiety, and speculation. She wanted to make another call to inquire, but remembered Jiang Che's impatient tone last night. More and more there is no bottom. Calling again would only invite annoyance, in case it doesn't even come back tonight. With this in mind, Lin Yuyan's hand that wanted to reach for her cell phone slowly dropped. It turns out that seeing your partner every time you come home is also a blessing. Just get used to it and it doesn't seem so precious. Owners used to go back to live at their mom's house. And how did hubby spend them? Lin Yuyan looked at the wedding photo above the bed, in which all the people had happy smiles on their faces. Now she was alone in this bridal chamber. Lin Yuyan's bright eyes dimmed and she sat in front of the mirror with loss. The person in the mirror is still as beautiful as the moon without powder. The face was absolutely beautiful and the temperament was cold. Even her posture was so perfect, as if she were an unearthly fairy. Even so, her dexterous hands were combing her green silk. Wanted to put up a delicate hairstyle. Go see the husband. With Lin Yuyan's knowledge of Jiang Che, he wouldn't leave his career unattended if he didn't go home. You can use the lunch delivery excuse to get to him at noon. Jiang Che is the kind of person who eats softly but not hard. The fever from influenza had just cleared up, and a whole bunch of things came along with it. Her mother urged her to make a trip home. The company has accumulated a number of affairs. The couple, it seems, is getting further and further apart. Might as well be sick. Coming to the closet, Lin Yuyan hesitated slightly, let go of the usual professional attire. Elegant white maxi dresses were chosen. It set off Lin Yuyan with a bit more holiness. With a one-ished hairstyle, the beauty is stunningly beautiful. The beauty is impeccable. The best on earth. The things that were commanded yesterday night had been organized into documents and sent to Shinwanji in the morning. In the investment industry, there is never a shortage of social contacts. She read it carefully. There was quite a bit in it. Even that startup team that River Cheer used to have was dug up. Lin Yuyan, Lindbergh, Lin's group. After a long moment, she closed the file. All these years, is this how you've lived? Shinwanji looked at the sunlight outside the window, seemingly asking others, but actually asking herself. What would it have been like if you hadn't left back then? She felt that this information still left out a lot. After all, there are some things that you have to ask the people around you. Gangshare fretted over the remaining half of the funds. Have asked a couple of close friends. He still has a few real friends with that kind of personality. Chen Qingqing couldn't help but take care of the job at hand. The brewed tea Jiang Che didn't have the heart to drink a single sip. It's getting cooler. At this point, The software's chat screen is replaced by an incoming call. I leave 1 foot and you call the next? Jiang Che said to his best buddy. Yang Chen's tone was serious. My wife received a call from someone. It's Shen Wanji. The call fell into a 2-second silence, so quiet you could hear Yui's milky voice next to her. Shen Wanji and Ning Yuan, they used to be quite close. The time has passed and it's been so many years. Aha. Anything else? Gangcher's calmness felt light and heavy. It's as if those mountains are hidden in the clouds. Makes it impossible to tell faces. Yang Chen didn't expect his good brother to be so blasé. Blandness makes one mourn. You don't want to know what she said? Where is it now? She actually asked a lot about you. Aha. Jiang Che's one word blocked all the paths. Yang Chen was too discouraged to speak. He wasn't sure about the feud between the two. But think about it. One is married, though says there are plans for divorce. Isn't this not a divorce decree yet? Old feelings rekindled? After all these years, there's still an old flame? Besides, Shen Wanji can accept Jiang Che, who is married for the second time. Many questions put question marks in Yang Chen's mind. Thinking back to what they once were, they are now in such a state. Yang Chen, an outsider, felt pity. Too young. Childhood sweethearts are the initial love that countless people long for. Back then, you said she left suddenly. After all these years, do you still want answers? There's no difference between knowing and not knowing. Time has passed and will not return. Also, drinking tonight. Okay, I'll talk to you tonight. Yang Chen hung up the phone silently, not feeling that sense of joy that he had helped his brother. Instead, there was a pang of frustration. A valuable, lustrous night pearl falls to pieces in front of you, even if you're not its owner. It's hard not to regret it. The love between Jiang Che and Shen Wanji, a pair of childhood sweethearts. Is this night pearl? What did Jiang Che say? Ning Yuan asked, holding her daughter. It's calm as can be. Yang Chen remembered his good brother's disheveled, disoriented appearance at that time. Such a stark contrast from now. Honey, if I hadn't married you in the first place and I came back to you after my divorce, would you have accepted me? The couple looked at each other and knew who the man and woman in such a question were. Ning Yuan also subbed himself in. Will you say yes? Won't you say yes? It's hard. Shouldn't he or she have told Shen Wanji that Jiang Che had been ungrateful all these years, was not doing well, and was a bit down and out? If they met, then would Shen Wanji look down on her former lover? As much as I hate to admit it's a possibility, society is so realistically cruel. Honey, I seem to have done something wrong. Yang Chen understood what his wife was referring to, and just now on the phone, he was listening. Ugh, it's done, and we're outsiders at best. We can't help much. Relax. He walked over and hugged his wife. The examples of Jiang Che and Shen Wanji were right in front of him, profoundly alerting him how hard-won happiness is now. Chen Qingqing suspected that the company was really going bankrupt. The boss was in deep thought after he answered a phone call. Until noon, Chen Qingqing pushed open the office door again. Boss, what's wrong? The front desk said there's a MS. Shen to see you. Said there was something to discuss. Jiang Che was silent. The last time they met, he walked away pretending to be a stranger. Now the other side comes to the door. It seems, some things can't be avoided after all. Let her in. Chapter 20, he's someone else's husband now. The moment Chen Qingqing saw Shen Wanji, even as a woman, she had to marvel. Noble and elegant. Every move, the grooming. There are very few people who are beautiful and don't know it. She grew up on praise. But now, in addition to that iceberg Massimian who had approached her privately, she had also met someone who was strong enough to crush her. In front of Shen Wanji, Chen Qingqing couldn't raise her confidence at all. Now that I think about that night, I'm worried that I'm going to be subpoenaed by my boss. What a redundancy. People get tired of eating mountains of food and occasionally change their tastes. But how do you know that the veggie food he eats must lose out to the mountainous food? She brought Shen Wanji to her office and left with a sense of humor. For a while, only Jiang Che and Shen Wanji, the pair of former childhood friends, remained in this space, looking at each other without words. What should I say? As if it would be inappropriate to say anything. Long time no see? That did take a little too long. Shen Wanji looked at the person in front of her. The sunny and handsome teenager of that year had already faded into youthfulness, become a calm and deep man. So many years had passed, yet she felt nothing strange about Jiang Che. Most of the impressions from the memories can be overlapped with the person in front of you. She had finally accompanied Jiang Che through a dozen springs, summers, autumns and winters in her life. How many decades can there be in a person's life? Shen Wanji wanted to hug him like before, but the few steps between the two became a moat. Jiang Che didn't know what kind of mood he was in. Perhaps he wasn't in the mood. The wound has scarred. Talking about the past? Like Sam Young said, we should always ask her why she left in the first place. Talking about the future? There didn't seem to be any future to talk about between the two. Gangshare can only talk about the present. MS. Shen, What is it that you came to see me about? Back in the day that pair went to and from school together and could go to each other's houses for dinner. The childhood sweethearts who said they would go to the same university. Killed never expected this voice of MS. Shen today. 3 short words bring a lot of things together in a single sentence. A burst of pain came from Shenwanji's heart. It's like a knife is cutting around. She had envisioned many kinds of scenarios for seeing Gang Chi. One of them came true. I heard from Ning Yuan that you've been short of money lately. I have some more here. It should be enough to get you through this. Shenwanji took out a card from her bag and gently placed it on the desktop. Take it back. Don't worry about it. According to your nature, you wouldn't borrow money from Yang Chen until it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Che interrupted her. I said, this is my business. No need for you to care. You can't care either. If you're here to make amends for what happened back then, that's even less necessary. I stopped hating you a long time ago. If I hated you for so many years, wouldn't I wear myself out? Love will make you feel happy. Like the sweetest candy. Hate is poison. Drinking it cuts off the liver and eats away at the heart. All the time it is making people angry and internally consumed. It was you yourself who taught me the truth that no one has to be the one. It's possible to live without it. You should know better. It looks like you've had a good life all these years. I didn't make the wrong choice when I left after my aunt. What a congratulations. It may seem ironic, but coming from someone who continually misses the boat, it actually comes with candor. Shenwanji deeply felt Jiang Che's resistance to herself, and a once upon a time that can never come back. Really get into a person's heart and he will confide in you and ask for help. Good as old times. Encho dropped places in his exams and would tell the young girl beside him on the way home. Shouldn't have been so careless. The young girl listened quietly, and when she was done, she lied about being hungry, dragged the teenager to get some good food, then the next day use your allowance to buy him a notebook to use as a mistake book. Now, she couldn't coax the man anymore. As soon as he approached, he was greeted by sharp thorns instead of that soft heart. But even if she was zapped all over, she had to get closer. Shenwanji lowered her eyes. Look at the card on the desktop. I'm just trying to help you. Jiang Che, you can never have to be brave in front of me. She realized in this moment what it meant to care. There can be 100 ways to help him. Just find a random person and put on a vest. Favor the least successful way. Only because of the restrained desire to meet. Those wide-eyed wolves of the Lin family despise you. If you seek to borrow money from Lin Yuan again, your situation will only get harder. Most marriages are about a balance. Gang Chi, making something of yourself is what will make your life better. Don't expect you to forgive me for abandoning you back then. No amount of bitter talk can change the truth. But you're sulking with me. There's no need for that, and it will only end up hurting you and your career. Promise me you'll take the money. Shenwanji softly persuaded. But in Gangcher's opinion, she gave herself this money. Nothing more than harboring guilt about that relationship. To actually take it would be the equivalent of selling that relationship as a package. He had already been taught a hard lesson by Lin Yuan. Hate this kind of money in lieu of affection. Jiang Che would rather go ahead and take out a full mortgage on his car and house. Silence fell over the office once again. Because Jiang Che was no longer answering Shenwanji, she knew that the teenager was stubborn in some ways. Continuing to force the issue will only become more and more repugnant. On second thought, there's always a way. Shenwanji took that card back and left her contact information. If Lin Yuan doesn't help you, remember to come to me. Don't be a hero. Shenwanji wanted to say that we didn't agree to be each other's safe haven. The words came to my lips, unable to be said. She was the one who personally destroyed these mountainous vows. Jiang Che. Shenwanji's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance as she shouted his name. There's no going back after all. But he hasn't had a good time. In Ning Yuan's description, there was no talk of happiness at all. A missed entrepreneurial opportunity for an ungrateful bunch of white wolves. The couple is in constant conflict. Obviously someone who loves children so much and is physically able-bodied has no flesh and bones to date. Desperately, he couldn't have had a worse time. You, Shenwanji, are also not capable of loving him or giving him happiness. One can only watch, because he's someone else's husband now. Lin Yuan had a busy morning, settling matters that had piled up due to her illness. Another order of my husband's favorite meal was made. Rush to your destination. She misses him. At the same time there were quite a few questions swirling around in my mind. Where the hell was the husband last night? There were quite a few traffic lights in the city, which delayed things a bit. Get out of the car and walk into the office carrying a nice lunchbox. Chen Qingqing was dumbfounded. Why was this one here too? Chapter 21, Who's the wife? What time did your boss arrive at the company in the morning? Lin Yuan asked. Chen Qingqing was inexplicably a bit weak when facing Lin Yuan. Don't you and your wife sleep under the same bed? What time does my husband go to work and you have to ask me? An outsider? Murphy, the boss didn't come home last night? Staying out all night? It was a moment of information explosion. But the boss has been so worried lately. Where is he to spend his time? Around 9. she answered truthfully. Lin Yueyan was majestic in front of the others. The iceberg presidentess. The subordinates held her in awe. Chen Qingqing's lowered gaze fell onto the exquisite wooden lunchbox. Delivery? Not enough time to come twice in 7 days? She has been on board for a couple of years. This boss's wife came to the office only a handful of times, not to mention delivering food. Something's got to be right, plus the probability that the boss stayed out all night last night. The couple's relationship is broken? As it is, it should be her problem. Otherwise there would be no need to come personally to bring food to please her husband. And what about that MS Shin in the office? The atmosphere between the boss and her. I'm afraid it's not simple. Then again, this one in front of me looks like a rich man. Why doesn't the boss ask his own wife? Chen Qingqing felt that the relationship was so messed up. A quiet sigh. That MS Shin hadn't even left the office before the main court came. Boss, you're on your own. Lin Yueyan walked to the front of the office and pushed the door in. The first thing you see is not the husband. Instead, it's a woman of 1,000 colors. The mysterious and elegant black dress outlines the marvelous shapely curves. Just a backdrop is enough to make you linger. Lin Yueyan immediately recognized who she was. She was slightly stunned. That cloud of doubt, that gut feeling from yesterday, it all materialized in this moment. If it was just speculation that the two were uncomplicated before, it's now solid. Wanzi, why are you here? It's been a long time since I've seen Zhang Che, so I came to catch up with him today, Shin Wanji said slowly and calmly. Lin Yueyan had no reason to resent this calmness of hers. That calmness appeared as if she was Zhang Che's wife. Show up, name it, and he, himself, was just a stranger who had come in halfway. More absurd thoughts came to mind. Which friend was it that my husband was talking about last night at his friend's house? Shin Wanji's home? And drinking. Shin Wanji similarly noticed the lunchbox in Lin Yueyan's hand. I'll leave you to enjoy your lunch. The two great beauties of the world, each in their own way, rubbed shoulders. The pleasant sound of high heels faded away. Only husband and wife were left behind. Shin Wanji left just like that, but Lin Yueyan found it hard to let go. That feeling is like, the thief is gone, but will come back. Still thinking about it, she had always trusted her instincts. If it is a common high school classmate, after so many years of not seeing each other, was it really necessary to come to the door personally to catch up? More or less uncommon. Zhang Che and Chen Qingqing had a feeling that Lin Yueyan had been coming a little too often recently, although Lin Yueyan was eager to break the ice right away. Ask what kind of relationship there is between the two, but taking a chance will only cause a marriage relationship that is already on the edge of a cliff to fall to pieces. Lin Yueyan collected her mind and placed the delicate wooden lunchbox on the coffee table. Then he came to Zhang Che's side, resting her hand gently on his broad shoulder. The wedding ring she wore on her ring finger stood out. It was at this moment that they had a bit of the intimacy of a married couple. Honey, it's time to eat after a busy morning. All your favorite dishes. Not hungry. Zhang Che didn't have much heart to eat and extinguished his cell phone screen. I don't want Lin Yueyan to see that I'm borrowing money all over the place. It was such a small gesture, but it made the wife behind him even more uneasy. The husband is hiding something from himself. It's always time to eat. It's not worth it if you stay up too late. Honey, didn't you say you wanted a baby? If Chen Qingqing had been present, she would have muttered, is this the same iceberg CEO? Icebergs melt too? For the first time, Zhang Che understood what it was like to be laughed at in anger. Let's not talk about the fact that he realized early on that his body is his greatest asset and worked out regularly. Taking a step back, is the lack of children over the years the reason for his poor health? Now just turn around and say, take care of your health and let's have a baby. What's the difference between that and bull asterisk 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 asterisk? TSK, 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 what a fate. What he used to beg for, he now chases after. When Zhang Che sensed that the couple's emotions were beginning to crack, he suggested that he wanted to have a child. Again and again. The stance was much lower than Lin Yueyan, who was now delivering food. It also often creates all kinds of romance and sets the mood. All you get in the end is indifference from your wife, arguments, and then sleeping in separate rooms. Now, he doesn't care anymore, and it's nice to hug your niece when you want a baby. Other than that, at least buy the kid a gift. She shouted her own heart out with a mouthful of milky Uncle Jiang. It's sticky every time I go, which is like some white wolves. I'm in great shape. I used to eat on time every day and I didn't see you willing to have a baby? Facing her husband's sharp rhetorical questions, Lin Yueyan was speechless, admittedly changing the subject. Try the meal first to see if it's appetizing. With that, she went to open the delicate lunchbox herself, set off the colorful dishes inside one by one. Thanks to the excellent insulation, the meals are wafting hot. At that moment, one of the few friends that Gang Chi had turned to for help called, and he stepped out of his office to answer it. Before he left, he said, you can eat it yourself. Lin Yueyan couldn't eat it all. A feeling of powerlessness grew wildly inside like a weed. Husbands who stay out at night may also be inextricably linked to other women. Whose house did the husband actually stay at last night after drinking? And what's his relationship with Shinwanji? Where did that indefinable, unspoken vibe between the two come from? All of this was bothering her deeply. It was about 10 minutes later when Jiang Che finished answering the phone and raised some more funds. Wanted Chen Xingxing to prepare a lunch for herself and bring it to the office. Who knew that Chen Xingxing said bluntly, with the boss's wife bringing you food, you don't need me, do you? The words seemed a bit afraid to face Lin Yueyan in the office. Weird. In the past, I've taken her to business meetings, and I've been able to behave appropriately with how big a client I've had. Why are you cowering in front of Lin Yueyan? It seems that this phenomenon started the last time Lin Yueyan came to the company. Jiang Che didn't give her a hard time and went straight back to the office. Of course Chen Xingxing couldn't tell Jiang Che. Your wife suspects that I'm having an affair with you and wants to poach me from you. I am unmoved in the face of a high salary and am determined to stay with you. Doesn't that make it green tea for sympathy? Chapter 22. I'll wait for you at home. Back in his office, Jiang Che said to his wife who was sitting on the sofa, my handful of assistants seem to be a little afraid of you. Lin Yueyan naturally didn't dare to let her husband know that she had attempted to poach his assistant and then planted an individual at his side. Now she can't even control her husband's sleepless nights, still trying to stick his nose in the business. I'm afraid this precarious marriage is coming to an end. Who can stand this perverted desire for control? You have to plant an eyeball at work. And the target to beware of now has long since changed. Maybe she didn't want to disturb our solitude as a couple. Honey, let's eat first. It'll get cold later. The simple dishes were all set out, waiting for the man of the house to dine. Jiang Che didn't have much to say about his wife's concern. What needs to be said has been said. We are all adults. Point taken. It's sad to see a nice couple living like this. Obviously Lin Yueyan could boldly use her wife's right to say, hubby, this little assistant beside you is too pretty for my comfort. At best, I'll pamper myself at night and yell for my husband more often. Any problem is solved. There are no wifely rights without the fulfillment of wifely duties. She'll just have to operate with some means now. But he met Chen Xingxing, the one who didn't want money. One thing leads to another. The young assistant fails to dig up, and the husband is with a woman who doesn't look as good as he does. Women with backgrounds far superior to their own are inextricably linked. Is what is lost destined to be lost, even if it's done all over again? Jiang Che did not sit down on the sofa and return to his office chair, trying to figure out how to get the last of the funds. When Lin Yueyan saw that her husband's attention was not on her at all, a glimmer of gloom flashed in her bright eyes. A woman is a woman's delight. Today she had chosen her clothes with great care, wearing her husband's favorite style of maxi dress and pulling up her green silk. The whole person was like a bright moon in the sky that could be seen but not seen, elegant and dignified. But she could never catch her husband's attention. There are hardly any people in the world who are beautiful and not aware of it, because people are always a little more forgiving when it comes to beautiful people. The reverse also holds true. But Lin Yueyan never took pride in this. Until this time, she was glad that she was at the most beautiful age for a woman. There's still enough capital left to win back your husband's heart, but now even the last resort doesn't work. The more Lin Yueyan thought about it, the more worried she became. Gangshare was pondering who to borrow the last of his money from. Fragrant winds attack. Lin Yueyan gently pressed up from behind. A pair of jade arms slightly wrapped around her husband's neck. At this point there was no distance between the two. Intimacy was non-existent. Lin Yueyan is no longer the unattainable iceberg female president of the company. Now she's just a wife who longs for her husband's arms. Jiang Che frowned. Don't get so close. It's not customary. Honey, have you forgotten the years when we were first married? How much we loved each other. Back then you hated that I didn't go to the office until noon. When Lin Yueyan spoke of this, a touching scarlet blush could not help but appear on her stunningly beautiful face. It's not that I've forgotten. It's that you've forgotten. Lin Yueyan. Jiang Che called her by her first name. It made Lin Yueyan, who was originally immersed in beautiful memories, instantly wake up. Now her husband doesn't even bother to hug her, let alone sweeten the deal. Jiang Che's unmovedness increased her sense of crisis exponentially, but there was nothing to be done. It was as if a kite had snapped its strings and all it could do was watch it go, get smaller and disappear into your world. Nothing more to do with you. Lin Yueyan sighed quietly in her husband's ear. Where I went last night, I can't ask. What is the relationship with Shinwanji? And cannot ask. If the marriage between the two was a mirror, it would have been slammed down hard on the floor by her a long time ago, covered in cracks. Now Lin Yueyan wanted to fix this mirror, but she couldn't even take the step of picking it up from the ground, because with just a little touch, it breaks all over the floor. It's okay. Husbands can't ask. They can ask Shinwanji. What kind of high school classmate is worth coming all the way over here to catch up with? Last night's night out can be treated as if it never happened. Honey, don't stay out tonight. How can someone else's home be better than your own? Come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home. I'll make you dinner myself, okay? Lin Yuan's voice was no longer cold and soft, a wife looking forward to her husband's return home. What? Now it's your turn to beg me to come home and stay? You used to go back to your mom's house for a month at a time, and I'm not going home for a day here. Not even close. It's my fault. Now Lin Yuan could only obediently admit her fault. Don't dare retort. A crazy idea was born in her mind. Do it all over again? The obsession runs deep. Trying to poach the assistant next to her husband and planting an eyeball doesn't work. Now the husband stays out at night. She actually tried to install a tracker on Gangchi's car. Its behavior is slowly exceeding normal boundaries. Seeing her husband's impatience, Lin Yuan prepared to get up. She took the opportunity to drop a kiss on Jiang Che's well-defined face. The heart is slightly consoled by making this gesture of love between husband and wife. It was only then that she could truly feel that Jiang Che was still her husband. It belonged to her alone and had not been snatched away by Shen Wanji. Hubby, remember to come home and stay tonight. I'll be waiting for you at home, Lin Yuan repeated before leaving. She left. For one thing, so that Jiang Che could eat properly. Maybe the husband will eat the lunch he brought for the sake of precious food. Second, she had something to find Shen Wanji. See you tonight. Lin Yuan reluctantly looked at Jiang Che a few more times and pushed the door to leave. Her throwbacks, whispers, and tenderness had little effect on Gangshare. After Shen Wanji and Lin Yuan left, a nimble and light figure walked in. Boss, are you okay? What can I do? In Chen Qingqing's vision, the office would play out the shura. Swords and blood flowed. That Miss Shen's temperament and appearance is not inferior to the boss's wife, but after all, she is not the main palace. It's only right to go first when you lose a battle. Once Ms. Shen is gone, the boss will have to be tortured by Masamune. That doesn't seem to be the case. His own boss is still laid back. Instead, the two that went out one after the other had sad faces. What the hell is going on? As soon as Lin Yuan returned to the car, she called Shen Wanji. It was soon picked up. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Do you have a minute? She got right to the point. Tomorrow, I don't have time in the afternoon, Shen Wanji responded, and didn't ask what it was she wanted to talk about. Both sides know it by heart. Good. Not even pleasantries between friends. Simple and sharp hang up. Chapter 23, Still in Love. Shen Wanji put down her cell phone, and at this moment, she also returned to her own company building. The view from her office provides a panoramic view of the busiest part of the city. Lin Yuan's call. She was not surprised. Let's meet and talk. Those years between himself and Jiang Che were not something to be seen in the light of day. She pondered for a moment, picking up the information on Lin's group on her desktop. There are some things that come with a price. Jiang Che didn't bother with them, so she did it herself. Busy day. Maybe he didn't drink enough last night to enjoy himself. But Yang Chen's phone call was rushed. Jiang Che's car wasn't heading towards home. Before going to my brother's house, as usual, I brought toys for my niece. A cat rag doll that is just the right size for a child's pillow. So, as soon as you enter the door, you can hear the cute little girl's milky voice shouting, Uncle Jiang, melt away a lot of sorrow in your heart. Ning Yuan complains that he buys toys for the kids every time he comes. Sooner or later he will spoil them. Jiang Che did not respond positively to Ning Yuan's words. To his little niece, who was in his arms, he said, promise your uncle that you will be a good and obedient child. Okay? Good. The little girl said crisply. The drinking session that followed was not at all enjoyable. Ning Yuan is also involved and the little girl is being taken care of by a nanny for the time being. Sidebar. The couple wanted nothing more than to ask something about him and Shen Wanji. Did she go to see you today? Ning Yuan asked. At the same time, Yang Chen poured wine for Jiang Che. He drank most of it in one gulp. Light as water. The world abounds with things that are more bitter than wine, as opposed to a messed up life. Jiang Che drank wine as naturally as water. The marriage is in shambles. Career in trouble. Seen it. Ning Yuan gave her husband a wink. Yang Chen, did she tell you why she suddenly left back then? Jiang Che's gaze wandered between the couple, then sighs helplessly. Full disclosure. She knew I was short of money and wanted to lend me money. I didn't ask for it. That's all. Nothing else happened. Will that satisfy your curiosity? Ning Yuan and Yang Chen looked at each other. Jiang Che's candor was unexpected, and they had expected to have to go through a lot of trouble to hear the story of the reunion of the childhood sweethearts. Now a direct showdown. It is said that when a person can make light of something, it means he has let it go. But here's the problem again. Really release. Why don't you want this emergency money? The people were dying of thirst, and the clear spring water was right in front of them, and they all stiffened their necks and refused to stoop down to drink. There must be some unavoidable reason. Messy. It's too messy. This 10-year relationship may only be understood thoroughly by the two of them involved. The onlooker can't see it. Yang Chen knew that his good brother's marriage was full of ups and downs and that he was recently in the middle of a divorce. Originally, He supported his best buddy's divorce and counseled separation rather than reconciliation. Is it a big deal if you're rich and powerful? It's not like a good brother is a flunky, living off the Lin family. The truth is the opposite. It's the Lin family that owes him. As for that President Lin, beautiful as they are, people are cold as icebergs. Maybe they usually put on some kind of princess pose. Live your life with someone who knows what's hot and what's cold. Now that Shinwanji is back, the former childhood friends meet again. I don't know if there's any chance of renewing the relationship. Only those who had witnessed the original Jiang Che and Shinwanji understood how sweet they were. If these two were to marry, even the worst of the lower limits would be the upper limit of many people's married lives. Being able to lend money to a good brother meant that Shinwanji wasn't short of money nowadays either. Can she still look at her former lover? I don't blame Yang Chen for thinking this way. Today's society is too realistic. But, what's the point of this pair of childhood friends reuniting but not being able to be together? Might as well not see it, lest we add to the sorrow. I'm sorry. I didn't make any reservations when she asked how you were doing. Told her almost everything. Ning Yuan's tone was apologetic. Men have pride and are certainly reluctant to face their former lovers when they are down and out. However, the caller repeatedly pressed the issue. It all gave her, the outsider, the illusion as if she were taking a call from Gangchi's wife. The attachment between the words can't be faked. Ning Yuan asked Shinwanji at the end of the call why she had left back then. There was regret in the unspeakable answer. In fact, she tells Shinwanji that Jiang Che has recently fallen on hard times in his company and is short of money. It's also a little bit of a trial run. If you don't love it, you will naturally hang it high. It's hard to stand by and do nothing if you still love. The money ended up being delivered to my door the next day. As a woman, she was sure that Shinwanji was still in love with Jiang Che, the bamboo horse. Between the two, the love affair is not yet cleared. Where exactly will things go from here? It's Jiang Che who can't stand his current marriage, and after the divorce Shinwanji takes the opportunity to renew her relationship. Or is this present-day wife better, holding her own steadily? Or are these childhood sweethearts destined for each other after all? At this moment, Ning Yuan had a headache. Lin Yuan she touched. Too cold. Can't get along. LOL. Just say it, it doesn't matter. Jiang Che picked up his cup and took a long drink. The sound of a child's crying was getting closer. Nanny carried Yui to the backyard. The boy had to come to you guys. The nanny is a bit of a handful. After all, she gets paid and can't cajole people well. I don't usually see this kid acting up, but tonight was special. Jiang Che got up and took the lead in picking up his little niece. Hungry? The little girl shook her head. Uncle Jiang, has eaten properly. Well, I knew Yui was the best behaved child in the whole world. Jiang Che said of even coaxing, so that the little girl quietly stayed in his arms. Yang Chen joked. Wife, our daughter is really blessed. Born into a few favorites. Indeed. Ning Yuan nodded deeply. This love of Jiang Che's originally belonged to a girl surnamed Zhang. As a result of marital discord, the little girl surnamed Zhang was delayed in being born into the world. Just let your own daughter enjoy it for now, and I don't know if it's good, or not. Tonight you'll go home with your Uncle Jiang. He'll tell you 3 bedtime stories a night. Ning Yuan joked. Want to go home with Uncle Jiang? Jiang Che asked with a smile as well. Good AC. The little girl wasn't the least bit scared, making the couple break their defenses. Jiang Qiao naturally couldn't take her back. Yui would fit right in with this kind of happy family. Take her home. Let's not talk about a good brother getting jealous. The icy cold hostess will also make her miss her mom. Jiang Che really spent half an hour telling her 3 short stories. About 9:30, he had a valet drive home. Staying in someone else's house for one night is fine. Staying continuously is an inconvenience in many ways. Bundle up. Chapter 24, Looking Forward to Your Return. Evening. Lin Yuan had not touched her 10 fingers for a long time, and the last time she had cooked had been a long time ago. But with a stay-at-home aunt at the helm, you can barely make a decent dinner. If the subordinates in the company knew that this iceberg female president postponed the meeting just to go home early to cook a dinner for her husband, I'm afraid it's going to be a big fall. The meal was ready and the aroma filled the living room. It's what makes this house a little bit of a home. The cell phone rang and Lin Yuan thought it was her husband's call, full of expectation. But I didn't realize it was my mother calling. Luna, it's been a while since you've been home for dinner. Come back tonight if you're not busy. When Wanyan said I haven't been back for a long time, she meant that she hadn't been back to her mother's house for a week. This is all because Lin Yuan is spoiled. Previously, as the matriarch of this new family, she had moved back to her mother's house for a while. It made Wang Yun more and more unimpressed with the fact that her daughter was already married and had a new family. Such a move disguised a message to the Lin family. My daughter doesn't think that highly of Jiang Che. Who in a normal couple would keep running to their mother's house if they were in love? Don't they all focus primarily on running their own little families? As a result, the Lin family became more and more contemptuous of their son-in-law. This is a pot she can't escape as a wife. Hearing her mother's kind voice, Lin Yueyen's heart was in a difficult position. Looked at the table. I just made a promise to my husband today to be a good wife and cook dinner myself at night. I look forward to your return, and do not stay out all night. If the husband comes home and finds that the food is gone, how disappointing it should be. This rocky marriage will become even more irretrievable. Can't go. Lin Yueyen relaxed her tone. Mom, I've already prepared dinner over here tonight, so I won't go back and forth. Wang Yun's heart was upset, with the anger of having something under control derailed. When I used to come home for dinner, it was a shout out. The two homes are not far apart. It's a short drive. Why has my daughter suddenly changed? Is that incompetent thing? Jiang Che, more important than himself, his own mother? Didn't you say yesterday that you'd be back today? Well, I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Let Wang Yun wear out his lips. It is difficult to get his daughter to come home for dinner. An underappreciated emotion stuffed her heart. Finally, I had no choice but to hang up the phone and urge to be back tomorrow. Seeing this, Lin Mubai asked, did sis say she was coming back for dinner? The more Wang Yun asked, the more angry he became. Don't mention it, and I don't know what kind of ecstasy your sister has been fed by that loser lately. First you're told to apologize to him, now you won't even come home. Lin Mubai was unimpressed. My sister is just remembering old feelings, plus she just got sick and has to be taken care of by him. It's not good to dismiss him for a moment. Just wait a few days until that bit of affection runs out. If it were me, I'd have kicked that soft ass a long time ago. In many people's mindset, men are strong and women are weak, and there is nothing wrong with a wife spending her husband's money. There are times when the woman is strong and the man is weak, and the man can easily be labeled as a softie, whether the facts are true or not. Even if Jiang Che hadn't used a penny of Lin Yueyen's money in his career, in the eyes of the Lin family, you Jiang Che have been married for so many years, and have long since lost track of how many huge sums of money you have spent on your wife. The explanation Lin Mubai gave made Wang Yun feel better in her heart. Also, it seems to me that your sister's marriage to him is pretty much in name only. It's a good thing I didn't give birth to that loser. When your sister comes home tomorrow, I'll persuade her to leave early. Don't keep thinking about that old favor. Big deal. Give him some money and get rid of it. Well, even if sis is in a second marriage, there are plenty of people who want to fall for our Lin family. Don't worry about it at all. Lin Mubai nodded, and the Lin family here was avoiding a reason not to talk about it. Grace is great and becomes hatred. I'm a man of honor now, and you don't even deserve to be my equal. And you've done me a great favor. Kneel and kowtow, the kind you can't afford to pay back as a cow. The fallout is too great. Don't twist. Need to hurry up and find an excuse to make a clean break. In this way, the boulder weighing on the heart can be moved away. Lin Mubai's wife, however, was listening in horror. Mo Chiuyun married over, more or less heard Lin Mubai mention Jiang Che. Such a great favor would be disliked by them and badmouthed behind their backs, even trying to break clean as a way of escaping from a guilty conscience. No, they wouldn't even do that if they had a conscience. And she, herself, was married to outstanding beauty. But youth is limited. There's always a day when people get old. At that time, would Lin Mubai kick himself away? Mo Chiuyun was flustered but didn't dare to show it. Lin Mubai also did not expect that his words would slowly lead his marriage to break up. In the future, Mo Chiuyun is like a rat, thinking of transferring her property all the time. Stashing money, anyway, is planning for when you get kicked in the ass. A good married life is ruined. Serves you right though, trying to break up someone's marriage, deserves that consequence. Lin Yueyen hung up the phone, ignorant of what was happening in her mother's house. Chen Qingqing, the beautiful assistant, was enough to make her uneasy. And yet, it's not enough to disorganize itself, because her temperament, appearance, status, and wealth all trumped Chen Qingqing's. Xinwanji's appearance made it difficult for Lin Yueyen to sleep or eat. The opponent loses nothing to himself, even his background is deep, plus the husband's sleepless nights. She had a very real hunch. Jiang Che will soon divorce himself and go to live with Xinwanji. Just imagining that kind of picture, Lin Yueyen was in pain and could hardly breathe. Xinwanji wouldn't have expected to show up at Jiang Che's office. It would greatly irritate Lin Yueyen, so much so that she can do things that are all over the place. You can never speculate with normal thinking about someone who is lost and found. Now even if Jiang Che wanted Lin Yueyen's life, she would give it. It's getting dark. Lin Yueyen waited and waited. There was a delay in seeing her husband. No one answered the phone either. She was staring out in a daze, a look of waiting that hurt even Auntie Homie a little. Ma'am, why don't you eat first? Lin Yueyen shook her head slightly. The mind is cluttered. She missed the days of her new marriage immensely. The husband would always return home early and the two would not even recruit their house aunts. Exclusively for two. You can be bored for a long time over dinner, sharing the day's events at the table together. Nowadays, The thread that connected her to her husband had been broken. Lin Yuan also knows firsthand how hard it is for a person to keep an empty house and wait hard for the other half to return. Where is he now? Is it with Shen Wanji? The darkness of the night could not answer Lin Yuan. All she could do was wait. Chapter 25 Iceberg becomes sickly. Little by little, the time passed and the night deepened. The food on the table was hot and cold. Lin Yuan could never wait for her husband's return. She'd never felt so deeply that a family was on the verge of falling apart. The living room was brightly lit and the meal smelled good. Lost meaning because of one man's nocturnal behavior. It is the reunion of husband and wife that makes up the most basic family. Now that the man of the house has disappeared, it can only be called a house. Just when Lin Yuan thought that her husband wouldn't be coming back tonight, there was the movement of a car and the light of headlights coming from outside the courtyard. After paying for the order, the valet rushes to the next location. Zhang Che got out of the passenger side. He was a little dizzy from the night breeze. Ning Yuan and Yang Chen, the couple, had poured a lot of wine into him in order to get Shen Wanji's business out of him. Of course, there was also the reason why Zhang Che was asked and didn't want to talk but only wanted to drink. Zhang Che's vision changed from slightly blurry to clear. There was a slender, perfect figure at the doorway. In a normal family, the husband goes out drinking with friends and comes back so late. As a wife surely you have to take a few chastisements. But for Lin Yuan, whether Zhang Che drank or not was already irrelevant. It was enough if he would still come back to the house and not drift away for the night. Step into the living room. Zhang Che loosened his tie and cuffs with one hand, and Lin Yuan, disguised as a virtuous wife, helped him take off his jacket. Hubby, I'll go prepare the antidote soup for you, so you can rest on the sofa for a while, she said softly. No need to be so troublesome. Zhang Che didn't look at her and walked straight to the side bedroom, drinking and trying to sleep, but he's a little obsessive-compulsive and has to take a shower first. Her husband's refusal was a refusal, but Lin Yuan had to do what she had to do as a wife. When she walked into the side bedroom with a bowl of antidote soup at just the right temperature, here the water in the matching bathroom, Lin Yuan saw Zhang Che's cell phone on the bedside table. When we were first married, we trusted each other and rarely touched each other's cell phones. As for sleeping in separate rooms later on, there was even less of that. At this moment, Lin Yuan, however, had the urge to find out what was going on. Where did the husband go last night? Did Shen Wanji come to the company to catch up, or to renew an old friendship? Perhaps it can all be found in this. The sound of water in the bathroom had not broken, and after much thought, she finally chose to peek at her husband's cell phone. Who would have thought that a high-flying iceberg female president would actually check in? The screen lights up and you enter your password. With the memory she had, her fingertips tapped in succession. Successfully unlocked. Opened the chat program and swept his eyes. Instead of finding Shen Wanji's account, there were some people she wasn't familiar with. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Open one of them to view it, and it probably reads borrowing money. Open the next one again. Still borrowing money. She looked at the contents with sadness. The disconnect between husband and wife has gotten so deep. Her husband would rather go ask a friend for help than mention it to her. In his mind, he was not the one he could confide in, the one he could rely on. The list was densely packed with friends, and Lin Yuan directly typed Shen Wanji into the search bar. The result shows, no such person found. The correlation results are also not available. Some days, not having an answer is more troubling than having one. Shen Wanji and her husband floundered. It seemed to be wrapped in an unreadable fog. It's chopped up and it's not straightened out. The depth of this bond allowed Shen Wanji to face herself as a wife with ease. What kind of past do they have with each other? Thinking too obsessively. Didn't even hear the bathroom water stop. Zhang Che opened the bathroom door and Lin Yuan couldn't even put down her cell phone. She felt fidgety at once. Checking in is inherently an invasion of privacy. Zhang Che skimmed. Check what? To see if I went to a room with some woman last night when I was out all night? Then you really guessed right. A court case would be a clean break at worst, and you may not be able to look at this amount of money I have. Why don't you sign that divorce decree and we'll get along? He said absently. Dizziness, and when you take a shower after drinking, your head gets even more dizzy. Lin Yuan was silent. Being caught red-handed peeking at privacy was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Because you checking in is mistrust. That's why Gang Chi directly admitted it himself. You can still tell the difference between a good word and a bad word. She changed the subject. Honey, why didn't you tell me about your company's recent lack of funds? How troublesome it is to go begging for outsiders. Zhang Che was too lazy to argue with her and hurriedly dried his hair to sleep. He'd rather take out a loan than use Lin Yuan's money. Those wide-eyed wolves of the Lin family were just waiting for an excuse to bite him. Honey, Zhang Che felt a fragrant soft body sticking up in a blur. A pair of jade arms around her waist. Go back to sleep in your room when you get better. The wine was getting to him and he was really sleepy. Giddy and sinking into sleep. Lin Yuan lightly called out twice, but there was no response. Then he leaned back inside his broad chest. The man in front of him had a well-defined face with the charm of a mature man. The words Jiang Che said tumbled in Lin Yueyan's heart. Rooming with a woman. You guessed it. She subconsciously hugged her husband tightly. If a woman did take Gang Chi away from her, she'll go crazy. Already lost once. No matter what, it can't be lost a second time. What exactly can I do to get my husband back? Shen Wanji and Jiang Che's connection. Admitting cheating, gaslighting. None of it was irritating Lin Yueyan. A good iceberg beauty has a tendency to become sickly and petulant. She kissed her husband's thin lips. A pair of delicate jade hands gently stroked the face, full of attachment, gradually downward, swept over the raised knot of his throat. Then it fell to the buttons of his pajamas. She suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a locator that could be disguised as a button. I don't know how well it works. The nimble, vegetative hand trembled slightly. It had been too long since she had made out with her husband. With a heavy head, Jiang Che was half asleep and half awake, hearing someone softly calling their husband in their ear. The whole thing seems to be floating on a cloud. Slowly opening his eyes, what came into his eyes was his wife's stunningly beautiful face tinged with red. Honey, I love you. One must have had a dream within a dream. After some tossing and turning, both of them drifted off to sleep, until the early morning sunlight poured into the room. It was only then that Jiang Che woke up leisurely. He was left alone in the bed with a headache brought on by the drinking. He braced himself to get up, remembering last night. Thought it was a dream, but the messy bed confirmed that it wasn't a dream. Crazy. Is she still the Lin Yueyan I know? Even when they were first married, during their most loving period, she hadn't made such a move either. Conservative as hell. But last night was very different. The kiss alone was so sentimental. The wrinkled sheets recorded everything silently. The wife's behavior in the last few days down the synthesis has been a far cry from what it was before. Lin Yueyan walked into the bedroom and came to sit on the edge of the bed. The green silk is coiled up in a dignified and elegant manner, glowing on the stunning face. The sunlight pouring in through the window was reduced to her background. It has a few noble and holy airs. Honey, breakfast is ready, she said in a warm voice. Chapter 26, the show begins. Jiang Che drank too much wine last night and woke up with a headache. The wife sitting on the edge of the bed at the moment was noble and dignified, the same as the one who had emotionally called out to her husband last night. Totally opposite extremes. There was a sense of reality tearing at me, and the thought made my head hurt even more. Lin Yueyan had changed so much during this period of time that Jiang Che suddenly felt as if he didn't recognize her. Perhaps once upon a time, Lin Yueyan was also so gentle and considerate, but that was a long time ago. So long ago as to be unfamiliar. She was so out of her element last night. Was this the same wife who only clung to the sheets with her hands? Seeing her husband holding his forehead in headache, Lin Yueyan got up again and went to the kitchen to make a cup of honey water. Don't drink so much in the future. It hurts. In the face of his wife's gentle admonition, Jiang Che did not buy it and asked rhetorically, Lin Yueyan, ever since you said you wanted a divorce, you've changed into a different person with all the attentiveness you've offered, serving tea and initiating intimacy. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed that. Why bother? There comes a time when the panderer gets bored. Leave early, leave late, or leave at all. Jiang Che knew that his wife had once loved him, but never now. He had enjoyed Lin Yueyan's tenderness, and he had experienced the piercing indifference. The words with sarcasm came out of her husband's mouth. In favor of her, she couldn't go on the defensive, couldn't argue. Honey, how do you know I'm being solicitous instead of knowing what's wrong? Whether it was last night's lovemaking or now making you a cup of honey water to quench your thirst, it's just what I do as a wife. What is there to offer? You took good care of me the other day when I was sick. I admit that it's my fault for being at odds with you before, for going cold turkey, for constantly pushing you to back down. Now I realize that wealth or status, you are the most important thing to me. Losing you makes none of this worthwhile. After all these years of coming through the storm, you've always been the only one living in my heart. Since I haven't touched any of those red lines that can't be crossed in a marriage, why can't you just give me a chance? Just for the sake of our several years of marriage, okay? Whether I offer my courtship or fulfill my wifely duties, the one who benefits is you. Since you don't think I can fake my attentiveness for long, let's make a bet. If in the future I am indifferent to you and fail to fulfill my duties as a wife, I don't need you to tell me to sign the top of the divorce papers and stop pestering you. The wife's words were spoken with great affection. Jiang Che then leaned on the bed and listened, suddenly smiling uncertainly. Mature people usually master a skill, seeing the essence through the phenomenon. Marriage is not a matter of two people, it's a matter of two families. The Lin family behind him is responsible for the mess he and his wife have gotten into. Lin Yueyan, do you not realize this or are you selectively avoiding it? Interesting. Other than that, Lin Mubai's reluctant apology that day was probably known to Wang Yun. Unsurprisingly, a series of chain reactions are about to surface, and the wife was so faithfully assured she would stand against the Lin family for herself. Will it? Gang Share himself could answer that question. No. So there was the laugh just now. Isn't what Lin Yueyan is saying now a joke? Zhang Che asked her with an intriguing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Really? Lin Yueyan immediately responded. Aha. Zhang Che had already seen the curtain rise on a good show. The love and hate, grace and hatred since they met. It will all be done in that good show. Lin Yueyan saw her husband's intriguing smile, his gaze as if he was looking at himself, but also as if he was looking at someone else. Elusive. At the same time she was in awe. Zhang Che guessed correctly. The position of the family parents in Lin Yueyan's heart was indescribable, so important that she subconsciously ignores it, subconsciously avoids it. Unfortunately, Grace is great. Originally father-in-law, son-in-law, not to mention the same family. At least the face will pass. Nah, the in-laws aren't human. They're white wolves. Perhaps the advice of that friend of Zhang Che's in the beginning wasn't wrong at all. You're not married. You're just boyfriend and girlfriend. Why should we cut our future short for her? Her mother is very sick and you have nothing to do with it half the time. It's more or less harsh when placed on a normal person, but how smooth it is to use it on a white-eyed wolf. A person who wants everything is likely to fall short of everything. Lin Yueyan wants to stabilize her new family while still trying to maintain her old one. When these two families, inescapably, are placed on the scales, she has to make a choice. That's when the good show is at its peak. Gang Chi gets up. Lin Yueyan first helped him choose his clothes from the closet, change the sheets over the messy bed again, make it neat. A proper gentle and virtuous wife. It was clear that her husband had given in, but she was disturbed. Combine this with the husband's sudden change in attitude and associate it with 4 words: retreat for advancement. Lin Yueyan suppressed this uneasiness and waited for Zhang Che to finish washing up, and those dexterous slender hands tied his tie. Straighten your collar. There was a slight lurch in his hand. She thought of Wang Yan's 1,000 instructions to go home tonight. The day before yesterday pushed yesterday and yesterday pushed today. Going back eventually. Honey, Mom has said a few times for me to go back and visit to see her. I waited at home for you to come back last night and didn't leave. I may have to go home tonight. Will you accompany me back? Zhang Che looked at himself and Lin Yueyan in the mirror. Used to be a good match. It looks like one, but it's two. Don't want to go. Zhang Che did not hide it. Lin Yueyan's face was a bit gloomy when she heard such a blunt rejection. And yet there was no disagreement. She knew that her husband disliked the fact that she was running to her mother's house, and that her parents' attitude toward him had long since changed. Good thing too. I'll make it up to you when I get back. You're going back to see your parents tonight, and I'm going back to see mine tonight. To each his own. Zhang Che downplayed the situation as if he didn't care much. The two go from being a serious couple to hitchhikers. It's okay to gather. It's okay to scatter. Doesn't matter. Lin Yueyan listened with discomfort. One shouldn't have offered to go back to one's mother's house just when the couple was getting a little better. She could only change the subject. Take a bank card out of the drawer. Husband, couples have to rely on each other. Be sure to tell me if you're short of money in the future. With me, you don't have to beg. Lin Yueyan personally shoved the bank card into Zhang Che's hand. The password is your birthday. Zhang Che felt this bank card in his hand. It's light, but it's his dignity he's buying. If he did use it, he'd be the soft, wimpy man that the Lin family said he was. And don't use another woman's money. Lin Yueyan repeated again and again. She was really afraid that Zhang Che would borrow Shen Wanji's money. Once people owe each other, they are involved. Chapter 27, Love All the Time. It was a good morning for Lin Yueyan. At least her husband's attitude was a little slower. Can see the hope of saving this marriage. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Che had already seen through everything. That pact was hope in Lin Yueyan's eyes and a time bomb in his. The countdown has begun. There is still the possibility of a DUI the day after drinking, and Gangshare originally wanted to call a chauffeur. Lin Yueyan personally drove him. As she got out of the car, she said, "Honey, wait." What else? A soft kiss landed on the side of his face. The space in the car was so small that Zhang Che could smell the unique cold fragrance of his wife's body. The car's rearview mirror reflects part of the scene at this moment. A beautiful picture of a beautiful woman with a beautiful country and a cold temperament offering a kiss on her own initiative. "I'll bring you lunch at noon. Honey, what would you like to eat?" "Whatever. Let's go." Zhang Che didn't make much of a stop, unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Lin Yueyan watched Zhang Che's figure step into the company through the car window. "When we were first married, the mornings flew by like glue. Hubby often delays his own work. Nowadays, even if he offers himself for a kiss, he can just walk away." There was not the slightest hint of lingering. "Are you tired of it?" "No." Like glue and love, the two of them lived for several years in total. The husband never gets tired of it. It's just that he doesn't have himself in his heart right now. Lin Yueyan is clear that this matter can't be blamed on anyone else. It is her own hands that turned this marriage into this. "Husband, in a new life, I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you, loving you, The softly spoken oaths walked away from echo but could not possibly be heard. And, if the oath works, then there wouldn't be so many sad people in the world. Only when her husband was completely out of sight did Lin Yueyan drive away. It wasn't to the company, where she had arranged to meet with Shin Wanji yesterday, to have a good talk. Inside the bedroom, a shapely and graceful figure was removing her nightgown and replacing it with an elegant and mysterious long black dress. An instant shift in temperament. Nobility and femininity are on full display in her. The beautiful eyes are flowing, but they are secretly sad. It is hard for an onlooker to believe that such a beautiful woman could be trapped in love. Shin Wanji sat in front of the dresser and was slow to move. Green silk like a waterfall. Long hair to the waist. He'd said he liked to see her with long hair. The person in the mirror was beautiful. Unquestionably beautiful. I don't know how lucky you have to be to have such a woman as your wife. Last night Shin Wanji had a dream. Dreaming of a beautiful family. Her parents' marriage didn't fall apart and she didn't have to follow her mother away. She went to the same college as Gang Chi. Campus life was great, and the setting sun was like a layer of gold on the ground. A girl confessed her love to Gang Chi and Gang Chi refused. Some boys confessed to her and she rejected them decisively. No one can interfere with their childhood sweethearts. All those years of saying wishes and making vows, the two of them came true one by one. Spring, summer, fall, and winter also go hand in hand. After graduation, Jiang Che earned his first pot of money. The career took off with it. She was soon asked to marry her. But when the wedding day came, the bride on the stage was not her. Instead, it's Lin Yueyan. So far, the dream woke up. Shin Wanji didn't forget that she had an appointment with Lin Yueyan today. It was not meant to be an easy meeting. It's ridiculous to say the least. He himself actually gave someone else a tip to get back Jiang Che. Perhaps, this is the punishment of fate. Just a simple hair pull. Jade hairpin inserted diagonally. The beauty in the mirror is already stunning enough. 100 winks across the board. A single look can ripple the heart. Everything is ready for the appointment. In an elegant environment, quite a classy coffee shop, an extremely high-profile guest was welcomed. There are a lot of beautiful women in the big city, and this coffee shop is never short of white-collar and other urban beauties. But when she appeared, she made the city beauties pale in comparison. It's refractory. High-strung demeanor makes even the waiters wary. Not long after, another guest made his entrance. She is well-groomed and charming. The two stunning earthly beauties, each with their own unique characteristics, sat opposite each other, a feast for the eyes. But the atmosphere doesn't seem relaxed. The waiter could feel the eerie serenity even as he served them coffee. It's like a sign before the storm. Shin Wanji picked up her coffee and took a sip. The sound of cups and saucers clinking as they were set down broke the silence. Ask anything you want. I won't hide it. Again, it was this kind of calmness, as if she was Jiang Che's rightful wife, and he, himself, was just a third party who came in midstream. Lin Yueyan disliked this feeling. You said that you and Gang Chi are high school classmates who haven't seen each other for a long time. It doesn't seem that simple between you two. A normal high school friend wouldn't have bypassed her wife to meet him in private. You lied to me. Shin Wanji's face did not change, as if Lin Yueyan's specially emphasized wife status was just like that in her eyes. Insignificant. Not even the tone of voice sounded emotional. I'm not lying to you. Me and Gang Chi did go to high school together, and middle school together, and even went to the same kindergarten. We go to and from school together, close to each other's homes, right next to each other. Sometimes he comes to my house for dinner and I go to his house for dinner. That's all you want to know about the truth. Before Lin Yueyan took a sip of coffee, extreme bitterness had already swooned in her heart. She had envisioned that Shin Wanji and her husband had an affair. It could be a first love, but none of that mattered. She realized that her husband had really loved her, the lovey-dovey kind. Rather than give up his career he used the money to save his own mother. First love should also be put down early. As a result, Shin Wanji told her, your husband and I grew up together as childhood friends. We spend our time together. Whether it's sunny, rainy, summer, or winter, the two families are close enough that going to each other's houses for dinner is not a problem. There are countless enviable fond memories hidden in plain words. Until this moment, Lin Yueyan did not understand why Shin Wanji was able to face herself, Jiang Che's wife, with ease. She herself had known her husband for far less time than she, a young woman, had known her. The two have had the best, most memorable decade of their lives together, leave indelible traces in each other's lives. Maybe their childhood sweethearts were once even better than the story in the movie. People like that are just too dangerous. It was easy to take Ensho away from her. A sense of powerlessness and crisis came up at the same time. Lin Yueyan asked the most important question. Do you still love him? To hear the truth, or to hear a lie? The two men looked at each other. True story. Love, all the time. Chapter 28. I just want him to be happy. Despite all indications, Shin Wanji treated her husband extraordinarily differently. Whether it was the dismay of meeting him that day, or the fact that he couldn't wait to get to him in the office the next day. But when asked such a sensitive question, Shinwanji still dared to be outspoken in front of her legal wife. Say love, all the time. The candor made Lin Yueyan's heart clench. This marriage between herself and her husband has been in jeopardy for a long time, and will Shinwanji be the last straw that breaks the camel's back? Will Jiang Che find his former happiness in her? Once a person is unhappy, he or she will be extra nostalgic for the good old days. And Shinwanji, the heavenly green plum carrying those 10 years of good times, it was too easy to snatch her husband from her. No matter what you have been through before, and how marvelous. Now, Jiang Che is my husband and I am her wife. Lin Yueyan seemed to emphasize in a subdued manner, but in reality, the 2 marriage certificates that were kept at home had been the only thing she could rely on. A truly loving couple will always laugh in the face of a love rival. At the most, use it as a way to have a little tantrum with your husband in the evening. There is no need to go as far as the OP. Unless, of course, the husband no longer loves his wife. Shinwanji said with an unchanged face, it's my business that I love him, and you don't have to be so hostile to me. There's already a lot of things I can't talk about between me and Gang Chi. Right now, my greatest wish is for him to be happy, and you don't have to worry that I'll steal Gang Chi from you. This matter depends on you. If you are happy enough and in love enough as a couple, how can outsiders lay their hands on you? Yesterday I went to Gang Chi's office because he was having trouble turning over his funds. If you, as a wife, had cared more and lent him the money earlier, what else could I have done? I hope you understand this. If Jiang Che is going to leave you, it's not that he's wronged you, it's that you failed him. That's all there is to say. Lin Yueyan, if you can make Jiang Che happy, do it to me. If you can't, don't hold him back. Simply let go. In this conversation, it looked like Lin Yueyan was slightly better as a wife. The truth is that the loss is a mess. Because what Shinwanji said is not unreasonable. If the 2 of them will run this marriage well, what's to fear from outsiders? The declaration of war has been made. Shinwanji loved unabashedly. If you can make him happy, then you have my blessing. If you can't do that, get out of the way. Shinwanji took the lead and left, walking out of the coffee shop and getting into her car. The car moved along, leaving the buildings lining the street behind. When Lin Yueyan personally told her that Jiang Che was her husband, Shinwanji's face did not change. In fact, the words morphed into the sharpest of knives, cutting back and forth across her heart. Jiang Che was supposed to be her husband. She was here first. The 2 had traveled together for so many years of their lives, only to end up as strangers. Anyone else would be filled with bitterness. The better those memories are, the more bitter they are today. Cars can be turned around, and life can't be started over. Lin Yueyan would never know how much Shinwanji envied her current status. His wife. You can live together in name only, share the same bed and talk to each other at night. Walking down a crowded street, you can hold each other's hands for no reason at all. The wedding ring on your hand will speak silently to the world about the status of the couple. Joy can be shared with him, to be able to snuggle in his arms when in pain. Too much. That feeling of being entangled with each other, of loving each other she had had, and in turn knew how precious it was. Unfortunately, fate has its way. That time will never come back. In the coffee shop, Lin Yueyan sat for a long time. She seemed unable to refute Shinwanji's words. Not a word, because she's a bad wife. The love for each other is vast and immense. Flush her defenses all the way down. But after being lost and found, Lin Yueyan is confident that at this moment she loves her husband more than Shinwanji. So what if it's a childhood friend? You didn't get along after all. Jiang Che's current wife is herself, not her. The 2 talked back and forth for almost 10 minutes. Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che have only been separated for less than half an hour, but miss him extraordinarily. Turning back now, with a husband who has to work, will only annoy people. Be a sensible wife. She pressed on with her missing heart and headed to her office to take care of business. Jiang Che knew nothing about the exchange between Lin Yueyan and Shinwanji. Today a collaborator spoke in a roundabout way, and to put it bluntly, he was rushing to give away money. Strange, and not so strange. Jiang Che refused outright. In the past he had helped many people and was willing to back down on reasonable limits. So there are a lot of people who owe him favors. Scraping around, I was finally able to get through the immediate difficulties. As for the bank card given by Lin Yueyan, it was thrown back into his bedroom drawer. He also looked for the marriage license in passing. I found it impossible to find it, so I guess my wife hid it. Doesn't matter. Near noon, Chen Qingqing yesterday disobeyed the boss's orders. Jiang Che asked her to order a lunch. She was afraid that Lin Yueyan, the main palace, would get stage fright, was thinking of taking credit for it. The office door was then pushed open. An iceberg beauty with a cold temperament made her appearance. Only the moment Lin Yueyan saw her husband, there was only tenderness left. Chen Qingqing wisely said hello and hurriedly left. In front of the boss's wife, it was stressful and inexplicably weak. The only one who could be a competitor with her was probably that Miss Shen. Perhaps it was that morning engagement that her husband still gave her face to dine. The uneasiness in Lin Yuan's heart dissipated a lot. Zhang Che didn't even need to clip the food. The bowl was full. Okay, I'll do it myself. Hubby, when we're done with this time, let's take a trip to another city, okay? A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Zhang Che couldn't even guess his wife's intentions. The pressure Shinwanji put on her was too much. Big enough to want to abduct her husband to a place without her and slowly repair the relationship. Once the relationship was good, as she said, outsiders would be doing nothing if they tried to intervene. The titular President Lin has finally given up his job? Lin Yuan, I almost don't recognize you anymore. When Zhang Che said he wanted a child, Lin Yuan's excuses came and went. One of those things is busy work. Now it's saying that you can go for a walk if you have time. Kind of ironic. Lin Yuan didn't care about her husband's sarcasm at all. It's not really sarcasm, it's just honesty. It's reality that's so ironic. Compared to the life after Zhang Che left in his last life, it was gray, hopeless, and meaningless. That kind of sarcasm isn't even a punishment. Honey, you said you'd give me a chance to learn from my mistakes. In a while we'll go see the great sights of our country together. Promise me, okay? Chapter 29. Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. Exempt. Zhang Che rejected it without even thinking about it. For one thing, it's long past that point of leisure. Secondly, he can't rely on anyone right now. The only thing he can do is to hold his career close to his heart. Lin Yuan sighed slightly as she looked at the side of her husband's face. The abacus fell through, and she couldn't stay by her husband's side all the time to stop him from touching Shinwanji. Tell him to stop working and stay home? Is that possible? Not at all. She regretted beyond words that she hadn't given her husband a child when he wanted one. Otherwise, what about Shinwanji? The child calls out for his father, and the husband has to come home in good behavior. The only thing one can do now is to slowly repair a marriage that is full of cracks. After the meal, she cleaned up the mess herself. Zhang Che thought his wife should go back after delivering the meal. Who knew that she sat on the couch clinging to her arm and snuggling against her shoulder for nearly an hour? This scenario probably only occurs when you're a newlywed. At that time, they turned out the light in the bedroom. The eyes were dark, but together they discussed the bright future. Honey, you have to remember that I love you more than anyone else. And what anyone else can give you, I can give you. Lin Yuan snuggled into Zhang Che's shoulder and softly complained. There was a touch of pleading in it, and the arms got tighter and tighter. Only in this way can Lin Yuan feel that the man beside her, with whom she received a license, is truly her own. No one can take it away. These words in Zhang Che's heart were like drops of water scratching across a lotus leaf, without the slightest effect. Nice words for anyone, and they don't cost anything anyway. For what you say, I used to believe it, but now I don't. It's about time. President Lin hurried back to his own company. Zhang Che got up from the sofa, extracted his arm from his wife's arms that were being held, and sat down in his office chair. Lin Yuan's heart was empty when she thought that she still had to make a trip home tonight and couldn't share a bed with her husband. But the expulsion order had been given and she could only leave. Before she left, she landed a soft kiss on her husband's face just as she had done that morning. Zhang Che really felt that the fever hadn't burned out his wife's iceberg personality. He had heard Qin Qingqing say that there was a cat cafe nearby. The cat in the cat cafe is very clingy. I don't think it's half as good as Lin Yuan, offering kisses twice a day. Even when we were first married, she just got up early and secretly kissed herself. Once she got cold feet, she ran straight to her mother's house and couldn't even touch her shadow. Every time the ice is broken, it's Zhang Che who accommodates. After turning off the lights, he tentatively took her in his arms and then kissed her. And then it's all water under the bridge. Lin Yuan was angry, but never refused to be intimate with Zhang Che. But there is always a limit to everyone's patience. In the middle of another argument, Lin Yuan coldly said, "Sleep in separate rooms." Zhang Che instantly left to go to the second bedroom. After that time, the gap between husband and wife grew thicker. You have to work during the day and sleep in separate rooms at night. The time together was short and sweet. Zhang Che hadn't spent as much time with Lin Yuan as Qin Qingqing had with him. In the dead of night, Lin Yuan missed it, but refused to give in. When she was willing to give in, all she waited for were divorce papers. People are always precious to each other after loss. It's too late to catch up. Zhang Che didn't expect Lin Yuan to use this kind of small means to coax herself. But so what? That's not the problem at all. Without addressing the root cause, the momentary sweetness will ultimately be difficult to maintain. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhang Che's mother, Fong Lun, called. This time it was Gang Chi's turn to sigh. Mom is anxious to have a grandchild and is pushing for a baby. There's a reason to report good news and not disturbances. Tell her that the couple is not getting along and will be divorced soon. Mother can't sleep late at night, where she worries and worries. Gray hairs are a few more. Zhang Che was most afraid of this. If you don't say anything, your mother keeps calling and urging you to have a baby. Sighing, she didn't stop moving her hands and picked up the phone decisively. Mom, son, let me tell you something. Fong Lan brood. What is it? That child Wanzi came to pay her respects at noon today. So many years have passed in a flash. Fong Lan's words were tinged with emotion. According to Mom, she hasn't had that good of a time all these years, and when I left her for lunch, I actually reddened my eyes. Jiang Che was silent. When I was a kid, both families went to the kindergarten to pick up their children. Picking up one is also picking up. Picking up two is also picking up. Both Shin Wanji and Jiang Che had not gone to each other's homes for meals. Come and go as you please. You're all welcome. He remembered the jokes his mom had made. You go and be a son to Auntie Ning, and Xiaowan will be a daughter to me. That way both families will have children. Fong Lan is indeed raising Shin Wanji as a daughter, and the family has a little bit of what is good to eat. I'll let Jiang Che take it next door. It didn't fall at all. It's just a shame that not every family can get along. For Shin Wanji's parents' divorce, onlookers can't intervene at all. Even Jiang Che was at his wit's end. He could only take Shin Wanji to see the grand fireworks display, hoping that the roaring fireworks would temporarily detach her from this cruel reality. Jiang Che just listened to his mom lamenting and didn't say anything. He didn't make a sound until his father, Jiang Feng, answered the phone. Recently your mom said she wanted to go on a trip and I was going to show her around. Traveling? Jiang Che remembered the flashy hair on his parents' heads, and even though he didn't want to admit it, his mom and dad were really old. Time is just so relentless. Yeah, there's nothing to do with idleness. Can your two old bodies still stand the strain? Mom has some old ailments in her, too. Don't worry, we're not too old to be useful. Jiang Che got even more worried. It's sadder than the company stepping into the breach. Next month, I'll go with you guys next month. Don't need you. His father's words gave him a dry break defense as a son, also remembering some bad memories. Growing up a little bit, once a year on our wedding anniversary, the parents would always leave him behind to enjoy themselves for a day or two. When I got home, no one answered when I yelled for my mom, and there was enough money on the table to cover my living expenses. At that time, the only people who accompanied themselves were. Gangshare snuffed out uncontrollable thoughts. Once you remember those 10 years, it's her everywhere. I'm going home for dinner tonight, so we'll talk tonight. Aha. That's how succinct the father-son call was, and the phone hung up. Jiang Che operated on his cell phone for a while. His hands were tight, but it's still a good idea to scrape together some money for mom and dad to go on a trip so they don't have to save this or that. His parents wanted to go to the world of two, and there was nothing he, the son, could do about it. My son says he wants to come home for dinner tonight. Fong Lan was happy to hear. Is your daughter-in-law back? Didn't say. Probably not returning. You said the couple. Are they in conflict? Jiang Feng said blandly. Children and grandchildren will always have their blessings, so don't you bother about them. How can you not care? After so many years of marriage and no grandchildren. Ugh. Chapter 30, Homecoming. Jiang Che got off work an hour early, and his hometown was in the same city but in a different district. There's such a thing as the evening rush hour. Had to get to the house before dinner time or mom would be waiting again. After reading the last proposal that Chen Xingqing had sent up, his gaze rested on this beautiful secretary. In his eyes was more consideration. Jiang Che has long realized that Chen Xingqing is a talent that can be made, and it's too bad that she has been working as an assistant. The company has also recently developed several large businesses. Isn't it time to move her to another department and get some exercise? In the future, maybe she could take the lead when she was not in the company. Chen Xingqing felt her boss's focused gaze, staring straight at her. She was a bit of a handful. Blushing slightly, is the owner a black silk man? Today, Chen Xingqing wore a package hip skirt plus black silk plus with high heels, and there are a few more points of maturity in the spirit. Beautiful and moving. Perhaps she hadn't even noticed her subconscious mind, which had been questioning her own charms after being left behind by Jiang Che 2 days ago. Dressing is also more sophisticated. Boss, seen enough. Gang share. It's better to examine it a little more. There are some things that the more they are smeared, the worse it is to not talk about them. Have operations follow that program. Good. Chen Xingqing stole a glance at Jiang Che and quickly lowered her eyes again. She left the office with the program and her slender figure disappeared with it. In the company, the female director of operations was on better terms with her. Ask her why her face is so red and if she has a fever. Chen Xingqing actually said it was hot. The female director looked odd, and the air conditioner was still on. Then his eyes looked at Chen Xingqing's clothes today from head to toe. Frequent nods. A myriad of storylines were instantly brainstormed in his mind. The fire of gossip burns brightly. There were no outsiders in the office, so she asked directly. The boss took the bait? What are you babbling about? Chen Xingqing felt her cheeks rolling. Humph, don't pretend. The last time you looked at the boss you could have pinched him. TSK, 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 look at that outfit. That man won't be charmed by you. When Chen Qingqing came out of the female director's office and returned to Jiang Che's office, it was already empty. Her stirring mood inexplicably lowered as she slowly closed the door. At this time, Jiang Che was already on his way home. Lin Yueyan was also on her way home. It's not a husband and wife returning home, but each to his own home. One east, one west. Although Lin Yueyan had already told her husband last night that she was going back to her mother's house tonight, she still sent another message to report. She waited for a while and didn't hear back or call from the other side. There was a time when Jiang Che would take the time to return to her no matter how busy he was. There are some things that are very seemingly mundane, but are actually very precious. Like others care. Sometimes you get annoyed with the attentions of those close to you, and once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. Her cell phone rang, a message from her mother, Wang Yun, urging her to come home for dinner. Cars start up and merge into rolling traffic. The Lin family. The villa was lavishly decorated and the table was filled with delicacies. Why isn't your sister back yet? Could it be that Jiang Che has been tripped up again? My daughter is married to him, not sold to him, and I need his approval to go back home? Outrageous. Wang Yun was not in a good mood when he thought about the recent events. Lin Mubai comforted on the side, tonight sister will definitely come back. In my sister's heart, that loser were compared to you. Mom, right. Wang Yun's heart was much more at ease. 10 minutes later, Lin Yueyan drove back. The moment she stepped into her home, warmth and familiarity swept over her. In another life, she also longed to be reunited with her family. Mom, Lin Yueyan softly called out. Wang Yun just wanted to blame that comeback so late. See the daughter's eyes flooded with tears. Extraordinarily heartbroken. Aggrieved? No, just so happy to see you. What nonsense. We just met as mother and daughter last week. Was it when you were sick that Jiang Che threw you a look? If you are aggrieved, you should talk to your family. And now that your brother has a future, you don't have to look at other people's faces to get by. I blame it on mom being sick in the first place for making you marry him for that little money. Otherwise, with my daughter's looks and character, she will be able to find a man worthy of a lifetime commitment. Being powerful is different. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of life-saving money in her mouth becomes that little money. He had forgotten all about the time when he had begged and borrowed money from all over the place, and had been driven out by his relatives as if they were the plague. Listen to mom. Let's not take his crap. A man with no skills is just a wimp. You've been married to him all these years without a single child, so it seems he doesn't have the least of it. This time I'll go back and get divorced, not widowed. Give him the money if he wants it, and if Jiang Che dares to ask for a lion's share of the money, don't blame us for not remembering old times. I'll see you in court, divorced and young and handsome in countless ways. My daughter is at her most beautiful age and has money, so even a flunky won't matter. From now on our family will not be separated. Lin Mubai's wife Mo Cho-yun was next to him. One comment made her completely see the true colors of the Lin family. This family, they don't treat you like family unless you're related by blood. A daughter-in-law doesn't count, a son-in-law doesn't count, and a foreign name is an outsider. She had been married to Lin Mubai for a few years, and her mother-in-law had never comforted her like this. Not at all. Mo Cho-yun had also met Jiang Che a few times, and the other party's behavior was at least not as bad as her mother-in-law said. Himself and Gang Chi have one thing in common. Not as rich as the Lin family, so her mother-in-law looks down on her and her husband may not look up to her. Bone-chilling. Lin Yueyan was slightly lost in thought as she listened to her mother's words full of prejudice. Mom, I didn't marry Jiang Che because of money. It's love. Besides, he's been good to me and hasn't been aggravated. The baby is something I didn't want before, and there's nothing wrong with Jiang Che's health. Silly daughter, you're still speaking for him. Wang Yun was a bit hateful. Sister, let's eat first, and talk while we eat. Lin Mubai spoke out. Last time, although Lin Yueyan pressed him to apologize, he had been disciplined by Lin Yueyan since he was a child and did not dare to disobey. Lin Yueyan nodded and greeted her younger siblings in passing. During the meal, the atmosphere gradually changed for the better. Jiang Che's journey home wasn't that smooth. Cross-area evening rush hour with a car accident ahead blocking the road. Traffic flowed at a snail's pace. It was late when I got home. Opening the door to get out of the car. Through the window, the balcony could see the house lit up. The house next door, surprisingly, had its lights on as well. He was in a bit of a trance. What year is this? The house not far away was none other than Shen Wanji's home. Only after Auntie took her away, Uncle Shan moved away from this sad place. Not for rent and not for sale. Occasionally you can see the cleaning lady going in to clean. There were hardly any lights on at night. At this time, the two families' lights were intertwined, as if time had been turned back. Chapter 31, Seeing Old People in Old Places. Jiang Che collected his thoughts. The lights in the other house were not lit for himself after all. He went straight home. Fong Lan got up hurriedly when she heard the door open. In the living room, there was the aroma of a meal and the sound of the television. Everything is so familiar. My parents have a little more gray hair. Suddenly he realized why his dad was taking his mom, who was not well, on a trip. Time really waits for no one. One wishes for one's mom to take care of her health and not go anywhere. It's conservative love. The father's fulfillment of his mother's wish to travel is a love that is shared and committed. Mom, what's good tonight? Every time Jiang Che got out of school, the first thing he said when he came home was this. Time had changed. He was 27 or 28 years old, and he was still like that in front of his mother. Don't worry, it's all your favorite food. Why didn't your daughter-in-law come back with you? Fong Lan asked with a smile. She's going back to her house tonight. What, her family? Your family? Did you guys have a falling out? For those who are married, when the wife goes home, she usually says her mother's house, and this side is the mother-in-law's house, which is so rusty. No, Mom, don't worry about it all the time. Your son is starving and you're still thinking about your daughter-in-law? Jiang Che looked around, attempting to change the subject. It's true that there is no conflict, just a desire for divorce. Fong Lan will be convinced and go back to the kitchen to bring out the warm dishes. The two old men are waiting for someone, and it's better if the family is there to eat. When I think of the last time I called my daughter-in-law to urge her to have a baby, she sounded like she wanted one too. The chances of a falling out shouldn't be great. Jiang Che had just sat down when Fong Lan asked, hasn't Koyuki's stomach moved yet? Mom, if there is, I'll tell you first, okay? Jiang Che said helplessly. The family ate dinner in a reunion, and Jiang Che sharply packed the dishes and washed them. I came into the living room and sat on the couch with my father and watched TV for a while. Dad, where are you going on this trip? Spring City, South Island. Walk around. I'll transfer some money to you. You'll get it for nothing. You should spend it. Don't save it. As he spoke, Jiang Che used his cell phone to transfer money. Jiang Feng is not the kind of father who spoils the fun. His son gives money and takes it. He had saved up a fortune to leave to his son anyway. Fong Lan went to take a shower. Jiang Feng asked, have you and her decided to divorce? In the face of his father's inquiry, Jiang Che was silent for a while, and then said, recently, she has become I don't even recognize her. But the most important issues have not been resolved, and it is ultimately time to leave. I'm going for a walk, and if Mom asks for me, you can tell her. Jiang Che got up and took his keys out the door. As night falls, the street lights on the curb come on. He knew every inch of the place, from birth, and didn't leave until he went to college. Can't find where I want to go at this point. Walking aimlessly, he made his way through the busy lights to the canal. There is also a marina here, deserted perhaps for planning reasons. The administrators refused to give up such a nice lot and demolished it to develop it into a commercial tourist piece. There are walkways, restaurants, coffee shops, not as desolate and crowded as I remember. Looking up, a bridge that looks like a giant dragon connects the two sides of the river. Traffic is rolling up there. The pleasant cool breeze from the river could no longer take away one's worries as it had when one was young. It seems like everything is changing. Jiang Che just quietly watched the river, which reflected some lights, rise and fall. I don't know what I'm thinking, until a voice rang out as if from memory. Jiang Che, Shenwanji didn't know about his return. I just wanted to come back today to revisit my old stomping grounds, but I didn't expect to come to the same place and meet the same people. The moment she saw Jiang Che, Shenwanji even thought it was an illusion. Fate separated the childhood sweethearts many years ago and brings them together again at this very moment. Are things different? Not really. Jiang Che didn't turn around, though he didn't want to admit that he knew who the visitor was just by his voice. The two seemed to have nothing to say, but the gentle river flowed through the serenity and seemed to speak silently. The water sparkles with neon reflections on both sides of the river. One of the streams seemed to hide a story. The teenager was influenced by his father to get hooked on fishing as well. Riding in the cool of the riverbank, he told the young girl with the high ponytail beside him that today would be a full day. There were a few tricolor kittens that came and went because Junior's fishing skills sucked. Not a single one was hooked. The young girl didn't complain. She just stayed quiet. Always believed that teenagers can make a difference. Slowly, the setting sun colored the water. The evening breeze blew the hair around the young girl's ears. The teenager had expected her to be doubly bored and, instead, the young girl said, "Stay with you as long as you need." Now the teenager and the young girl are grown up, standing side by side again, looking out over this canal. It's just not the same. After a long time, Jiang Che spoke. "Don't play those clumsy tricks in the future. I don't need your help, and you don't have to mind my business." He knew that the partner who rushed to deliver the money was arranged by Shenwanji. "Do we have to be so separate from each other?" "Yes," Jiang Che gave the answer. A simple word made Shenwanji's eyes red. "You're still the same. Haven't changed a bit. If you hate me, you should use me. That's the right way to get revenge. You're just too soft-hearted. And that's why you've attracted those white-eyed wolves from the Lin family." The wind seemed to carry a choking sound. "Jiang Che, Auntie Fong is keeping me for lunch today like before. The smell of the food is still as familiar." it hasn't changed at all. At that time I was thinking that if my family was as amicable and long-lasting. Now your wife is me, not Lin Yuan. Nor will the promises made in the past flow like this river. What a fate! Zhang Che turned around. What's the use of talking about it now? Shen Wanji's tears shattered. Yeah, what's the point of talking about it now? But she still looked stubbornly at the man in front of her. In this world, not everything comes to fruition. Some things can't be undone, either. Shen Wanji couldn't be clearer. And it was precisely because she knew too well that she was so desperate. Chapter 32, Roses in Love. Obviously his beloved is right in front of him, but he can't feel his warm embrace like before. The river ebbs and flows, just like the life of this pair of childhood friends. Rejoin, separate, meet, intersect. Shen Wanji missed out on that life of being with Zhang Che and growing old together. At this point in time, even if she still loved this man, it wouldn't help. Even if you say the words, you can't go back to the old days. There is no greater pain in life than to choose to give up with your own hands what you could have had. One of the two was silent, the other choked on a sob. Even the shadows looked like they were gazing at each other under the streetlights. The ringing of the cell phone broke the silence between them. The Lin family. It still retained Lin Yuan's room, or a large master bedroom. Lin Mubai's wife mentioned something about this, and was directly rebuked by Wang Yun. In the room, Lin Yuan was already bathing, wearing a white nightgown that was loose, but the soft fabric occasionally outlined the perfect curves of her petite body. Beauty in the bath is 3 times more beautiful. The coldness is weakened by wearing home clothes, but with a little more tenderness. It stands to reason that you should be more relaxed when you're back in your own home. But her stunningly beautiful face had a slight cloud of sadness hanging over it. A slight frown. It was a dinner where my parents practically talked themselves into divorcing my husband. The rebuttals don't fall on deaf ears. For the first time, I felt a sense of strangeness in my own family. So tired. Missed him so much. Lin Yuan dialed Zhang Che's number, waiting silently for the opposite side to answer. On the other side, Encho turned his gaze to the water reflecting the neon. Not avoiding Shen Wanji, he just picked up the phone. Honey, I miss you. An iceberg beauty's words are full of tenderness, like the first breeze of spring. It's soothing, though it still carries the chill of winter. Are mom and dad in good health? Lin Yuan remembered that her husband was also going home to visit his parents today. It's okay, they're getting ready to go on a trip. Zhang Che pondered the purpose of his wife's call. Every time I go back to my mother's house, there is bound to be an anomaly. The last time Lin Mubai was forced to apologize to himself. That good mother-in-law could tolerate it? Guess not. If there's something going on, just say it. He opened up and didn't want to beat around the bush. Does a wife need a reason to call her husband? I remember when we first got married. You were traveling on business, and ours fell asleep talking. The call stayed open all night, talking about the past. Lin Yuan's bright eyes flashed with a trace of longing. Shen Wanji could probably guess whose call it was through Zhang Che's tone. Broken tears were wiped away. The redness at the corners of her eyes was proof that the beautiful woman had shed tears not long ago. It was extraordinarily poignant and moving. A girl selling flowers passed by and she noticed Zhang Che and Shen Wanji early on. The two stood together and were more than enough to make a romance movie if they had to be so well matched. But it looks like there was a fight. LOL. And I don't know what's all the fuss about. Such a match made in heaven. She purposely moved closer, then asked, Sister, buying flowers? The flowers in the cart were beautiful, and it looked like she was heading to the night market to set up a stall. Shen Wanji understood that it looked like the girl in front of her had misunderstanding that she and Zhang Che are lovers. How could this misunderstanding not be a comfort to her? Shen Wanji's gaze lingered on a corner of the cart. Buy. Please give me 3. No, 4 roses. Good. The girl selling the flowers chose the 4 prettiest roses for Shen Wanji and then packed them on the spot. Skillful movements. Occasionally, he glanced at Gang Chi, who was answering the phone next to him. Handsome enough, but a log. In fact, roses. Gang Share had given it away, and it was far more beautiful. How much? No need. Sister is prettier than a flower. Consider it a free gift from me. And love is priceless. Yo. The girl smiled and politely declined, happily pushing her cart to the booth. Lin Yuan on the other end of the phone could faintly hear the two men talking. She was certain that it was Shen Wanji's voice. Seems to be buying something. That means the husband is not only with her at this time, but possibly shopping? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan instantly became uneasy. In the morning Shen Wanji had just admitted to her face that she still loved her husband. At night she appears at her husband's side. That's something no wife can tolerate. Lin Yuan's veiled hand involuntarily tightened its grip. Hubby, you're now with Shen Wanji, right? Zhang Che sensed the change in his wife's tone and remained unperturbed. Truth be told, chance meeting. The city of Jinling is so big. How come you guys just happened to run into each other? Zhang Che has always eaten softly, but not hard. Why ask if you don't believe me when I tell you? You don't have the answer in your mind. Yes, I sought her out specifically to catch up on old times. Does that answer satisfy you? Sooner or later we're going to end this marriage anyway, so you can just assume I cheated on you. I'll see you in court or I'll see you in civil court. Whatever. Jiang Che hung up the phone after saying that. He didn't believe that this time Lin Yueyan went home and still didn't have the slightest intuition as to where the marital problems between the two actually appeared. She just didn't want to admit it, or didn't want to make a choice. The call ended and it was quiet again. Shenwanji held the 4 delicate roses. It suits her. The green silk moved slightly. It creates a beautiful picture. 3 means I love you. 4 blooms. Another meaning. A gust of wind actually caused a bright red rose petal to float towards the flowing water. It's as if you're remembering a love that's gone. Jiang Che and Shenwanji both focused their eyes on it. A moment later, Jiang Che turned around and left. Shenwanji followed his lead and walked side by side. The 4 roses in my hand had people I wanted to send them to, but they were destined to be sent. The buildings around us change, but the path beneath our feet remains the same. Shenwanji had never imagined that she would still be able to walk with Jiang Che on this incomparably familiar road. This road is sprinkled with memories everywhere. The first time Jiang Che formally held her hand was on this road. The two took long detours in those days, and every step was bliss. Now, it's the most familiar of strangers. The memories are too long, the road too short. In the blink of an eye the two were home. Jiang Che said nothing and opened the door to return home. Shenwanji looked at the 4 roses in her hand and placed them in the flower bed on the courtyard wall of Jiang Che's house. 3 roses means I love you. 4 blooms, till death do us part. She had been paying attention to the call between Jiang Che and Lin Yueyan just now. The more I hear, the harder it is on my heart. If he hadn't left in the first place, he would have been able to give him a happy life. Instead of meeting Lin Yueyan, those white-eyed wolves of the Lin family. A change of heart. Not only did it change his life, but it changed his life as well. Chapter 33, setting the scene. Jiang Che returned home. The living room was still lit, but his parents were already asleep at this hour. He eased his way up to the 2nd floor. Wash up and throw yourself on the bed. From the bedroom window you could see another window similarly lit. The lights from these 2 windows echo each other. Trying not to think about the old days, he flicked the switch next to his bed and the lights went out. The room was dimly lit. A few seconds later, the light in the window across the street went out with it. As if to say, good night. Gangchu lost sleep. Lots of things caught in the mix. Corporate, former, present, future. It's a mess. It was as if various vines were intertwined. Unlocking his cell phone, he saw several missed calls, which were called by Lin Yueyan during the time he went to take a shower. He had no intention of calling back. Casually browsing the internet for hot current events and checking out the places my parents will be traveling to. The scenery is quite nice. Half an hour ago, a wave of confusion enveloped Lin Yueyan as she listened to the call that was abruptly hung up by her husband. It was as if she had become a two-faced person. On the one hand, my parents were urging myself to get a divorce. On the other side, divorce without admitting to cheating. Why is it that if you leave your husband's side for a little while, another woman comes along? Chen Qingqing she could no longer care. But faced with Shenwanji, a childhood friend, Lin Yueyan couldn't be generous, couldn't be indifferent. If you love someone, you're liable to suffer. Once upon a time, she knew deep down that Jiang Che's heart was in herself and would not be mesmerized by any other woman. But now their marriage is in tatters and in shambles. No more favor. Lin Yueyan no longer had that kind of confidence. Not to mention Jiang Che and Shenwanji, who had a whole decade of good times. Those memories are like seeds buried in the earth. Who's to say they won't sprout and grow under some unexpected circumstance, and finally blossom? That's why she had just heard Shenwanji's voice on her husband's phone and instantly lost her bearings. Lin Yueyan forced herself to calm down. Arguing now was the last thing that should happen. The lesson she had learned once told her not to put off conflicts between husband and wife. The more you drag the barrier the thicker it gets. In the morning at the cafe, Shenwanji had also said that she often went to her husband's house for dinner during those years. I'm sure the two families are not far apart. Her intentionality becomes a chance encounter in her husband's eyes. That explains everything. Lin Yueyan redialed Jiang Che's phone. No one answered. 10:30. According to her husband's usual routine, he must not have slept. If you can't do it once, do it twice. If you can't do it twice, do it 10 times. Later, she switched to a chat app to dial a video call and was finally picked up. The screen was dim, with the faint glow of a nightlight, and she could barely make out the face of the man she had been longing to see. Calling video over to catch an adulterer in the act? Then you're going to be disappointed. Jiang Che's eyes couldn't meet, as if he was casually connecting, his attention still on browsing the hot news. Honey, I'm sorry. I was in a hurry just now. I shouldn't have questioned you. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. In the past, when the two were in a cold war, how could his wife be so quick to soften? Even if she were to give in, she wouldn't say so with her cold nature, and usually did the cooking. Active proximity at night. Pick him out a couple of nice outfits for himself. It's all in the action anyway. Now it's good that the fight was only an hour long and the phone calls were coming in one after another. The apology was sincere. Leave it to Gangshare to land a jab to the cotton. Strange that the good mother-in-law didn't stir up trouble for her own son on this trip home. It's spooky everywhere. Seeing that her husband was silent, Lin Yueyan took the initiative to pick a topic. The silence between husband and wife is too deadly. People who were meant to grow old with each other have come to the point where they have nothing to say to each other. Great irony. How are mom and dad doing? She asked. It's okay. They're getting ready to go on a trip. When do we leave? I'll go over and see them off. Tomorrow. There's no need for you to go back and forth. It's enough with me. Jiang Che vetoed her request. Hubby, as the saying goes, couples quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the end. Don't be angry, okay? Shenwanji admitted in front of me that she still can't get over you. That's why I reacted so strongly when I realized she was with you. I just care about you so much. There's a new day coming in just over an hour. Let's turn the page on this fight. After you take mom and dad to the airport tomorrow, you'll come back to our house and stay there. I'll try to be the wife you think I am. We'll stay as in love as if we were just married for as long as you want. The soft voice was full of tenderness and was very pleasant to the ear. The happy life constructed in the words is much more desirable. Lin Yueyan's greatest fear now is that her husband won't stay home. So make all kinds of promises. Tell me more. If you don't want to come back, I can move in with you. Lin Yueyan didn't press on step by step, but ran on her own initiative. It doesn't matter where you live, as long as he's around. Come on. You're the one who said we should sleep in separate rooms in the first place. Once it was me who didn't know how to cherish. And husband, you promised to give me a chance to start over again. Tonight's Lin Yueyan seemed to have transformed from ice and snow into gentle water, and was obedient. Strange and terrible. Sleeping. Jiang Che hung up the video call. Lin Yueyan had so much more to say. Type it in the chat box and delete it. Eventually only a good night was sent to my husband. She was clear that tonight's meeting between her husband and Shenwanji was definitely not as calm as she had imagined. What did they say? Has the husband really let go of that relationship completely? Everything was what Lin Yueyan wanted to know. This fight is barely a page-turner. The disconnect didn't stay until the next day after all. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyan's heart surged with some comfort after a long time. Unbeknownst to her, this fight was just a small beginning, far from a real conflict. The beauty on the bed was lying on her side, and she used the quilt as a jiangshare, hugging it tightly and refusing to let go, slowly falling asleep. The mind is in doubt and the dreams are not good. Lin Yueyan dreams that Jiang Che accuses herself of failing to fulfill her wifely duties. After so many years of marriage, she wouldn't even give him a child. In the blink of an eye, Shenwanji appeared, with a baby in his arms. Jiang Che was fond of the swaddled child. That's how they became a family of 3. And being left behind myself. Deep night. Lin Mubai and Wang Yun were still sitting in the living room on the first floor without sleeping. I don't know what kind of ecstasy that no-gooder has put in your sister's head. Come back this time and put in a good word for him on net. What an arm twisting. Lin Mubai comforted. Mom, you don't have to worry. They're not from the same world. Jiang Che can neither help sis cover her back in her career, and hired a nanny for life's minutiae. Can't use him. What else can we have in common? This marriage screamer. It's better to get divorced early, while your sister is still quite young. Have been delayed by him for so many years. Both of these two tacitly didn't bother mentioning Jiang Che's kindness to the Lin family. A shadowy sharpness flashed in Lin Mubai's eyes. Some time ago, Lin Yueyan asked him to make sure he apologized to Jiang Che, and that breath is still in his chest, especially the thought that his own sister, who had loved him since he was a child, was siding with a foreigner. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Divorce? No. According to the normal procedure of divorce, the company in my sister's hands must more or less lose a piece of meat. How can I let that loser take my Lin family's money and get away with it for the rest of his life? After a long period of contemplation, the corner of Lin Mubai's mouth lifted up in a bizarre arc. Looks like there's going to be some mistakes for him to make before the divorce. It couldn't have been easier. Lin Mubai can't believe that Jiang Che has been married for so many years and hasn't messed around outside once. People are judging others by themselves, and this idea side by side proves that Lin Mubai often fools around outside. It's easy. Just set up a trap. As long as Jiang Che dares to enter the trap, he's finished. Sister won't even be able to hate him, let alone defend him. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Mubai's mood instantly improved, and he even looked forward to that scene playing out a bit. Marital infidelity and netting. That ending was perfect for that wimp. Chapter 34, Solving Your Sorrows. The following morning. It had been a long time since Jiang Che had slept back in this real sense of home, and it was very comfortable. Didn't even care about the right eyelid that jumped every now and then. Wash up and go downstairs. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Don't delay your work. Fan Lan knew that it would take quite some time for her son to rush back. What shift? Don't you guys have a 2 p.m. flight? I'll stay here and chauffeur you around. Free and hearty. Just talk poorly. Fong Lan laughed. For a moment Jiang Che felt like he was back to his old, uneventful self. After breakfast, he explained about the company over the phone and helped his mother pack. Busy with this and that. All aspects of the home should be organized for the trip. Near lunchtime. See, the mom still want to cook. Jiang Che quickly stop. Mom, you're all set to travel and enjoy life. We'll eat out for this meal before we leave. Don't toss and turn. Your heart is tired and it affects the mood for what comes next. When your son grows up, being able to earn money means having a voice. Fong Lan didn't object. The family grabbed their bags and got in the car, ready to go to a restaurant for dinner and then head straight to the airport. As Fong Lan locked the door, the next door opened. Shenwanji was the prettiest sight on this street 10 years ago. 10 years later, it still is. At the moment, it was as if she was no longer the president of a well-known venture capital group with her hand in the tiller, but Shenwanji, who had been living here and leading an uneventful life. She wasn't wearing one of those long, high-fashion dresses today. The body of the home dress simple and light. It is difficult to hide its shapely and wonderful. The whole person's temperament has become gentle and sensible, and yet the beauty is thrilling. It's like she never left. Shenwanji's flowing beautiful eyes first looked at Jiang Che before asking with less inclination. Auntie Fong, where are you going? People are getting old, grabbing time to see the world, planning to go traveling. Wanji Yu. Fong Lan had planned to call out Shenwanji to join him for this meal. Midway through the conversation, I remembered that today is not the year. The son is married. It's inappropriate, and there will be conflict in case it reaches your daughter-in-law's ears. Yesterday, Jiang Che was away at noon, and Fong Lan could leave her for lunch without any qualms. After all, Fong Lan had once really treated Shenwanji and her son equally. There is no difference in treatment, even if it is not your own daughter. In those days, there were no school buses for kindergartens, so you had to pick up your child in person. Both families, whoever goes first, will bring both children back together. Raised and nurtured, the bond is naturally deep. Unfortunately, not everyone's family can be happy and harmonious all the time. Shenwanji walked over and helped Fong Lan carry the fine thing she was holding. The movement is natural and feels like it should. Auntie Fong, where are you and Uncle Jiang planning to travel? South Island. The scenery is quite nice over there. Have fun. Jiang Che had already started the car, and Shenwanji thoughtfully helped Fong Lan open the door. Fong Lan sighed slightly. The sigh contained too much, but on the contrary, Shenwanji could read it. It's missing out. It's regret. It's hopelessness. Shenwanji had been the best candidate for daughter-in-law in Fong Lan's mind since a long time ago. Impeccable in every way. Satisfied with myself and my son loves it. The most important thing is that this kind of two young childhood friends, if they are interested in each other, stepping into marriage together, the level of happiness and stability is far greater than that of the average couple. Before Fong Lan went to sleep last night, she thought about her son's attitude when he talked about his daughter-in-law. According to the experience of those who have been here before, it's probably a fight. LOL. Shenwanji's heart was bitter beyond measure, and her vision was somewhat blurred. She could feel that Auntie Fong recognized her in her heart. Nay, the wood is gone, and there's no going back. The desire to speak just now was because Jiang Che was there and wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, Lin Yueyan was her daughter-in-law now. A few pleasantries later, the family of three departed instantly, and Shenwanji watched in awe as the car disappeared from view. The bitter fruit that was brewed back then, now she had to eat it. What is more painful than being separated from each other in a sea of people is that the person you are holding on to is right in front of you. It's close, 3 steps is 2 steps away, but his life has nothing to do with you anymore. Every time you see him, you're reminded of those fond memories of yesteryear. You don't see him, that's really the end of it. How beautiful it was once, how painful Shenwanji was now, as if a rose that has been forgotten and faded alone. Extraordinarily poignant. Jiang Che first took his parents to a famous local restaurant to enjoy a lunch before driving them to the airport. He couldn't get through the security checkpoint without a plane ticket. Fortunately, under his compulsion, there wasn't a lot of luggage, and whatever was missing could be bought over there. Father can easily wrap it up by himself. Mom, remember to call me when you get off the plane. Got it. Jiang Che watched his parents go through the security checkpoint and move forward with the flow of people. There was a sense of loss in my heart. After all, Fong Lan and Jiang Feng were his true family. Lin Yueyan. He stood in the corner for a moment before leaving, just after 2 p.m. It would have been fine not to go to the office today, but other than that there was nowhere else he could go. The car went through many stoplights, driving and stopping, and finally arrived at its destination. When he came to the office, he sat quietly. Chen Qingqing looked at her boss, who was covered in low pressure, and her movements were much lighter. A hint of worry flashed across the face of the formerly beautiful and agile woman. She was not able to solve Jun's sorrows. Chapter 35, Chen Qingqing's comfort. As far as she could tell, The company's lack of money had tied them over for the time being. Operations are proceeding in an orderly fashion. The person in front of me is worried about what can only be a private matter. Chen Qingqing helped her own boss make tea, and Jiang Che picked it up and took a sip to start making small talk. In the company, Jiang Che rarely put on airs. Chen Qingqing, how long has it been since you went home to see your parents? Jiang Che's topic is inexplicable and even involves personal privacy. Chen Qingqing still chose to answer. Boss, why have you suddenly started checking accounts? You're forgetting. I'm a local. Although that said, I'm working and moving out now and I'm home almost every weekend. Pretty good. Jiang Che nodded. They say a woman's heart is a needle in the sea, and a man's heart is not easy to guess. Anyway, Chen Qingqing felt this way at the moment. Since you asked me a personal question, boss, I'm going to ask you a personal one too. Jiang Che came back to his senses, just now at the airport to send off his parents coupled with a bad marriage. The sighs in his heart inadvertently turned into words. Can be really unrelated to work. He nodded. Okay. You came to the office this afternoon with a worried look on your face. Something on your mind? Yes. Jiang Che had thought that Chen Qingqing was going to pursue the matter to the end, but it turned out that she was just point blank. For certain things that you can't do anything about, or don't know how to do, why not leave them behind for a while? Maybe it's just not the right time. Living the moment is all that matters, and it's time for tea. Boss, you're frowning all day long, and your subordinates who don't know it would think the company is going out of business. Being said so by Chen Qingqing, it was really a bit of mediocrity. The state of mind is also much more enlightened. Jiang Che laughed. Even if the company closes down, I'll ask for connections to find you your next job. The kind of spiritual aura that Chen Qingqing had on her body just made it easy to get into a better mood. Seeing Jiang Che's spreading eyebrows, she also secretly rejoiced. Yes, 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 my boss is as good as it gets. Jiang Che turned his words around. Any thoughts on practicing in other departments? How about going to operations? I'll give you a raise. Chen Qingqing, who was still rippling with smiles a moment ago, heard Jiang Che's words and her beautiful and moving face instantly became serious. Boss, unloading isn't what you do. I'm kindly reassuring you that this is not part of the job description. You're good. You're going to transfer me in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingqing looked like an aggrieved daughter-in-law when she asked for help. Those who didn't know thought that Jiang Che had done something unforgivable to her. What do you mean transfer? We don't have a branch in the company either. Not even for a raise? I think this position is a good fit for me right now. Don't want to go to another department. Jiang Che was silent for a while. The company was established until now. The employees were like flowing water, coming and going. In addition to one or two executives in the beginning batch of employees, Chen Qingqing was left. Definitely can trust each other. As for his ability, he also watched the soft, mistake-making newcomer to the workplace turn into a workplace elite. Jiang Che believed in his vision. Cultivating and nurturing, Chen Qingqing could become his left arm and right hand. In the future, the company will grow and she will be able to take charge of it. Now the other side is vehemently opposed. Unexpectedly. LOL. Jiang Che shelved the idea for now and didn't give up. If you don't go, you don't go. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old. Boss, you recruit another assistant. She may not be as capable as me. Oh. A smile surfaced once again on Chen Qingqing's beautiful and attractive face, as if she wasn't the one who had just dismissed her boss's decision. Playful and obedient. Jiang Che also laughed helplessly. Lin Yueyan came out of her mother's house this morning and went back to the wedding house first. There was no sign of her husband before she came to the office to take care of business. Afternoon. Top floor of the building. President's office. Lin Yueyan is negotiating a partnership with the other group, which has many famous shopping centers. It is located in first-tier cities, and some provincial capitals. Collaborative talks went well and there was little in the way of conflict of interest. It was 4 in the afternoon when it ended. She no longer feels the joy of a successful career. Money is earned in life is not as good as it was when we first got married. Back then, you and I were together, and my husband would bring himself gifts from work. It's not an expensive gift, but it's a fun way to spend the day. Now any bag Lin Yueyan had was worth a lot of money. There was no ripple in my heart when I bought it. Add to that the inexplicable loss that Jiang Che refused to spend her money. It is also a blessing to be able to earn money to spend on your beloved. Right. Lin Yueyan picked up her cell phone to look through the money movements of her bank card. The card that was found to be given to her husband contained every penny. No movement. She recalled that Chen Wanji had said that she had gone to the office that day to borrow money to tide her husband over. Lin Yueyan's heart was in turmoil. Only when you are financially independent, you are independent as a person. Lending money to someone is the equivalent of having a handle down. This is something she knows firsthand. Before I got married, I was a boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Che turned the first bucket of money into her mother's life-saving money. After her mother's turnaround, the two don't get along as easily as they once did. There is a feeling of inferiority everywhere. Humble as dust. If the husband gambled and refused to spend his own money and went to borrow Shunwanji's, she used it as blackmail. Without going into the most extreme cases, simply meet and eat. Old feelings then have the soil to germinate again. Lin Yuan was hard to bear. There's the illusion of having your husband taken away from you by someone else. She is Jiang Che's rightful, licensed and sealed wife. No woman can be allowed to molest her husband. Lin Yuan did not immediately call Jiang Che to inquire about this matter. Just had a fight last night. Take your time. Husbands eat soft food, not hard. The others knocked on the door and came in with something to report, but President Lin postponed the matter. It's getting late, so go home and make dinner for your husband. Yang Chen and Ning Yuan just came back from outside. The cell phone rings. Ning Yuan gave her daughter in her arms to Yang Chen to hold and answered the incoming call. The call didn't last long, a minute or so. Honey, who's calling? Yang Chen asked. Shinwanji's. She said she wanted to come to our house as a guest and asked if she was free. The couple looked at each other. Ning Yuan used to be very close to Shinwanji, but that was years ago. Is it worth a personal visit? It's just high school classmates. It's not like they've been childhood friends for over 10 years. Should we inform Jiang Che? Ning Yuan said. No, just come, as a treat for old classmates. Also, for old time's sake, or for Gangchi's sake. The couple didn't slack off. A table full of delicacies. Mom, is Uncle Jiang coming? Ning Yuan smiled favorably. You're just thinking about Uncle Jiang. Is it the thought of him bringing you a present? Or is it the thought of him? Uncle Jiang, telling stories is good. The little girl replied in a milky voice. Chapter 36, Repayment of Money. Ning Yuan looked at Yang Chen. The meaning in his eyes was clear. If you don't work hard, your lofty position in your daughter's heart will be lost. Who would have thought that Yang Chen wouldn't take this provocation at all? Don't look at me. People can't compete with people. At first I wondered how Jiang Che could hold his daughter so easily. Every time you come, take your daughter into your arms and talk some more. My daughter was then coaxed into submission, wrapping her arms around his neck to cling to her for dear life. Last time we met, we were even willing to go home with him. Then I thought about it for a long time before I realized. What's the reason? Ning Yuan asked curiously. Don't forget, but he grew up with Shinwanji as two children. Maybe in kindergarten, they took candy to their little green plums. Even if Shinwanji suddenly left behind, Jiang Che has accumulated more than 10 years of experience in coaxing girls. Pleasing your little niece is a piece of cake. I wouldn't have that deep merit. Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, expressing his incomprehension. There are a few reasons. Ning Chen hadn't expected such a reason. Your Uncle Jiang will probably be able to spoil you for another year or two. Steal your joy. She nudged her daughter's tiny nose. There may not seem to be anything wrong with having a child over the age of 30. In fact, the kids are 22, 23 years old out of college, and you're in your 50s yourself. There is also some risk to the woman. Ning Yuan had a premonition that Jiang Che's marriage to that President Lin would definitely come to fruition in these 2 years. Either give birth to a love child and settle down for the rest of your life. It's either that or a clean slate. The little girl probably gathered from her parents' conversation that Uncle Jiang won't come tonight. The originally radiant little face was covered with loss. An hour later, Shinwanji boarded the door. She was still wearing the same big sister next door style outfit she had on today. Uniquely charming, yet elegant. But that luxurious car worth $10 million was silently telling Ning Yuan, the high school friend who was once a pretty good relationship is now not on the same level as her. This also made her more convinced that Shinwanji had come this time for Jiang Che. Long time no see, Ning Yuan. Back then I had a feeling that you and Yang Chen would be a couple. Shinwanji had seen too many big storms over the years, and this kind of small scene quickly broke the ice. Yeah, after all these years, come on in and sit down. Shinwanji acted casually, completely without the stance of a female president. It made Ning Yuan feel a little more familiar with her. As soon as she entered the living room, Shinwanji saw the little girl on the sofa. Call Aunt Shin hello. The little girl was afraid of being born, but listened to her mom and politely called out Aunt Shin. Don't be afraid, she's your Uncle Jiang. Ning Yuan couldn't find a proper adjective at once. The use of recognize is too shallow. Doesn't sum up their relationship over the years. There are no other words to properly describe it. Had to be honest, but my daughter probably wouldn't understand. This Aunt Shin is your Uncle Jiang's childhood friend. The little girl didn't know what it meant to be a childhood friend yet, but from the tone of her mom's voice, this aunt in front of me seems to be very close to Uncle Jiang. Jiang Che's favorability in his little niece's heart was ridiculously high. Instantly, he was not so afraid of Shinwanji. Mom, what's a green plum? It's boys and girls who grew up together and who are precious to each other. Ning Yuan gave a less than complete answer. The words childhood friend cover so much. Moving around is interspersed with his 10 or 20 years of emotion. A little girl can only understand that growing up together is precious. Shinwanji's heart tumbled with emotions when she heard Ning Yuan introduce herself in this way. going out and not daring to indulge in the past, only to turn his attention to the cute and cuddly little girl in front of him. "Can Aunt Shin hold you?" She approached, her tone becoming gentle. Yui dutifully opened her arms. Shinwanji then smoothly picked her up. "Auntie, you're so cute," the little girl said in a milky voice. "When you grow up, you'll be even prettier than Auntie." Want to grow up? Think. Most people, it seems, look forward to growing up when they're little. Growing up and all the time thinking back to the beauty of childhood. Stuck in a strange loop. Sleep well and eat well every day, and you'll soon grow up. "But I want Uncle Jeong to come and see me more." "Auntie, can you call Uncle Jeong here?" Ning Yuan promptly explained. "Jeong Che brings gifts for this child every time he comes. Spoil her rotten." When Shinwanji heard this, her heart also gave birth to the love of the house. Coaxing, "I'll tell him to come see you later." At this moment, Shinwanji's status in her heart soared extremely fast. "Auntie, you're so nice." The atmosphere was cordial for a while. At the dinner table, eating became secondary instead. Chat mostly. "Ning Yuan, how have you been all these years? I still remember when you said you wanted to be a fashion designer," Shinwanji asked. "Back in the day was back in the day. Some ideas have changed a long time ago. I'm not as good as you, who stayed at home and raised children after I got married. Nothing in career." Ning Yuan looked at her daughter. "What goes around comes around. It's always a toss-up. You're living a life that others might only dream of. Just be happy." "Wanzi, there's something in your words. After all these years, you still bring up Jeong Che frequently, even if you didn't say his name. I understand what you mean. Is this visit about him, too?" Straight up, no need to beat around the bush. Since her former friend opened the door, she no longer hid it. "Take a bank card out of your bag. The money Jeong Che borrowed from you guys. I'll pay it back for him." The couple looked at each other. Yang Chen, who was eating silently next to him, said, "No, Gangshare probably doesn't agree with this. We couples aren't in a hurry to spend money. We can wait." Ning Yuan stood on the same side as her husband. "It's hard for us to do it when you're like this with Gangchi pursuing us." Shinwanji sighed slightly. Ever since the last time he personally stepped in to lend money to Jeong Che, he had become wary. The change of vest was also recognized and cooperation was refused. Ning Yuan thought of the $10 million luxury car outside the door. The tone took on an inexplicable meaning. "Wanji, although I don't know why you suddenly left Jeong Che back then. Nowadays you're obviously not on the same level as us, with a successful career. What exactly are you giving all this money for? It's money to assuage the guilt in your heart, to make peace with both, or is it out of pure emotion? If it's the former, that's a big no. I saw how sweet you were back then. Jeong Che won't think you owe him anything. Don't worry. If the latter, are you still in love with him after all these years? I suppose nowadays you are very rich and your eyes have become wide open. As the years go by, looking back, is he still your only choice?" Chapter 37, The Gentle and Considerate Wife. Shinwanji was not offended by such blunt words from Ning Yuan. There wasn't a hint of the heartbreak of being poked and prodded in those beautiful flowing eyes either. A calm. Underneath the calmness hid certain churning emotions. "Ning Yuan, you can even give up your life plan of wanting to be a fashion designer in the first place for Yang Chen. Live a life of mothering. I am only deep in Jeong Che, not shallow. If not for fate, we would have gone to the same college, graduated, and gotten married. The kids are all estimated to be 2 or 3 years older than your daughter. I'd trade all my possessions for him if I could." Ning Yuan looked at the grief flowing out of Shinwanji and suddenly realized that she had asked a very stupid question. She and her husband met in high school, and those 3 years are often recalled even after marriage. Build a solid foundation for their marriage. She wouldn't suspect that Yang Chen would cross the line when he was out socializing. Yang Chen also trusted Ning Yuan to run the family well, not to mention Shinwanji and Jeong Che, a pair of childhood sweethearts who have known each other since childhood and are interested in each other. While people can't live without money, not everyone puts it first. It's me who was overly concerned, Ning Yuan admitted frankly. The topic was then revealed in silence. In the aftermath, Shinwanji asks Ning Yuan if she still intends to realize her original dream. She can arrange for mentoring by renowned teachers and can also make introductions to positions in large companies. Let the hand-designed work face the world. The easier the words are spoken, the more energy is hidden behind them. You're making my mind up, but I'm having a good time too. There's no need to choose another path. When Ning Yuan's eyes looked over, the little girl crisply called out for her mom. Shinwanji nodded slightly, not forcing herself. The life Ning Yuan had was exactly what she had dreamed of. After a meal, she sat down a little and planned to leave. The little girl's watery eyes looked at her. "Anti-bleaching brew. After you go home, remember to ask Uncle Jeong to visit me." "Okay, I'll definitely remember that," Shinwanji assured. Jeong Che stayed at the company until 5 o'clock, and finally waited for his mom's call. By now the parents had taken a taxi from the airport to their booked hotel. You can even see the ocean from afar. "Mom, Go on a trip and spend as much money as you need to. Let's just have fun. Got it. Spending money doesn't have to be taught. Your dad asked me to go out to dinner, and there's a restaurant nearby that seems nice. Okay, no delay. Once Jiang Che ended the call, he took the elevator down to the garage. At 5 p.m., the roads were congested alright. It didn't take long to get back home. He was greeted with what many people would ideally like to live: a hot meal, noble and absolutely beautiful wife, yet exceptionally virtuous. It's been a busy day. Let's eat first. Lin Yueyan was incredibly gentle in both her movements and tone, and the jacket on her body was gently taken off. Noticing her husband's intense gaze, "Hubby, is there something on my face?" Lin Yueyan was nervous in her heart. No, just sighing at how much President Lin has changed recently. Jiang Che took his seat and found that the dishes on the table were to taste. Lin Yueyan didn't sit across from him, but sat down next to him. Outside I'm the president of the company, but back home, I'm just your wife. She moved her chopsticks and gave Jiang Che the food. Jiang Che asked meaningfully, "Your homecoming went well this time, didn't it?" The chopsticks in Lin Yueyan's hands gave a start. Then she replied as if nothing had happened. "It's okay. If my husband doesn't like me going back to my mom's house often, I'll control the frequency in the future. Married. Essentially, it's forming a new family. If the man of the house, or the woman of the house, does not fulfill the appropriate obligations, for example, often going back to the family of origin for half a month, leaving a partner alone, then the new family is not destined to support itself. You're home. You can go back if you want to. I'm not qualified to stop you." Jiang Che was unimpressed. This feeling of seeming to be in front of you, but actually having your heart in the sky is too hard to bear. Lin Yueyan tries to take her husband's hand. The delicate hand and the warm skin of the big hand touched. She followed the interlocking of her fingers. "You're not hungry." "I'm hungry." Jiang Che pulled his hand out without mercy. Lin Yueyan was not discouraged either. Perhaps it's because of that engagement that things are so much better today than they were a week ago. No matter what, she wouldn't give up. After eating and taking a short rest, Jiang Che was ready to take a bath. "Honey, the clothes are ready." The cold, demure wife held in her hand the nightgown she had prepared for her husband. Looking at the style, I think she bought it recently. Anyway, Gang Chi didn't remember having the outfit. That wasn't what surprised him the most. Not long after the shower had begun, the bathroom was misting with water and the door was suddenly opened. Lin Yueyan wrapped in her bathrobe and just walked in. There was a faint scarlet-red color on the absolutely beautiful face, and it was beautiful. As the green silk was coiled up, the swan-like graceful snowy neck was also more attractive. The slender curves of the body were perfect. The vapor adds to the haze. "What are you doing in here?" Jiang Che was not so much as a cover-up. "It's not like we're newlyweds." "Honey, don't you love it when I rub your back?" Jiang Che was stunned. When he first got married, he did ask for this. It's kind of a little trick for couples to enhance their relationship. But, as the Cold War continued later, he'd almost forgotten it existed. "I have to say that my former wife was still very gentle and considerate, especially during those 2 years as a newlywed. There is a need to be obedient." Lin Yueyan's slender jade hands cupped a small stream of warm water. The fingertips are red through and through. In the bathroom, the sound of pattering water rang out. It was late at night, and Gang Chi lay down on his bed, reaching out to put out the light. Think of how gentle and tender his wife was tonight. There was never much of a ripple inside, because these won't last long in the end unless the underlying issues are addressed. In the middle of his thoughts, a warm, soft, raw, and fragrant body pressed up against him. The fragrance of Lin Yueyan's body was unique. "The clear rhyme is intoxicating," she tentatively asked. "Honey, why don't you use the money in my card? Isn't there a shortage of money on the company's side lately?" "Already found someone else to raise the money," Jiang Che said indifferently. "Who? Isn't it Shen Wanji?" "No, Lin Yueyan, I realized that you're really strange. Obviously I didn't even bring her up and you keep bringing it up again and again." Jiang Che rolled over, and the tips of their noses were less than an inch apart. All it takes is for one of them to lean forward slightly and kiss each other. Too ambiguous. He tried to pull away from each other, but Lin Yueyan smoothly hugged him, snuggled in her husband's arms. "It can't be helped, and I don't want it to be, but ever since you guys met that day, she's been showing up whenever I'm not around you. Whether it's an elaborate chance encounter or just fate, both make it impossible for me not to care. Honey, I can't lose you anymore." There was a gripping feeling in the cold voice. After a long time, Jiang Che spoke. "I'm tired. Go to sleep." Calm returned to the bedroom. Lin Yueyan knew that she shouldn't bring up other women at such a time when the couple was alone, stirring up the atmosphere. It was obvious that she had been so forthcoming in the bathroom, but her husband had no desire to touch her. It is evident that the husband's heart is no longer in himself. She wanted so much to give birth to their love child. More and more. "I regret that I didn't have a child sooner." "It's okay. From sleeping in separate rooms 2 weeks ago, we're now sharing the same bed. The relationship between myself and my husband, although slow, is still moving in a good direction. It was only a matter of time before the child that carried the blood of both men came into the world. Everything. It's all going to be okay. With her lover by her side, Lin Yueyan slowly fell asleep with her love for her husband. Chapter 38, The Trap. The next morning was sunny. Lin Yueyan took advantage of helping her husband tie his tie and straighten his collar to send a good morning kiss. After breakfast, the two set off towards their respective companies. In the afternoon, a large client came to the door. Gang Chi interviewed him personally. The other party wants to borrow a ready-made online channel to sell the product. The volume is huge and the benefits are substantial. After an hour or so of negotiation, the preliminary intention of cooperation was established. Dinner party socializing is inevitable, and the beauty of the name is that it is better to talk about business at the table. Jiang Che would have liked to be the host, but the other party said that he had shares in a star hotel not far away, so please be sure to let him come. It doesn't matter if it's a small thing. The group drove there. Not to mention, the Chinese restaurant in this hotel has an elegant environment and even the service staff are carefully selected. All of them are quite attractive. Taking their seats, the atmosphere began to get fired up. When you drink, you talk a lot. The client was headed by a man with a big belly named Wu Dong. Smiles were constant and glasses were raised frequently. After quite a few drinks, the deal seemed to be on the table in his mouth. Everyone at the table was inebriated. Go, bring up the bottle of good wine that I have in existence here for Mr. Jiang to taste. Although Jiang Che had been drinking, he always felt that something was strange. Too much enthusiasm, or too good at business? A few moments later, the wine came and so did the people. The person delivering the wine was more noticeable than the bottle of somewhat vintage good wine. It was a pair of tall twins in Cheongsams. The difference in looks was completely unnoticeable, and in temperament, it was extremely complementary. One innocent, one mature. This is Mr. Jiang. Wu Dango gestured. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The voices of innocence and sophistication were intertwined. Men with little fixation get a feeling of floating in their hearts. The twins seemed to automatically clarify their goal. One left and one right served Jiang Che, opening bottles and pouring wine. Mr. Jiang, this wine is still to your liking, isn't it? I've been hiding it for a long time, and I haven't even drank it. I'm a little out of my element too, so you can take it back and drink it slowly. Drunk, upstairs is the deluxe suite. I'll have Mangren. Meng Shi send you the room card later. The big-bellied Wu Dong said with a smile, but anyone who isn't deaf can hear something else. The Cheongsam beauties on the left and right side of the room made secret glances and even made contact, if at all, when they poured the wine. It is very provocative. They thought they were going to serve men with big bellies tonight, who expected to be so handsome. The resistance in his heart dissipated without a trace, and he was even secretly looking forward to it. Jiang Che all but avoids it without moving. Wu Dong could already imagine the look of impatience on Jiang Che's face. Even if he immediately said he was dizzy and had to go upstairs to rest, it was no surprise. With two beauties in tow, one's self-control deteriorates again after drinking. It's pretty unsurprising what happened. Unfortunately, Jiang Che has missed many opportunities in his life though, but the peach blossom aspect is not really bad. Not to mention Xin Wanji and Lin Yueyan, two of the most beautiful women on earth. Even the soulful and beautiful Chen Xingqing could hang on to the twins with makeup on. Mr. Wu, this wine is indeed intoxicating. Or let's call it a night, Jiang Che said. A hint of triumph flashed in the smiling Wudong's eyes. Alright, Mangren, Meng Shi, you guys help Mr. Jiang to the suite, lest he get drunk and fall. No need, my wife at home is in a hurry. It's been 2 or 3 phone calls, and I've called a good valet. Jiang Che stood up for the right reasons. Wu Dong even wondered if there was something physically wrong with him. Can you even stand up to the secret glances of a beautiful woman, and without the slightest hesitation? In his place, he would have been counted to death anyway. He tried to stay and gave several reasons, all of which were rejected by Jiang Che. Jiang Che walked out of the private room and went straight to the elevator to leave. Be sent home by a valet to settle the bill. I just stepped into the house and noticed that the living room light was still on. There was a picturesque figure on the couch, his wife waiting for his return home. He couldn't help but be in a trance. Seeing her husband return, Lin Yueyan went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of antidote soup. The tone was full of heartache. Our family has money, you don't have to socialize. It's not worth it if you get drunk. It's just a meal. Jiang Che took the antidote soup and drank it. A warm stream ran through his stomach. It's not a good idea to take a bath after you've just had a drink, so wait a little longer. Lin Yueyan had already bathed and her skin was snowy, long silky hair to the waist. It's like a fairy descending from the Canton Palace. She didn't mind that her husband smelled of alcohol. Just like that, he leaned on Jiang Che's shoulder. Drinking is bad. It hurts. but the only way a husband can indulge himself a little is under the influence of alcohol. Jiang Che wasn't quite drunk, just slightly intoxicated, lazy, allowing his wife to move closer. He smelled the familiar cold scent. Due to the sudden interruption of the meal, it was now 9 o'clock, which was not very late to say the least. Lin Yueyan quietly enjoyed this bland yet rare coziness. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Che got up and went to take a shower, then fall asleep in what's left of the drunkenness. Lin Yueyan, however, scrutinized him for a long time. It was only this quiet night that she could feel the people around her, completely hers, just her, nothing about anyone. On the other side, Wu Dong was on the phone. What? Failed? You're a made man. You're a made man. With all the money I've given you, is it possible that you can't even find a decent woman? Waste. Facing the anger on the other end of the phone, Wu Dong was cursed. You rest your case? I did spend a lot of money on beautiful women, and poured wine. He's just indifferent. I'm wondering if he's even a man, but I've still got a hand in it, and white can become black. Oh, hey, I had anticipated this situation, so I arranged for someone to. Chapter 39. Jiang Che woke up a little late today. Get up in a hurry. Lin Yueyan helped her husband pick out clothes from the closet. Jiang Che looked at his wife, who was close at hand, and focused on helping himself to put on his jacket. Straighten the collar. 27 is the most beautiful age for a woman. There is no more youthfulness. There is a mature flavor. You can be a beautiful woman without any makeup. Beauty is like the moon, noble and cold. On the contrary, the way she looks at you has a softness in her eyes that she can't hide. Not too tired? After so many years of marriage, Lin Yueyan quickly realized that her husband was referring to the abnormalities of the past few days. Cooking himself, helping with dressing, all sorts of no-nonsense behavior. Why yes, these are the things I should be doing, she replied softly. Burdens are always relative. And to be able to send one's tenderness to one's lover is to have no regrets. She wanted to go and be the perfect wife in her husband's heart and had to. So much so that he was willing to return home at dark. Forget it, can't afford it. In the end it thinned out into something I owe you. Jiang Che grabbed the deft, vegetal hand on his collar. Hubby, we are husband and wife. It's normal to owe each other. If we do pursue this, I should be the one who owes you. I don't ask for much. I'll give 100% if you respond 1%. Lin Yueyan slightly exerted herself to break free, then took Jiang Che's arm. Inside the full-length mirror, the pair appeared. The wedding photo that happened to be hanging on the wall behind it made it into the picture. Leaving aside numerous factors, just by looking at the exterior, anyone would think that this is a very loving couple. Jiang Che estimated that Lin Yueyan was just a whim. He was under the illusion of going back to the days when he was first married, but it was only an illusion. How long will President Lin be able to play the good wife? There's always a tired day. She was no longer the woman who had shed tears in her arms when she couldn't raise money for her mother's medical bills. Many years of pampering. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, and it feels like a lot to give when you put your foot down a little. On the dining table, Lin Yueyan gave him a bowl of millet porridge. Such a submissive look. Hubby, you should drink some porridge to nourish your stomach after last night's drinking. Promise me that you won't push yourself in the future, and that you'll put off social engagements if you want to. It doesn't matter if you can't make any money. You still have me at home. Jiang Che took a sip of kanji. A man without a career you also look at? I don't care if you have money or not, as long as it's you. Whatever. Weren't we like most couples when we first met? Even going on a trip requires saving money and being meticulous. Lin Yueyan's bright eyes flashed with a look of remembrance. It's true that the economic level was not as high as it is now when we were passionately in love, but there was happiness everywhere. You even said it was once upon a time. The once upon a time Lin Yueyan was reasonable, not getting cold feet and falling out over the smallest things. Jiang Che stopped there and changed direction. Don't say my company went out of business and I have nothing, even if it's me now. Your family seems to have a big problem with it, right? Nothing. Lin Yueyan's eyes lowered, avoiding her husband's gaze. Oh, looks like I was thinking too much. How Jiang Che's words sounded. How sarcastic. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Lin Yueyan waited for her husband's bowl of porridge to reach the bottom and then helped him to serve another bowl. Silence is a silent acknowledgement. Jiang Che understood that what should come would always come. There are some things that can't be avoided. Lin Yueyan, when asked to make a choice, then looked back. Maybe all these lip service promises are turning out to be jokes. The coziness of this moment will also be reduced to falsehood. After breakfast, Jiang Che took the lead in driving to the office. Lin Yueyan watched the car drift away. After the last time she went back to her mother's house and was persuaded to get a divorce, and this morning Jiang Che's words that were light but hit the nail on the head. The parents just couldn't hide the conflict with their husband, nearly naked on the table. On either side, there were people in her life who were indispensable, trying to reconcile, but seemingly at a loss. Faced with an empty home, she also chose to go to the office. Bring your husband his lunch as usual. Instead, I received a large envelope in the evening. The content inside is extremely impactful. Look's face is slightly pale. Jiang Che had a busy day and returned home with the evening rush hour traffic. Right eyelid jumps straight up a few times now and then. It got so bad that he didn't get out of the car first thing when he got home, but called his mom and dad from the car. Learned that they were having a good time. A sigh of relief. When I walked into the house, it was still the same as it had been for the past few days, with the aroma of the meal wafting through the living room. The fireworks are the most soothing to the mortal heart. The hostess was not absent, but compared to the gentle and virtuous wife in the morning, Lin Yuan's face was cold. It was as if we were back in the Cold War. Jiang Che frowned, not understanding what was going on. Obviously, she was soft and gentle when she delivered the lunch. Is it that you don't want to play the game of playing the good wife anymore? Or, those white wolves are behind this? I think it's the latter. He pulled out his chair and took his seat, and not a word was exchanged between the couple. It's a far cry from today's breakfast. The atmosphere seemed to go back in time to the night of the signing of the divorce papers. After dinner, Lin Yuan went upstairs alone. The same as the days of sleeping in separate rooms. The only times the two met seemed to be dinner and breakfast. Nightfall. Jiang Che prepared all the clothes and walked into the bathroom. Lying in the bathtub, he contemplated Lin Yuan's sudden change. It's coming later than I thought, he murmured to himself. Last time Lin Mubai was defeated, so how could he endure this? After all, in their eyes, their brother-in-law and son-in-law were outsiders. Forget it, it doesn't matter how, it's also a disguised option. He closed his eyes and soaked the bath quietly. I was not surprised when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Out of Jiang Che's expectation, it was reasonable to say that Lin Yuan's game of playing the good wife was over. The next step is to get a divorce. Who's gonna give him a back rub? But Lin Yuan just barged in. There was not half a bit of gentleness on the stunningly beautiful face, only an icy cold demeanor. The hands did not stop moving, dipping the bath ball into the shower gel and scrubbing her husband's skin over and over again. It's as if Gang Chi has gotten dirty and wants to clean him up. What kind of temper are you throwing? Jiang Che questioned, tightening his grip on her white wrist. The slightest pressure can leave a red mark. At the same time red, there were also Lin Yuan's eyes. Distracted by the stirring, Jiang Che got up, rinsed off, put on his clothes and returned to the second bedroom. The slender, perfect figure followed. Jiang Che just turned around to show his cards and make a break. Who expected his wife to come close enough to initiate a kiss? And the softness coming from his lips lasted just a moment, followed by the sensation of pain, the rusty smell from the blood. Gang Chi snapped and pushed her away. You're crazy. Chapter 40, Photographs. Yes, I am mad. You drove me mad. Why I took the initiative 3 times. You don't even want to touch me, but you're out there messing around with other women. Where am I inferior to them? Is it the looks? Is it the body? Jiang Che, it's true that I didn't fulfill my duties as a wife before. You also promised to give me a chance to start over. Hold a grudge against me, and whatever compensation you want, I'll do it. But you chose to punish me in the cruelest way possible. Tears cut across Lin Yuan's stunningly beautiful face. Every word was an accusation. Jiang Che had had enough of her cold violence and inexplicable behavior tonight. I don't know what you're babbling about. Messing around? Who am I messing with? Good. Then explain to me. What the hell is going on with these pictures? Lin Yuan flung out the photos she received today. Jiang Che instantly recognized it as last night's scene. Only the photos are from tricky angles, plausible and highly misleading. For example, in this one, Jiang Che's hand hanging down, due to the angle, seems to be secretly touching the legs of the Cheongsam beauty beside him. Originally those twins came with a purpose. Neither could use the word lean, but rather stick. It's easy to shoot for a left field view. In the next one, Gang Chi turns his head, only to be caught in a misplaced kiss. Sheets are tricky. The prodigal son who lives and breathes flowers. He held the photo in silence for a moment, thinking, if he didn't have enough determination last night, what was delivered to Lin Yuan's hands now would have been a video. Instead of these photos full of misunderstandings. Who goes out of his way to put a pair of twin beauties at his lips, even backwards? He has the strength to make such a big deal, and then only to provoke the relationship between himself and Lin Yuan. Whoever benefits is highly suspect. The ones who wanted to divorce themselves and Lin Yuan, and who had recently had a grudge, were none other than the Lin family. Lindbergh. Jiang Che looked to his wife who was waiting for his explanation. Yesterday afternoon, I started dining and socializing after conferring with a client. These are the pictures that were taken at that time by someone who had a mind to steal them. But look, is there any footage in here that completely proves I cheated? It's all just some misdirection. If I did cheat, how would I be willing to stop at cuddling? If I did cheat on you, how would I be willing to stop at hugging? I'm not afraid to tell you that they even sent me their room cards last night, and the open suite is upstairs. What time did I get back last night? 9 o'clock. It's strange to say that there's someone in the world who would put two twin beauties at my lips for nothing and send me a big business deal, money and people for nothing, at such great cost, just to take these pictures and sow discord between you and me. Who wants me to divorce you so badly? Still trying to stink me up. By the looks of it, I've always advocated win-win in business, and I haven't offended anyone. After your career got up, our social circles were separated. When I saw these photos, one person's name subconsciously came to mind. Your own brother, Lin Mubai. It's not been a day or two since he thought I wasn't good enough for you. Plus a while back, you made him apologize to me. It's hard to avoid resentment. Other than him, I just can't think of anyone who's so rich and willing to go through the trouble of getting us divorced. These people in your family, they don't return favors, and they're vindictive. I don't expect you to believe me when you make empty promises. You want a divorce. Fine, but not for this reason. I don't want people snickering behind my back. Jiang Che tossed the photos around in bits and pieces. Lead the way out of the bedroom. He was outraged. It had been ennobling. Garage pickup. Lights on. Traffic rolled through the city streets as he circled up to the ring elevated. Open the window and let the cold wind pour right through you. Contemplating how to fight back. Stirring emotions rose and fell with the sound of the engine. After the catharsis, turn down the next fork. Running to a real home. Jiang Che didn't expect to come back on his own after 2 days. The house next door was still lit up. He pulled out his key to open the door and flicked the switch. Lights instantly illuminate the living room. Just a place without family is just a house. And the more you stay, the lonelier you get. Jiang Che never thought that he would have a day of regret. He didn't want to deny his past self, but at one point he had really made a very stupid decision. The bedroom fell into dead silence. When her husband said her own brother's name, one seemingly unrelated thing strung together in Lin Yuan's mind. The last time she went back, the whole family tried hard to persuade her to get a divorce. After this, Lin Mubai also every now and then to bridge the gap and introduce customers who can cooperate. None of them are handsome, golden men. The motives were so in line with what the husband had said. She couldn't believe that her own brother had actually laid a trap for such a shameless trick. Lin Yuan searched the house in vain for her husband. Calls to the phone also show the phone turned off. Jiang Che's heart was hard to be at peace, and the house was too empty with no one in it. Go out and ride the night wherever you go. The crowds were huge and it was hilarious. He was alone in the hustle and bustle. Suddenly a brilliant firework bloomed in the dark sky. He was baffled that it was time for the annual fireworks display. This canal is not only lined with abandoned wharves that have been converted into commercial areas, there is also a sizable South Shore Park. Every year, South Shore Park hosts a fireworks show, all forming a tradition. Not only locals, but even out-of-towners come to hit it up. He followed the crowds to this park that was too familiar to be true. The seats were all taken, and it was as lively as I remembered. Only one bench had an empty seat, simply because there sat a man with a scruffy, unkempt image, looking and drinking. Jiang Che was tired, both in mind and body, and didn't care about this at all. Sit straight down. The dark sky flashed with fireworks of unparalleled brilliance. Jiang Che, however, was distracted, his eyes a bit empty. Watching fireworks is more than fireworks. Drink? The scruffy man pulled an unopened bottle of wine from a plastic sheet bearing the logo of a convenience store. Gangshare took it. The degrees are high and hot. Burn away all your worries. Wine is a good thing sometimes. From out of town? Jiang Che shook his head. Local. The scruffy man stopped talking and had a sip of his drink. He may have seen that Jiang Che was a man with a story and troubles, and he presented the wine. The fireworks bloomed brilliantly and went out again. Repeat the cycle. It's like many years ago. At that time, Shen Wanji's family divorce was very fierce. She temporarily lived in Jiang Che's house. For her to feel a little more relaxed, Jiang Che took her to see the fireworks show. The sky is so bright that it lights up the night. At that time, Jiang Che had not realized that the plum beside him, who had accompanied him for more than 10 years, was about to leave. Chapter 41, Love fading in the fireworks. Every time fireworks bloomed in the sky, the darkness of the night became radiant, shining out the shadows of Encho and the scruffy man. The two looked at the roiling flowers and fire without half a smile. Lonely, deep, the same people at the end of the world. Jiang Che still remembers the flower fire before that parting. He brought Shen Wanji to seek a good location early, wait long enough to witness the view. The unbelievably gorgeous sky was reduced to a backdrop for this pair of childhood friends. The young man comforted the young girl by saying, "Everything will be all right. Auntie and uncle are probably just mad at each other. Wanji, I will always be by your side no matter what. Don't worry." The ringing of the fireworks couldn't drown out the simple, sincere words of the teenager. The young girl's eyes looking at him were so sad and sorrowful. Wanted to say something and then stopped. She took the teenager's hand of her own accord, then snuggled into his shoulder. Feeling the minutes and seconds of the moment was the last tenderness she would give the teenager. It took a long time before Echo realized why the young girl was struggling so much when she looked at herself. Because She's leaving. As for the scruffy man beside Jiang Che, his wife had died a few years before due to leukemia, and pouring out his family's money could not bring back the life of his beloved. Since then, he's been a mess. The beard and sideburns are too connected to bother with, because the people who loved him are no longer there. There's no point. He also came to South Shore Park to see the fireworks show when he and his wife were passionately in love. This time again, it is nothing more than a return trip to the same place, an alternative to carving a boat. A firework has a different meaning in everyone's eyes, or joy, or sadness, life in 100 different ways. The half-hour fireworks show ended with a final round of hundreds of flowers. After the ultimate splendor, blandness is lost. The night sky resumed its original form, and those bright sparkles seemed as if they had never existed. As in certain things, certain people, the crowd was dispersing. Even the drunken, scruffy man was getting ready to leave. Let's go. My wife is waiting for me. Jiang Che nodded to him, not realizing that the wait he was referring to was in a dream. We're all at the same end of the world, and we've met before. In a few moments, only a few scattered people were left in the originally bustling park, and lonely streetlights. Gang Chi wants to go home, too. Old home. Parents have gone on a trip and it's empty. That little family held together by marriage. A mess. He was suddenly unable to find his goal, as if he had been transformed into a flatboat drifting on the river. Look around in bewilderment. As the night breeze blew, the wine he had just drunk turned into drunkenness and came up. The night sky was dark and he was plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he heard his name being called in his ear. The voice was familiar, as if it came from the deepest recesses of memory. Echo, wake up, don't sleep here. He opened his eyes and for a moment he couldn't tell what year it was. The noble and elegant woman in front of her slowly reunited with the memories and separated them again. For a moment, he broke free of the memories. Shenwanji witnessed the change in Jiang Che's eyes, from dwelling on the past, to confusion, to apathy. A few short seconds may have summed up their feelings. In fact, she noticed it the first time the lights came on in Jiang Che's house. Auntie Fang and Uncle Jiang had already gone on a trip, so there couldn't be anyone else but Jiang Che. The lights next door came on shortly before going out. She thought Jiang Che had left. The car parked in the doorway was silent proof that he hadn't gone. Shenwanji went searching one place at a time. Under the big banyan tree at the end of the street. Dock by the canal. Nothing. The crowds of people. The thousands of passers-by. None of them were him. It was as if fate had listened to Shenwanji's prayers. A brilliant firework lights up the night sky in a flash, pointing the way. So here she is. Reunion in a place of separation. Confronted by this man who reeked of alcohol and had his back leaning against a park bench, Shenwanji was only filled with heartache. She tried to suppress her emotions and said softly, "Go home and sleep." Shenwanji tried to reach out and stroke Jiang Che to get up, but was avoided. "Who are you to control me?" The past hurt too much, so much so that even when Jiang Che was drunk, he was resisting her. The words viciously ripped open the wound in her heart. At one time they were the most important people in each other's lives. Besides their next of kin, there are countless wonderful engagements and promises. Even the future is planned so desirably. She was the one who threw it all away with her own hands. Yes, from that day on I lost all qualifications. But when I see you like this, I can't help but come closer, even if I turn to ashes like a moth to a flame. Jiang Che, your unhappiness is the greatest punishment for me. If your life is happy and fulfilling, I will only watch from afar, would never bother. But, you're not having a good time at all. The parting in the first place not only punished me, but you as well. You tell me how I can stand by and do nothing. Tears glistened in the darkness. Jiang Che stood up and tried to leave. A crooked, heavenly journey. Shenwanji stepped forward to assist, and no matter how many times she was thrown away, she had no regrets. The pair of childhood friends walked the path they once did, long ago. Shenwanji pulled the key out of the drunken Jiang Che's pocket, opened the door. For her, this is a second home. After all these years, the overall layout hasn't changed much, although some of the furniture has changed. A sense of familiarity came over me. Shenwanji helped Jiang Che into the bedroom and helped take off his shoes. He also went to the bathroom and brought a basin of warm water to wipe his face with a towel. Busy finish. She just sat on the edge of the bed and watched quietly. The man who had haunted me for countless nights was right in front of me. Touchdown. It was late at night, but Shenwanji hadn't slept yet, because at dawn, the two were going to become unattached again. Jiang Che's room was barely changed except for a closet change. From here, you can see the window of your room. They have also tried to make a long paper cup earpiece. Listen to each other's voices, troubles, joys, sorrows. The familiarity of the setting makes the past more and more real. Bits and pieces swept through her heart. How Shenwanji wished that time could go back to the old days. Two people wouldn't have ended up like this. One is forever drowning in the aftermath of grief, and the other is not living the least bit happily. She remembered that there was a photo album in the bottom drawer of this nightstand. It's full of pictures of them. Shinwanji reached out to open it, but found the drawer difficult to pull. There's no lock. The only explanation was that Jiang Che had simply left it untouched for too long. Pull hard. An aged photo album was consigned along with it. It was covered with a thin layer of dust. It's like a dusty past for both of them. Shinwanji picked up the album, only to find a stack of yellowed letter paper underneath. Chapter 42, Expired Love. The letterhead padded underneath is almost as thick as a photo album. They were simply folded in half. What's the point of putting envelopes and stamps on letters that can't be mailed? Shinwanji looked at the stack of letterheads and had an inexplicable feeling in her heart, as if something came across time and space. Right in the center of the bull's eye, she put down the album and picked up one of the letterheads. Turn it over. Full of years. Pen and ink aged. Paper yellowed. But the writing on it was still visible. Wanzi, I had thought that if I kept my promise and came to this college I would see you. It turned out to be yet another disappointment. Now, I'm not looking for anything long. Just want to see you once. Just once. By the way, there are 2 rows of maple trees off the main road on the college campus. Its maple leaves are like burning thoughts. Fall is coming without you. Fate has a way of getting in the way. These letters, which had nowhere to be sent, finally reached their recipients many years later. But what's the point? This love, which belongs to the recipient, has quietly expired. The words on the yellowed letter paper are just traces of the love that was once left behind. Shinwanji's vision gradually blurred. A tear fell on the word miss, slowly swoosh away. At the right time, these letters were honey to her. Now, however, it made her liver. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for her. The letters were turned over one by one. The more you look at it, the more it hurts. The night was as thick as ink. Shinwanji was still guarding the bedside, refusing to leave by half a step. Headache. Jiang Che's first feeling when he woke up. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at the familiar bedroom, recalling last night's scene. Quarrel. Go home. Watch the fireworks and then share a drink. Then later, Shinwanji seemed to appear. The neatly covered quilt on himself seemed to be the evidence. Looking around the week and seeing no one, Jiang Che thought Shinwanji had gone back next door. Lifting the covers and getting out of bed, he looked for his cell phone to check the time, only to find that the cell phone had long since died and been turned off. Charged it up and went to wash up. He vaguely heard some movement on the first floor. Go down and check it out. Found a steaming breakfast on the living room table and a regal, shapely figure. Shinwanji wore a few weary looks, but that doesn't take away from her charm. She pulled a few strands of green silk that had fallen behind her ears and busied herself. See Jiang Che get up. A faint smile spread across 1,000 beautiful faces. The colors of the earth are as dust. Have breakfast. Learn to take care of yourself in the future. Drinking too much alcohol hurts your body. Those words actually came out of your mouth. Ha! Jiang Che didn't appreciate it. Shinwanji's beautiful, flowing eyes lost their luster. Every word of the letter floats to the surface of the mind. Jiang Che, there's always someone in this world who loves you all the time, and to cheapen yourself for someone who doesn't, is it worth it? At least Auntie Fawn would never want to see you royally drunk and sleeping rough in the park last night. There was simply too much familiarity between the two. So much so that after so many years, Shinwanji was still able to know Jiang Che's weaknesses, let him not be able to refute it. The two looked at each other for a long time, speechless. Shinwanji took the initiative to break the silence. I'm going to head back. Remember to eat breakfast. She was about to turn the doorknob when something suddenly occurred to her. Looking back, that kitty misses you. Remember to visit her when you have time. The topic jumped too suddenly, switched from a 10-year-old tangle of grudges to an unrelated small child. But there's no such thing as love without a reason, or hate without a reason. Just as Shinwanji knew what Jiang Che cared about most, Jiang Che could more or less guess why she went to Ning Yuan's house. When she was young, she would always help herself to things in a quiet way. One always realizes it after the fact. Stay out of my business. Shinwanji opened the door skillfully as if she hadn't heard the words. The marvelous figure then disappeared from Jiang Che's view. All that was left was the breakfast on the table radiating some heat to prove that she had been here. Outside the door, with a few weary looks, the woman tilted her head to the blue sky, murmuring, "What the hell am I supposed to do?" The wind blew her skirts. Her graceful figure actually took on a bit of a monolithic look. Also staying up until dawn was Lin Yuan. After last night's fight, she and her husband have completely lost touch. No matter how many times you call, you can only hear that cold mechanical beep. Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed to Jiang Che's company, expecting to find her husband here like the last time he stayed out at night. But the trip was doomed. Chen Qingqing also wondered that her boss, who used to arrive at the office on time, hadn't shown up at 10 o'clock. There are some matters awaiting him. The phone doesn't work either. It's as if the whole thing had evaporated into thin air. Lin Yuan pushed the door and entered. She thought the visitor was Jiang Che. The joyful tone dissipated as the tall, elegant figure came into full view. Boss, mother, Lin Yueyan looked around. The office chair was empty. Did your boss come to the office today? No, Chen Qingqing replied. Lin Yueyan lost her mind for a moment. She only had one last location left to go to. If you can't find it there either, you really don't know what to do. She looked at the beautiful assistant with fluttering eyes in front of her. A professional outfit can hardly hide its spirit and lightness. It's like the slightly blooming lotus flower. If she really didn't have that kind of heart for her husband, why would she turn down a higher salary? In private companies like this one, the job is to earn money. The offer I made you last time still stands, and I hope you'll give it more thought. Chen Qingqing politely responded. I don't have any thoughts of changing jobs for the time being. Lin Yueyan's heart wasn't in it, so she casually mentioned it and then hurriedly left. Chen Qingqing took a long breath. Was happy yesterday that I wasn't being transferred. The bad luck came right away. First, she went home to see her parents being rushed into marriage, reminding her of why she had moved out. As soon as I got to work, I was confronted by my cold boss's wife. Her thin willow-like brows furrowed slightly. The owner's phone calls were not answered and the family even found the company. It's not like there's been an accident, is it? Chen Qingqing took out her cell phone and called her own boss's number once more. The voice from the other end was still off. Sadness, then, rarely appeared on her beautiful and attractive face. Lin Yueyan returned to the car, not knowing where to go for a while. Going to your in-law's house to find a husband? First of all, regardless of where the husband is or isn't, what will happen if we find him? She had a feeling that she couldn't handle this one on her own. The marriage then really came to an end. Lin Yueyan remembered her husband's words last night, and her brother's recent behavior, inexplicably matched, while trying desperately to cooperate with his parents to persuade himself to get a divorce. All the while, he was matching himself, his sister, with an interested partner. In reality, it's just a different way of recommending candidates. As she looked around, the city was alive with traffic, full of color. It's a whole different world from inside the car. A few moments later, she started the car and drove towards Lin's group. Lin Mubai was looking at the pictures. I have to say that the person who took the photo is probably an old hand in the business. One is more evocative than the other. Chapter 43, The Slap. There's nothing demure about the twins Chongsams in the photo. The openings are all the way up to nowhere, and they're still dark. Springtime is in the air, plus the wrong angle. It's a shot of the illusion of left-right, dinner table kissing. Originally, Lin Mubai was planning to send Jiang Che's cheating video to Lin Yueyan. Who would have thought that Jiang Che actually held it, which is not even on the hook. He was all slightly surprised when he learned of the result. He's bringing meat to his mouth and someone won't eat it? To say that Jiang Che would had a bottom line, he would never believe it. Could it be a physical problem? No wonder you haven't had a child in all your years of marriage. All the more reason to get a divorce. It's just a bit of a stretch to estimate with these ambiguous photos. It's perfect if it's a video. It also doesn't matter that once the seeds of suspicion are planted, it's not like the falsely accused party can prove innocence. The rift between the two only grew wider, eventually parted ways. Thinking of Jiang Che being driven away like a lost dog, Lin Mubai's heart and body felt relieved. It felt like a boulder that had been weighing on my chest had been moved away. The anger you took not long ago can be doubled. A sinister smile curled his mouth. Eyes tightly fixed on Jiang Che in the photo, hating that he couldn't wait for him to get the hell out of there. Those who didn't know thought they were killing their fathers and not sharing the same fate. As Lin Mubai indulged in his beautiful fantasy, the office door was pushed open. There's a lot of movement. I told you not to be disturbed if there's nothing important. Sis, what brings you here? Lin Mubai's heart was flustered, but his words could not be heard to ripple, all the while quickly tucking those pictures under the folder, obstructing the view. But it was too late. Lin Yueyan had just walked in and noticed the photo in his hand. What are you looking at? Might as well bring it to me as well. Lin Yueyan's tone was icy cold to the extreme, no longer as close as in the past. Her arrival was so sudden that Lin Mubai couldn't find any good excuses in a few seconds. One can only harden one's head and pretend not to hear it. Good death, caught in the act. Originally, Jiang Che came to the door. Lin Mubai also intends to hit back, saying that he wrongly accused people to provoke the relationship between our brother and sister. Serialization is much more effective. After all, only the person who wronged you knows how wronged you are. But plans don't change. Shouldn't they be arguing in cold turkey at this point? How did sis find the time to come to the group to see herself? Are you looking at these? Lin Yueyan threw the photos she received yesterday in front of him. Lin Mubai opened his eyes and said blindly, yes, someone sent me these photos yesterday. I was thinking about whether to send them to my sister. Lin Mubai, do you think I'm stupid? Why would someone else want you to forward it to me if they sent it directly to me? I caught you in the act and you still won't admit it? Why do you do that? Lin Mubai's heart thumped. His own sister would rarely call him with her name. I can count the number of times I've done this since I was a kid on one hand. None of them are extremely angry. A good plan got messed up. How did that loser get so lucky? The heart is incapable of raging, and returns to being incapable of raging. The truth is that they are emboldened. After so many years of being her own sibling, she won't do anything to herself. At most, it's just a scolding and a temporary sulk. Can a sister and brother die of old age for the sake of an outsider? No way. Sis, he didn't deserve you a long time ago. A man is supposed to cover for his woman. Does he have it in him? He can't take the pressure off you in his career. He'll just suck the blood out of you and out of our family. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Mubai spoke vociferously and argued with reason. And Lin Yuan's face grew colder and colder, her face covered in frost. Snap! A crisp slap rang through the office. Lin Mubai's voice ended abruptly. The atmosphere fell into a deadly silence. Lin Yuan's Yang Qi's hand dropped to her side, trembling slightly, half anger, half hate. The burning sensation on Lin Mubai's face was not strong. Instead, the mental damage was even more tremendous. A full 10 seconds passed before he came back to his senses. Sis, you actually, for an outsider, beat me? The tone was full of incredulity. This questioning could not be exchanged for Lin Yuan's half-guilt. You feel aggrieved? And you feel aggrieved? If you can't stand this aggravation, then wouldn't it be harder for your brother-in-law to be made a condom by you? For my own good? Finding other women to seduce my husband and then taking pictures and sending them to me to sow discord between us as a couple. This is for my benefit? Lucky you to say that. If I had found someone else to hook up with my younger siblings, would you still be here with your words of evil? I'm afraid you've killed me. That's a light slap. Lin Mubai, I really can't see through you more and more these past few years. Do you remember being 15? You see someone else playing the piano, so you go home and tell your mom and dad that you want to learn how to play the piano. 2. If you can't afford a piano, you can buy a cheap electric piano. Mom and dad say that you need to keep your mind on your studies and that none of these hobbies matter. You locked yourself in your room all day and refused to come out over this. I ended up going and persuading mom and dad to buy you the piano. That's being submissive for the good of the other person. Not you being self-righteous there. Whether Jiang Che is worthy of me or not, no one is qualified to comment except each other within the marriage. Even if I really don't deserve it, I love him and I'm happy to. Just like when you had to learn to play the piano. The year you first started college, the family's money is spent. I still got you the new laptop, clothes, shoes. You haven't left anything behind that anyone else has. Actually, that money was from your brother-in-law, who saw your pride. I was afraid you wouldn't take it if I gave it directly, so I gave it to me. Without him, we'd all be motherless children now. You know, he didn't need me. He could have lived another new and satisfying life. The whole world can look down on him. Only we can't. A fire was burning in Lin Mubai's heart, burning him to lose his mind. It's a bit of a dumbfoundedness that can't be vented half as much. The boulder that had been weighing on his chest, taking his breath away, pressed back. You are such a disappointment to me. Lin Yuan threw down these words and turned to leave. The sibling relationship has deteriorated like never before, but she doesn't think she did wrong. There's no guilt in the mind. When Lin Yuan left, Lin Mubai swept everything on the desktop to the ground like crazy. A crash sounded in the office. The subordinates outside didn't dare to come in even when they heard the sound. No one wants to stir up the fire for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Money, money. Isn't it just the hundreds of thousands of dollars when all is said and done? I've got plenty. If he wants it, he'll pay it back twice as much, 10 times over. Lin Mubai smashed the decorations all over again and couldn't get rid of his anger. Disheveled, he sat down in his office chair. He's not the same Lin Mubai he was back then. He has money and status now. Why would you grovel to someone like that? Don't even think about it. Lin Yuan didn't go back to her own company and went straight to her in-laws' house. Along the way, the mind was in turmoil. She was afraid that she wouldn't know how to explain herself when she saw her husband later, and even more afraid that she wouldn't see him. Chapter 44, A Resurrected Affinity. I don't know how many traffic lights I passed, but Lin Yuan finally arrived at the old house of Jiang Che's family. The car parked in front of the door puts one's mind at ease. One has finally found a husband in a sea of people. The two cars were parked side by side in the open space in front of the gate yard. Lin Yuan's luxury car was too dazzling and looked a bit incongruous. She got out of the car and had trouble stepping away from the doorbell that was only a few steps away. After the mess last night, how can I get my husband off my back today? After a moment of standing, Lin Yuan noticed the old house next door. These two families didn't even build a courtyard wall between them, so you can imagine how close they were. Several windows correspond. Once upon a time, I didn't notice or care when I came here on my own. Now when she looked up, Lin Yuan inexplicably thought of Xin Wanji and Jiang Che both. There's something about it. It's silent. It's quiet. Yet it is real. She dismissed the flurry of thoughts in her head. Whatever fond memories they had of each other back then, it was over. Now she herself is Jiang Che's wife. A subconscious sense of crisis urged her to ring the doorbell. Inside the house, Gang Chi had just come out of the bathroom after a hot shower. Last night the night air was a little chilly and he got drunk again and lay down on the bench to sleep for a while. I can't talk about a fever, but I'm a little cold, top heavy. The doorbell rang, and doubt flooded his mind. Who's coming? They had already told their respective friends about their parents' trip. Under normal circumstances, this would be a vacant house with no visitors. Gangshare went downstairs and opened the door to reveal the mystery. The bright sunlight was draped over the noble and cool woman in front of her, and her graceful green silk was tinged with shimmering light. Like a dream. Jiang Che, however, did not have a heartfelt admiration. Yesterday morning, he had enjoyed Lin Yuan's tenderness for just one day, and the water froze, bone-chilling cold. He also did not hope that Lin Yuan would believe his words without proof. Will there be people in this world other than his parents who believe in him unconditionally? Probably not. It seemed to Jiang Che that Lin Yuan would only talk about one thing: can't stand the betrayal and wants a divorce. He didn't say anything to his wife when he opened the door. Turning, he headed for the living room. Lin Yuan saw that her husband's face was expressionless, not sad or happy. The heart was harder. The lack of any mood swings is rather more evidence of the depth of its disappointment. In Jiang Che's anticipation, his wife should be sitting across the table with an icy face talking about property division. You cheated on me first, and this way, we don't owe each other anything. As for the assets of the company in my name, don't even think about it. Saying blah blah blah, but the reality was that she had just sat down and she was sitting right next to her. Too close. Honey, I'm sorry. This whole thing is indeed a setup behind the scenes. Just like you said. Jiang Che was silent, waiting for the following. Lin Yuan told the whole story of what happened in the Lin group today. He wasn't surprised that the person behind the scenes was Lin Mubai, because he focuses on being a man of the world. He presses on with no enemies. If there is, it's a big favor. That's why after the incident, he was so sure that Lin Mubai was behind it. What really surprised him was that Lin Yuan was actually willing to give Lin Mubai a slap in the face. It's not that a slap is heavy. It's like to get a beating for deliberately going out to break up someone else's conjugal relationship. According to his wife's former attitude, she would certainly find room to maneuver between the two. Now it's a complete pick aside. Honey, don't be mad, okay? I just cared for you so much, loved you so much that I lost my mind and was compelled by those pictures. Lin Yuan said softly, a touch of pleading in her tone. As long as you don't divorce me and want any compensation, I can try to make it happen. Jiang Che didn't answer positively, but only asked lightly, if you do this, how will your parents' side explain? A simple sentence that contains a lot. The wife was able to be sensible in front of his brother and preserve the small family as well as the couple's relationship. It's a different difficulty than being in front of your parents. Lin Yuan shook her head slightly. I've done nothing wrong in this matter and don't need to answer to them for anything. Honey, you look a little pale. Do you have a fever? I'll call my personal physician to take a look at you. No, a cold and a headache from last night's drinking. Just rest and relax. Heard my husband say he had a headache from drinking last night. Lin Yuan habitually got up and wanted to go to the kitchen to make a cup of honey water, but there was already a cup placed peacefully on the dining table. This is something that has already been shortchanged. Based on what I understand about my husband after so many years of marriage, he is drunk even if he is socializing, and I'm not going to make any honey water the next day. And this honey water, who prepared it for him? Lin Yuan went to the kitchen to make a new cup at just the right temperature for Jiang Che. When he had finished his drink, he asked as if nothing had happened. Honey, did anyone else come by the house today? Jiang Che said things as they were, without hiding them. Shen Wanji, I was drunk in the park last night and she was the one who helped me home. The suspicions of the mind were confirmed. The sense of crisis in Lin Yuan's subconscious was getting stronger. Fate, a very unreasonable thing. It is unseen, unavailable, and hard to figure out. At one time myself and my husband were guided by fate to meet, getting to know each other. Then each other's lives began to approach each other and overlap. People who really aren't meant to meet each other. There are also people whose fates are over. Even if they rub shoulders in a crowd, they will miss them. You look back with hindsight, and you're already in a sea of people. Last night the husband's cell phone was off and no one could reach him. Even so, she, Shen Wanji, still managed to meet Jiang Che. It was as if the destiny that had been disconnected between these two men had begun to renew itself. Entangled. It is said that God punishes those who do not know how to cherish with loss. The words seem to be fulfilled. She made a mistake in this marriage and heaven sent Shen Wanji. In fact, if we really want to talk about it, it was Shen Wanji who came first. How Lin Yuan wanted to take Jiang Che to another strange city. Go where Shen Wanji can't find it. Cut off this resurgent bond. She secretly felt deeply stupid for arguing with her husband last night. Every quarrel was equivalent to personally pushing her husband to Shen Wanji's side. At this rate, if one day their childhood sweethearts renew their old relationship, then he himself is their greatest matchmaker, and the dumbest person in the world. For the rest of the day, Lin Yueyan helped her husband take the clothes out of the washing machine to dry. Be as virtuous as you want. It's hard to imagine that a female president in control of a large company would actually do this kind of housework herself. Jiang Che remembered that his cell phone hadn't been turned on all night. Chapter 45, The Shura. Charge and turn on. A series of missed calls then scrambled to pop up. Dazzled, Jiang Che realized that his mom had also called him, so he hurriedly replied. "Da." It was picked up after only one ring. "Mom, did you have a good time on the tour? Why is the phone suddenly not working?" Fong Lan asked. She first shared a couple of pretty pictures of the landscape with her son on a chat app and was slow to respond. "The phone is also off when you call. I was driving back to the old house last night and got so busy I forgot to charge it. What's the point of going back to the old house in good time? It's not like your father and I were anywhere. Did you have a fight with your daughter-in-law?" Husband. Lin Yueyan walked into the bedroom and found her husband on the phone. Stopping the conversation in time. "I hear my daughter-in-law's voice. Give her the phone." Jiang Che had no choice but to obediently give his cell phone to Lin Yueyan. The note on her screen came to mind. "Mom." As soon as Fong Lan heard her daughter-in-law call her mom instead of her mother-in-law, it proved that there wasn't much of a problem. Some things are not viewed this way. Once Wang Yan even said that Jiang Che was the best son-in-law. It's just that Jiang Che understands his old mom's character. Delicate and sentimental. It's easy to get on top of everything and it's hard to sleep. That's why he never reported the good news. "Yu Yan, is Jiang Che being stubborn again and making you angry? Tell mom if you are and she'll help you teach him a lesson." In Fong Lan's half-understanding, her son ran back to the old house in anger, and her daughter-in-law followed. What's the harm in taking sides? It's true that sincerity is the biggest surefire way to get the job done. Lin Yueyan's heart felt guilty when she heard her mother-in-law say this. "No, this time I'm the one who pissed him off." Jiang Che listened to the mother-in-law daughter-in-law call and only expected Lin Yueyan not to talk nonsense. It spoils mom's good mood for traveling. Luckily, there was a scare. The phone came back to him as he talked. The older generation's view of couples is bedlam. There's no such thing as a husband and wife. Don't sweat the small stuff and make do with what you've got. Jiang Che obeyed his mom's wishes and agreed with one thing. After hanging up the phone, silence returned to the bedroom. He returned all the messages he should have returned. In the company, Chen Xingqing received a message from him, even if it was all about work. Both breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yueyan just sat quietly on the edge of the bed watching her husband get busy. Once Jiang Che had arranged the matter at hand, she took her husband's arm and let it rest on those superbly beautiful legs. A delicate hand gently rubbed her temples to ease the headache from alcoholism. Beauty's knee. Tenderness. The touch is cloud-like and the cold aroma is intoxicating. Reminiscing about the time when we first got married. When Jiang Che came back from a social gathering, Lin Yueyan was also treated with such gentleness. At that time he felt that even the hardest work was nothing, as long as it holds up the family. But a similar flirtation shifted with Lin Yueyan's successful career and center of gravity. Cold War conflicts, etc. dissipated without a trace. There's no need to curry favor with me like that. Lin Yueyan's light rubbing motion on her hand continued. It's love, not pleasing. I didn't bring any self-serving agenda to your knee pillow for my husband. And there's no shame in couples pleasing each other. Mom just said that between you and me, we need to accommodate and support each other. Intimate movements coupled with Lin Yueyan's gentle words. The two were more or less back to being what a couple should be. Lin Yueyan had something on her mind and wanted to temporarily abduct her husband to a place where Shen Wanji couldn't find him. It's not too late to come back when the relationship is more solid. Otherwise it's too easy to take advantage of the situation. But for a moment I couldn't find any suitable reason. Such a cozy atmosphere lasted less than 10 minutes. The cell phone rings. It's not Jiang Che's, it's Lin Yueyan's. There's a very important high-level meeting at the company today. As president, she had been running back and forth early in the morning. Things had stumbled and fallen, and she was just now settling down. Jiang Che listened to her talk about the content of her work with no interest. Get up from the knee pillow. Lin Yueyan hurriedly explained a few sentences and hung up. Go about your business if you want to. You don't need to be here with me. I'm going to take a nap later. With or without you. Don't worry. We're all adults. Anyone can prioritize. She wanted to say something and went to take Riverture's hand. The tone was no longer cold. Honey, will you come home and stay tonight? Tell me more. Lin Yueyan made up her mind that since her husband wasn't going back, she would move in. Shenwanji is right next door and she can't let go. It will take some time to get to your office from here, so it's better to leave right away. Well, I'll be back early. Lin Yueyan tenderly kissed her husband before reluctantly letting go. Jiang Che didn't lie to her, and was really at home catching up on sleep. Today's state is not good. Muddle-headed. Many things have been ordered down. Lin Yueyan went out to her car and prepared to get in. The rest of his eyes noticed the tall, slender figure on the balcony of the next house. Shenwanji stayed awake all night despite being by Jiang Che's side, and weary and tired. But it's just hard to sleep. when I closed my eyes, the letter came to mind. The words turned into sharp edges, constantly tearing open wounds. A reminder that she missed out on having a life with Gang Chi. As for the fond memories that were brought up, they seemed like salt sprinkled on the wound. Remorse, pain. There's nowhere to talk about it. No way to talk about it. One can only swallow this bitter fruit alone. Witnessing Lin Yueyan coming out of the old house of Jiang Che's family was painful. Lin Yueyan felt that Shenwanji and Jiang Che were two childhood friends, and that even when facing her as his wife, he was able to do so with ease. In fact, Shenwanji was more envious of her as a wife. But why doesn't she know how to appreciate it? According to the investigation, Jiang Che had loved her to the best of his ability over the years. Impeccable. Career is the backbone for a man. Jiang Che even buried a bright future with his own hands for her. No wonder they say love always makes you stupid. Shenwanji remembered that Jiang Che had also committed such an unconditional stupidity for himself. Beyond the common sense of human beings, the heart grows heavier. The two weren't that far apart. The girls, who had been on good terms, were now looking at each other. The atmosphere has changed. After all, it was Lin Yueyan who spoke first. Thanks for the ride home last night, gang share, Shenwanji said blandly. It's good that you don't blame me for overstepping my bounds. Hidden beneath the calm sea are rough waves. There is no doubt that an invisible Shura was staged at this moment. What seems like a simple conversation is a knife fight. Lin Yueyan thanked Shenwanji, and although she didn't mention it between the lines, she was using her wife status, and Shenwanji is retreating by advancing. I hope that Lin Yueyan's wife will not blame her for overstepping her bounds. What is an unauthorized act? It's about doing more than your fair share. It's your wife's job to care for Jiang Che. But where were you when Jiang Che was drunk? It is you, the wife, who has not been able to fulfill your obligations properly. And that is no one's fault. Chapter 46. Both men in the situation could grasp what the other was trying to say. Both Lin Yueyan and Shenwanji each accurately shot their arrows at each other's wounds. Blood is dripping. Shenwanji was not wrong in saying that Lin Yueyan was a wife who did not fulfill her duties. But so what? Whether you were childhood friends for over a decade and have fond memories that sparkle like gold, it's all in the past. Today Jiang Che's wife is her, Lin Yueyan. At least at this moment, it's a fact that can't be denied. Wife and husband are, in a sense, not in the least less closely related than parents and children, because parents are unable to accompany their children through a full life. The rest of the time can only be spent hand in hand by the couple. Interdependence. They can live together in name only and share a bed. Each is busy with his own business during the day. At night, they return to the covers to talk to each other. These are rights that Shenwanji does not have. There seems to be no winner in this decent encounter. There would be no need to continue. Shenwanji and Lin Yueyan, two stunning beauties of their own, ended their conversation in silence. One got in the car and drove towards the office. One turned from the balcony and went back inside. Within half a day, Shenwanji had already wondered how many times she had read the yellowed letter paper. But that's all. She dialed a subordinate's number. How are things preparing? The tone was not angry. Like a majestic queen. Only in front of Jiang Che was she the same Shenwanji she had been in the beginning. On the outside, she's at the helm of the commercial mothership, and far more than one. It's going according to plan. Be quick. Understood. Good times for some. Soon, Lin Yueyan arrives at the office and gets her affairs in order. Then notify the executives of the meeting. Organized. After the long meeting, she thought about going home quickly. But what greeted Lin Yueyan was not good news. The female assistant reported. President, Mr. Wu is here again, and with flowers. Wu Qiu. It is the first partner that Lin Mubai has given Lin Yueyan in the recent past to match up with. At that time, she hadn't understood Lin Mubai's true intentions. It was to let Lin Yueyan come into contact with more young handsome men who were richer than Jiang Che. Bright and shiny contrast method. He is trying to make her realize how much of a loser Gang Chi is. It's nothing compared to these guys. Lin Yueyan frowned slightly when she heard the female assistant's words. The wedding ring on his own hand. Didn't he see it when he negotiated the partnership? Set him up in the parlor and tell him I still have a meeting. Good. After her subordinates left, Lin Yueyan took out her cell phone and dialed her husband's number. Gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the traffic of the road and the forest of buildings below. Soon there was a familiar voice on the other end of the line. What's wrong? Honey, come to my office. It's important. The female assistant did as Lin Yueyan instructed, taking people to the parlor, pouring tea and all. Nothing was left out. Wu Qiu does seem to call himself handsome and his family has money, but even the female assistant secretly spat. I can't believe I'm coming after my own boss, who is a famous woman. Although she had never met the president's husband, the wedding ring on her hand had always been there. Isn't this a villain? Wu Qiu has had many female companions due to his wealth, but when they met Lin Yueyan, all those female companions were worthless, cold and clear as the moon, as if they were fairies who did not eat earthly fire. At the same time there were people telling him that Lin Yueyan was unhappy in her marriage. Husband and wife are at odds and on the verge of divorce. Wu Chou also made a point of checking. This big, hot company in the cosmetics industry is completely independent of the Lin Group. That is, as long as you can gain the favor of the goddess, this big company is within reach. Mentally beating the bushes, waiting and waiting, never saw the goddess come over. And the female assistant had already made a quiet trip out and back. Nothing else. Went to pick up a guy. Your president hasn't finished his meeting yet? It's open. Please follow me. The female assistant took Wu Chou to the office on the top floor. He had thought that Lin Yueyan was the only one inside. Once inside, I realized there was another man. Its handsomeness is far superior. Mr. Wu, I remember that the cooperation has been completely negotiated. Do you have any more questions this time? If not, my husband is picking me up from work. Pardon the hospitality. Wu Chou was confused. Who says they're not a good couple? Look at the arms they're holding. And that gentle demeanor. A far cry from the icy cold before. Jiang Che meets Wu Chou and finally realizes why his wife asked him to make a trip to her company. The feeling is that someone is not pure of heart. Any more arguments between husband and wife are internal conflicts behind closed doors. External enemies are different again. Shen Wanji understood this very well, so she chose to wait. Lin Mubai didn't understand this, or took himself too seriously, took a slap in the face. In the end, before it was Jiang Che's turn to speak, Wu Chou made his own excuses and left. The couple walks inside the company arm in arm, drawing many stares. The employees wanted to eat melon, but they were in the way of Lin Yueyan's majesty. You can only eat melon in secret. The main man has finally arrived. Well, it's handsome and it's a good match. In looking at the normally ice-cold and incomparable president actually has such a gentle side. Sure enough, such a big difference between loving and not loving. Jiang Che felt like he had become a rare animal. Many eyes were focused on him, both openly and secretly. Lin Yueyan, on the other hand, had different feelings. There is no shortage of beautiful employees under your own hands. See them all staring intently at their husbands. The walk to the elevator was a little faster. She was still thinking of letting Jiang Che pick herself up from work often, but now it seems that it's better to forget about it. Lin Yueyan's obsession after her loss and recovery was extremely deep. Just like 2 days ago, Lin Mubai sent her Jiang Che outside the left and right kiss fake photos. She didn't say anything about divorce or anything like that. Instead, while your husband is in the shower, scrub him hard to get clean, then try to leave your own mark on him. In the exclusive elevator, the female assistant was there, as a driver was needed tonight. Honey, we're eating out tonight. I made a restaurant reservation. There's a nice atmosphere there. Whatever. The female assistant couldn't help but listen surreptitiously. What's up with the president's warm and fuzzy wifey feeling? She was tempted to pull out her cell phone and share the gossip immediately, but she held back for the sake of her job. On the way to the restaurant, the female assistant drove. Hubby, Wu Chou is the partner that my brother is pulling strings from. At first I thought I was simply seeking cooperation. It was only later that I realized his intentions. Lin Yueyan patiently explained to her husband what had happened, despite having him there in person. Chapter 47, Candlelight Dinner. Because she didn't want to let Jiang Che's heart have the slightest hint of a stigma, especially at a time like this. The couple's relationship is in jeopardy, and there's a childhood friend of more than a decade waiting in the wings. The broken bond between the two is still vaguely renewed. As soon as she leaves, Shen Wanji will appear by her husband's side. There is no defense. Jiang Che realized that this matter had nothing to do with his wife. Acting on two fronts, Lin Mubai can be really good. The back row of the car was spacious, and Lin Yueyan snuggled into her husband's shoulder. The labor of work dissipates as much as possible. It's nice to be in love with a bang, but she's lost it before. More than anything, I understand the value of this kind of mediocrity, and to be so present to your loved one and feel his presence. Holding hands, conversations, it's just a great blessing. The female assistant driving in front of her quietly eats melon through the car's rearview mirror as she waits for a stoplight. There was an urge to accuse God. Even if you work overtime, you have to eat dog food. She wanted to film this moment, so that the staff underneath could see how gentle and watery the president, who was usually as cold as ice, was when she met her own husband. If the usual Lin Yueyan rejected people and was an iceberg, now the icebergs are melting, like noble and pure snowdrops in full bloom. The decor and tone of the restaurant the two were going to look very elegant. Lin Yueyan said that she was booking a place, but in fact, this upscale restaurant was also an asset under her name. It's closed tonight. The waiter brought Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che to the place that had been set up long ago. A romantic candlelit dinner is waiting for the man and woman. Candlelight flickering, warm and soft, roses, symbolizing love, serve as an accompaniment. The attendants arranged everything and retired. The atmosphere instantly became hushed and charming. The end of last month was our wedding anniversary. I was still feverish that day. so today is kind of a belated celebration. Candlelight shining on a beautiful person is like looking at flowers in the fog and exploring the moon in the clouds. Hazy and stunning. Together with Lin Yuyan's noble and elegant temperament, it was perfect. Jiang Che's thoughts, however, drifted to the first year of their marriage. It was the same thing that year, booking a restaurant for my wedding anniversary, candlelight dinner. On the way back, it was raining heavily, and it was inevitable that my clothes would get wet during the process of getting on and off the bus. Both were slightly worse for wear, but it didn't dampen the mood at all. Smile at each other. When you get home, shower together and change into clean, comfortable pajamas. Sharing a bed. His wife just leaned into his arms and thought about the bright future. Lin Yuyan personally poured the red wine slowly into the transparent goblet, sloshing it slightly. Both took a sip. Good-looking people look so proper with cutlery. She cut a small piece of steak with her knife and fork and brought it to Gang Chi's mouth. I'll do it myself. You did the same thing to me the last time I had a candlelight dinner, husband, so of course I had to return the favor. Scented candles burned, and the air was more plausibly scented. Just right. Jiang Che did not expect his wife to tease him with the same tactics he used back then. Will this work? He put down the knife and fork he had just picked up and said, back then I was still. Before the words were finished, Jiang Che's speaking voice was stopped. Lin Yuyan, who was sitting beside him, raised her beautiful neck to offer a kiss. Jiang Che felt the incomparably soft and delicate sensation coming from his lips. When she was in love with Jiang Che, Lin Yuyan was shy and awkward about kissing. In every case, they are passive recipients of guidance. Now it's a role reversal. She was active and sentimental, with a tangled tongue. It's not so hot, but it's better than gentle. The mellowness of the red wine also echoed in this fragrant kiss. It's mesmerizing and unforgettable. For a long time, the lips parted. Lin Yuyan's red lips were reflected by the candlelight with a tantalizing sheen. Honey, is that right? An unexpected, sensual kiss brought the candlelit dinner to a climax. Ambiguity and charm crowded the entire restaurant. Are you still the original Lin Yuyan? Jiang Che asked helplessly. The soft touch still lingered on his lips. Yes, all the time. Except that sometimes it takes something for a person to lose something to realize it. Just got married because of that life-saving money you gave me. I put myself in a very low position from time to time. Too low to refuse you anything. Maybe it was just too much self-repression. And then we had those conflicts. The Cold War. In retrospect, the fights in Cold Wars were nothing more than an attempt to get you to cajole me and take over the relationship. I really haven't had any thoughts of divorcing my husband over the years. Only now do I realize that true love has no primary or secondary. It should be indistinguishable and supportive of each other. I don't want to fight over who's higher or lower. And I've realized that you're the one who matters in my heart. As long as I have you by my husband's side, I am content. In the warm atmosphere, Lin Yuyan was as beautiful as heaven. Again, the words were incredibly sincere and heartfelt. If any other couple had told each other this, they would have been moved into oblivion. They say the prettier the woman, the better she is at deception. This was not a phrase that Jiang Che had heard. It's the experience of someone who has practiced on him. The most important person? There was a flash of obscurity in his eyes. Last time, Lin Mubai was forced by his wife to apologize to himself. This time it's even more of a move. Will his good mother-in-law stop? The conflict has become irreconcilable. Jiang Che didn't want to reconcile it and let it erupt. Almost there. That slap was the fire that lit the bomb's fuse. More talk is better than action. The answer will be revealed in due course. Which side would you choose? Lin Yuyan. In the face of his wife's word-for-word sincerity of love, Jiang Che, who had been cheated once, could hardly be moved. Laugh it off. The next couple had a pretty good vibe. Jiang Che saw that a small half bottle of red wine had gone into his wife's glass and reminded, drink less, lest you get drunk. It won't. Lin Yuyan was intentionally controlling her state. It's best to drink until you're slightly tipsy, so you can let go of all your inhibitions and do what your heart tells you to do. After enjoying this elaborate candlelit dinner, Lin Yuyan offered to take a walk in the street. Jiang Che had nothing to say. The location of this restaurant would have been great. Not far away is a large shopping center, and tomorrow is the weekend, so it's extra crowded tonight. Even so, Jiang Che and Lin Yuyan were the most striking pair, so much like lovers out of a movie. In the onlooker's view, the man is upright, calm and confident, full of the verve of a mature man. The woman, on the other hand, is stunningly beautiful, noble and cool. It is like the bright moon in the sky, which can be seen but not seen. It was such a woman who favored a man's arm. The bright eyes were soft. There was no silence between them. They seemed to be talking about something. The busy streets were reduced to their company. Matching couldn't be better. Lin Yuyan, who was in the middle of it, could feel the happiness even more. It's a great time to go shopping. So there was no shortage of young couple after young couple in the crowd. Some of them appear to be college students, and youthfulness is in the air. Noisy, or fighting. or saying something sweet. She then took her husband's arm and watched in silence. Occasionally, I am mindful of the beauty of youth, yet there is no need to envy others, because her favorite person is close by. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise a thought. If I use all my wealth in exchange for living a peaceful life with Zhang Che, stay together for the rest of your life, she'd love to. Compared to the couple's happiness and fulfillment, the Lin family is the polar opposite. Seeing her husband return from work with a gloomy face, Mo Choyun was careful. Don't dare to touch the mold. At dinner, Wang Yun asked him why he was like this. He then added to the story. Wang Yun heard her daughter slapping her son for an outsider. Too angry to eat. Yu Yan is really something too. No matter what, she shouldn't have made a move. We're the family. That no good thing, what's he? No, this marriage must be divorced. I don't know how that no good thing compelled your sister to even lay hands on you. At this rate, won't all the companies in your sister's hands be cheated by him? That's our Lin family stuff. If I had known he was this kind of person, I shouldn't have nodded my head and let your sister marry him in the first place. The ruthlessness in Lin Mubai's eyes was not hidden at all. Once upon a time, the Lin family couple was busy and he was under the control of Lin Yuan, his own sister. It's not an exaggeration to say that an elder sister is like a mother. Lin Yuan hit him and he could only take it. Instead, the anger moved to Zhang Che. Various thoughts of revenge surfaced in his mind, but secretly a force far stronger than him had long been in motion. I'm afraid there's not much chance for revenge. Lin Yuan was born when the Lin family was at their best emotionally. Being loved. What also comes with it is an extreme desire to be in control. In Wang Yun's eyes, meddling in his daughter's marriage is heavenly. She had made up her mind. The daughter must be divorced from that loser. It doesn't matter if it's a staged leaning trick. Is it possible that in her daughter's heart she's still no better than that loser? No way. Zhang Che and Lin Yuan walked casually as a couple. After enjoying the lively atmosphere of the streets, you will depart for home. It's their marital home. Instead, it's over at Zhang Che's parents' old house. Zhang Che returned to the bedroom after taking a shower. There was no sign of his wife. Looking at the familiar bridal chamber, he realized in hindsight that he had fallen for a little trick. He was so easily abducted back himself. It was a trick he used to use a lot when the two of them were in a cold war. I didn't realize that one day it would be used by my wife on herself. Zhang Che had made up for his sleep today, and for the time being, he didn't feel much sleepy. Opening his cell phone, Sam Young sent a video. It was just 10 seconds or so. It was the little niece who said in a milky voice, "Uncle Jiang, when will you come to see me?" The little girl had thought that with Aunt Bleaching Brewer bringing the message, she would be able to see Uncle John when she woke up from her sleep the next day. The results are clear. Droopy little face all day. Zhang Che remembered that Shen Wanji had told herself about this before she left. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend. While Zhang Che was sending the message, Lin Yuan walked into the bedroom. She's extraordinarily beautiful tonight. The green silk is coiled up without losing its nobility. Perhaps it was because of the red wine she drank that a slight rouge color flushed on her absolutely beautiful face. Originally cold, she had a bit more womanly flirtation. The snowy neck as graceful as a swan exposed to the air was a silent temptation. The nightgown is a conservative but elegant style that, the vaguely outlined figure was perfect, slender and shapely. Chapter 48, The Quiet Life Before the Storm. Icebergs turn into spring water. Lin Yuan is at the most beautiful age for a woman. Fade away the youthfulness. More mature and sensible. Rhyming. It was only when she faced Zhang Che that she would show her gentle side. Honey. A cold fragrance came and lingered on the tip of Zhang Che's nose. The light aroma is mesmerizing. Lin Yuan snuggled into her husband's arms. The female president's frame gone. Even the coldness of the old days had disappeared. Skillful and absolutely beautiful. Silk nightgown is too thin. Zhang Che all through the clothes can feel the wife's slender delicate body, a fragrance soft as jade. From the moment he strolled down the street after dinner, he was a little suspicious that Lin Yuan had been drinking too much. Too sticky. It may be that the new marriage is too far away and the conflict is too close. Zhang Che had already somewhat forgotten that his wife was like this during the period of passionate love and the years after their marriage. To others, Lin Yuan was the iceberg beauty who rejected people. To him as a husband, Lin Yuan was like a beautiful gardenia. The cold fades and only pleasantness remains. The distance between the two was very close. Even so, Zhang Che could not pick out a single flaw in her features. The person in her arms is like the moon, noble and holy at the same time. Seeing that her husband did not answer her, Lin Yuan called out again, "Husband." The voice was gentle and ethereal, like a white feather, gently crossing the heart. "Are you drunk? I was just told not to drink so much red wine." Zhang Che saw a slight blush on her face. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if she was drunk or not at the moment. Perhaps she was just right, slightly intoxicated. She leaned over to her husband's ear and whispered, "Not drunk." Such an intimate movement caused a tingling sensation. All of these little tricks were what Zhang Che had used to tease his wife before. The result is that all of them have been learned. Jiang Che met his wife's eyes. His bright eyes contained light and seemed to have 1,000 tender feelings. A pair of delicate hands cupped his face and gently caressed it, bringing warmth to the soul. "Honey, we're still married now, right?" When these words came out, Jiang Che felt that she was ridiculously drunk. She's the one who doesn't divorce, and she's the one who asks if they're a couple now. In fact, she waited for someone to jump into the pit, even if the divorce papers were signed immediately. The earliest we could dissolve the legal bond of matrimony would be tomorrow. Go to bed early if you're drunk. The slightly intoxicated Lin Yuan refused to stop there. "Since you are my husband and I am your wife, and last night's fight is over, then husband you can't turn me down like you did last night. When a conservative woman is willing to drop her reserve for you, she undoubtedly loves you." Jiang Che wanted to retort. She wasn't the one who first coldly flung her face last night. Then without saying a word, he said he was going into the bathroom to give himself a back rub, but in reality, he didn't even know how much body wash he had used. It was only later that she realized that she thought she was out dabbling to wash away the traces left by other women. How is it that when it comes to her, she's become a negative person? Before he could make a sound, the wife then offered a warm, watery kiss. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hook her husband's neck. The whole body and soul were involved in the kiss. The thin nightgown couldn't keep out the gradually fiery body heat. After this long kiss ended, Lin Yuan looked a little out of breath. The perfect curves undulate slightly. Jiang Che's breathing also thickened considerably. "Honey, I love you. Much love, much love." Lin Yuan's vegetative hand ran over her husband's broad chest. Icebergs turn into spring water, softening around the fingers. Jiang Che only felt that his wife was more active tonight than on their wedding night. Tenderness was unrelenting and overwhelmed him. The following morning, Jiang Che woke up slowly after a dreamless night, finding that the person on the pillow has long since risen. He sat up and saw the wrinkled sheets all over the bed. What a mess. These sheets need to be changed. He put on his clothes and was just about to start cleaning up. Lin Yuan, however, returned to the bedroom. "I'll organize these. Breakfast is ready. Honey, you go ahead and wash up." Today she was radiant and excellent, a beauty from the inside out. There really is a big difference between a loving couple and an unloving couple. For example, Yang Chen and Ning Yuan and the others. Although Ning Yuan was not as beautiful as Lin Yuan, she had a beautiful family, happiness of life. The whole person shows up in a different state. "Get on with it," Lin Yuan softly urged, taking the bedsheet in Jiang Che's hand. "Carefully make up the messy bed." With her green silk pulled up, she is full of wifey feeling between every move. The couple sat down at the dining room table after each of them had finished their work. The silver ear and lotus seed soup is steaming hot. The scene wasn't much worse than a candlelit dinner. Plain and simple is true. "Hubby, are you going out today on the weekend?" Lin Yuan asked. She asked her husband if he had anything to do, but in reality, she wanted to go on a date. It's okay for two people to get bored at home for a day. As long as Jiang Che was by her side, it was fine. Jiang Che took a sip of the silver ear and lotus seed soup, then said, "Going out for a trip. Someone is waiting for me to see her." "Who is it?" Lin Yuan's hand holding the bowl unconsciously exerted itself slightly. "Remember Ning Yuan and Yang Chen?" Aha! Ning Yuan and Yang Chen's were Jiang Che's high school classmates, not in the same circle as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and her had been in contact a few times because of Jiang Che. Count on being a friend. But then his career took off and President Lin became busy. Ning Yuan was also pregnant and was at home nursing her fetus, so the two of them broke off contact. The young niece, Yang Yi, was in a cold war between Jiang Che and Lin Yuan at the time of the full moon line. Gangshare attended by himself. "My little niece sent me a video last night, pitiful, asking me to visit her. Kids, like presents. I'll go with you. After we visit the boy in the morning, we'll walk together this afternoon." "Okay." Jiang Che realized that his wife was becoming more and more clingy. Kind of an inch-by-inch thing. Lin Yuan really wanted to stay with her husband. Secondly, whenever she was away from her husband, Shen Wanji would always appear. She didn't dare to bet on whether those 10 years of childhood love had burned out long ago. Still beneath the thick ashes lay the blazing embers. All it takes is a gust of wind and the two who meet will rekindle the flame of love. After breakfast, the couple drove to visit friends. It's Lin Yuan's car. Jiang Che's car is still in the parking lot of her company and hasn't been driven back. Music slowly swirled around the car. A familiar love song came on while waiting for a stoplight. When the two were in love, the song was a hit. Lin Yuan's bright eyes had a few moments of reminiscence in them. Moments of two people holding hands coming out of a movie theater on a cold winter day come to mind. There are many more. He himself, because his mother was very sick and had no money for medical treatment, went to all his relatives during the day to raise money and was turned away. Scenes of silent tears in the arms of a helpless husband late at night. Sweet and sour. There are years hidden in this song. Gangshare was also touched. In the car, Both men stopped talking. Let the song ebb and flow. Let those years flow through your heart. Chapter 49 The Quiet Life Before the Storm 2. Yang Chen and Ning Yuan knew Jiang Che would come. But yesterday's news didn't say that this President Lin would also come. There's no way around it. Ever since her daughter asked her Aunt Shin to bring a message to her Uncle Jiang, just look forward to it all day long. He also asked Ning Yuan if Auntie Bleached Brew had forgotten to tell Uncle Jiang. Ning Yuan crowed that her daughter was still young. How to understand that the world is full of complicated things. At one time your Aunt Shin could indeed afford to hire your Uncle Jiang. Now, who knows what kind of relationship we have with each other? Is it an old friend? A stranger? Yang Chen could only send a message in person. Ning Yuan had overlooked one thing. She herself introduced Shen Wanji to her daughter. The little girl trailed off. What's a childhood friend? Ning Yuan didn't have any bamboo horses either, so she could only explain roughly. It's someone who is precious to each other. What's bad is that Sam Young has said to her daughter, "You and mommy are my most precious babies." The little girl then mentally acquiesced to the relationship between Aunt Bleach and Uncle Jiang. It's the kind of relationship that dads and moms have. So, as soon as Jiang Che came, the little girl gleefully ran over. He opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Jiang, why didn't Auntie come with you?" Alarm bells went off in Ning Yuan and Yang Chen's hearts, and they only expected this little ancestor to stop saying anything else. The main man is still here. It's that super bleached aunt. Jiang Che thought that Shen Wanji had come a few days ago, and his little niece should be talking about her. Childish talk. Although she failed to name her, Lin Yuyan had a hunch that it was Shen Wanji. The concerns that had been so easily smoothed over last night were evoked by these two simple words from the little girl. Was the involvement between her and her husband really so deeply rooted? Even if Shen Wanji didn't show up, there were traces of her everywhere. Green plums and bamboo horses. How nice it would have been if she had been the one to be there for her husband since she was a child. Jiang Che sidetracked. "I didn't bring you a gift this time, uncle, but your Auntie Lin brought you one." When Gangshare introduced his wife to her, the little girl's head was in a daze. This auntie is also good. Still, one prefers the aunt in front. It's scary how preconceived notions can be. This is a side note to how important it is to meet the right person at the right time. A little earlier, a little later, neither. Lin Yuyan gently asked her name. The little girl said timidly, "Yang Yi." Then Lin Yuyan gave her those beautiful three-dimensional fairy tale books. The little girl timidly said again, "Thank you." Actually, the gift was still picked and bought by Jiang Che. "Just have your wife deliver it." Ning Yuan served tea. At the same time, he was surprised in his heart that he had introduced himself to his daughter a few times when Shen Wanji came. Just give hugs. How come her uncle Jiang personally brought Lin Yuyan here and gave her gifts? Or are you afraid of life? It shouldn't. Jiang Che's level of gift picking is really nothing to write home about. The three-dimensional fairy tale book comes to life with paper sculptures of characters as soon as you flip it open. Stand up from the plane. He also acts as a vocal playback. The little girl was coaxed into a frenzy, fully immersed in the story. When Lin Yuyan saw this, she realized how much her husband wanted to have a child of his own. She even ventured absurd thoughts. Will the child blame himself for not bringing him into the world sooner? Letting the fatherly love that should have been his for so long be enjoyed by other children for nothing? Some siblings of the same bloodline have to compete for favor, not to mention people who are not related by blood. Jiang Che and Lin Yuyan had planned to leave before lunch, but who would have thought that their little niece would be teary-eyed? Who can stand it? They had to stay for dinner and then leave while she napped. It's a beautiful day. Wind and sunshine. The afternoon sun does not feel hot on one's body. It's warm and just right. After coming out of Ning Yuan's house, Lin Yuyan proposed to go shopping. The two then went to a busy shopping center. On days off, the streets bustle with people, crowded and lively. Lin Yuyan held her husband's hand. "Honey, let's go on a trip sometime. To see the scenery of the South Island, the small bridges and rivers of the ancient towns of Jiangnan, and the magnificent beauty of Spring City." She had wanted to depart immediately. "But it's my mother's birthday next week and it's time to go home again." "Going on a trip? Can you walk in a company as big as yours? Walk away and wait until you get to a certain height where you don't need to overdo everything. What matters is how you look at people and use them. Wait a little longer," Jiang Che said as he looked at her. Good. Lin Yuyan thought that her husband needed a bit of time because the matter at hand was not properly organized. In reality, she had completely failed to comprehend Jiang Che's meaning. Some things say next time. Who can say when next time means? If Lin Yuyan had booked a double airfare last night, she could have been in Spring City in 4 hours. More than enough for a weekend swim and back. Instead, she looks forward to the future and abandons the present. How can you catch the future if you can't catch the present? Lin Yuyan walked into a men's clothing store on Jiang Che's arm. She refused the help of the store clerk and took her time with her husband to look and pick. Every second spent with the love of my life is such a blessing. There's no need to skimp on time on a leisurely afternoon. Last time, She had already helped Jiang Che choose a few sets of formal clothes, and this time she came to buy casual clothes. Gangshare gave his wife the right to choose. People are beautiful, and they can't pick their clothes any worse. Honey, try this one on. Jiang Che gave it a cursory examination, and it was very much to his liking. Then he took his clothes and went to the changing room. As Lin Yueyan waited, she received an unexpected call. She had mentally prepared herself for her parents to ask about her hands, even to chastise them. Instead of waiting for a call from my parents, I ended up waiting for a call from my brother. Sis, it's Mom's birthday next week on Tuesday. Remember to come home. Lin Mubai's voice couldn't be heard as unusual. It's as if he wasn't the one who got slapped yesterday. Lin Yueyan thought that this was a step sent over by her brother after he had reflected, and her tone was not as icy as it had been in the office. Well, I'm keeping that in mind. That's all for now. Then, Lin Mubai hung up the call and threw his cell phone to the side. A white-eyed wolf wouldn't be a white-eyed wolf if he could easily admit he was wrong. Lin Yueyan didn't see the gloomy look on his face, thought everything was going in a good direction. In fact, Lin Mubai was burning with rage and was waiting for an opportunity to get back at Jiang Che ruthlessly. Soon, you'll be divorcing my sister soon, and then I'll see who protects you. A phone call interrupted his fantasies. Hello? The more he listened, Lin Mubai's brows knitted together. A shareholder was in a difficult situation and wanted to transfer his shares and asked if he had any interest in buying them. If not, find someone else. The problem is that it's not a small share. It takes a ton of money to buy it. Being wealthy and being able to come up with money are two completely different things. If he really wanted to buy these shares, Lin Mubai estimated that he would have to empty his family's pockets. Let me think about it. Mr. Lin, I am in urgent need of financial turnover. Please give me an answer as soon as possible. The opposite side seems to be in real trouble. Chapter 50, the show begins. The sudden phone call disrupted the anger that Lin Mubai had been burning in his heart. The company has grown to the point where round after round of financing has diluted the shares in his hand. It also weakens the discourse. Now that someone is transferring shares, it is impossible for him, the founder, to say that he is not moved. Lin Mubai pondered for a long time, during which even his wife Mo Chio Yun tried to talk to him without paying attention, pacing back and forth. Finally, make up your mind. It's just hard to eat those shares with the money in hand. It's too late to sell off inherited assets. You can only go and raise money through relationships. Lin Yueyan hung up the call and a trace of sorrow surfaced on her beautiful face. Of course she remembered when her mother's birthday was. No reminders are needed. But that's not where the real problem presses in. Not allowing her to think too much. Jiang Che had already come out of the changing room. Good dress. Handsome people too. Lin Yueyan seemed to have returned to the first time she saw Jiang Che, dressed in casual clothes. He was different from the calm and mature person he was when he wore formal clothes. Sassy and dashing. There's also a bit more youthful vigor. Even the female store clerk standing on the sidelines couldn't help but admire it. You know, they work in this kind of busy shopping center every day, and they've seen a lot of handsome men and women. The average face doesn't even draw attention. Good looking. Reminds me of the first time I met you. Lin Yueyan tenderly helped her husband straighten his collar. To the store staff or customers present, all the hard to send a wave of dog food. Such a high-quality dog food that tastes pretty good. Then you were busy with your work, and you matured a lot by wearing only formal clothes every day. But you weren't as dashing and energetic as this. Yeah? Jiang Che saw himself in the mirror of the changing room and remembered his college days as well. Wear it with abandon. Well, I'll help you pick out a few more sets. Compared to the you who wears formal clothes, frowns all day, and takes the trouble to work. I prefer the carefree, free-spirited you. When the words came to her lips, Lin Yueyan told her husband not to spend so much effort on his career in the future. She has money, but on second thought, there was no way that her husband would drop the business he was holding. Everyone has a different lifestyle. You think it's his trouble, but you don't know that he enjoys it. One just has to do what wives do and run the family as a haven for each other. Husbands are tired and bitter out there. There was always a warmth waiting for him. Isn't that what home is all about? For the rest of the day, Lin Yueyan thoughtfully helped Jiang Che pick out his clothes. During the picking process, he will also be asked if he likes the style, and Jiang Che just nodded, because when people were beautiful, their aesthetics were generally not as bad as they could be. On weekends, the store also has a lot of customers. The interaction between the two fell in the eyes of onlookers, making them envious. Obviously they didn't kiss and cuddle either, but that cozy atmosphere between Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che could emphasize happiness even more than kissing and hugging, especially seeing that the one who was as cold as the moon actually paid for it herself. They were all a little skeptical. The disparity of the world is simply greater than the distance between the highest mountains and the deepest trenches. In reality, the onlookers only got a glimpse of Lin Yueyan's love for Jiang Che. Nor did he see how Jiang Che once loved Lin Yueyan. Where in the world can there be love without a reason? walking down a busy pedestrian street. Lin Yuyen was just about to say something about her mother's birthday when her cell phone beat her to it. The caller was none other than his brother, who had spoken only a short while ago. "Hey, anything else?" Jiang Che didn't deliberately listen to his wife's phone call, and brought her to the bench to sit down. There were just too many people on the walkway on the weekend. It's hilarious. And slowing down makes you an obstacle for others. Why so much funding? There was a long explanation on the other end of the line. "Sis, you have to help me this time." Jiang Che's gaze saw a long, graceful white dress in the window of the store across the street through a gap in the crowd, so like the clouds in the sky. As people came and went, it appeared to be hidden. Adds a bit of mystery. It was as if it was waiting quietly for whoever would take it away. But the beauty of this work of art like gown is too pure. It's just too much to ask of the owner. In sheer beauty, any hint of incongruity is conspicuous. The crowd of people completely blocked Jiang Che's line of sight. It was like it literally turned into a cloud in the sky and was blown away by the wind. Lin Yuyen ended the call and arranged the relevant matters. Seeing her husband looking forward slightly out of breath, couldn't help but feel a little guilty for making him wait a little too long. Lin Yuyen took the initiative to hold Jiang Che's hand. "Hubby, I remember there's a nice flower store at the end of the street. Let's go check it out and pick up some flowers for the vase in the living room." Go. With hindsight, Jiang Che was wrapped up in the hustle and bustle of the crowd and walked forward. Turning back again, I could no longer see the window. Coming to the flower store at the end of the street, Lin Yuyen chose a few white and flawless gardenias. "Give it to the clerk to pack." The bouquet of flowers was paid for by Gang Chi. For Lin Yuyen, it was a gift from her husband. So there were quite a few visitors that afternoon who saw unforgettable images. A noble and cool woman holding a bouquet of gardenias that matched her temperament. Its happy smile is stunning. Nightfall. The two showered and then sat on the living room couch to watch a movie together. Lin Yuyen snuggled into her husband's shoulder, wanting to speak. "Some things can be put off today, but not tomorrow. It needs to be resolved eventually. It's my mother's birthday in a few days. Both families live in the same city. She'll go home with Gang Chi when her mother-in-law wishes her birthday, and vice versa, as has been the case throughout the years. But this year, not to mention the fact that her relationship with her husband has gone over a cliff, she also has a lot of opinions about her husband from her family's side, and so this rare event became a dilemma. Something's up." Although Jiang Che's gaze was on the screen, he could still catch the emotions of the people around him. "Honey, next Tuesday is my mother's birthday." He returned a faint, "I know." 3 short, ambiguous words. There was no direct statement made. It is like in previous years. The couple went back together to have a meal to congratulate and congratulate. Or does the husband not want to go back? "Can you make time to come home with me that day?" Lin Yuyen asked softly. Jiang Che looked at his wife with a deep gaze, which had a meaning that Lin Yuyen could not understand. Does she really not understand? Or does she not want to? You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. There's been one thing after another lately. Lin Mubai's reluctant apology leads to a beauty trap and a frame-up. The ruse was foiled and his wife slapped him for it. The Lin family had probably already settled all the scores on themselves. Any way you look at it, Jiang Che and the Lin family were stuck in a hostile relationship with no room for maneuver. Lin Yuyen was actually thinking of reconciling from it. Let Jiang Che accompany her home to celebrate her birthday. Absolutely nothing good will come of it. Ha! Interesting. It's not like you can't go. Only this time, when he went, Jiang Che would come to the door as a savior, not some son-in-law. After all, it's nice to point your finger at the white wolves when it's time to get angry. Okay. The moment he uttered this word, Jiang Che's heart was ready for it. Lin Yuyen, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Little did she know that she was about to be caught in a dilemma. Gangshare had no desire to watch another movie, get up from the couch, wash up, then go back to bed in the bedroom. Only the faint glow of the nightlight remained in the dimly lit room. Lin Yuyen fell asleep snuggled in her husband's arms like she wanted to last night. But Jiang Che, who had laid down first, rolled over and turned his back to her. End of the weekend. Jiang Che came to the office on time. "Boss, good morning," Chen Xingqing greeted breathlessly. Not as soulful and beautiful as it used to be. Jiang Che had too many chores these days, so he left quite a few things to her. He asked tentatively, "Can't keep busy at work?" Chen Xingqing nodded, then shook her head. "My family has been pushing me to get married more than just offline lately. Even when I've moved out of the house and have to call." Chen Xingqing complained while making him tea. A nuisance indeed. But it's not like getting married is a task to be accomplished when you're of age. Be married for happiness, not for marriage, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You wouldn't have all this pressure if you figured out how you were supposed to live. Jiang Che's few casual words had given Chen Xingqing a great deal of support. Your parents say it's time for you to get married, and people your age are getting married one after another. Now all of a sudden someone tells her, marriage is for happiness, and if you're not happy, it's perfectly fine not to get married. great relief from the stresses brought on by the home. Chen Qingqing unconsciously flushed a smile, and her movements to make the tea were a little brisker. I'm doomed to have a black-hearted boss. How do you have time for a relationship when you're busy all day? Don't worry, the pay will go up. Jiang Che was generalized and could only drink tea. So boss, who's full of? Are you happy now? Hearing Chen Qingqing ask this, a lot of things came to Jiang Che's mind. At least, was happy. Which means you're not happy right now. Jiang Che laughed it off. There was no further answer to Chen Qingqing's question. Everyone's trajectory is different. He was unwilling to use his own experience to cast a shadow over Chen Qingqing's expectations of love. Everyone has a different kind of love. Chen Qingqing also stopped asking questions and went to work. Shenwanji had been living in the old house all this time. She's waiting. The lights next door hadn't come on for 2 nights. But once you get out of here. And yet she had no excuse to go to Jiang Che. A lilting cell phone ringtone came on. It took Shenwanji a long time to come back to her senses. Pick up, President. The first step of the plan has been completed. The date is as promised. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to go to the Lin family. The sun was shining beautifully this morning, all spilling in through the windows in golden splendor. Lin Yueyan woke up first. The face of the man on the pillow came into view. Contoured, handsome, and mature. Maybe it was a dream. The frown was not extended. It hurt her a little to watch. Lin Yueyan couldn't help but gently drop a kiss. Jiang Che was half asleep when he felt a soft to the touch. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a stunning woman with green silk like a waterfall. The first thing he said was not good morning. Instead, it's time to go to your house today, right? Aha. Lin Yueyan softly answered. It's okay to sleep a little more. It's still early. How could Jiang Che sleep? Silently get up, wash up, and eat breakfast. Jiang Che and Lin Yueyan first went to choose some gifts, which took quite some time. Drive to the Lins again. There are a bit too many stoplights. Lindbergh has called to inquire. Sis, when are you coming back? It's almost noon. Your brother-in-law and I will be there soon. Lin Mubai almost blurted out. What is he, this loser, doing here? But it was endured. Okay, Mom's waiting for you. The car was quiet while waiting for the stoplight, and it was perfectly possible to hear their conversation. Gang Chi could probably think of what would happen later. It's funny, he's the loser, Lin Mubai said. At one time Wang Yin praised him straight away for being a good son-in-law. At first, Jiang Che went to the Lin family and was treated completely top-notch. You don't have to do anything, just wait for dinner. If you stay overnight, you will directly arrange a room with Lin Yueyan. It was just getting engaged. Even though Lin Mubai was reluctant, he had to call him brother-in-law, or else he would be reprimanded by Wang Yun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Later, after the Lin family gained power, he was not treated well. Occasionally, I'd get a few intended digs, and the couple wasn't that bad back then. Jiang Che endured and got over it. Now, he puts up with. If these white wolves dared to give him a hard time, they would point their noses at him one by one, stir him up. The one who would be in trouble at that time would be Lin Yueyan, right? But what kind of person wants both? Today she was bound to make a choice. That's why Jiang Che agreed to come. Quick and easy. And Lin Yueyan was still thinking about how to say a few good words about her husband in front of her mother. Eliminate your mother's opinion of Gang Chi. The couple's minds were one heaven and one earth. North-south. No one spoke for a while, and it was quiet. When they were almost at the Lin family home, Lin Yueyan said to her husband, Husband, leave everything to me later. Jiang Che casually agreed. Undaunted, today he drove his own car. Drive into the villa area, park your car and get your gift. The couple enters. Mom. Wang Yun was originally happy to see her daughter, but when she saw Jiang Che following her, she instantly slammed her face. In her eyes, Lin Yueyan slapped Lin Mubai. The main culprit of the sibling discord is Gang Chi. Lin Mubai also pretended that he didn't see Jiang Che. Your sister-in-law hasn't come yet? Make a call to hurry up. Lin Yueyan read other meanings in her mother's words. Auntie? When they first became very ill, almost no relatives lent money to the family. The latter gained momentum and relatives came back to borrow money. Simply break off the relationship. Isn't that just saying, what shouldn't be here is here? Lin Yueyan had the feeling of riding a tiger. Mom, it's your birthday. Don't be mad. Jiang Che has specially put down his work at hand to see you. Wang Yun was furious. What kind of drugs did that wimp give his daughter in the end? Hundreds of maintenance. Oof. Said it was a birthday. Due to the reason of cutting ties with relatives. It's also just the lambs having dinner together. Walk through the process. When it came time for the noon meal, all were seated. Lin Mubai and his parents were talking and laughing. Wang Yun then caught his daughter talking. It left Gang Chi alone. What's even better is that the Lin family's servants don't know if it's intentional or not. One less pair of dishes. Jiang Che was empty in front of him. Lin Yueyan's heart tightened. Honey, you use mine first. Chapter 51 Decisions. and the steps given by Lin Yue and Jiang Che simply ignored them. Slowly, he stood up and looked down at the family with cold eyes. What? This great benefactor of mine comes to eat, and your Lin family doesn't even have a bowl and chopsticks? Without me, would you be sitting here today eating long life noodles? Sick and dying a long time ago. What a bunch of white wolves. Jiang Che pointed at Wang Yun and cursed, leaving no mercy at all. It is most taboo to mention anything that is associated with the white matter at the birthday. Lin Mubai also didn't expect Jiang Che to flip out so quickly. The intention was to give him a hard time. No dishes are prepared, and everyone understands what that means. Roll. Jiang Che's own humiliation was unbearable, and his own departure alone in a fit of anger was the situation he most wanted to see. The second is that his sister defends him by asking the maid to prepare another serving of dishes. Either way, he, the wimp, couldn't benefit from either outcome. Wang Yun heard Jiang Che mention the word death. The whole thing was shaking with anger. Jiang Che, don't be too reckless. Today is your mother-in-law's birthday. It's such a big, narrow-minded fuss over a set of dishes. Hurry up and apologize, or you can't afford the consequences. Jiang Che put his eyes on Lin Mubai, the clothed beast. You're a wimp. Lin Mubai, you dare to call me by name now. How come I didn't see you being so tough back when your family was spending my money? The Lin family's worst fear happened. The favor that could not be repaid was laid bare on the table. They can't avoid it. Shut up. The one who responded to the stress first was actually Wang Yun. You did pay a medical bill for me back then, but I also married my daughter to you. Or do you think a loser like you would be good enough for my daughter? Isn't my daughter worth the $300,000? Even now, there's a whole lot of people willing to marry my daughter. Don't be ungrateful. People who don't have a point usually raise their voices to hide their heartbreak. Wang Yun is exactly that. Jiang Che smiled disdainfully. According to your words, you sold your daughter to me to cover your debt? Idiot talk. What are the times now? Selling your body? My daughter is only married to you, and if she can get married, she can get divorced. The fire just burned onto Lin Yuan. For a mere 30 seconds, the mother and the husband were like water and fire. Instantly exploded. Jiang Che gathered his emotions and looked at her. At the same time, Lin Mubai, Wang Yun's gaze followed. You heard me. You only have two choices today. First, come with me as a wife and return to that family we started. Second, stay here and we'll have nothing to do with each other ever again. Lin Yuan was instantly caught in the middle of a difficult choice. She was looking forward this morning to moderating her mother's opinion of her husband. As a result, you have to do multiple choice questions in the blink of an eye. Lose sight of the other. Lose sight of the other. Sister, we're the family. Lin Mubai hurriedly spoke out. Add weights to the scale. Daughter, think it over. This wimp is not worth breaking with your family. Mom. Lin Yuan was filled with a sense of powerlessness at this time. The situation was instantly out of her control, as if standing on the edge of a cliff. But no one can help her with this kind of stuff. Choose. Jiang Che spoke. Honey. Lin Yuan looked at her husband who was close by. She had already lost the person in front of her once. Think back to those gray times and live as if you were the Walking Dead. Doesn't make a lick of sense. Now the life of her dreams is infinitely closer. Just nod your head and get it. Just as Lin Yuan wanted to reach out and hold Jiang Che, Wang Yun on the other side couldn't sit still. Pretend to be out of breath and dizzy. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lin Mubai hurriedly supported the shaky Wang Yun. Lin Yuan was also nervous when she saw this and scrambled over to check. Jiang Che looked at the family that was messily made into a group and realized in his heart, if he pisses Mom off in any way, I won't let him go. Hurry up and get Mom to the hospital. Lin Mubai strikes while the iron is hot, trying to hold Lin Yuan back. By the time she turned to look, it was empty behind her. The farce began abruptly and ended abruptly. Gangshare drove his own car for the return trip. Maybe it was a lot faster with one less person. The windows were left open. The wind poured right in and messed up his hair. The scenery on either side was receding at a rapid pace. The car just disappeared into the rolling traffic. Chen Xingqing was discussing something with the chief of operations, Lu Frost. Willow Frost wondered if the assistant had hooked up with her boss. Lately, the boss has been giving her direct orders for her work. She then coordinates the departments. Don't look at Chen Xingqing's beautiful and agile appearance in front of Jiang Che. Once she gets into the swing of things, she's savvy and competent. Took care of everything. Otherwise Jiang Che wouldn't have risen to the idea of training her. When she finished her work, it was also close to 12 o'clock. Chen Xingqing unexpectedly realized that her boss, who was nowhere to be seen in the morning, had now silently appeared in the company. Only it was hard for her to see Jiang Che's face. Boss. She called twice in a row before the one in the office chair raised his eyes. What is it? These projects are coming along nicely. She handed over the folder in her hand. Jiang Che, however, did not turn it over. A word of hard work was said to her. Chen Xingqing had followed Jiang Che for so many years and had never seen him in this state, as if it were as quiet as a falling leaf in the fall. Something on your mind, boss? If you need someone to talk to, I'd be happy to oblige. It's okay. For some reason, the man actually looked heartbreaking at this point. Chen Xingqing desperately wanted to go and do something for him, even if it's insignificant. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll get you ready. Seeing Jiang Che nod his head, Chen Xingqing felt better in her heart, but a phone call soon afterward puts her mind at rest. Son, are you free now? Come pick us up at the airport if you're free. It's Fong Lan's phone. Jiang Che did not expect his parents to return at this juncture. Free? Soon. The call hung up. Chen Xingqing came back just in time. He got up and grabbed his car keys and said, "Sorry, I have a few things to do. You eat the food. If you've been feeling tired lately, I can give you 2 days vacation." Jiang Che crossed over to Chen Xingqing and left. She looked at Jiang Che's figure, frustrated. Fong Lan waited at the airport for about half an hour before she finally saw her son arrive. Gangshare gave his mom a hug, then helped with the luggage. After returning home from the airport, Fong Lan shared the joy of the trip with her son. It's okay to be out there for a few days, but after a while you get homesick. Too old to stand the drift. The heart is not in the right place. From now on, Mom will stay home and help you with the kids. Not going anywhere. You and Yue Yan have been married for so many years. It's about time you had a child, right? Gangshare thought about silence for a minute. Fong Lan pursued. Still fighting? Mom, I'm done with her. Paper can't hold fire. He thought. Couldn't hide it from my mother after all. Chapter 52, Homecoming 1. Fong Lan was still in a relaxed yet joyful mood after the tour. As Jiang Che's words came out, the surroundings were quiet. He picked out some of his experiences over the years to himself. The sound echoed through the old house. Fong Lan looked at her dejected son. From puzzled to heartbroken, all the words in my heart could not be uttered. The normally quiet father spoke up. Divorce if you want to. Instead, my son isn't that bad. We can find it again. Fong Lan recalled the gifts Lin Yueyan brought with her every time she came over. It is indeed more upscale than ever. Who knew that her family wouldn't be able to look at her son after they gained power? In fact, Fong Lan had sensed early on that there was something wrong between the couple. After so many years of marriage, there was nothing physically wrong with either of them. How did it take so long to get pregnant and have no children? Money? My son has a career and is not too young to raise a small child. Even if you are busy at work, you can leave your grandchildren in your care. It's just that my son grew up and got married. Interfering in his marriage himself would only make his daughter-in-law resentful. The only thing Fong Lan could do was to catalyze it. Once you have a child with a common bloodline running through it, the bond is a lot more solid. But I didn't realize that the two had finally come to the point of divorce. Jiang Che had thought that his mom would disagree with his divorce. After all, wanting to hold grandchildren is becoming an obsession. But this time Fong Lan was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Since people think we're high on the list, let's call it quits. Son, what kind of food do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you." Jiang Che, a big man, actually had the feeling that his eyes had gotten sand in them. "I have some paperwork pending with her and I need to get back." Jiang Che stayed for a while and drove off. Fong Lan sighed quietly. "Start organizing the house to keep yourself busy." After cleaning, it was back to the grocery store to fill the fridge. When I came back, I was seen by someone who lives next door. Shen Wanji went downstairs and opened the door. "Auntie Fong, you're back from your trip. Just got back today. Why don't you look too happy? Are you in some kind of trouble?" Shen Wanji naturally took the many bags in her hands and accompanied her home. Fong Lan did not intend to tell Shen Wanji about her son's upcoming divorce. Once upon a time they did have a good relationship, but so many years have passed. It's a child's thing. Maybe it's like playing house in her mind. Besides, that little girl looks so out of this world beautiful these days. Probably had a boyfriend a long time ago. It's okay, a little lackluster out there. Come to my aunt's house for dinner tonight. I've bought a lot of food. It's not like Che is home, so consider yourself here to keep me company. Good. Shen Wanji didn't see any outsiders either. Straight away, he walked into the house with Fong Lan, and help out with the fight. She'd had one too many meals at Gang Chi's house. If childhood had a flavor, that one was his own family's meal, and the other was the Ashell family's meal. Even the days when her parents were getting divorced and fighting and smashing things, it was all because Jiang Che requested Fong Lan to let Shen Wanji stay at home temporarily. Table. A few home-cooked dishes were laid out. Fong Lan was originally a delicate-minded person who was prone to sadness. She couldn't help but wonder if there hadn't been a divorce in her best friend's family back then. Wanzi didn't leave either. "I'm sure my son would have married her long ago. The grandchildren are kindergarten age." "Auntie Fong, why do you keep looking at me? There's something you could have told me directly. Once upon a time you loved me so much." Fong Lan smiled. "Seeing you reminds me of the old days. It's just easy to miss the past when you're old. how's your mom doing these days? She's doing well. She just doesn't want to come back. Fanlan stopped digging deeper and told Shinwanji to eat more. Things like feelings can only be understood by the people involved. Even Fanlan. It was also thought that the childhood love between Jiang Che and Shinwanji had been silently diluted by the years. Wang Yun was rushed to the hospital by Lin Mubai and Lin Yueyan. A quick check was made, but nothing was found to be the case, except the blood pressure is a little high, but nowhere near the point of fainting. Caring is messy. At that time Lin Yueyan really thought that her mother was angry. The old man can't afford to be half-assed. Now that I've calmed down, it's so full of holes. Mom, why are you doing this? Did you really want to go with that loser just now? Is it worth breaking with me? And your brother? For an outsider? Behave yourself. There are plenty of good men at your disposal when you're divorced. It doesn't have to be him. Wang Yun also stopped pretending and followed the guidance. Mom, you're wrong. I just have to have him in this life. Seeing that his daughter was still helping Jiang Che speak, Wang Yun's just suppressed anger rose again. That wimp pointed and cursed at her, stirring up a good family dinner. Never forgive. Luna, didn't you see how unreasonable he was to Mom just now? The son-in-law dared to scold his mother-in-law on her birthday and mouthed off about death. What treason! I will never promise you to go on with your life with her. It's all for your own good. Understand? Lin Yueyan had never felt that her mother was so strange. He's unreasonable? I can't believe that the servants in the house can't even do something as simple as preparing the dishes. How dare they do this without your authorization? Mom, don't forget who paid for your treatment in the first place. You took my hand in the hospital room and said it hurt and that you didn't want to die. My brother and I went from one to another to borrow money from those relatives. They either don't have the money to love it or they don't have a dime. Only gang share. Who gave me the first bucket of money without hesitation? If he hadn't, he'd have flown the coop by now. In other words, his life would have been very different if he hadn't met me. And why would he need to suffer you like that? No matter what's on your mind right now, and how much resentment you have towards Gang Chi, I won't even divorce him. He saved your life. And I owe him my life too. Lin Yueyan closed her eyes deeply. Open again. Since you're fine, I'll leave you to it. Sister, we're a family. Why do we need to make such a mess? Lin Mubai spoke out to dissuade him, but Lin Yueyan ignored him in the slightest and left alone. The figure disappeared beyond the ward. Wang Yun hadn't reacted yet either. For the first time in her life, my daughter snapped at her. She used to carry out her own words obediently, and now they're actually leaving her in the hospital for an outsider. It's your own birthday today. What a wingnut! The more Wang Yun thought about it, the harder it became. Lin Yueyan stood in front of the hospital, confused. She wanted to see her husband, but she didn't know how to face it. Standing for a long time, she set off in the direction of home. It was her and her husband's home, and Gang Chi was there waiting for her. Chapter 53, Love and Hate. Wang Yun was pretending to be sick, so naturally there was no need to stay in the hospital. After Lin Yueyan left, Lin Mubai was responsible for sending her home. On the way, a sharp ringing interrupted Wang Yun's complaints. He picked up. The subordinate on the other side of the phone warily reported one piece of bad news after another. The company has been in the negative press for a major product defect, and several competitors in the industry have coincidentally joined forces to surround them. Online, offline big campaigns and overwhelming advertising campaigns. It's a clear case of beating the crap out of the dog, fighting a price war to capture Lin's market share. Does the PR department eat? Lin Mubai knows that the situation is critical. Send Wang Yun home and immediately turn around to the company. Held a high-level meeting overnight. Today was supposed to be her birthday, and as a result none of her children were around. The anger in Wang Yun's heart was gone, and there was more loneliness. The sun had sunk into the horizon. The night covers everything and tints it with a layer of loneliness. Lin Yueyan returned to the home that belonged to her and her husband, a home that was also as dark as the night. She had thought that Jiang Che was not there until the moment she turned on the light, and then she could see the figure sitting on the sofa. In fact, Jiang Che had come back a long time ago and had been waiting for her. Honey, I'm sorry. Today, Jiang Che looked at Lin Yueyan, his four eyes facing each other. His eyes were calm, as if they were deep, ancient wells, no sadness or joy. To be angry is to feel let down for giving. Grief is the crushing of expectations of someone, something. Perhaps the real disappointment is the calm. Sign it. Jiang Che pushed the divorce papers in front of her. It has been signed. It's okay if you don't sign. I contacted a lawyer. It's nothing but decent and undignified ways. The unruffled tone and the damned sense of calmness put Lin Yueyan in a trance. It's like a dream, a nightmare. Honey, I know you're mad at me. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Give us a moment. Give this marriage time. Lin Yueyan came to her husband's side, attempting to snuggle and hold hands as she often did. Her eyes reddened and her voice trembled slightly, but it was dodged. If you don't sign, then I'll see you in court. Jiang Che's voice could not be called cold at all. It's like saying, if you don't want to, then forget it. But it is this state of affairs that is even more desperate. If he argues with you, messes with you, proof that they still care about each other. Everything is afraid of 3 words, it doesn't matter. As long as a person doesn't care about another person anymore, then you don't have any weight to carry in his heart. Honey, if you don't want to see them from now on, don't. On the 2nd day of the new year, the birthday, I won't even bother you to come back with me. Let's just have a good time where we belong, okay? At noon today, I was determined to go with you. It's just that as soon as I turned around you were gone. I've already lost you once. Life will be meaningless if I lose again. It's hard to imagine that such a noble and elegant woman could have a humble side. Lin Yuan, are you tired? Guess it must be hard to be caught between your loved ones and your husband. This monstrous relationship is going to end up with one party being shed or one party admitting fault, or it will just build up. Your mother and your brother despise me. Do you have the power to change their minds? No, and I, for one, don't want to be gnawed on wantonly by the white wolves of yesteryear. I have dignity too. Can you die of old age with a blood relative? Can't. If you insist on taking both the fish and the bear's paw, you are bound to endure extraordinary suffering. You'll have to suffer a great deal. You'll have to be unhappy on both sides, both inside and out. This pain is insurmountable. It's only going to build up inside you, and one day it's going to explode. How long can you hold back? 5 years? 10 years? We haven't even been married more than 10 years. When the pain outweighs the love, you can't bear it. I can already imagine. Some years later, your mother dying, your grief, the torment you have endured for me all these years, will erupt like a volcano, because it's what's lost that's precious. Your mother is gone, and you hate yourself for not spending more time with her. Hate me by the way. If it weren't for me, your relationship with your mother wouldn't be so frosty. Unrepentant. Human nature is what it is. Rather than make a mess then and get divorced, might as well get a divorce now. We're still young and have plenty of time to start a new life. I'll spare you and you spare me, Jiang Che said slowly. He didn't daydream about Lin Yuan breaking up with her family for herself. Can a bloodline be severed when a relationship is broken? That's why Jiang Che just wants a divorce. That way, it's better for everyone. In this love and marriage, he has been impulsive. He was willing to give all he had for Lin Yuan, and sensible too, as is divorce at this very moment. No one can be caught in the middle and suffer all the time. As long as this vicious circle of triangulation cannot be improved, then it's only a matter of time before the divorce is finalized. It won't be. How can I blame you? Not to mention that without you, husband, I would have been a motherless child long ago. Meh. Lin Yuan. There once was a woman who snuggled in my arms and spoke sweet nothings. She promised me she wanted 2 kids after we got married. She, on the other hand, stays home with the kids and takes care of the looks. As for me, I'll be out earning money to support my family, and as a result you can see it. I'm 27, I'll be 30 in 2 years, to the year of the rise. Old school doesn't talk about those who are single. As long as they are married, their kids will be all over the place already. Do you think this woman's words can be trusted? I don't think so, but now she says she won't hate me. Lin Yuan, if it were you, would you believe her? The day the conflict really erupts, she might hate me more. Lin Yuan's voice choked with tears as she wanted to speak. How could I hate you? What needs to be said has been said, and what shouldn't be said has been said. Jiang Che got up and prepared to leave. The next time I see you, I guess it'll be in court. Lin Yuan was in pain when she saw her husband leaving. Had to rephrase, I sign. She had her thoughts. How can a divorce in accordance with the normal procedure be just a divorce? Even if we go to the Civil Service Bureau tomorrow, we will only be applying for registration, and there will still be a buffer period. When it does go to court, it's a whole different story. Lin Yuan picked up the pen and after a few hesitations, she finally signed her name. Bring your papers tomorrow and I'll see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Seeing that her husband was still going to leave, Lin Yuan hurriedly pulled his hand. The signature is just a reprieve. If even the people leave, there would really be nothing she could do. Chapter 54, The Disappearing Wedding Ring. Where else would you go this late? Tonight you'll sleep in the master bedroom and I'll just take the second bedroom. Without a word, Jiang Che shook off her hand and walked straight into the night. The car lights came on and the red taillights faded away. Lin Yuan wanted to stay, but couldn't. When people are angry, the more they communicate, the more they pester. It will only backfire. Her vision became blurry. The light reflected by the tears was so bright while the world turned gray. Shen Wanji didn't leave immediately after dinner at Jiang Che's house, because Fong Lan left a meal. There is no one who knows a son as well as his mother. Since the mother thinks her son will be home tonight, then Gang Chi will definitely come back. She could also see that Auntie Fong was worried. No matter how Shen Wanji steered the topic, Fong Lan never saw a smile, and little by little the time passed. How quiet the living room is except for the sound of the TV, and both women on the couch were waiting for Jiang Che to come back. The clock hanging on the wall showed 9:30. The delicate-minded Fong Lan saw that Shinwanji was hesitant to leave to accompany her to talk, so she could not help but become suspicious. An absurd thought floated through the mind. Is Wanzi waiting for her son to come back too? She was sure and not sure. Pretty sure it's out of passing experience. I'm not sure it's because my son is married, and I'm sure Wanzi she knows that. Struck by the bad news, Fong Lan couldn't help but envision, if these two childhood sweethearts can renew their relationship, as one gets older, one realizes that some things cannot be forced, and only in the mind. The time was approaching 10 o'clock, and Jiang Che was still nowhere to be seen. Shinwanji was worried that he would buy a drink where he couldn't see it, like he did that night. Her mind tugged her to the door in anticipation, as if a wife waiting for her husband to return, only to see the car belonging to Jiang Che in the courtyard in front of the door had long been parked peacefully in the parking space, and there was no one in the car. He is avoiding himself? Shinwanji's heart was clear. Jiang Che returned to this land where the two grew up together, and the places he would go were just those. In fact, after Jiang Che parked his car, he didn't set foot in the house and didn't know that Shinwanji was at home. He just felt bored inside, wanting to walk around. Walking alone on a deserted street late at night, Shinwanji sought out a lonely man on a bench under the big banyan tree at the end of the street. The streetlight stretched his shadow. Jiang Che was listening to a call from Yang Chen, not to collect a debt, but to complain. Ning Yuan talked to him about having another child. Second child. It would have been a great thing to do. Yang Chen had planned to have a boy and a girl as well. Now that the lovely daughter is there, all that's missing is a son. The problem is that Ning Yuan said that this child is going to have the last name of Ning. It's her mom and dad's idea. With a family consisting of two only children, this problem does have the potential to occur. Jiang Che's silence was right up Yang Chen's alley for venting his worries. He hadn't come to his best buddy for a solution at all. He just needed someone to talk to. For someone who's about to get divorced, this second child angst is nothing short of flaunting happiness. Things are bad enough that it doesn't matter. Jiang Che sat on a bench and tilted his head to look at the night eagles flying around on the streetlights. Cope with a couple of them every now and then. Maybe God couldn't stand to see him languish in someone else's happiness. Shinwanji sought out Jiang Che. On this lonely night, she was more beautiful than a blip. One appearance dispels the silent loneliness. Shinwanji didn't disturb him, just quietly sat down on the bench. Her gaze lingered on Encho, the face that appeared in her dreams from time to time. Even the locked brow look was so familiar. Shinwanji was a bit out of it, until she saw Jiang Che's ring finger. The wedding ring had been removed at an unknown time. All that's left are the traces left by the accumulation of days and months. Shinwanji's beautiful eyes swept over a flash of color. She knew that the woman who wanted both was destined to divorce Jiang Che, either early or late. She was willing to wait, 3 years or 5, any longer. Who expected the two of them to be at odds with each other far more than they could have imagined? In less than half a month, the wedding ring disappeared from Jiang Che's ring finger. It's her good fortune, also the unhappiness of Gang Chi. Two moods intertwined in Shinwanji's mind at once. It eventually turned into heartache for Jiang Che. Jiang Che just glanced at her as she arrived and focused on the content of the call. Eventually Sam Young came up with a way out of his complaints. The second child can have the last name Ning, but Ning Yuan is going to have 3 babies. To this Jiang Che only said, as long as there's no divorce, it's all negotiable. The phone hung up. The atmosphere was instantly quiet. Jiang Che leaned back on the bench, seemingly out of energy. Jiang Che, Auntie Fong is still waiting for you at home. Aren't you going back? She knew you'd be back tonight and left a special meal. There's no need to feel lost and sad for those who don't love you. There's always someone who will always love you. Auntie Fong is one of them, and the one who loves you the most. Jiang Che knew from just a few words that her mom had called her to the house for dinner again. It was and still is. Raised as a daughter. When he thought of his old mom, he couldn't help but feel guilty. I've been wanting to have a grandchild for so long, but I've fallen short. Jiang Che got up and went home, and Shinwanji walked alongside him. It was a street she knew all too well. Only back then the two were holding each other's hands and walking. Now there is only silence. She was sure that the light that was once there would be reproduced. Shinwanji watched Jiang Che return home at the entrance of her house. Tomorrow will be a new day for her. Jiang Che entered the door, and Fong Lan didn't ask how things were going between him and Lin Yuan. Just go to the kitchen and bring out that still warm meal. He looked at his mom's silver hair, which stung a little in the light, and whispered, Mom, I've let you worry. What's the big deal? Divorce is divorce. My son's happiness is most important. When the process is over, Mom will find someone to introduce you to something better. Eat. Jiang Che only felt that the wind was strong and his eyes got a little bit into the sand. This night was destined to be a night of joy for some and sorrow for others. Lin Mubai went to the company for an overnight meeting and couldn't care about Wang Yun. People are afraid of loneliness in old age, especially when their birthday children are not around and they are alone. Her tone changed from the reprimanding one she used at the hospital and called her daughter. Lin Yueyan should not have done so and simply said, "If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that." Hearing the sound of hanging up, Wang Yun was furious. Lin Yueyan was bewildered. It was as if she had lost love and affection in one day. Nothing. It was a hard night's sleep, a few moments of dreaming and also waking up from a nightmare. In the morning, she received a text message from Jiang Che. Very briefly, tell him not to forget to bring his papers and meet him in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 55. Chasing a husband in 1,000 miles. Meeting with someone you love at a civil office is nothing more than getting married and divorced. The former is a wonderful place to start. The latter is the fall of happiness. Even the bright sunlight is slightly chilly. Lin Yueyan finally met her husband, and although it was only one night that she had not seen him, she felt that a long time had passed. Without unnecessary words, Jiang Che confirmed to her that she had all her documents with her, spoken in the same tone as the countless humdrum yet precious days since we've been married. But Lin Yueyan didn't want to hear him say this. Take off all the reserve, the condescension, and lean into his arms. Hold tight. Honey, I missed you. Don't get mad, okay? Come back with me. I will always be on your side in the future. Those couples who came to get their license holding hands have watched the scene of male silence and female tears. Jiang Che sighed. I had thoughts last night if I hadn't met you. Then wouldn't our lives be wonderful in our own way, instead of being held back by an unresolvable contradiction like today? But there are no ifs in life, and there are some things we just have to accept. When it comes down to it, we have no choice but to get along. One thing I was taught is that there is no one without the other. Fast and furious is more than appropriate. After the divorce, you can unshackle yourself from the shackles of Jiang Che's wife and return to the Lin family to better honor your parents. Never again will I be left or right. I'm also free from this not-so-happy marriage and don't have to put up with someone else's ingratitude all the time. Lin Yueyan was even more reluctant to let go when she heard these words. Honey, you're wrong. I really can't live without you. That muddled, meaningless life. I don't want to experience it anymore. Jiang Che stopped speaking, pulling Lin Yueyan's white wrist. He walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. After a long line, come to the staff. The registrar looked at the very compatible couple in front of him. One man's eyes were red, the other silent. It's not the kind of thing that really looks at each other or is insensitive. Review the information and go through the formalities. The application for registration of the divorce was filed accordingly. The registrar silently emphasized the phrase, either party may withdraw the application during the cooling-off period. In this way, the countdown to Jiang Che and Lin Yueyan's marriage came to a close. Lin Yueyan looked at her husband's departing figure alone and could only comfort herself, everything will turn around. If it weren't for this last little thought holding it together, her emotions had long since broken down. A toss-up. The time came to 10:30. Lin Yueyan didn't go to the company. Instead she drove home. Cooking herself, she planned to serve her husband a midday meal. During that time, she received another call from Lin Mubai. Still need funding. This siege of peers came too suddenly. Lin Mubai wasn't a little bit prepared. This price war is a sitting duck if you don't fight it. Hit it, and it seems so forced. The situation at hand can only be fought to the death. Losing all these years of hard work would be all for naught, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. Lin Yueyan didn't want to go and focus herself on that. Ordering her men to do so, she hurried off to her husband with a carefully prepared lunch, but she floundered again this time, and the call came back with a shutdown alert. Jiang Che had already decided to give himself a vacation and had set things up last night. Lin Yueyan had no choice but to drive to her mother-in-law's house again, stand in front of the door and ring the doorbell. Coming. She heard her mother-in-law's voice and a few moments of nervousness went through her, and Fong Lan thought it was Xin Yueyan. When I opened the door, I realized it was my daughter-in-law. Soon it won't be. Mom, is Jiang Che home? I went to the office to bring him his food and found that he wasn't there. He said he's going to walk elsewhere for a while. You, don't bother looking. When the time comes, he'll contact you naturally. Fong Lan wanted to close the door. Lin Yueyan reached out to block in her haste and was viciously pinned. A bruised red spread quickly. What's your problem? Doesn't your family look down on my son? Now you're getting a divorce and you're pestering. Mom, I didn't look down on Jiang Che. I still love him deeply. Can you tell me where Gang Chi went? There was a sharp pain in his hand, but it was nowhere near as bad as the pain in his heart. Fong Lan looked at her slightly trembling hand, and a greenish color appeared on the back of her white jade-like hand. Ugh, what are you going to do if you find Jiang Che? He's tired. Lin Yueyan still refused to give up and bitterly pursued. In the end, Fong Lan could only tell where her son had gone. It's better to let the young people work things out on their own. Lin Yueyan immediately departed. Night. Shen Wanji came over for dinner. Fong Lan told her last night that she didn't need to be polite. Just like before. Come over for dinner if you want. Shen Wanji looked around the room. Now that the wedding rings on Jiang Che's ring fingers are removed, Auntie Fong returns from her travels. There's no reason not to go home. Auntie Fong, where's Jiang Che? she asked unabashedly. He, has been a bit preoccupied lately and said he'd go to Jiangdu to take a break. Shinwanji nodded at his words. After dinner, she also departed for Jiangdu immediately. Jiang Che did not know that the two men had sought them out. There aren't many people who can contact him these days, and this trip he's kind of visiting friends. Don't live in a hotel. This doomed Lin Yueyan and Shinwanji to fish for him as a needle in a sea of people. Who knows if Shinwanji found him first, or if Lin Yueyan found him first. Inside an old store, he was sitting opposite another man, Su Dong, a native of Jiangdu, Jiang Che's good brother in the same dormitory in college. Some people are four words when you meet them, like-minded. How ironic is the relationship? Last time the company was short of money, Su Dong also helped, sort of a debtor. In the next few days, Jiang Che will have to live in this debtor's house to dilly-dally. The store is doing well. Su Dong had a big appetite, and Jiang Che symbolically tasted a few bites. Eat? This is a store that people who aren't local don't always know about. Don't look at the somewhat dated decor. The food is not inferior to those upscale hotels. You're afraid of divorce with that face? You're no good. This trip to our Jiangdu is considered the best choice in your life. The last thing Jiangdu lacks is beautiful women and beautiful scenery. Not hungry. Humph. Still wound up for love. Wait. Su Dong left the table and walked towards the table of girls diagonally in front of him. He's right. Jiangdu has produced beautiful women since ancient times. Those women were also described as skillful and beautiful. It looked like he said hello before pointing at Gangshare, then gabbled something. He was seen pulling out his cell phone. Return to your seat in no time. Here, you want love. I just saw them sneaking a peek at you and asked for the contact info by the way. I've treated you well, brother, haven't I? Chapter 56, Seeking in the Crowd. Su Dong said rather smugly, but Jiang Che's lack of interest deflated him. It's actually understandable. Of his life so far, fast forward 20 years. In the past, there was Shinwanji, a childhood friend who grew up together and gave him the purest and most flawless love in the world. Before that fireworks celebration, Gangchi's life was perfect. With Shinwanji's unannounced departure, it almost cost him half his life. Jiang Che's heart never healed, just no longer looked back. Later, he meets the noble and cold White Rose. Even after losing half of his life, Jiang Che still runs towards love with all his passion, even hitching a ride on his brilliant future without a single regret. Seeing Wang Yun recover from her illness, Lin Yueyan's face rebloomed into a smile. It was all worth it, he said to himself, but this time, he lost again. The loss was complete. Grace is a great enemy, and his wife is wavering. Gangchi was already tired, disappointed in love. Come on, that beauty can score at least an 85. I guess it's still from JDU. Not interested. Jiang Che shook his head. Ugh, I get it. Su Dong picked up his wine glass and clinked it with his good brother then said, you want the kind of love that lives and dies and grows old. Wake up, that kind of love can be found. Nah, look at that couple. Now you're so in love that you even feed each other for a bite of food. They must love each other now. But in the future who's to say? Breakups happen all the time. It doesn't have to be only life and death and growing old together to be called love. Actually, everyone's love is very different. When it's time to let go, and when it's time to start. And how can you be sure that this contact won't lead to the love you want? It's not like I can get you a childhood friend who grew up playing together and then smoothly fell for each other, then get married and have kids. The kind that can't be torn apart by anyone. Drink. Jiang Che interrupted. Drink. Lay down your life for your brother today. Su Dong did it first. The two shifted the conversation to their lives over the years. The more we talk, the more we get excited. After dinner, Su Dong was still too much to enjoy. Bought wine and Jiang Che home to drink. By the end of the night, both of them were eased to spend the night on the living room couch. Su Dong also muttered that Jiang Che clearly had a face that could be a scumbag, yet he still played the hurt for love routine. If he had this face, he wouldn't have to coax his girlfriend every day. Jiang Che was drunk and lay on the sofa in a heavenly spin. It was as if the whole world was turning away from him. He gradually closed his eyes. Had a very strange dream. He and Lin Yueyan went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage license. Lin Yueyan held his arm and spoke in a gentle voice. Jiang Che kissed the woman who was going to be his wife in public. Lin Yueyan's absolutely beautiful face was flushed with red. It's shyness, more happiness. The line to get a marriage license was long. So long that you couldn't see the end of it. They waited and waited. Finally they see the registrar. And it's not a marriage license that you get in your hand. It's a divorce decree. Lin Yueyan asked her if she was mistaken. The registrar said yes. You are here to get a divorce. Jiang Che looked at the divorce certificate in his hand. His dreams shattered in four. Lying on the couch he woke up slowly. It took him a long time to distinguish between dream and reality. Drunken headaches eat away at the nerves. The cell phone came single ringing to act as an alarm. Very few people know about this new number now. Aside from my parents, That leaves the few backbones of the company. Hello. Jiang Che's voice was slightly hoarse. It's Chun Xingqing calling. There's been an accident with a project. Opinions need to be sought. Jiang Che understood the situation and gave the order. After the business was done, the soulful voice began to pry. Boss, how long are you going to be a shill this time? It's not clear. Oh, the caller seemed disappointed. Okay, that's it. Call me back if anything happens at the office. With the phone hanging up, Chen Xingqing sighed as she suffered a sigh of relief. Looking at the empty office, it was as if a piece of her heart was missing when Jiang Che was not there. Eventually this beautiful and moving assistant had to throw herself into her work. Gangshare struggled to get up. The bottles in the living room had been cleaned up, and Su Dong was nowhere to be seen. Left a note and the key to the house saying he was going to be with his girlfriend. See you tonight. A few fun Gangtok attractions are recommended. Jiang Che understood and went out after washing up. It's a beautiful city with beautiful people and beautiful scenery. A river, 2 banks of willows. Gang Chi walks and relaxes. No thoughts of divorce, nor do they hold grudges against others for their ingratitude. The oldest man was fishing in the river and he could watch for a long time. It's not about looking at the fish or the water. It's about looking at yourself. He seems to have found his true self in this moment. Not caught up in love and hate. Very free. Among the bustling crowd, there was a noble and absolutely beautiful figure. Travelers coming and going couldn't help but be awed by her beauty, but it was limited to a hurried appreciation. The cool, clear air of desirability in this beautiful woman was a shame to behold. In addition to this, its ring finger has been wedding ring. Lin Yueyan came to Jiangdu last night, but Jiang Che doesn't live in a hotel, and he's got a new phone number. The connection between the two was completely broken, drowning in a sea of people. She came to this ancient street with a rich history, and it is said that every traveler to Gangtok will not miss the beauty of this river and the willows on both sides of the river reflecting each other. But Lin Yueyan raised her eyes and looked. They were all unfamiliar faces. Hubby, where are you? There are some people you see every day and think are rare. When he decides to leave and return to the Sea of Man, you realize how valuable those days with him were. Lin Yueyan weaved her way through the crowd, absently glancing at the willows swaying in the wind on the opposite bank. Suddenly, he saw a figure that was too familiar to be true. Love is magic. It will give you a special ability to recognize her in your heart at a glance even in a sea of people. Not to mention Lin Yueyan who had been married to Jiang Che for so many years. It wasn't her eyes that recognized Jiang Che, but her heart. The figure under the willow tree turned away and merged into the stream of people. Lin Yueyan panicked, running all the way through the raging crowd. By the time she crossed the small bridge made of green stone and came to the willow tree, only one old man fishing remains. Lin Yueyan roughly described Jiang Che's face and asked that old man about it. That young man just left a short time ago and should have gone in that direction. Lin Yueyan gave a thank you, chasing after the old man in the direction he had pointed. She met many people along the way, but none of them are Gang Chi. She looked forward to it, longed for it. Chapter 57. Lin Yueyan was like a white moth fighting the fire, weaving in and out of the crowd, searching, but that incredibly familiar figure never appeared again, disappearing into her world. She stood perplexed in the midst of the surging crowd, looking around. It's hard to find any sign of your lover. Maybe that figure wasn't Jiang Che at all. It was close to noon. Jiang Che had not yet enjoyed the beauty of the city enough, and his stomach was empty. Su Dong, a local, gave a detailed rundown. Jiang Che found the restaurant he recommended and chose a window seat. Order and wait. At the same time a message was sent to Su Dong, asking him if he wanted to come over for dinner. Jiang Che looked out at the people coming and going on the street. All living things. Empty your mind. Offhand. Someone called out his name just then. There was some uncertainty in his tone. Jiang Che? He turned his head to look at a tall, sexy woman, dressed to impress. For a moment Jiang Che's mind went a little blank. What? Can't even remember my name after a few years? It was only after a few moments that Jiang Che was vaguely impressed. Li Chuman. College classmates. Li Chuman sized up the man in front of him, somewhat down and out. She wouldn't have dared to make a sound if she hadn't been so distinguished and recognizable looking. Jiang Che now of course down. Last night drinking. Su Dong home no new razor. Stubble unshaven. It looks like a young man who's been hit and devastated. It's a melancholy kind of handsome. Long time no see. Jiang Che responded politely. Isn't your family in Jilin? Why have you come to Jiangdu? Li Chuman sat down naturally. The gaze moved away from Jiang Che's face and fell to his wrist. Empty. And then on to the clothes. It doesn't look like any name brand stuff either. Li Chuman immediately concluded that Jiang Che had not mixed well over the years. The heart was quite happy. It felt like she was the smug one in this meeting. The reason why Li Chuman is so mental, it's because when she was in college, she fell in love with Gang Chi's outstanding and incomparable appearance. Triple hints. But Jiang Che with a piece of wood like salt and oil does not enter. To the end of the direct confession that he has a favorite person. At that time, Jiang Che was dreaming of Shinwanji. How could Li Chuman be in his sights? So Li Chuman's first initiative ended badly. But look back a few years later. It's amazing how the one who begged for it in the first place has fallen so far. Not even close to being as good as you are. She couldn't help but gloat. When you get out of the society, good looks are not the second most important thing. More important is to have money and status. Otherwise, what's the point of being in love? No kidding. How have the last few years been? Right. When you said you had a favorite. By now you should be married? Li Chuman looked at Jiang Che's ring finger. There was nothing on it. The man sitting across from her was no longer the man she had to look up to back then. Instead, it's a man with no money and no love. A flop at the bottom of the social ladder. Jiang Che only took her as a normal greeting because he never liked Li Chuman at all. Not so much mind. Sloppy, barely making ends meet. When Li Chuman heard Jiang Che's ambiguous words, the complacency in her heart grew even more. It turns out that seeing the unattainable and unattainable white moonlight in the beginning can't lift their heads in front of them. It's so soothing. If you are in trouble, ask. There are a few open positions at my dad's company. After all, we all went to school together. Li Chuman thinks of himself as a superior being. A rotten white moon may not be impossible to taste. Shinwanji also searched for someone in the sea of people, just like Lin Yueyan. After using his connections, he couldn't find out about Jiang Che staying in the hotel, but it is not expected. The people are looking for him, but the man is in the lights. As she strolled down the street, she unintentionally caught sight of the couple by the window of the restaurant. Shinwanji didn't interrupt at the first moment and picked a close location. Observe the words and the colors. She had thought it was Jiang Che who had something to do with the woman sitting across from him. It turned out to be a college friend I hadn't seen in a long time. Looking at Jiang Che's demeanor, I guess he's almost forgotten about it. It was just that the woman's gaze, her words revealed inexplicable contempt and greed. Shinwanji could no longer sit still and walked toward the two men's location. What brings you here? Jiang Che frowned. Auntie Fong was relieved and asked me to come and see you. Shinwanji ignored Li Chuman and took her seat. Its every move is wonderfully appropriate. Li Chuman sized up Shinwanji, who was a combination of nobility and charm. Its face is 1,000 times more beautiful. Its temperament is elegant and subtle. Impeccable. It was dwarfed. The pressure is on. The dishes ordered by the party were also served by the waiter one after another. Shinwanji moved her chopsticks and personally gave the downtrodden man in her eyes the food. Tenderness. Anyone who isn't blind can see that the flowers are falling. The little bit of smugness in Li Chuman's heart was gone. He even felt that Jiang Che had just said that the mix was sloppy just to see his own joke. How could such a legacy woman fall in love with a man who was a sloppy mixer? Shinwanji's careless glance gave Li Chuman the feeling of being seen through and through. It also includes those nasty minds. It's like you've become a clown yourself. It was a fidgety moment. Jiang Che, I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. We'll talk some other time. Li Chuman smiled far-fetchedly and left without waiting for a retention. The two were left alone in the seat. Shinwanji said nothing, and Jiang Che also said nothing. It's quiet. Su Dong sends a message that he can't come as he accompanies his girlfriend to the zoo. Jiang Che slowly savored the food, occasionally looking out the window, as if there was no one across from himself. Shinwanji was resigned to this attitude of his, and no complaints. I just can't help but feel heartbroken occasionally when I see his confused eyes looking out the window. Chapter 58, Three Parties Converge. Today, Jiang Che's state was much better than Shinwanji had expected. Sad but still uplifted. Silence became the theme of the meal. After the meal, Gangchi took a short break and continued to wander through the city with its rich history. Go and see the big-name garden buildings. Go to see the bustling ancient temples. And Shinwanji accompanied it silently. Travelers coming and going wondered why that man had such a stunning woman by his side. And yet, he remained expressionless. Toodaloo all afternoon. Xiaodong gave most of the travel tips away. The two eventually stopped at the edge of a pleasantly scenic lake. At this time the sun was setting and the breeze was blowing. The lake rippled with gold and the green willows around it swayed gently. Jiang Che looked toward the lake and said blandly, after following you all afternoon, aren't you bored? Keep you company. It's not boring. The breeze was more than just blowing the lake and willow branches, also blowing her green silk. With all the people coming and going here, you think I need your company? Shinwanji ignored Jiang Che's words, accusing her of being self-absorbed. Any more people are just passing through, aren't they? It's always different from the people who stay around. Jiang Che. She whispered his name, but got no response. It is said that memories have a magical power to make you forget the other person's shortcomings over time. Only remember the best of each other. But their childhood sweethearts were once so beautiful that they needed no embellishment. There were no arguments or misunderstandings. In the budding of youth, a boy confessed his love for Shinwanji. Jiang Che heard the wind and was distracted. As a result, that evening, Shinwanji told him without hiding the result of her refusal of that boy's confession. No overnights and no guessing around. Gangshu slept well that night. Maybe God will not tolerate the existence of two perfect things, plain and beautiful days. With her parents divorced and gone, Shinwanji turned her head to Jiang Che. How she wished she could always be there for the man beside her. Love is what it is. Everyone has their own answer. In Shinwanji's understanding, the word companionship better explains love. Holding hands? At that most wonderful age, teenagers and young girls blush, using the excuse that winter is too cold, silently holding each other's hands. Kissing? She gave her first kiss to Jiang Che under the roaring fire of flowers, in an atmosphere too romantic to be romantic. When youth is gone, no longer young, what form should this love take? There is probably nothing better than growing old together. When the time came to grow old, death approached step by step. You can still be there for your loved ones and reminisce about the good old days. Terror like death also seems so insignificant. The setting sun slanted down, linking the shadows of the two together. Tourists coming and going unconsciously speed up their pace towards the hotel or seek a good restaurant to treat their organs. The only two people sitting on the bench by the lake could not feel the night approaching and bathed in the afterglow. No matter how long he was here, Shinwanji was willing to accompany him to the end. Unfortunately, this time is like a sunset, but it's almost dusk. Sudong called and said that he had made a restaurant reservation, sent the locator and told him to come over. Jiang Che got up while saying, "Stop following," then fade away. Shinwanji sighed quietly as she looked at his figure. Other than Auntie Fong and Uncle Jiang, no one understood Jiang Che better than her. Following it any further would only cause Jiang Che's displeasure completely. The worries in Shinwanji's heart had long since been put down for the most part. It seems this divorce didn't hurt him very much. That's fine. When Jiang Che's figure disappeared into the crowd, she turned her gaze to the molten gold sunset. The beautiful eyes that flowed were filled with both memories and fantasies of the future. Now that the impediment was gone, she had to get back into Jiang Che's world no matter what. Time flows like water. A beautifully romantic blues moment is upon us. The sun sinks below the horizon and the sky is covered in a deep, serene blue. Shinwanji dialed Fong Lan's number, said he met Gang Chi and he was depressed but everything was okay. Don't worry about it. After ending the call, she got up from the bench by the lake and prepared to leave. Instead, he saw a man coming from the distance, noble and elegant. She carries herself with a cold, clear air. It was as if a holy snow lotus had bloomed in this ancient city full of willows. They looked at each other for a moment. Two extremes of beauty converge, each in its own way. It draws countless stares. Lin Yueyan also didn't expect to meet Shinwanji, but on second thought, husbands are divorcing themselves. It's a wonder she, a former childhood friend, didn't jump at the chance. The atmosphere was not as saber-rattling as one might expect. Shinwanji knows that Lin Yueyan has never been able to balance the relationship between her family of origin and her new family. Divorce is inevitable. It was just a complaint that she had made Jiang Che suffer so many grievances that he shouldn't have to endure. Blame yourself even more. And Lin Yueyan only wanted to know where Jiang Che was now. Nothing else matters. Eventually Shinwanji opened her mouth first. You're late. He left from here an hour ago. Lin Yueyan's heart clenched. She assumed that it wasn't just herself who hadn't found Jiang Che, but Shinwanji as well. Who would have guessed that someone else would have gotten there first? Could Shinwanji's arrival really be a punishment from heaven? Say it. Shinwanji brushed past her. Lin Yueyan's heart welled up with the helplessness and loss of missing out with her husband. The people who were obviously in bed with each other the day before yesterday are now lost in the sea of people. How she longed for her husband's warm embrace, even if it was just to say a word. But even such a humble request seemed so out of reach. Honey, I miss you so much. Sudong arranged an unexpected surprise for Jiang Che tonight. He got his girlfriend to ask his single best friend out. Properly imperial. Although it was completely inferior to Shinwanji, it was still a rare and beautiful imperial lady. But Sudong's good intentions were destined to be wasted. That royal lady has her eye on Jiang Che, but Jiang Che has no intention of doing so. That's why when the brothers came home at night, Sudong even spat at him. You didn't like the innocent one last night, and you don't like the sexy one now? Dude, I really tried. Jiang Che changed the topic. You didn't bring your girlfriend back because of me? Then say so earlier, and I'll move out tomorrow. Sudong waved his hand. What are you thinking about? Premature cohabitation will sharpen the conflict. We're not there yet. So it is. After a bit of arm twisting, Sudong finally broke off the idea of introducing a beautiful woman to his brother. According to his words, it's a pity that Jiang Che's face, which can be used as a scumbag, is not used while he's young. In a flash, a few days passed. Today Chen Qingqing was bringing several important documents for Jiang Che to sign. She wasn't wearing professional attire today. It's private. Her beauty is not the thousand dainties of Shinwanji, nor is it the noble coldness of Lin Yueyan. Rather, it's soulful and soft. One can't help but pamper. It's like a clear lotus out of the mud. Sudong had gone off somewhere in the morning. and it was just the two of them in the house. Jiang Che looked at the documents and Chen Xingqing looked at him. After a few days of not seeing him, the man was still as deep and calm as he remembered, but with a little more melancholy. The disappearance of the wedding ring on the ring finger seemed to tell a silent story. Jiang Che saw Chen Xingqing keep staring at himself, thinking that it was an image problem. He couldn't help but cough lightly, rather forgot to shave the last few days. Chen Xingqing came back to her senses, her beautiful face rolling a little. The sudden movement of a door opening broke the atmosphere. "Come on, brother, I'll take you to a good place for fishing." Su Dong came back in a flurry, only to see a slender and exquisite beauty on the sofa. It's like an elegant lotus flower that seems to be in bloom, especially the aura of spirituality. Out of the ordinary and out of the ordinary. Genus is stunning. No wonder he couldn't see the beautiful women he introduced himself to. The comparison is just weak, but right now he seemed to be spoiling the atmosphere of the two of them being alone. It's okay. You guys talk. Then Su Dong looked at his good brother. "I have something to do tonight. I won't be back." Bang. It comes and goes. Chen Xingqing's cheeks turned even redder. Anyone could understand Su Dong's hint. "I'm not home tonight. You two can come as you please." She couldn't help but think of that subterfuge dream. In the dream her own boss gave her a ride home and then said he walloped her just as she walked in the door, and then kissed, and Gang Chi was left with a black line. Chapter 59, Love Comes Through. Su Dong's phrase, "I won't be coming back tonight," made the atmosphere a bit unusual. Jiang Che explained to Chen Xingqing, "He's a good buddy of mine. I guess he misunderstood something. You don't have to take it to heart." Aha! The room was quiet again, with only the subtle clatter of papers turning pages. Jiang Che handed them back to her after handling these important documents. Chen Xingqing asked tentatively, "Boss, you're not going to kick me out soon, are you? I'm kind of the very first batch of employees in the company, and I don't have any benefits after all these years with you. How about you take me on a group build yourself? I've heard for a long time that Jiangdu has beautiful humanities and scenery. I want to walk around." Her bright eyes fluttered, her gaze glancing at the man sitting across from her and then immediately moving away. "It is like a shy lotus." Jiang Che was helpless. "Those who don't know think I'm a shady boss. I'm not missing out on your vacation every year when you deserve it, and I'm not missing out on your bonus. Otherwise, I'll exchange this year's bonus for a half-day trip to Jiangdu. After all, I've come all this way, and it's too bad I didn't take in some of it. I promise, I'll work hard when I get back," Chen Xingqing said with conviction. In the end, Jiang Che compromised. During this period of time, the company's affairs were all pressed on Chen Xingqing, and there was no credit but also hard work. That line came all the way. He really didn't know how to retort. "All right, it's almost noon, so I'll take you to dinner first." Jiang Che got up, and Chen Xingqing let out a sigh of relief, her heart leaping. Finally, I was able to spend a little more time with him. Under the guidance of Su Dong, a local, Jiang Che, an outsider, also found quite a few delicious restaurants. The one he brought Chen Xingqing to was by far the best he had found, elegantly decorated in a classic style. Both the service and the food are described as excellent. Jiang Che didn't know when his impression in Chen Xingqing's mind had changed to that of a black-hearted boss. This time it's bound to be reversed. "Take a seat in order." He ordered the 3 signature dishes as he remembered from last time. Chen Xingqing opened her mouth to discourage. "Enough. The two of us can't eat that much." The male waiter on the sidelines looked on with envy. It's amazing to see girls saving money for their boyfriends these days. Simply don't be happy. Not to mention she's so beautiful and moving. You can't get a woman with this kind of beauty and character. She won't dislike you because you're broke, and she won't gravitate to you because you're rich. When you meet one you are bound to marry it. Compared to my own girlfriend, eating $1,000 Japanese food is too much of a downer. There is such a difference between people. For now then, the maitre d' leaves. About 10 minutes later the food started to be served. The people are beautiful and even the food is pleasing to the eye. "Try this." Jiang Che set that lion's head that he thought was pretty good last time he came in front of Chen Xingqing. She took a small taste. The texture was fluffy and fatty, but also tender. "Delicious, isn't it?" "Aha. In fact, sometimes it's not so much about the food as it is about who you're eating with. And Chen Xingqing is the latter." After enjoying the local cuisine, Jiang Che took her to the very famous temple. People are still so lively. Chen Xingqing adhered to the concept of "come as you are" and bought some incense. Jiang Che thought she would go to the god of wealth to make a wish, but she didn't expect her to make a wish to the Moon Lord. The two circled around for 2 hours before emerging from the temple. He mentioned in passing, "People say that the god of fortune is in charge of marriages now, so I'm afraid your wish will be dashed." "Who said that?" "Humph. A marriage that goes to the god of wealth is a transaction. A marriage that goes to the Moon Lord is love." Chen Xingqing relieved herself of the identity of subordinate and superior and seriously retorted. She really seemed to be a green lotus out of the mud. "Treats love, does not go with the flow, has his own opinion." "You're right." Jiang Che obeyed her. Next, and the last stop on this half-day tour, Jiang Che deliberately chose to take Chen Qingqing on a small boat and panhandle on the lake. The center is accented with lotus flowers. In the book, the phrase 4 willows and 10 miles of lotus appeared in front of us. The aroma is overflowing. She was so immersed in the beauty that it took her a long time to remember to take a picture. But the people in the small boats nearby looked at her slender, delicate figure. Maybe she was the most beautiful lotus flower. Get off the boat. Chen Qingqing was still not finished, but the sun was already showing signs of falling in the west. Time flies, she whispered, her words full of dismay. Jiang Che used Su Dong's car to send Chen Qingqing to the high-speed train station. She sat in the passenger side, scrutinizing the man who was driving carefully. I have some shopping to do. Can you navigate to a nearby mall? Could be. Jiang Che had set aside enough time and was not in a hurry. Plus the high-speed train station isn't too far away. When they arrived at the mall, Chen Qingqing said she would be back soon and that big boss would just wait in the car. Jiang Che laughed. What kind of big boss drives himself? No following anyway, she re-emphasized. Chen Qingqing got out of the car and walked towards the mall, gradually drowning in the sea of people. A moment Jiang Che could not see her, but she didn't keep Gang Chi waiting. A cup of tea and it was back to the car. Carrying a shopping bag from the mall in his hand, he couldn't tell what he was buying. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't probe. Start the car and continue toward the high-speed train station. There's such a thing as a stoplight. You feel it's extraordinarily long when you're in a hurry, and you feel it's short when you're separated. It took 10 minutes to reach the destination. Chen Qingqing suddenly handed Jiang Che the shopping bag in her hand. It is? Instead, she answered the question. Growing a beard is not for you. Being disheveled doesn't suit you either. The Jiang Che I know is handsome and confident. Anyway, consider yourself a gift for this half-day trip. Chen Qingqing hurried into the station after she finished speaking. Jiang Che opened the bag and saw that it contained a man's electric razor. Love came through. It flew across the sky like an incredibly beautiful bird, and then floated down a feather of stunning color. It landed in the palm of Jiang Che's hand. Chapter 60, The Willow Sends Me Sorrows. Evening. Jiang Che informs Su Dong that he doesn't have to commit himself to spending the night outside and returns quickly. Su Dong was presumably in the neighborhood, and returned not long after the message was sent. And bring beer. Barbecue. He set his hands on the table one by one and shared a drink with his best buddy. Clink glasses. Cold beer is tasty and biting. Cool, Su Dong exclaimed. In college, the four of us in the dorm used to go to barbecues together. In the blink of an eye, they went their separate ways. Yeah, there was also a sense of remembrance in Jiang Che's eyes. Back to the point. Your boy is still the same as he was back then. Never short of peach blossoms. Being with me every day. I can't believe I managed to pick up such a gentle, watery beauty without saying a word. Su Dong looked at Chen Qingqing's spiritually beautiful temperament, which was quite similar to that of local beauties. I said I won't be back tonight in the morning, and she blushed like a lotus flower in water. With all my years of experience, she's bound to be interested in you. I can't believe you kids don't strike while the iron is hot. What's that poem say? There are flowers to be folded. Well now, drinking with a big old man like me. Jiang Che opened another bottle of cold beer and filled it for himself and Su Dong. She's my assistant. She came to deliver my papers today. It's not what you think. Oh, assistant. Su Dong said meaningfully. What about the assistant? The point is she absolutely loves you. Trust me. No. Why did you shave your beard? It's too late for you to pay attention to your image when people leave, isn't it? There's no reason to shave if you want to. The brothers have a word for you and a word for me. The night was getting darker and the wine was slightly on its way up. After a little cleanup, it was time to go back to our respective rooms and go to sleep. Time passes day by day. Compared to Jiang Che's pleasant life of traveling out and about with his brother as his companion, the Lin family is the polar opposite. In deep trouble. That business war against the Lin group is still going on. It burns a lot of money every day. It's all about endurance now. Whoever goes down first, loses. The winners eat each other's market share. Lin Mubai was really stretched thin, and his opponent was prepared. The industry's previously incompatible rivals have been twisted into a rope by an invisible hand this time. Unite to surround him. If this keeps up, it's really going to be the end. He had commissioned peace talks, and the other side was more determined than a stone. Pressing is not about the money. Unbelievable. In business, why leave no room for error? Even if they knock themselves out and take away Lin's group's market share, that will also take a while to earn back the money burned in this price war. Where would be a bad place to make an investment with that astronomical amount? Why fight to the death? Even if Lin Mubai turns over the extra funds from his own sister's side, it will only renew his life for a few days. No hope of victory in sight. He, the top man, affects the atmosphere of the house at all times. The storm is coming. Wang Yin felt that ever since that day when she celebrated her birthday, everything had gone wrong. The always dutiful daughter has fallen out with herself for an outsider. She hasn't been back to the house since that day. Not to mention phone calls and such. The son's career seems to be in great difficulty. Wang Yun inadvertently heard that Lin Mubai had mortgaged all his real estate. It has come this far. LOL. Since hearing the news that his son had mortgaged all the real estate in his name, Wang Yun often wondered if her son's company really went bankrupt. Wouldn't it be like the old days again? Objectively speaking, the days before Wang Yun's illness were really not considered bitter. But it's easy to go from simplicity to luxury. But it's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. She turned to think of her daughter's company still being there. It's just that the relationship with my daughter has never been stiffer in this time. Last time at the hospital, Lin Yueyan left in anger after realizing she had been cheated. Wang Yun also said angrily toward her depressed back. Really hardened wings, capable of not returning to this home in the future. Who would have guessed that not even a month had passed when the situation flipped? The offense and defense are interchangeable. There's still the possibility of pointing to your daughter for retirement yourself, or even moving in with her. After figuring that out, Wang Yun became more and more anxious, and finally put down her stance and took the initiative to call Lin Yueyan, just to leave a way out. It was a long time before the call was picked up, but Lin Yueyan did not take the lead. Wang Yun tried to relax his tone and play the emotional card. I actually hate Jiang Che, how obedient my daughter used to be. If it wasn't for him, would it be like this? Yu Yan, have you been busy this time? Why don't you come back and see me? Is it still angry? After a long time, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, is something wrong with you? Lin Yueyan was in the middle of a bustling street. If the willows can send out sadness, then all the willows in this ancient city will be transformed into the word Jiang Che. What's that supposed to mean? Can't you call my daughter if there's nothing wrong? I haven't seen you in almost a month as a mom, and I really miss you. I've been getting dizzy a lot again lately, and your brother doesn't see anyone all day. Oh daughter, hurry back to see me. Lin Yueyan was indifferent when she heard Wang Yun say that she was dizzy. That's where the wolf comes in. It's hard to trust after you've been lied to. In fact, Wang Yun was really pissed off that day and her old habits kicked in. It's too late to tell the truth. The call lapsed into silence. Wang Yun was a bit annoyed, but didn't show it verbally, and took another step back. Don't sulk. I'll never care about you and Jiang Che again. That's always okay, isn't it? It would have been fine if she didn't mention this matter, but once she did, Lin Yueyan only felt that it was incomparably ridiculous. Such an understatement. What about the grievances she and Jiang Che suffered before? Did you deserve it? Mom, did you know that we have filed for divorce registration? Now don't you think it's ridiculous to say such things? Just applying. You can revoke it at any time if you don't agree. My daughter is beautiful and rich. Is Jiang Che really willing to divorce you? Divorced? He couldn't find another one on your level by night. Don't worry, coaxing is good. A couple's bedside manner. It's okay. Mom will treat him well when you make up. What happened last time is naturally written off. Lin Yueyan didn't know what Wang Yun said behind her, nor did she know when the phone hung up. During this period of time, it wasn't that Lin Yueyan hadn't encountered Jiang Che. It was a morning. The sun wasn't shining. She chanced upon the face that had appeared in her dreams countless times. The two sides were separated by a sea of people. Lin Yueyan remembered the look in her husband's eyes when he saw her. There was neither joy of reunion in another country, nor sorrow or hatred. It's very bland. Then as the crowd surged, Jiang Che's figure was obscured in this way. Even though Lin Yueyan desperately searched for her husband, it was as if he had disappeared. She finally realized that when someone avoids you, it's useless to chase them to the ends of the earth. In the afterglow of dusk, the city is as beautiful as a painting. Lin Yueyan, on the other hand, looked like a beautiful woman who came out of a painting. Cold, noble, and with a deep-seated longing for someone, more poignant than the swaying willows in the evening breeze. Standing at the intersection of a red light, she looked across the crowd. No, still nothing. The green light is on. She subconsciously stepped onto the crosswalk. A car making a right turn didn't slow down. As if in a trance, someone behind her tugged on her arm. A voice too familiar to be familiar came. You don't want to die. The car just drove by not far from her, startling passers-by with a bit of a cold sweat. Lin Yueyan also had palpitations, but as soon as I turned around and saw the man, none of that mattered. It's him. Chapter 61, Meeting of the Two. The green light would have been short. The two men standing at the front of the intersection were swept across by the crowd. At the moment fate seems to materialize. There's a sense of not being able to do anything about it. Ever since Jiang Che pulled Lin Yueyan back from the brink of danger and angrily rebuked, "Don't you want to die?" And he never spoke again. It was as if she and Lin Yueyan beside her were just strangers who happened to meet on the street. Lin Yueyan walked alongside him. Soft, bright eyes scrutinized her husband's well-defined side. Having been in the city for nearly a month, Gang Chi had unloaded a lot of stress. Except for a small portion of time when he dealt with the company's affairs through Qinxingqing, he just dispersed his mind. And a morning run every now and then. Exercise is the best medical beauty for men. he had a touch more vigor than before. Perhaps the search was too hard, or perhaps the reunion of the two was so appropriate. Lin Yueyan actually had a dreamy feeling. The person you're longing for is close, but not quite real. How are you doing these days? She asked softly. Yeah, why not? It's time to eat and drink, have company, and not be aggravated. It's so much better than before. Jiang Che replied casually. This is the direction back to Xiao Dong's house. He had long since seen Lin Yueyan walking in front of him, and there was no need to turn around and hide. In the midst of the chaos, as long as you don't stare at a person, she'll have a hard time spotting you. I didn't expect to run into this shocking scene. When Lin Yueyan heard her husband say someone to accompany, she subconsciously thought of Shin Wanji. After all, she would have to seek out Jiang Che before herself, and might have already figured out where she lived. It's easy to meet and pretend to have a chance encounter. There are some things that the more you repress them, the more your mind goes to them. At the thought of her husband divorcing her and returning to Shin Wanji, a new family was formed, and soon the two became a family of three. Her heart then ached. The pain was more like from the soul. Actually, Shin Wanji did meet Jiang Che many times by fate, but what Jiang Che means by accompanied is Sudong. True friendship is no worse than love. Even when good brothers reach their prime, they each have their own families. Even if we don't see each other for 3-5 years, when you are in trouble and ask for help, he is bound to lend a hand. Honey, Lin Yueyan's heart was in turmoil and she wanted to go and hold her husband's hand, only to be dumped mercilessly. Get loose, but she grabbed it once more, gripping it so tightly. It was as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose the man beside her completely. Don't you dare try to hide from me again. I'm going crazy looking for you. Honey, now we're still married. Not anytime soon. The argument between the two drew a lot of stares, especially when Jiang Che shook off Lin Yueyan's hand for the first time. To passers-by, it looks like a couple having a falling out. As the saying goes, family scandal is not to be spread. Jiang Che stopped stopping. In a moment his anger faded away, for there were two sides to everything. It's good to follow me, so I don't have to go looking for you and delay things. Count the days. The cooling off period ends soon. Today, Jiang Che thought about how late it was and how he hadn't yet said goodbye to Sudong. Tomorrow you'll return to Jinling with me. When we get our divorce papers, we'll say goodbye. Jiang Che's words washed away the joy in Lin Yueyan's heart. Yeah, the cooling off period is almost over. With so little time left, what can be done to salvage this soon-to-be dissolved marriage? Signing the divorce papers in the first place was nothing more than a reprieve. As a result, her husband left home the next day and went to an unfamiliar city to hide from herself. One hide and seek and precious time is wasted. In the distance, the sun is setting. See the scene. A pang of sadness ran through her. Is it the same fate in the end? She was reluctant and unwilling, gripping her husband's hand tighter. Jiang Che returned to the house, and Sudong was nowhere to be seen. Packed up his things first. A man is nothing more than a few sets of clothes, chargers, razors and the like. Make the bed in passing. Lin Yueyan tried to help him but was stopped. After waiting for another half an hour, Sudong hadn't returned. Gangshare had to call and tell himself that he was ready to leave. Find him and say goodbye. Have dinner. Sudong received this news with extreme reluctance and said he would be right back. Jiang Che said no. Report a location. He went to find him. About half an hour later, the four met at a restaurant. Sudong's girlfriend was also present. The dishes are served one after another. This time, it was Sudong's turn to pour Jiang Che a drink to see him off. Didn't we say we'd go back the day after tomorrow? You've been living here for almost a month. I'm getting used to it. It's like going back to the days when I was in a college dorm. Gangshare clinked glasses with him, then drank it all in one go. Plans can't catch up with changes. Come and play in Jiling when you have time. I'll host then. Sudong joked. Count on your conscience. Drink. Everything is in the wine. Sudong's girlfriend Chen Yishui, a typical Jiangdu beauty. Water on the outside, fire on the inside. The looks and temperament are superior. They don't have to start a business like Gang Chi. Their families have a little bit of money. It's kind of a door-to-door thing. Sweet feelings. Chen Yashui only knew that Jiang Che was her boyfriend's good brother. Don't know much about anything else, because Xiaodong wouldn't use his best buddy's need for a divorce as a talking point in his girlfriend's casual conversations. Right now she's under a lot of pressure. The woman sitting opposite was cold and clear like the moon, noble and beautiful. On weekdays Chen Shishue was also proud of her looks. Now it can't afford to be half as comparative. What's even stranger is that she has a wedding ring on her ring finger, and there was no wedding ring on Gang Chi's ring finger. What the hell? Is it divorced? Or not divorced? I don't think there's a divorce. Is there? As a woman herself, she understood what Lin Yueyan's gaze meant when she looked at Jiang Che. It's love, it's tenderness, and a sadness that can't be hidden. From the looks of it, they are very well matched. But it has come to this situation. It's really sad. Lin Yueyan didn't put on airs and took the initiative to talk to Chen Shishue, relieve her of her constipation. For a while, the atmosphere at the table was cordial. Zhang Che and Su Dong drank into the night. Still can't get enough. Both were slightly drunk. Outside, it is not advisable to overdo it. This is just right. Zhang Che returned the key to Su Dong. The two big men were not too old-fashioned, and waved a wave of the hand as a goodbye. Chen Shishue led Su Dong away. Zhang Che picked up the backpack with the luggage and also took a taxi to the hotel with Lin Yueyan. Coming to the front desk, the two men took out their IDs. The attendant asked, "Is it 2 rooms, or 1 room?" "1 room, 2 rooms." The couple spoke at the same time, but said opposite things. "I don't know if that's a tacit understanding either. How am I supposed to take care of you when you've been drinking and have 2 rooms? I'm not drunk yet." The attendant looked it up on the computer for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, it's the peak tourist season in Jiangdu lately. The regular rooms are all booked out. Only 1 deluxe suite left, 3 separate rooms inside. Perfectly adequate for your needs. It's all about the price," Lin Yueyan said. Yes. Chapter 62, even if it's life or death. The luxury suites at this star hotel are large and in a great location. There is also a huge floor-to-ceiling window for residents to enjoy the night view of this beautiful city. Zhang Che checked and then put down his luggage, wanting to wash off the smell of alcohol. Picked one of the rooms to check in after washing. The sound of the door closing seemed so abrupt in the quiet suite. Normal couples who are traveling and staying in such a luxurious room might say how excited and expectant they are. You can also see the night view of Gangtok from the window of your room. At the time of parting, he was suddenly a little reluctant to leave. This city of willows was always relaxing and embraced a lot of Zhang Che's bad moods. Whether you've fallen out of love or out of favor, all will be healed by its deep history and unique landscape. After a few moments, this reluctance dissipated. It's not like this beautiful city is a human being that disappears into each other's lives after seeing one another for the last time. Only fragmented memories remain. It's here. You come or you don't come. It's here. Slightly drunk Zhang Che looked at the neon night scene, gradually lost in thought. No one knows what he's thinking. In the water vapor-dense bathroom, Lin Yueyan coiled up her green silk. The jade neck looked extraordinarily beautiful. Skin like fat. The flawless face was clouded with sadness. Fang's husband's closing of the door is a sign of attitude. It was too late to seek him out on his own. As late as tomorrow, I'm going back to Jinling, and in 2 days, it's the day I get my divorce papers. Husbands come through in their own crisis every time. Once upon a time, and today, such reunions are both good and bad. It's as if the evening sunset is beautiful. The golden afterglow is like a memory. No matter how much you don't want to let it go, no matter how much you hold on to it, it's going to leave. When you lose your favorite person, life goes into a long night. That kind of loneliness and torment had long been experienced by Lin Yueyan. So no matter what, she won't let go. Time passed silently in the silent room. Without realizing it, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhang Che's room was quietly opened, and the absolutely beautiful figure walked in along with the light from the living room. Zhang Che, who was slightly drunk from drinking with Su Dong, had long fallen asleep. Wine is sometimes a good thing to get rid of your troubles. Lin Yueyan looked at her sleeping husband in a daze for a long time before slowly approaching. Get into bed. Lift up the corner of the quilt and lay down into the warmth. Honey, she called out softly. No one responded. Thinking about the fact that Zhang Che drank some wine tonight, Lin Yueyan couldn't help but be a bit bolder. Those slender jade hands flowed from Zhang Che's eyebrows, to the bridge of his nose, to his jawline. Eventually Lin Yueyan dropped a kiss on his thin lips, obviously kissing her favorite person. She couldn't help but get red in the eyes. The two of them used to be as good as each other. Today she herself could only sneak a kiss to her husband when he was asleep. It won't even be long before the marriage is over for good. Honey, what can I do to get you back? Lin Yueyan snuggled into the arms of her pillow, coveting and confused. Early morning. Zhang Che woke up and first felt the fragrant soft body in his arms. Slowly, he opened his eyes and turned his head to look. The person in his arms woke up earlier than he did. What are you doing over here if you're not sleeping in your room? Of course couples should sleep together. Lin Yueyan softly responded. Ha, I don't know who said we should sleep in separate rooms in the first place. Zhang Che lazily ignored it and got up straight away, ready to go wash up. Lin Yueyan, however, gently took his arm. Honey, I've fallen out with my family and haven't been back in a long time. My mom also promised to stop interfering in our affairs as a couple. From now on, nothing will ever stop me from being with you. Don't get divorced, okay? I'll try to be the perfect wife for you, raising the child we share. He or she must be lovely. If you think I'm too busy, I can still hire a professional manager to run the vast majority of the company for me. Spend the rest of my life with you. Zhang Che said to her. You still don't see through it. Contradictions are simply masked, not non-existent. A temporary compromise is nothing. Lin Yueyan refused to die, tears blurring her vision. Why won't you give me a chance? That day at the family dinner, you asked me if I would go with you. I was determined to go with you. Only I turned around and realized you were gone. My mother faked a faint, and I, as a child, was concerned. When I went to the hospital and heard the doctor check it out and say it was fine, I realized I had been lied to. I fought with her for the first time over you, breaking with my family, and you thought I was on their side. Hurriedly coming home to you, all that awaited me were signed divorce papers. I know you were in a rage, and it pains me that you were not seen by your mother. Thought I'd go along with you and sign the divorce papers first, and then talk about it when you've cooled off. Anything you want me to do except divorce. But you avoid me everywhere. I searched all over Jiangdu, met Xinhuangji, and met thousands of strangers from all over the world, except for you. It's so hard to see you from a distance in a crowd, and you're gone in the blink of an eye. I'm not discouraged, and I don't dare to be discouraged. As the days pass, I find dusk from early morning. You know what? I don't feel tired at all, because there is always hope. Because you are still in this world. Maybe I'll meet you under a willow tree, by a lake, or on one of the streets of Gangtok. As long as I can find you, just fine. That loss of you is something I never want to experience again. Lin Yuan couldn't stop choking. You said you wanted me to go with you. Yeah. From this moment on, no matter the ends of the earth, the mountains of daggers and the seas of fire, I'll go with you. Everything I don't want to think about anymore. Weighing. As for mother, you saved her life. I'll pay you back with my life. Even without me, Mubai will take care of her. Nothing can stop me from being with you, even if it's life or death. Chapter 63, The moon is not free, let alone a man. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like a moth fighting a flame, even if she was burned to ashes. Jiang Che felt that she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. It's like something uncontrollable is about to happen. He gathered his wits and terminated the communication. Not much time before the start. Pack it up. With that said, he withdrew his arm from being held and headed for the bathroom. 10 o'clock in the morning. The return high-speed train started slowly. Jiang Che looked out the window at the rapidly receding scenery for a long time and closed his eyes. Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to her, gently leaned on her husband's shoulder, coveting this cozy moment. She couldn't guess what kind of attitude Jiang Che was having right now, but it's so much better than not even bothering to say a word to myself last night. 2 hours later, high-speed rail to the station. Gangshare is back in the city where he was born and raised. A sense of familiarity came over me. Lin Yuan had already instructed the female assistant under her hand to come and pick it up, and Gangshare said he had to go to the office. Before getting off the bus, Lin Yuan softly instructed him to remember to go home at night. Make your own dinner at home and wait for him. Jiang Che was non-committal. She looked at her husband's distant figure, and a glimmer of gloom flashed in her bright eyes. Before she could think much about it, her cell phone rang sharply. It's Lindbergh. Sis, do you have any funds left over there? His tone was filled with exhaustion. Lin Yuan frowned at her words. No more. You should know in your heart how much you've taken from me in the meantime. Lin Mubai responded as if he was resigned to his fate. His own sister has loved him since he was a child, so he doesn't hate Lin Yuan even if he received a slap on the face. At this rate, it will only drag down my own sister's company as well. It would be a true disaster for the Lin family at that time, but he was not willing to do so. Inexplicably, you fall into someone else's trap. First, they arrange for shareholders to sell shares to themselves and hitch a ride on their families. Block the retreat. Arrange another price war between you and me and drag it down through the mud. Competition for market share. Surrounded by several competitors in the industry. Hasty knuckleheads. The pool of money has burned out. There are a couple of previous bank loans coming due soon. Only one outcome seemed to await him. Sister, all the real estate in my name has been mortgaged. When it comes down to it, it's probably going to be pretty passive. Take mom over to your side of the family. Your younger sibling, she said she was going back to her mother's house, but actually knew that something was going to happen to my company, taken along with all that gold and silver jewelry one by one. Speaking of which, I've given her a lot of money back over the years, and I didn't realize it would turn out like this. That's ridiculous. Lin Yuan's frown tightened. A moment ago she had sworn in front of her husband, I'll be sure to take care of my little family from now on. Wouldn't let mother get between them one iota. Wouldn't weigh in between the two families. As a result, as soon as he returned to Jinling, the problem he couldn't get rid of wrapped around him like a poisonous snake. Bringing your mother over to live with you? Lin Yuan knew that her husband had hated her mother. Let's not talk about living together. It's a good idea to see each other. Sis, still there? I said for you to pick up mom. I can't take care of her anymore now that I'm on my own. Or are you concerned about something? Concerns nest. Gangshare's opinion? I know he doesn't see mom, but she's not well. Those of us who are children and aren't dead yet can't just leave her in a nursing home, can we? It's only right to give your parents an old age. What could he possibly have to say? All good things come first, so I'm sure he can't say anything. White-eyed wolves will always adapt to amnesia. Forgot to save my mother when I gained power. Now it's going to be out of power. Again, forgetting how much he despised his savior. Even when Lin Yuan had a fever, Zhang Che served tea and took care of her. In return, Lin Mubai questioned him, and deliberately set up a trap. Mom has no one to turn to now, and you're going to leave her alone? Even that moon in the sky is bound. Not to mention Lin Yuan, a living, breathing human being, uninhibited. How difficult it is. Gang Chi shows up at the office and casually strolls around. Chen Qingqing, who was found in an OL outfit, was saying something to the director of the operations department. A proper city girl. There were quite a few girls in the company, and she was the most beautiful. That dry demeanor at work is very appealing. Boss, you're back? The moment she saw Zhang Che, there was a surprise she couldn't hide on her beautiful and attractive face. There's a regular meeting later, so go get ready. Good. Chen Qingqing's eyes skimmed over Zhang Che's face and abruptly retracted. Well, it's a clean shave. The management went to the conference room one after another. The meeting was called to order. The company has been on quite a roll lately, so the atmosphere at the meeting wasn't too bad. After ending the meeting, Chen Qingqing saw that Zhang Che was leaving again. Can't help but complain that he's a total throwaway. A sultry little daughter-in-law look. Only that she was naturally beautiful, and the complaint was not visible. It's so human. Zhang Che, however, couldn't care less. He drove back home in a hurry. Fang Lan was happy to see her son back. Mom, I brought you a present. He took out a delicate box. Inside was a jade bracelet. I saw it while wandering around Gangtok and bought it. Ouch. Have a heart. Mom loves it. Fang Lan never said anything about wasting money or anything spoiled at this point. Carefully, he took the jade bracelet out of the box and loved it. Ahem. My father, who was reading the newspaper on the couch, coughed inadvertently. Nothing else at all. The old man asked you if you brought him a present. Fang Lan acted as a translator. How could it not be? Dad, I've brought you some fine local tea from Jiangdu. Until Zhang Che was 18, his father always played a silent, stern figure. After entering the society, he realized that it was not easy for his father. The great body actually became a bit stooped in his eyes as time passed. Father and son have the occasional drink. Fang Lan is too sentimental to hear bad news. Sometimes Gang Chi could only ventilate with his father. The old father put down the newspaper and got up to get the tea set. Soon after, the family sipped tea. It's a pleasure. By the way, didn't Wanji go to Jiangdu to look for you? She didn't come back with you? Zhang Che shook his head slightly. That kid seems to be different today. Maybe that year when the family had a divorce, it was a curse and a blessing for her. Wang Yun received a call from her son, telling her to go and stay at Lin Yuan's side for the time being. She said darkly that it was not good. What he feared had come true. Something is really wrong with sons. What to do? Going to live on my daughter's side of the family. Before he did this to the nest. Zhang Che, will he object? Thinking about this, Wang Yun was very distraught. And the daughter doesn't know what he's put her through. In case one is sent to a nursing home, never go to any nursing home yourself. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in her mind. It's like a hot potato. No way to turn passive into active. Since he won't let himself stay at his daughter's house, then take the initiative yourself. I just don't believe it. My daughter and him can still kick myself, a widow, out of the house. This is treasonous. Thinking of this, Wang Yun made a snap decision. Get your stuff together. Immediately, she asked the driver to send her to Lin Yuan. On the other hand, Lin Yuan had also just returned home not long ago. Wang Yun then hurriedly boarded the door. Daughter, I've missed you this whole time. Lin Yuan didn't expect her mother to come so quickly. Chapter 64 Divorce. And you really are, being gone for nearly a month. Mom can't even see you if she wants to. Wang Yun said to herself and came to the sofa in the living room and sat down beside Lin Yuan. She looked around and didn't find Zhang Che's figure, and her lifted heart became less tense. It's good that that loser isn't there, so he doesn't have to lose face. Providence. When he returns, the dust will have settled. She was still pretty sure she could convince her daughter to let her live here. It is only right that children should support their parents. It's perfectly justifiable to make that claim. Mubai has told me to come over and stay with you. Yu Yen, an outsider is an outsider. That younger sibling of yours knew that Mubai was in trouble and immediately left our house. Ask her. And she says she's going on a trip and stopping by her mother's house. That's clearly going to be abandoning your brother. The words dripped. It seems to be scolding Imo Choyun, but it is actually saying, you and I are the family. Zhang Che is an outsider. It is a hint. Bring mother and daughter closer together first. Mom's got a bad leg, so you can get me a room on the first floor. The second floor is reserved for you and your husband and wife, so that it is not disturbed. Look at that. What do you mean? The second floor is reserved for you and your wife? It's like she owns the house. Wang Yun also patted the back of Lin Yuan's hand in a pretense of love. Mom hasn't been able to see you since you got married except for the days you go back to your mother's house. It's so nice to have us two mothers living together again. Let's make it this one. And I've brought some luggage to set up first. Wang Yun pointed to the largest master bedroom on the first floor. Mom, I don't get to say anything in this house. I still need to discuss with Jiang Che when you live in, Lin Yuan said. The smile on Wang Yun's face suddenly froze as her greatest fear happened. I can't believe we need Gang Chi's Na to come and stay here. Is that possible? That loser might hate himself. I'd be lucky if I didn't sweep myself off my feet. The daughter must be taken care of before he returns. As long as the daughter nods, all is well. How come it doesn't count when you say it? Whoever makes more money has a say. Besides, isn't it natural for children to give their parents an old age? What opinion could he have? What opinion would he dare have? Yu Yan, right now your brother is having trouble protecting himself. You're the only one I can count on. Are you really going to send me to a nursing home? Have you forgotten how much I hurt you as a child? Raised you with a lot of hard work, and even I didn't spend as much on your brother as I did on you. Now that I've come to stay with you, I actually have to look at an outsider? Lin Yuan's emotions that had been suppressed for years exploded at this moment. Mom, if I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it? Now you're going to look at Gangster's face and just cry bitterly to me. And who can he talk to about the hard time you gave him once upon a time? Have you really forgotten who paid for your treatment in the first place? The outsider in your mouth is my husband and your savior. The more she talked, the more she was hurt. TCH, why are you defending him? I'm your mom. Wang Yun saw her daughter's arm turn outward and her tone was unpleasant. It's because you're my mom. That's why he was willing to take so much money to save you. Wang Yun was actually unable to refute for a moment, and in the end actually began to play tricks. Isn't it just the several $100,000? Why don't you just give it back to him? Give it at interest. And after all these years of marriage, hasn't he spent any of your money? Hundreds of thousands? You don't understand what those hundreds of thousands of dollars mean. It was a whole new life. Mom, if Jiang Che hadn't met me, without our family dragging him down, why should I be subjected to your spitefulness when I would have been in the limelight long ago now? The emotion card fails. Wang Yun subconsciously wanted to call Lin Mubai, but on second thought, her son can't help her now. Indeed, she now also kind of regretted going to make things difficult for Jiang Che in the first place. It creates a dilemma now. Evening. Lin Yuan had said that she would make dinner tonight and wait for her husband to come back. Cook for yourself. Daughter, you still cook for yourself? Leave those to the servants. Lin Yuan didn't explain much. The meal was ready, and Jiang Che was late in returning. Wang Yun smelled the aroma of the meal intended. Why don't we'll dine first? Lin Yuan, however, vetoed this opinion. Last time I was home, Mubai didn't come back. Sibling says eat first. And yet, Mom, you sternly reprimanded her, saying that you can't move the chopsticks until the family is together for dinner. This rule, but now it doesn't count? Wang Yun belabored. A son is a son. Can he compare? The other side. Jiang Che told Fang Lan that he hadn't moved his things back yet. Need to make a trip. Staying home tonight? Back. Drive slowly and be safe on the road. Got it. The headlights came on and Gang Chi drove towards what used to be his home. Traffic continues to be light at night. More traffic lights in the city. On and off. It took half an hour to reach this all too familiar place. It's all lit up inside. Jiang Che parked his car and opened the door. Lin Yuan had already come out to pick him up in person. Honey, you're back. Let's eat first. When Jiang Che stepped into the doorway, he saw Wang Yun sitting in the living room. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Yun's arrogance had long since vanished without a trace in that conversation. The face was unnatural. It's not a good idea to say hello, and it's not a good idea not to say hello. Think about having to look at each other. Wang Yun stiffly squeezed out a sentence. Son-in-law. Jiang Che didn't even bother to give her a single face. Straight up to the second-floor bedroom. Lin Yuan understood that her husband would never accept her mother living here. She'd also figured out her response a long time ago. Honey, I have something to discuss with you. My brother's side of the family has been having problems lately and is unable to take care of my mother. Trying to get her to move in. Of course. I know you don't want to see her. I've gotten someone to buy the nearest detached. I'll have mother stay in tomorrow. And she won't come and disturb us. It's too late tonight. So husband, you can allow her to stay here for the night, okay? She asked cautiously. Jiang Che opened the nightstand. There aren't really many things that are really important to people. You can count them all. He came back this time to get these things. And some papers. Don't say for one night. I have no problem if you let her stay here. Jiang Che's unperturbed tone was just like his usual chat. She's your mom. If you don't take care of her, who will? Lin Yuan listened, but some of her heart tips trembled. Honey, don't say the opposite, okay? Jiang Che suddenly turned to look at Lin Yuan. You know the opposite too? I don't want to see that white wolf for a second. And you let her come to the house. Lin Yuan doesn't even understand what it feels like to be ungrateful. I was told not to use that money to save your mom in the first place, and you didn't know I had money on hand anyway. It's perfectly fine to stand by and get married as usual, sooner or later, but I think that would be too cruel to you. Now it seems that I was too cruel to me. I go to your house and you don't even have dishes for dinner and now you're talking about letting her stay here? I haven't had any hope for this marriage since I left your house that day. Remember what I said to you? Favoritism to me is a debt to your mother. Now you're letting your mom live on her own in a detached house because I didn't pick her up to take care of her. Make it sound like you gave up your mother for me, even if you can run both ways and maintain a perfect balance. But people get tired. You can't stay with your mom if you stay with me. Every time you came back from leaving her, she would look at you with a look of dismay. Or maybe it says to you, have dinner with mom before you go. You will only feel indebted to your parents for not doing what children should do. These deficits accumulate little by little. The day she passes away, it will eventually explode. Regret for not spending more time with her before. Regret for leaving her in an empty house in the first place. Didn't get her around to age well. Grief and penitence that have nowhere to be vented turn into hatred for me. It's me. It's for me that you didn't take your mother over for old age. You'll be the one filing for divorce when the time comes. Gangshare calmed down a bit. Lin Yuan, you said you still love me now. If you still love me, get a divorce before you hate me. This is the best ending. See you at the civil office tomorrow morning. Don't think about being absent or we won't be able to keep even the last vestiges of decency in this marriage. Zhang Che picked up his things and hurried downstairs. Wang Yun was overjoyed to see him leaving. Lin Yuan chased down, but the car had already started and drove out of the yard. The red taillights faded. She looked away in a daze, tears glistening. When Wang Yun saw her daughter in tears, she was also a little heartbroken. Hastened to comfort. Lin Yuan looked at her mother and instead of feeling warmth, she felt pain. She just sat there all night without saying a word. It doesn't matter where Wang Yun lives anymore. Early morning, Lin Yuan received a call from her husband. Urge her to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's drizzling today. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened when she saw Zhang Che. The opposite of when they first came to get their license. She tries to salvage the situation, but her husband is determined to make her despair. Line up. Going through the process. Getting a divorce decree. As Zhang Che's figure disappeared into the fine rain and drizzle, her world turned gray again. A sense of emptiness sets in. Wang Yun moved into the master bedroom on the first floor as he had hoped. Joy is followed by sorrow. When my daughter came home in the morning, she locked herself in her room. Lost soul. She forced her daughter to the table. A man is iron. A meal is steel. How can you not eat? She followed her lead. Lin Yuan didn't pay any attention to Wang Yun. It's hard to say that she doesn't hate her snobbish mother right now. Zhang Che's prophecy thus became reality in advance. Only, the one she lost was Zhang Che. So she had hatred for Wang Yun. If I lose Wang Yun, then I will have hatred for Zhang Che. That's human nature. What is lost is always precious. Looking at the meals, she had no appetite. A sudden wave of nausea came over me and I wanted to throw up. Chapter 65 Depletion. Zhang Che didn't bring an umbrella when he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau today. Despite the car, it got quite wet between one up and one down on this drizzly day. Wet marks were evident on the white shirt. Hurry up and get changed before you catch a cold. Towel your hair too. A mother's nagging always carries a faint warmth. Aha! There was a rare silence in the house during lunch. The always delicious dishes were not to the crowd's liking at the moment. The old father, Zhang Feng, asked, "Finished the procedure?" Zhang Che nodded. Fong Lan silently stopped chopsticks. Last night, under her questioning, Zhang Che said everything that needed to be said. Who can make a mother and daughter, who are connected by blood, die of old age and cut off their relationship completely? No, this payment is larger than life. Hearing that her son was unwilling to take on Lin Yuan's guilt towards her mother, she, an outsider, breathed a sigh of relief. It would be wise to leave. Otherwise, when the day of the east window came to light, Fong Lan didn't even dare to think what the two would become. She recalled that a month ago, Lin Yuan reached out to block her door from closing, and the back of her hand was pinched with a bruise. Maybe the ex-daughter-in-law still has her son in her heart, but it's a dead end between the two. And get as far away as you can from such white-eyed in-laws. Mom, what's on your mind? Eat? Zhang Che chucked a piece of steamed pork ribs into his mother's bowl. He knew that mom's sentimental nature was like that. Once divorced, she should worry about her son's marriage again. All sorts of connections swept through his mind, looking for an introduction to the presentation. In fact, the old father Zhang Feng is also anxious for his son. In a few years will be 30 years old. I haven't seen any of my grandchildren. I just don't want to put pressure on my son to bury it. The family just finished their meal in a rather quiet atmosphere. Afternoon. Zhang Che said there was something at the company and hurried out. A noble and graceful figure visited shortly after he left. Shenwanji came back from Jiangdu and brought Fong Lan a lot of expensive tonic. What's the point of being so polite, you kid? Auntie Fong is only being polite to me if she doesn't take it. I think you were thinking of me when you had something good to eat. Even my mom says you raised me like a daughter. That's not worth much. Don't buy it next time. Or don't blame Auntie for not letting you in, Fong Lan said helplessly. Shenwanji didn't agree to Fong Lan's words. Auntie, my mom said she wanted to meet with you sometime. She naturally took Fong Lan's arm. Those who didn't know thought they were a very affectionate mother and daughter. Or mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Yeah, whenever you have time, persuade her to come back and live here. People are abroad. They always have to return to their roots. There's no need to persuade. My mom is having that very thought over the years. In time you may be able to be neighbors with her again. This is quite good. Fong Lan seemed to remember the old days as well. Auntie, where's Jiang Che? He should be back by now. It's hard to find someone in a sea of people, but if you know the person, there are signs. Even if Jiangdu was full of beautiful scenery, he would only choose one place to stay after visiting it. It was as if once, when Jiang Che was unhappy, the only place he would go was under the banyan tree at the end of the street, and to blow off steam at the deserted marina. That day she met Jiang Che at the lakeside bench to watch the sunset and lotus flowers. Since then it has been seen often. He left for the office after lunch. Right. Wanzi, what are you doing now? Managing a small business. Fong Lan saw her modesty. It's hard not to see that limo parked in the doorway next door. With her pension I wonder how many years it will take to afford it. As well as the boy's clothes, his demeanor, neither of which is available to the average person. The bad thing was that there was the previous experience of Lin Yueyan's family, which made Fong Lan quite apprehensive. High climbing. It's okay if she's been around her son all these years, but having been away for so long, who knows if they are the same childhood friends they were. People change. Perhaps by setting the two together, they can at first live on their former affections. Eventually that childhood love runs out, and you realize that each one has changed. Long gone are the people who remember each other. It'll be chicken feathers all over again when the time comes. The sun is again the softie who others say is high up on the ladder. LOL. Fong Lan ultimately chose to avoid talking about it, discarding the distractions. Thoughtfully, he urged, work is work, and your body is important, so don't get tired. Got it, Auntie. As the saying goes, if the sun is not a fish, he knows what a fish is like. But whenever Fong Lan revealed a bit of intention in this regard, Shenwanji would definitely be very happy. Wasn't that what she had invited her mother back for? Originally, things like blind dates had nothing to do with Jiang Che. According to Su Dong's words, with this face of his, he was perfectly capable of going on to become a top-notch scumbag. But during dinner, Jiang Feng himself spoke, said he found a connection to introduce him to a girl, the dance teacher. She's quite pretty. Contact info has been sent. It can be seen everywhere. Jiang Che knew that his father was a man of execution, thunder and lightning. I didn't realize that arranging my own blind date adhered to the same style. He thought about his mother setting himself up on a blind date. After all, people who nagged for grandchildren every day. As a result, the father seemed more anxious than the mother. Jiang Che also didn't want to refute his old father's face. A blind date is not a relationship. Instead, he negotiated a deal, which he was adept at handling. Just go through the motions. So it was 2 p.m. The next day, he asked the other man out to a downtown coffee shop. That dance teacher seemed to be 10 minutes late on purpose to show that she didn't want a blind date. Had to come again. But when she saw how handsome Jiang Che was, she secretly regretted going out without makeup. A bellyful of prepared remarks won't help. Surprisingly quiet. Jiang Che, however, opened the door and said, since you and I are here to deal with the elders, let's get together. The woman wanted to redeem herself. Couldn't say much. After all, just being late was enough to ruin any goodwill. On the way home, Jiang Che was suddenly curious. Where did the old father get his connections from? So strong that the other side couldn't even think of not coming. You can only reject a blind date by being late and pulling down your image. How did it go? As soon as he entered, his old father paid close attention to the situation. Not much to talk about. It's over. Jiang Feng didn't say anything either. If a blind date fails, so be it. Just arrange it again. Night. Gang Chi came alone to the abandoned dock that had been commercialized, leaning against the railing and looking out over the canal. The neon on both sides of the river reflected into the water. There's also a huge suspension bridge over the top connecting the two sides. The sound of the wind was interspersed with the sound of a song drifting in the distance. It's a love song from a long time ago, and the singer seems to be into it. Jiang Che watched the sparkling water rise and fall, gradually getting lost in thought. That blind date today is also a proper beauty. Only one seems to be sick. Marriage, love, it all lost what it should have meant with him. After Jiang Che divorced Lin Yueyan, it was as if he had lost the ability to love people. If his relationship history is a piece of paper, On the front is written Shinwanji and on the back Lin Yueyen. The writing is full. The first relationship was too good and flawless, but suddenly shattered and ended without a trace. The second relationship starts out beautifully, but there is so much human evil in it that the chicken feathers are unbearable. It's been a blast. It's been a pain in the ass. It just didn't come to a good end. And his love dried up. Thinking about what? A gentle, feminine voice came from beside her. It's Shinwanji. Gangshare wasn't surprised that she always found herself in this land. It was and still is. Jiang Che was silent to her. Chapter 66, a different kind of blind date. Shinwanji's flowing beautiful eyes carried memories. At one time this derelict marina had not been commercialized. No variety of stores with flashing neon signs. Just teenagers and young girls. And a brisk wind. The teenager is sunny and handsome. And the young girl, with her high ponytail, is already beautiful for the first time. They could talk about the approaching end of the term. They could talk about the sunset reflecting on the river. Talk about life's troubles, big and small. It's cozy in a flat way. Even if you don't talk, you don't get bored. And today, people are different. Jiang Che. Once our sorrows and joys were all intertwined. Share each other's joy when you're happy and comfort each other when you're in pain. It all ended with the breakup of my family. The night before I left the country, I watched in awe as the window in your room turned the light on, off, and then dawn. We have so many wonderful engagements between us that I don't know how to tell you about the parting. It's too cruel for you, and for me. And then I saw you again. You've become someone's husband. That's good. I want you to be happy. Because I knew that I had disqualified myself from loving you when I chose to leave without saying goodbye. But it always turns out to be the opposite. Every time I see you sad and lost, it's like a knife cutting into my heart, trying to comfort as I once did, but without a counterpart. Her voice was a little choked, overpowering the song coming from the distance. Jiang Che only felt that there was suddenly a touch of warmth in his hand in this cold night wind. Jiang Che, give me a chance to love you again, okay? He turned his head to look at Aomane beside him. The people were beautiful, more beautiful than the enchanting and mysterious night. Broken tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Instead, Gangshare wrenched his hand free. After all these years, you and I are long gone. You love the same Encho you once were. Not me. Don't live in memories. Shinwanji met his gaze that was calmer than the river. Won't give up. If you and I were not as we once were, then we wouldn't be meeting here today. Whether in the past, present, or in the future, no matter what becomes of you, you'll always be the Jiang Che in my heart. The night wind blew her green silk, as if soothing. I don't want to love anyone else. It's too exhausting to love someone. With these words, Jiang Che seemed to be saying them to Shinwanji, more like he was saying them to himself. Shinwanji looked at the fatigue in Jiang Che's eyes and became more and more distressed. It's okay, going forward. You don't need to love me, just let me love you. Jiang Che shook his head slightly. Then turn your gaze back to the shimmering water. It seemed there was something there that appealed to him more than love. The corners of Shinwanji's eyes were slightly tipped red. She was lost and obsessed. The night wind is invisible and the river is visible. Love isn't spoken. It's shown in action. Even if she wasn't with him as a lover in the end, she recognized even the most common friend. The wind is cool at night. Jiang Che stayed for half an hour and then turned around to leave. And the couples on the street who were making love to each other and saying sweet things also quickened their pace. Wanted to get back to their warm cabin. By the time she was ready to arrive home, Shinwanji had collected all her sadness, as if nothing had just happened. As before, he whispered goodnight to Echo. Watch him walk into the house. Tonight, Shinwanji tossed and turned. At the crack of dawn, she had a dream. She dreamed that her parents didn't cause a divorce, but instead urged her to marry Jiang Che. Everything fell into place. Getting engaged, having a wedding. The auditorium was full of guests, but just as Jiang Che was about to put a wedding ring on her, the dream shattered. That heaven and hell feeling of falling. It made Shinwanji unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Gangshare woke up early. It's the weekend, so after washing up, I come downstairs and smell the aroma coming from the kitchen. He had wanted to stay home with his parents. After breakfast, his old father actually pushed another girl's contact information on him. The meaning no longer needs to be said, but the more Jiang Che looked at this avatar, the more familiar he felt. She's a local, but is the dating scene that small? 10:30 in the morning. It's still the same coffee shop, obviously is a day off. Chen Xingqing but in another way work. A quick glance showed that she had chosen her clothes with care. Elegant and spiritual, slender and beautiful. The two sat facing each other, looking at each other. There was a kind of wide-eyed stare. Chen Xingqing smiled sweetly. Boss, does this count as us being in the same boat? Count. Jiang Che took a sip of his coffee. It was bitter. Do we go through the process next? Or do we go back to our respective homes? Yeah, go with the program. You might as well ask me how much the bride price is going to be. Jiang Che was very facetious as he followed her lead and asked downward. How much do you want? It was as if the two were singing in unison. Not at all like a blind date should be bargained for. It's okay not to if it's you. That good, right? The heart is in the right place. Jiang Che just thought she was joking. Then I'll make a fortune and get a wife for nothing. When Chen Qingqing heard his snarky tone, she knew that the man sitting across from her did not take it to heart at all. How many genuine words are said through jokes? She sighed slightly inwardly. Fate is what it is. Meeting the right person at the wrong time. Maybe they hit it off personality-wise. But now Jiang Che was heartily tired. Unless Chen Qingqing's love was pure enough and hot enough to wake him up. But that would be unfair to Chen Qingqing. Give 10 points and you may only gain 3. Since we're in the same boat, let's get along for a while. It's not appropriate for you to tell the family after some time. Otherwise, boss, you know how it is. The family arranges a succession of blind dates. Acting? Right. Chen Qingqing's eyes fluttered. In fact, she had moved out. She's perfectly capable of not going on a blind date if her parents press her to do so. So what she said to Gang Chi was a lie, but with true intent. I can't stand daily blind dates either. Jiang Che agreed. Then from now on, we're the man and woman who see eye to eye with each other on a blind date. Come on. I know a pretty good shabu-shabu place. We'll go home after lunch and be accountable to each other's parents. Chen Qingqing winked playfully at Jiang Che. You're pretty thoughtful. Of course, do the whole thing. Chen Qingqing thus brought Jiang Che out of the coffee shop full of bitterness. The sun was shining just right outside, spilling over the two of them. Chapter 67, A Kiss That Wasn't a Kiss. Chen Qingqing comes to the shabu-shabu restaurant almost every week to treat herself. It's not too much of a stretch to say that this place is close to her heart. When you love someone, the thought is never to take, but to share, to give. So when it came to dinner, her first thought was to bring Jiang Che here. Jiang Che walked into the store along with Chen Qingqing, and the mouth-watering aroma came to his nose. The two picked a seat by the window. A female sales clerk came over. She seemed to be familiar with Chen Qingqing. She first sized up Jiang Che, then came to Chen Qingqing's ear and said, "Your boyfriend? Very handsome." Oh. Chen Qingqing's beautiful and moving face instantly became hot, and she nodded her head in a mischievous manner. The shopgirl gave an eating look. Then he handed Jiang Che the menu. "Guest, what would you like to order?" "You order. It's my first time." Jiang Che handed over the initiative to Chen Qingqing. Even so, Chen Qingqing took care of his needs when ordering the food. He will be asked if he can eat spicy food, if there are any contraindications, and if he likes this one. The shopgirl didn't rush and had an anti-smile on her face. In the end, even the dipping saucer was made by Chen Qingqing's help. Jiang Che had the illusion that the meal was coming to him. "Is it to your liking?" "It's delicious." Jiang Che gave a pertinent opinion. "The meat is tender, not nasty, not greasy, with dipping sauce, very delicious. Eat more if you like. You've been listless since you came back from Jiangdu. Mutton is good for the body, totifying the kidneys, benefiting the qi and nourishing the blood. I come here to treat myself whenever I have troubles." Chen Qingqing used the male chopsticks to bring the delicious mutton to his bowl. "Don't just clip me. It's not work time. We're not in a supervisor/subordinate relationship," Chen Qingqing said. "I didn't call you boss. You don't understand." The second half of the sentence was so soft and light that Jiang Che couldn't hear it, following up with an excuse. "I've been managing my figure lately, so if you don't eat more, the rest goes to waste." That special aura on Chen Qingqing was beautiful and soulful. With people like that, worries are much lessened. Jiang Che ate an eighth of a full stomach. Satisfied. After checking out, they walked down Long Street for a while. As the two walked side by side, Jiang Che's left hand brushed against Chen Qingqing's right hand inadvertently, even though it was only a momentary touch of skin. That touch, however, went straight to her heart. The sound of cars around them, the sound of communication was blocked out. Ambiguity grows like a weed. In Chen Qingqing's heart, a voice suddenly cried out, "What are you afraid of? He's not your boss now, and you're not her assistant. It's the weekend, it's outside the office. God has sent him to you on a blind date, so the opportunity will never come again." Under the compulsion of this voice, the dexterous jade hand seemed to have a consciousness of its own, a little bit of moving around, just to take the hand of the person next to you. Her heartbeat was so loud she could hear it herself. In the moment of being about to hold it up, "Got a car? Why don't I give you a ride home?" Jiang Che's inquiry dampened all her courage. "Ah, there is." Chen Qingqing felt remorseful. Both herself and Jiang Che had been gone for half an hour. "Why didn't you make up your mind sooner? What a great opportunity. Love is a game for the brave. It will punish the timid ones severely. What's sent to you that you can't grab is not yours. Even if some people even like each other and have crushes on each other, just don't have the courage to take the first step. It's all going to be missed. Beautiful things always need to be fought for." The two went back to their respective homes. "The first thing my old dad asks is still, how did the blind date go?" Jiang Che said something like, "We felt good about each other and decided to spend some time together." The old father asked again, You came back from dinner with someone? Aha. His son's answer made Zhang Feng put down his heart. Rivershare was also relieved to see his dad. It's not forced to marry anyone, but as soon as you shake your head, you'll probably have to go on another blind date in a couple days. The weekend passed. Zhang Che went to work as usual, only due to moving back to his hometown. The commute has increased by half. Chen Xingqing is wearing OL clothes today. The wraparound skirt framed her figure in an extraordinarily slim and delicate way. The waist-length hair was also pulled back, revealing an elegant jade neck, light and airy and beautiful. It was as if she had transformed into a lark beside Gang Chiol. Flying around doesn't even make you tired. Busy day. Zhang Che watched Chen Xingqing's beautiful figure leave the office. During the time she went to Jiandu for vacation, Chen Xingqing often sent messages complaining about how tired and exhausted she was from work. As a result, now that they want to give her paid vacation, they are not happy about it. Zhang Che leaned back in his office chair, but his mind was idle. Those few projects the company took over are doing well and the money is turning over. Pay back Yang Chen. Su Dong has more than enough money. Debt-free. A faint scent lingered on the tip of his nose as he closed his eyes and thought, it's like the lotus flower you smelled the other day when you were boating in the lake. At the same time, there was a gentle touch on his shoulders, and a pair of dexterous vegetal hands were gently massaging them. Zhang Che opened his eyes. Tired? The pleasant voice came from behind. He tilted his head to look, and what caught his eyes was Chen Xingqing's beautiful and attractive face, facing the probing gaze of his own boss. She subconsciously averted her eyes and said wryly, this attentiveness is not for nothing. After enjoying yourself, you have to go to the movies with me after work. My mom nagged that it's hard to meet someone who looks at me the right way, so I can't be too high on the end of the scale, but I need to be more proactive, and asking me to ask you to go to the movies to improve our relationship. Zhang Che joked. How come there are indicators for blind dates? Who says it isn't? In their eyes, me getting married is a task for them. What's so strange about indicators? Zhang Che sniffed inside at the depths of Chen Xingqing's waters. So what if we get married? When things go bad, you might as well be happy on your own. But now the sky is the limit for both herself and her. The old father kept his mouth shut, but in reality it was obvious what he meant. Make sure you get grandchildren before you're 30. After work, the two walked together. Eat first and watch the movie later. It's a suspenseful thriller chosen by Qing Qingchen. By the time the thrill was over, the couple girls in the audience were clinging to their boyfriend's arms. Chen Xingqing is no exception. Zhang Che looked at her tense expression and was somewhat helpless. It's not advisable to talk loudly in a movie theater, so he came up to Chen Xingqing's ear and asked, how come you're afraid and want to watch it? Chen Xingqing, who was still immersed in the plot, was pulled out by the magnetic and low voice coming from her ears. To make matters worse, Gang Chi's blazing nostrils spilled over her earlobe. A tingling sensation flowed through his body. It's hard to put into words the marvelous feeling that goes from body to heart. Zhang Che was really too close when he spoke, causing her to turn her head. Fatalities ensue. Seems like a kiss, not a kiss. Did the dragonfly point to the water in that moment or not? Yes, only they know. The thrill is torn apart by the sudden unexpectedness of the situation. A dimly lit environment is a hotbed of ambiguity. Think of the bamboo shoots that have sprung up after the rain. Both watched the movie in silence, which even if it was a more frightening picture, it couldn't scare Chen Xingqing anymore, because her heart is not in it. 124-minute movie. Chen Xingqing had only watched half an hour of it, and yet it's not a loss at all. The curtain falls, the scene breaks up. At night, the city looks even more prosperous with its neon accents. Zhang Che drove her home. When she arrived downstairs, Chen Xingqing did not get off the car first. Why don't you come up there with me and sit down? The afterglow of the movie hasn't passed. I'm a little scared. Afraid to still watch this kind of movie? That odd atmosphere was shattered with Chen Xingqing's opening. Someone to accompany, of course. I want to see something that I wanted to see before but didn't dare to see, Chen Xingqing said rightfully. Get off. Zhang Che followed Chen Xingqing upstairs. Once you enter the room, it's like entering a strange little world. The place where Chen Xingqing lived was quite spacious and cozily decorated. Feel free to sit. She took out the tea set to make tea for Zhang Che. The action is fluid and pleasing to the eye. Zhang Che consciously digressed to make her less concerned about the plot of the movie, talked about what was going on in the company. Several cups of tea were drunk as well. Chen Xingqing wanted to say something, the deer in her heart was jumping around. Eventually she made up her mind. It's getting late. I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 68, No Complaints, No Regrets. Zhang Che, who was easing Chen Xingqing's backlash against that suspenseful thriller movie with company business, heard this. It's getting late. I'm going to take a shower first. He silently put down the teacup in his hand and shut up. Also, no employee likes to be involved in work during off hours, no matter what. Well, it sure is getting late. See you tomorrow. No need to send. Zhang Che's farewell made Chen Xingqing a bit confused. She didn't look back until the door slammed. 10 minutes later, the bathroom was dripping with water vapor. Cover up the infinite beauty. Chen Xingqing pulled up her green silk and soaked in the bathtub, thinking wildly. Think of the accident at the movie theater. Her dexterous hand couldn't help but skim over her red lips. What went wrong? It was clearly a hint. How did it turn into an eviction order with him? The words, "It's getting late"? By the way, the internet says that some girls don't want to talk to stalker guys if they don't want to. It would be a euphemism for, "I'm going to take a shower." Chen Xingqing sighed slightly. One sentence, two very different meanings. I should have been more blunt and said I was scared after watching that suspenseful thriller movie and asked him to stay with me. Would this have resulted in a different outcome? Chen Xingqing really felt that tonight was a great opportunity, and the ambiguous atmosphere was all pulled together. Ugh. The next day, Xin Wanji gave Fong Lan a surprise. She went to the airport at noon to pick up her mother. Xiao Nianyun. Former friends meet. Sentiment, nostalgia, joy, all sorts of feelings came over me at the same time. They looked at each other, at the wrinkles in each other's faces, the gray hairs lurking in their black hair. Nianyun, it's been a long time. I've gotten old, and so have you, Fong Lan said. Yes, time passes too quickly. Xiao Nianyun held her hand. Age does not defeat beauty, even though the face is aging. A true beauty has good bones, face and temperament. At one time they have wowed many people through the years. How have you been doing abroad all these years? Don't go away if you come back this time. An old man always goes back to his roots. That's exactly what I was thinking. Where's the kid? Che, he's at the office nowadays. I'll make a call to get him back. I'm sure he'll be happy to know you're back. Xiao Nianyun discouraged. There's no rush. Young people's work is important. It's not too late to see you tonight. Xin Wanji looked at her mother's face, who was usually silent, with a look of joy. There was endless conversation between the two. Perhaps one should have persuaded one's mother to come back earlier. It's a sad place, sure, but what's not a happy memory? Xiao Nianyun and Fong Lan had been each other's neighbors for so many years. Before Xin Wanji and Zhang Che were born, the two great beauties went shopping together, watched the flower show and be a confidant without words. With children, they begin to enter the role of mothers. Whether it was Fong Lan or Xiao Nianyun, they both treated each other's children as if they were their own. Obviously only one child, but two children. If it wasn't for Xiao Nianyun's marriage problems in the first place, they now have another layer of in-laws. For lunch they didn't choose to go out to a fancy restaurant. Instead, I made my own home-cooked meals. Yeehaw. In fact, this time I came back, not only to return to my roots. There is another thing I want you to help me with, Xiao Nianyun said with a smile. What kind of relationship do we have? Why are you being polite? Nianyun? Fong Lan asked rhetorically. Then I'll get straight to the point. Can you set up the two children, Wanji and Zhang Che? It was my fault, to say the least. Sticking it to Wanzi to come with me in the first place caused one tragedy to turn into two. Otherwise these two kids would have been together a long time ago. Fong Lan fell silent. It took a moment before he deliberated. Actually, Chelsea was married and divorced in recent times. Divorce is complicated. One of the things is that the woman's family is richer. Richer has a lot of things in it, and any intelligent person can taste what it means. Fong Lan, do you not understand me? Or do you not understand Wanji? Xiao Nianyun said sincerely. These two kids are guaranteed to be less vulgar as long as they're together. After all, we grew up together and know each other. Just help out. This, Nianyun, you told me 2 days earlier. I promised to help you. But the kid's dad introduced a blind date and they seem to be talking okay. Fong Lan said with an apology. When these words came out, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xin Wanji's face was gloomy. She pleaded hard the night before for not a single chance. Should be. Company. Zhang Che saw that Chen Xingqing was a bit tired today. Not as agile as usual. Didn't sleep well last night? Chen Xingqing didn't know what came to her mind and blushed. Well, had a nightmare. There's a bad guy in the dream. That kind of suspense thriller movie is not for you. It's better to watch teen romance movies from now on. Zhang Che said in a half-joking tone. The important thing is not what movie to watch. Chen Xingqing said in a faintly inaudible voice. Evening. Zhang Che asked Yang Chen out to dinner after work, because there's money to pay off the debt. As soon as they met, Yang Chen poured out his grievances. He and Ning Yuan had recently had a falling out. Zhang Che listened without commenting. Couple's bedside manner. Not irreconcilable conflicts like your own. Anyway, in Gangcher's opinion, these were some happy troubles. Yang Chen overheard his good brother's bare hands. The wedding ring is gone. Divorced President Lin? Well, 2 days ago. Without getting into that, hands aren't that tight these days. Give a card number and pay you back. Yang Chen didn't make any pretense and sent the card number to Zhang Che. The brothers chatted in blue water as the night wore on. Yang Chen's cell phone was the first to ring. Zhang Che could vaguely hear it was his little niece's voice, saying in a milky voice, "Daddy, why don't you come home yet?" No need to think about it to know that it was Ning Yuan who was worried about him but couldn't save face, so she asked her daughter to tell her husband to come home. It really is simply happy as hell. As soon as Yang Chen hung up the phone, Zhang Che waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for him to say anything. So hurry back. It was better to go back under the covers and cuddle his wife than to stay with him. The bachelor. Zhang Che was a bit despondent. He got up and left the food court, wandering alone. Maybe he wasn't that dashing. Stepping out of the sparkling neon to the railing, the river breeze ruffled my face. Further down the road is that pier. Zhang Che is not the only one who is depressed and lonely in the world. Shen Wanji didn't expect Zhang Che to go on a blind date. It was as if he had turned into the wind, and he couldn't catch himself in any way. If only I was the woman who was on a blind date with him. The wind of the river is cold, blowing her green silk fluttering, 1,000 beautiful face but face sadness. Heartbreaking. It is as if a rose blooming in the darkness of the night, but withering. A stray voice broke through her thoughts. Pretty girl, if there's anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me. Two half-drunk, hungover hobos tried to strike up a conversation. Shen Wanji didn't even bother to give them an extra look and turned around. Instead they stalked. Drinking a bit of horse piss is not knowing what you're doing, and when you're sober, you probably don't even have the guts to come up and strike up a conversation. Get out! A scolding came. Shen Wanji, who was about to call the police, was slightly stunned at the sound. Looking back, the upright figure came into view. Zhang Che was more than 5 meters tall, half a head taller than those two landlubbers. He came straight to Shen Wanji's side, but the two landlubbers thought he was just one man and weren't afraid. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? What's with the nice guy act? Don't you want to hit on people too? That landlubber was extremely arrogant as he used the bottle in his hand to point at Zhang Che's chest. Let's go. Shen Wanji was afraid that Zhang Che would clash with them and get hurt. Jade tiles do not touch each other. Gangshare obviously understood and nodded. The two unknown landlubbers watched as Shen Wanji was taken away by Zhang Che, especially since Shen Wanji even took the initiative to hold Zhang Che's hand, jealous to the point of madness and anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk, did I let you go? A bottle of wine smashed towards Zhang Che. The sound of the bottle breaking sobered the groundhog. He actually regretted it the moment he smashed the man. Zhang Che's heart trembled because someone actually sacrificed his life to protect him in the nick of time. The clothes at Shen Wanji's shoulders gradually haloed a layer of red. The two landlubbers turned their heads and ran after the trouble. Zhang Che panicked and sent Shen Wanji to the hospital. Hands shook in a way he hadn't experienced in many years. The night was destined to be uneventful. Treat the wound. Unfortunately, no bones were broken. Call the police and make a statement. On the way back, Zhang Che looked at Shen Wanji's somewhat pale face. A deep frown. Shen Wanji, however, raised her other hand and gently smoothed his brow. Things were supposed to be because of me. You don't need to blame yourself. Zhang Che, you look better when you don't frown. What a time to be in the mood for such talk. Shen Wanji, however, was indifferent. Ever since I was a kid, you've been the one who covered for me. It's my turn this time, and I have no regrets. Shen Wanji took his hand and interlocked her fingers. Chapter 69, Watermelon and Sesame Thrown Away. The night is thicker. The cab dropped them off at their destination and left the street, which could not have been quieter. Shen Wanji held Zhang Che's hand and wouldn't let go. Heading for home. My mom came back from overseas today. Let's move gently so we don't wake her up. When Zhang Che heard Xiao Nianyun return, there were 1,000 words in his heart to ask. Right now, however, it was not an opportunity to speak. Aunt Xiao was not doting on him. It was comparable to pampering. Go upstairs and walk into the bedroom. An ethereal scent wafted through the room. It had obviously been too long since he had patronized this place, and now that he was back, it didn't feel strange at all. Take an early break. Zhang Che looked at Shen Wanji's slightly pale face, feminine and regal as ever, with more than a touch of morbid beauty. He said, trying to pull out his hand that was being held. Stay with me a little longer. Just a little while. I'm already tired and can't delay you much. Room. Silence. A magnificent woman sleeps on a bed. She had an injury to her shoulder and every little movement could bring pain. Tiredness, exertion plagued her. But Shen Wanji was not willing to sleep and looked at the man sitting on the edge of the bed. Zhang Che. The call was not answered, but that's okay. Shen Wanji knew clearly that the nervousness he felt when he held himself in his arms just now was real, and so was the trembling of his hands. That's enough. The medication she had taken at the hospital seemed to be taking effect gradually, and her vision was getting blurry, until consciousness goes dormant. The last impression rested on the sigh that came to his ears. Zhang Che saw her breathing become even. Slowly pull your hand away. Just look at it for a long time. Leave quietly. He came out of Shen Wanji's house and locked the door. The heart is inexplicable. That heart-stopping feeling still lingers. Gangshare didn't get a good night's sleep. Toss and turn. Dream on. Some buried memories resurface. he went back to elementary school. A senior student snatched the 1,000 paper cranes folded by Shinwanji. Facing someone much bigger than him, he was naturally scared and more than a little angry. Stand up to being pushed and shoved, and the people around him were afraid to help him. The little boy was terribly obstinate. Eventually it got bigger and bigger and attracted a teacher. After a few twists and turns, that 1,000 paper cranes were finally returned to the little girl. The little girl wiped her tears and said, "It's my turn to protect you this time." The scene shifts. Shinwanji blocked in front of him. The blood was so harshly stained on his clothes. Jiang Che woke up with a start. It took a long time to slow down. The sun was already shining high outside the window. He got up and washed. When he came to the living room on the first floor, he didn't see Fong Lan. Instead, he saw a wonderful, graceful figure. Awake? My mom and Auntie Fong went to the flower and bird market. Uncle Jiang isn't home either. Today Shinwanji actually put on a rare light makeup. The more charming and graceful they become, the more they are groomed. This beauty is only useless to Gang Chi, because he knew that Shinwanji's move was only used to cover up her bad chi. Auntie Fong asked me to urge you to remember to eat breakfast, Shinwanji said, walking towards the kitchen. Jiang Che couldn't help but frown. I'll do it myself. He served 2 bowls of still warm meat porridge. A sick person always needs to eat more. Although Shinwanji had already eaten, she didn't refuse. Silently, he accompanied Jiang Che to eat. It was as if time had gone back 10 years at once. The quiet between them was not empty. Rather, it is as mellow as wine made from grapes. Unfortunately, cell phone message after cell phone message. It was now nominally breakfast, but it was after 10. Jiang Che, however, had no intention of leaving. Shinwanji read his mind. A private doctor will be here later to change my medication. No need to go to the hospital. River Share, perhaps love has failed you, but a man who wants to live in style can live without love, but not without a career. Go on. Jiang Che has been really busy lately. The company is flourishing and getting bigger. It was a good morning to take care of a bunch of business. There's a big business deal waiting to be talked about this afternoon. It's a referral from an existing network. It was going well, but then it went sideways. The opposite company's general manager G. His gaze landed on Chen Xingqing implicitly. A woman is a woman's delight. Chen Xingqing these days was like a blooming clear lotus. 2 parties should be entertained. He said to Jiang Che, Mr. Jiang, why don't we let Ms. Chen be the matchmaker for this project? She's so competent and beautiful. She's bound to make us better together. After a few glasses of wine, Jito had made no effort to hide his gaze. Chen Xingqing knew all too well what this gaze represented. That's looking at prey. I'm grateful for Mr. G's high regard, but unfortunately I'm just not capable enough. So it's better to let other better employees be in charge of the docking project. Ugh, I'll say you're good. Ask your president Jiang if you don't believe me. Can party B turn the tables on party A? Ji Tao has already won. Once this cooperation is reached, the opposite side earns not a small amount. He's willing to give it up? Chen Xingqing was in a dilemma left and right. She knew the other side had ulterior motives, but this business is looking to be negotiated. If he disagrees, he will make Jiang Che suffer a great loss. What to do? She looked at Jiang Che, but Jiang Che did not look at her. Just a bland, pour the wine. Chen Xingqing's heart went half cold. Still, he dutifully picked up the bottle, ready to get up and pour for Ji Tao. Xingqing, I'm talking about pouring me a drink. Jiang Che's large warm hand fell on her shoulder and sat her down. The lively atmosphere of the meal instantly turned cold. Mr. G, I'll find more experienced staff to buttress the project. As for Chen Xingqing, I respect her opinion. Mr. Jiang, you don't even give this face? You do realize there are a lot of people waiting to make that money. The implication is that since you don't know any better, the contract should not be signed. Mr. G wants to cooperate. We welcome it. No cooperation. No harm done. Translation, I don't necessarily care about your few stinking dollars. Well, Mr. Jiang has really given me insight. In the end the meal came to a bad end. After the other party left, Jiang Che also told the employees who came to go home. Chen Xingqing didn't drink and was responsible for sending Jiang Che. The two got into the car and she was slow to start it. Instead, he said, sorry, boss. Jiang Che knew she was prone to take it to heart. Then he said in a relaxed tone, what's there to be sorry for? It's not like you're losing money if you can't earn it. If I were to sell the prettiest beauty in the company, Chen Dame, in front of so many key employees, they might just chill out tomorrow and jump ship to another company. The stakes are so deadly. That's why I'm not taking this business. Not just for you, but for the consideration of the entire staff. We can't lose a little for a lot, can we? I'm not doing anything to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Chen Xingqing looked at Jiang Che's serious babbling. The mind is rainy and turns to love. That's not necessarily true. Qualified bosses should rip off their employees while they can. getting employees to die for him. Whereas you're talking east and west, boss. And Rin-tin says it's for the long haul, so less self-serving. If you had just pretended to be affectionate and said money or no money doesn't matter, you're the most important, I would have been moved to give my life to you. It's like losing a sesame seed and a watermelon. Jiang Che feigned a sudden realization and said, I see, so is it too late for me to say it now? Chapter 70, Thoughts. Boss, don't you know if you try it? Chen Qingqing's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, but her beautiful face became hot. Jiang Che didn't hear too much and didn't look deeper. It was supposed to enlighten her not to take it personally. It's a done deal when the purpose is served. Silence returned to the car, and Chen Qingqing could not guess Jiang Che's mind. Did you not hear me? Or do you pretend you didn't hear me? By the looks of him, it would be the former. Chen Qingqing knew deep down that there was only a superior-subordinate relationship between herself and him. If you're on a blind date someday, just get right to the point and don't talk about meeting people. Would the ending have been different? Even if it was just a play, Chen Qingqing was going to sink into the middle of this mirror, eat together, watching a movie together, and also give up, for themselves, big-ticket business. People, the more you get, the more you want. When he was content to see him every day, now he wants more. Boss. Before Jiang Che got out of the car, Chen Qingqing called out to him. Facing her beloved's gaze, she was as determined as she had ever been. There seemed to be a determination to go all out. But her courage was shattered by the graceful figure that came in style. The visitor is more beautiful than the night. Have you had dinner yet? Auntie Fong left one for you, Shen Wanji asked. Not yet. The socializing has just begun with 2 glasses of wine. The other party just named Chen Qingqing and it was too late to move the chopsticks. Jiang Che once again looked at Chen Qingqing with a questioning look. The latter's courage, which he had managed to raise with great difficulty, was thus torn to pieces. Chen Qingqing lowered her eyes and said, Thank you for today, boss. Told you it wasn't your fault. Be safe on the drive back. Good. When the car left, Jiang Che and Shen Wanji walked side by side toward the house. He was silent for a long time, then asked, How's the shoulder injury? You don't have to worry, Shen Wanji said blandly. Are you free tomorrow? Will you accompany me to a dinner party? She considered that Jiang Che might not fit into the circle, and then changed her words. If you don't attend, it's okay to come pick me up and take me home. Why? You'll see when the time comes. Step into the home. The warmth lingers. There was a dignified woman sitting on the couch. It was Xiao Nianyun. She was very happy to see Jiang Che and was very caring. Ask what you should ask, and she won't say a word about what you shouldn't ask. Like the failed marriage. Auntie Xiao, did you come back this time to settle down? Or, when one grows old, it's natural to return to one's roots. I heard your mom say you started a company. Career still going well? If you have any difficulties, just ask Auntie. Auntie has saved up a lot of money over the years and doesn't have much to spend anyway. Wanzi can help you too. You're welcome. Jiang Che looked a bit dazed. When he was small he was rarely short of money. There are 2 pocketbooks, one for the family and one for Auntie Shaw. Fan Lan asked him to return the money to Xiao Nianyun. Xiao Nianyun then said, It's okay, Xiao Share you take the flowers. Then Jiang Che spent all his money on Shen Wanji. I didn't realize it would still be the same when I grew up, he replied softly. Career is going well. That's good. Shen Wanji reminded her mother from the sidelines that Jiang Che hadn't eaten yet. This chat just barely ended. At night, Jiang Che was in bed with a pillow and thoughts. After all these years, Auntie Shaw is still Auntie Shaw. The next day, before Jiang Che went to the company, Shen Wanji also made a point of reminding him to come and pick himself up. Lost a ton of business yesterday. It didn't affect the atmosphere within the company. Instead, the staff has become more cohesive. Jiang Che walked all the way through, and there were quite a few more raw faces. All new recruits. Another day of hustle and bustle. At the end of the shift, employees are leaving one after another. Chen Qingqing asked, Boss, aren't you leaving yet? Sit down for a while. I have an errand to run later. It's closer from the office. Oh, then I'll make you a cup of tea to amuse you. People are beautiful and everything is beautiful. And every move between making tea is so pleasing to the eye. Wraparound dresses for OL clothing show off your exquisite figure. She seemed to be a clear lotus growing in this bustling city. Beautiful without being vulgar or cookie cutter. Jiang Che sipped his tea. Instead, there were wisps of scented air from behind them. A pair of dexterous jade hands shoulder massaged. Say, what's it about this time? I do remember you saying that attentiveness is not for nothing. Chen Qingqing really didn't have any intentions this time. She just saw that Jiang Che was a bit tired. Boss, you really waste a piece of my mind. I can't be blamed for that. After all, there is a precedent. The two of them struck up a conversation. I didn't realize the time was approaching. Jiang Che went to pick up Shen Wanji at the prearranged location. The other side. The atmosphere in the brightly lit, gaggling ballroom was cordial. Those present were people with deep backgrounds. The energy of each is extraordinary, but they would all greet Shinwanji politely when they saw her. She was not here seeking any cooperation, just some connection with the organizers. Come and show your face. I got a message on my cell phone from Gangchi saying that it's almost here. She left the table with ease. A jaded, courteous man followed suit. Wanzi, didn't you bring a driver? I'll give you a ride. Gu Ting's gentlemanly demeanor was on display. No need. My boyfriend will pick me up himself later. Shinwanji's gentleness would only be given to Jiang Che, and in front of outsiders. She seemed to be a high and mighty queen. The aura is strong and difficult to approach. Gu Ting had always thought that having a sweetheart was just a reason for Shinwanji to reject him. I didn't realize there was one. Who could be worthy of such an earthly beauty? To be able to have ability and wealth. Simply impeccable. A short while later, headlights came on in the distance. It was Gang Chi who drove up. Gu Ting frowned straight away as he watched. The man in front of him he had never even seen before. Definitely not the circle. Doesn't look like a rich man either. That's it? What's he got? In particular, Shinwanji would spread a bright smile from the bottom of her heart when she saw him. Gang Chi got out of the car. Shinwanji walked up and took his arm, saying as if no one else was there, "Honey, it was hard for you to pick me up. Tonight she's wearing a strapless, high-fashion evening dress, beautiful to the core, noble and enchanting, charming and mature, wonderfully shapely." The more Gu Ting looked, the more jealous he became. And yet, it also manages to keep up appearances. Reaching out towards Gang Chi, "Get acquainted. My name is Gu Ting." Jiang Che, however, did not take the bait, as he could faintly sense a wave of hostility. Looking at Shinwanji beside her, she asked, "Your friend? Just some business dealings, no need to labor on it, dear. Let's go then." Cowardly before the battle? I thought Wanzi's boyfriend was something. The resultant move is too much to take. In that case, you don't seem to deserve her. Jiang Che wanted to retort, who expected Shinwanji to directly protect him. Gu Ting, put away those thoughts of yours that you shouldn't have, or I'll divest. It was as if this well-mannered clotheshorse had been pinched 7 inches. Exasperated, he watched the vehicle's taillights go off in the distance. Inside the car, Jiang Che asked, "Looking for me to be a shield?" "No. You said you liked seeing me in a dress. Do I look to your liking in an evening dress?" Seeing that the vehicle was stopped for a red light, she even made a point of coming close to Jiang Che's ear and calling out, "Honey, teased to death." The red light counted down 5 seconds before Gang Chi spoke. "You've been drinking?" Shinwanji smiled sweetly. "No, just wanted to call you that." "Not good?" Wang Yin called Lin Yuan. "It took a long time for someone to get through." "Oh daughter, are you coming back for dinner tonight? There's no end to the work, so don't wear yourself out." A cold, clear voice came from over there. "You eat first, you don't have to wait for me." "Okay." Wang Yun hung up the phone. The daughter has hired herself a maid though, and lives as she does, but it's not as close as it used to be. It's just a prejudice in my mind. I should have known there was no rush in the first place. Go out and find a shabby shack to live in and sell your misery. Sooner or later, my daughter will pick herself up. Why go to this point? But Wang Yun was confident. So what if her daughter had preconceived notions? So what if you're angry? Like just now, make a phone call yourself and care. Can she still be mad at herself? Still not talking in a nice way. After all, in the beginning, he so loved her. Hard work to pull up. The grace of birth and upbringing is greater than I won after all. Wimp. In a short while, when my daughter's anger subsides, things will return to the way they were. Top of the company. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a great view of the city at night. There was a lone figure in the office. People are like the moon in the sky. But it's hard to show sorrow. Her work was long done. She just didn't want to go home. The mind is repressed and doesn't know how to vent it. But more than that, I miss it. Lin Yuan was lost in thought for a long time and dialed Jiang Che's number. Chapter 71. Two women confront each other. Can't get through. Can't get through even to an unfamiliar number. The ICQ came to an abrupt end. As if this twisted marriage between the two men. Lin Yuan's hand holding the cell phone dropped helplessly. Her bright eyes were dull, but she had a last hope. Shinwanji and Jiang Che left the address where the dinner was held and did not go straight home. Instead, I found a restaurant with a nice atmosphere to dine in. Romantic dinners always include wine. Shinwanji had just ordered the waiter when Jiang Che stopped him. Don't drink while your shoulder is still healed. Aha! The flirtations and ambiguities that come with microbrews are worthless in the face of pristine concern. At this moment, Shinwanji felt like she was back in the old days. No, it's not the past that's coming back. It's the future that's slowly unfolding. Shinwanji could finally stop living on memories. With dinner, the two strolled through the lighted streets. Shinwanji in her evening dress was just too charming. The grooming is regal and mysterious. Numerous passers-by were going to envy Jiang Che, who was being held by her arm to death. In fact, as long as you do not deceive yourself and others, the other side, love you or not, is really easy to see. tone of voice, the tenderness in the eyes, intimate gestures, speaking silently of the same thing. Men are handsome and women are beautiful. Dog food scattered all over the floor. The cell phone rang at an inopportune time. It's Seo Dong. Nothing much else, just blowing off steam. Instead, Jiang Che talked to him about business. Funds have been coming back lately, so I'll pay you back that money tomorrow. You can't just pay back the money, you still owe a drink. Su Dong sat on the ground. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. You're getting real. Sure, there are always few people who are willing to lend you money in tough times. There's one to count, and they're all hard-won. So what's the harm in making the trip? Shen Wanji waited until he ended the call before asking. If you need money in the future, you don't have to go to anyone else. What's yours is mine, you once said. That statement, in turn, is in effect today. Jiang Che was silent. She saw many emotions in his eyes. Is indifferent. It's the lightness of seeing through everything. And with distrust. Finally he responded perfunctorily. Shen Wanji seemed to see the trauma in his heart. That was left by someone else. She couldn't help but be distressed. Jiang Che, I'm me and she's her. Our relationship will never be wrapped up in money. You are rich and I love you. You have nothing and I love you. Shen Wanji's words caused Jiang Che's footsteps to lurch. I don't know when the idea that money can influence love penetrated the mind. Obviously, he had not hesitated to splash the first bucket of money for love in the first place. Perhaps her idea of love is as pure as her former self. Sorry, Gangshare said. He shouldn't have imposed his preconceptions on Shen Wanji. There is no need to speak of this between you and me. To say that, it is I who will say it to you. Thousands of neon signs reflect the pair of childhood sweethearts. Time passed in the cool evening breeze as the two drove home. Both houses had lights waiting for them. Before you go back to your homes, Shen Wanji took a few steps forward and gently hugged Jiang Che. The most beautiful night reflected in the arms. Later, let me love you. She clung to the warm embrace, but it was hard to stay much longer. When he encircled Jiang Che's waist, he vaguely tugged at the wound on his shoulder. Good night. Lin Yueyan didn't go home last night. Instead, they came to spend the night in another detached house. She bought it a few days ago, carefully arranged. The clothes that Jiang Che didn't take away, and the objects were also moved over by her. Nothing was left out. Early in the morning, she then went to Jiang Che's company. The assistant seemed a little surprised by her arrival. Didn't see the heartthrob. After driving for half an hour, Lin Yueyan came back to the door of her former in-law's house, tapped the doorbell. No one answered. Lin Yueyan did not expect that what she waited for was Shen Wanji. It's been a long time since the two have seen each other. The atmosphere was superficially calm. Auntie Fong and Uncle Jiang went out for morning tea. No one is home now. Lin Yueyan sized up her former friend. Before, she always felt that there was an indelible sadness in Shen Wanji. It is now gone. Where's Gangshare? Shen Wanji was also sizing up Lin Yueyan. Somewhat haggard. He's not there either. Then please call him now. I have something very important to tell him. What is it? Unease welled up in Shen Wanji's heart. I'm having his baby. Want to read it? Here's the pregnancy test. Lin Yueyan took out a folded piece of paper. Shen Wanji was bitter in her heart. Reaching out with his customary hand to pick it up, he pulled at the wound. That report floated down. The feeling of emptiness unsettled her mind. It was as if something was leaving her again. It won't. This time, she said she wouldn't let go of anything. When Lin Yueyan saw the inconvenience of her movements, a trace of doubt rose in her heart. The atmosphere was quiet. They were meant to be two extremes of beauty. So like white and red roses. Is this your plan to use the baby to pull him back into that sick family? It's no use. He's been insufferable for a long time. If you could have resolved your conflict with Jiang Che, he wouldn't have divorced you. As it turns out, you don't have it. Lin Yueyan said. You are not qualified to talk about me. You also made a mistake in your relationship with Gang Chi. Why should you get a chance to come back and I don't? I love him no less than you do. As for my conflict with him, I made my choice a long time ago. Shen Wanji denied. You want too much, and I want very little. That's the difference between you and me. True love is never taking, but giving. Chapter 72, Ex-Wives. The phrase you want too much silenced Lin Yueyan. Is it really true that you want too much? Without thinking about it, the answer is already calling out. Shen Wanji did not feel the slightest joy in her heart when she saw Lin Yueyan's silence, because she knew that she was just like her, making one big irreparable mistake after another in her relationship with Gang Chi. Between the silences, a luxury car parked on the curb in front of the entrance. The female assistant got off and respectfully shouted, General Manager Shen. Shen Wanji then turned around and left. She has a large investment project to talk about today. After getting into the car, the assistant reported on the relevant matters, but Shen Wanji was distracted. It was thought that Jiang Che divorced her and cut off the former relationship, because Lin Yueyan simply had no way to deal with the relationship between affection and love. Shinwanji also believed that Jiang Che would never return to the family that exhausted him physically and mentally. And he's no longer anyone's husband. One can be by his side bright and early, willing to wait even longer, even if it's for life. But everything is different now. With children, there was then an unbreakable bond between Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che. Is this God's punishment for being a coward and running away in the first place? Saw it. Touché. But can't stay. Shinwanji looked out of the car window at the continuously regressing scenery. It flew by and skimmed over, getting farther and farther away. It won't. How about this time she clings to the love that was meant to be hers, even if all hell breaks loose? Better than spending the rest of your life in regret. As thoughts flowed, the car arrived in front of a towering and imposing office building in the CBD. There is a receptionist to take you to the top floor. This time the project is huge and there are several major funders. After all, when there's a delicious cake, anyone wants to come and get a slice. The higher up you go, the smaller the circle gets. It's all about recognizing people. Wait until the negotiation is over. A man with a starry brow and sword eyes and an imposing presence put down his businesslike appearance. His background is quite deep. Wanzi, you seem to be out of it today. To actually offer to compromise and give up some benefits to feed them. As long as I side with you, there's nothing they can do. Shinwanji frowned lightly. Ling Yu, I told you that you can call me by my name even. You can also address Mr. Shen. It's just a partnership between us. A hint of sharpness flashed in Ling Yu's eyes. A partnership? Doesn't that prove I can help you in your career? Better than a divorced man. How similar our investment philosophies are. Hardly a contradiction either. I can't figure out why you always refuse to give me a chance. Only after Ling Yu expends a great deal of effort to investigate does he realize that the woman he couldn't get is actually pining for a man far inferior to himself. How could a man like that be worthy of Shinwanji? She has an investment group in her hands that is involved in many headline companies in many industries. She acts like a queen of the business world, with a unique vision and decisiveness. Not to mention the looks are so overwhelming. Simply a perfect woman. Ling Yu somewhat broke his defense. The thought that that divorced man could have Shinwanji. It's crazy to be jealous. No culmination whatsoever. Dragons have scales, so do people. What he said was bad, but he had to mention Jiang Che in front of Shinwanji in a demeaning tone. Shinwanji's aura instantly became majestic. Ling Yu, when you first said you wanted to pursue me, I clearly refused. Nowadays it's just your one-sided stalking and self-touching. Understand? And what makes you look down on him? He at least started out as an entrepreneur. You, just born into a good family. Even so, with such a large family business in front of you, you can't rob your brother. Ling Yu was looked at with contempt by the woman he adored, simply exploding with anger. But it's just the truth. His own brother was at the head of the pack. It is only known that the Ling family has an eldest son, but not him, Ling Yu. He had only mentioned the divorced man, and Shinwanji had been so defensive of him. In the business world, there is still a line to be left on being a human being. He understood this, and so did Shinwanji, and now it's just flipping out. Jealousy was about to burn through him. Being unable to compare to his own brother is Ling Yu's biggest pain. He looked at Shinwanji's back as she walked away. Clench your fists. What I can't get, he deserves even less. Jiang Che was oblivious to what was happening on the Jinling side. He'll come to Gangtok again. Pay back the money and buy your good buddy dinner. The city is still the same city with its history, but it is missing two people who are looking for him in a sea of people. Su Dong hardened him to stay for the night. Get out of the shower. Jiang Che sent a message to Shinwanji, asking her if she changed the medicine for her wound today. All that was waiting was a video call. He taps to answer. A noble and charming earthly beauty came into view. Shinwanji was wearing silk pajamas. For lens reasons, all that could be seen was her pulled-up green silk and her swan-like jade neck. A cloud of sadness flooded the face of 1,000 beautiful people. Something on your mind? Instead of answering, the person on the other side of the table asked, Been drinking? Well, a few drinks with college friends. When Shinwanji heard the word university, she seemed to remember something. It took a while to say, drink less out there and be safe. No, did you change the medicine for the wound today? Jiang Che asked after him. The incredibly soft silk nightgown was slipped down slightly, revealing delicate collarbones and seductive shoulders. The beauty of it is that the brand new gauze is an eyesore. Changed. That's good. Jiang Che's tone was a little low. Shinwanji's words changed and she used her pajamas to cover up her wounds. When will you be back? I miss you. Such blunt words. It's hard for anyone to resist. It should be tomorrow. Jiang Che replied truthfully. The two chatted a bit more. Jiang Che's liquor was on his head, and Shinwanji saw that he looked like he wanted to fall. Even if he was reluctant, he gently urged, go to bed early, dear. Good night. Well, as soon as Jiang Che's video hung up, he soon took advantage of the alcohol to fall asleep. Shinwanji, however, could not sleep. Tomorrow, is it a loss or a gain? All will be revealed. As dawn approached, she drifted off to sleep. Daydreams and nightmares. She dreamed of Jiang Che holding Lin Yuan's hand. The tone was icy cold. Wanji, you abandoned me in the beginning. Now it's my turn to abandon you. Karma, that is. Blame it on the fact that you were such a coward in the first place. Otherwise I wouldn't have married Yuan. And wouldn't have had this child. You chose all of this. So spend the rest of your life in regret. After saying that, Jiang Che took Lin Yuan and left side by side. She couldn't catch up no matter how hard she tried. The next day, Su Dong brings his girlfriend along to invite Jiang Che to dinner, then drop him off at the high-speed train station. There's an airport, but there's a layover. Gone. Snappy roll. I might go to Jinling next month. Su Dong laughed. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Jiang Che thus entered the station and boarded the train. The speeding train carried him back to Jinling. It's not hard to change tracks on a train. Life's choices, however, are difficult. At this point, Jiang Che did not understand what awaited him, until he exited the station and then saw the cold, stunningly beautiful silhouette. Honey, get in the car. I have something to tell you. We're divorced. Don't call me that. Don't bother. Someone will pick me up. Jiang Che left straight away, but Lin Yuan held his hand. I'm pregnant. Chapter 73 Responsibility. When he heard these words, Jiang Che actually reacted a bit for a moment. The pregnancy, the baby. Even if he and Lin Yuan fall in love and get married, but it still sounds so foreign. Maybe subconsciously, he didn't think the marriage would ever come to an end. Lin Yuan took out the pregnancy test report. Honey, you don't have to wonder about the reality of the pregnancy. Whether it's the past, the present or the future, there's only room for you in my heart. Jiang Che took it to check it out. It was indeed Lin Yuan's name on it, with the words diagnosed pregnant. A thing that happens at the right time is honey. If only Lin Yuan had taken out such a pregnancy report and shown it to him before she slept in separate rooms in the first place. Jiang Che must have been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Look at your sleeping wife in the dead of night, longing for a happy life after the child is born. Is it naughtier or cuter? But right now, he didn't have this feeling of being overwhelmed by happiness at all. Jiang Che's reaction was all within Lin Yuan's expectations. She took Jiang Che's hand and gently rubbed the empty ring finger, as her heart did. Honey, come with me to a place where we can talk it over. Shen Wanji hurriedly arrived, but just in time to see the image of them leaving together. Car. Jiang Che looked at the changed road, not the direction to the previous villa, but his mind was not on that. The news of Lin Yuan's pregnancy was comparable to a bomb. The blast smashed Jiang Che's life that had hardly calmed down. Various treatment options skimmed through the mind. Again, they were rejected one by one. Lin Yuan was just about to open her mouth when her cell phone rang. She looked at the notes on the screen. Tune in to mute. Since the divorce, she always didn't want to go back to her home without Gangchi as a way to escape reality. Hired a maid, a nanny for Wang Yun so that she didn't have to do anything. When something does happen, someone will be the first to call and report it. And Ran Wangyan found out about it and called every other day to tell her to come home. After all, you can only rely on your remaining daughter now. Fear of abandonment. Not answering? Jiang Che easily saw the note. Lin Yuan looked at the man in front of her. It's been less than 10 days since the Civil Service Bureau. Instead, she felt like it had been ages and ages. Can't get enough of it. It's like a world away. It seems like it hasn't changed, but it has. The two are no longer married. Lin Yuan shook her head slightly, indicating that there was no need to pick it up. She knew that Jiang Che hated her mother. The car eventually stopped in front of a better located villa. Jiang Che returned to Jinling by high-speed train only in the afternoon. It was bleak dusk by now. The villa was brightly lit. As soon as he entered, he could still smell the aroma of the meal coming from the living room. Lin Yuan seemed to have changed back into the obedient and gentle wife. Serve him dinner with your own hands. Jiang Che, however, did not move his chopsticks and opened the door. If you plan to have this child, do you have enough time for him, her? When I first wanted a child, you just brushed it off by saying you were too busy working. If you leave the child with your mother, I think it's an irresponsible behavior. Lin Yuan understood Jiang Che's words. What kind of good children can a white-eyed wolf bring up? Can't even do the most basic gratitude. She put her hand on her not yet flat belly. There was a touch more of a maternal glow to the cold aura. Don't worry, I'll raise our child well. On the company side, they're already poaching capable managers. I'll be very available for the rest of the day. Honey, can we remarry? This is the new home. I promise that my mother will never be in our lives again. When the baby is born, we'll be the happiest family of 3 in the world. Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Che hopefully. However, Jiang Che's deep eyes didn't show much struggle. Her heart crashed to the ground. Perhaps Jiang Che was so disappointed in himself that he refused to believe even the promises. What's the most heartbreaking? Is it love that won't work? Or is it destiny? Neither. Truly catching up and hurting. There is nothing like having someone who loved you so much that they would throw everything away for you. Boom, 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 boom. But you won't appreciate it. Little by little, his love for you wears away. His heart went cold and he left. You will then never find such a passionate person in the world. Love you. You don't love it nearly as much as he loves you. Money can be earned and gold can be bought. The love that was pure and unadulterated can't come back. Wait until you want to love him again. I'm sorry, but he already has someone else with him. Tears welled up in Lin Yuan's bright eyes. Jiang Che didn't wipe it off for her like he did before. If you're going to have the baby, I'll take responsibility for what's due, alimony or not. Someday it's okay to feel that the child is a burden to you and leave it in my care. That's it. Jiang Che got up and left. Suddenly a fragrant, soft, jade-like body hugged him from behind. Honey, let me hold you again. Since you don't want to remarry, all I ask is that you visit me every weekend during the pregnancy. Our relationship is no longer severed by marriage or divorce. One day you'll realize how much I love you. Lin Yuan quietly hugged her beloved man for a long time before she could let go. She came to Jiang Che and helped straighten her collar like she used to do on her most loving days. Gentle and watery. I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Che's departing figure with a longing heart. At the same time, it was understood that the husband would return. Maybe he doesn't love his own anymore, but there's an added responsibility. Gangshare was sitting in an internet car. The master driver was a chatterbox and kept finding things to talk about, but he had little interest. Suddenly he thought of his little niece and made a video call to Yang Chen. Your Uncle Jiang is looking for you. Ning Yuan holds the cute and cuddly little girl in the picture. She asked Uncle Jiang when he was coming to see her. As the vehicle traveled, the light outside the window shone brightly and dimly on Jiang Che's face. Even the little girl could detect his sullenness. Uncle Jiang, aren't you happy? I've got candy here. The young niece pulled a beautifully wrapped fruit candy out of her pocket. Jiang Che tidies up his look and says to her that Xiaoyi keeps it for herself. But the little girl insisted on leaving the candy for him to pick up tomorrow. Jiang Che smiled and said yes. This video call ended and the car arrived at its destination. Get out of the car and close the door. The familiar streets are lit up. A noble and charming figure stood under the streetlight. It was so lonely and poignant. She's waiting for someone. Shenwanji smiled sadly when she saw Jiang Che. Walk with me. Chapter 74, Inescapable Fate. The two walked side by side through the familiar streets, a land sprinkled with so many fond memories that belonged to them. Splendid flowers light up the night sky. Continuous. Celebrate the holidays. Obviously Shenwanji had 1,000 words, but it was difficult to speak in this situation. The last time they parted was in the midst of fireworks. Is it going to happen again? It was Jiang Che who finally broke the quiet atmosphere first. You said, is there really such a nebulous thing as fate in this world? If there is, it's getting too much. It always leaves me begging for more and then satisfies me. When I was struggling to find you and wait for you, even meeting can only be in a dream. It's hard to get married and want a child. Not when you want it, when you're divorced. He's favoring it again. There was no joy in Jiang Che's tone, only exhaustion. Shenwanji quietly took his hand. Jiang Che, what she can give you, I can give you, even more. Love, child, a non-cocky, cozy, happy family. I told you, money doesn't affect our relationship. Whether you are poor or rich, I will love you from the beginning. We'll get a license and get married tomorrow if you want. Another sparkling firework bloomed in the night sky. Lin Yuan is pregnant with my child. I'm also too tired to give you raging love. The give and take is not equal, and over time, the thorn will grow more and more painful. Wanzi, you know me and I know you. You're a woman who strives for perfection. Jiang Che said as he looked at her. Perfect? Yes. In my preconceived notions, love is pure and flawless. It's more beautiful than anything in the world. There was once such a love, but I destroyed it with my own hands. So you think I'm in a position to ask anything of you? Jiang Che, a life without you, even how bright it is regrettable. With you in my life, it's perfect for me no matter how bumpy and treacherous it is. If I give you up to her now because of this, then I'd be the stupidest woman in the world. I won't let go. This time, we'll stay with you until the end of your days, one after another. Fireworks light up the night sky. There was vague cheering in the distance and a festive atmosphere. The two men stared at each other. Well, let's not miss this beautiful fireworks. Some things don't need to be thought about so much. Time will give the answer. Shenwanji looked toward the radiant night sky. The wind ruffled the green silk around the ear. How beautiful. But this beauty is mixed with sadness. Jiang Che followed her advice and discarded many stray thoughts, silently watching the incredibly gorgeous fireworks bloom and dim. For the next few days in a row, Jiang Che didn't come home for dinner. Shin Wanji even suspected that he was avoiding himself, but on second thought, this was not Jiang Che's style. When I went to ask Fanglan, she said that her son's company had been very busy lately. Shin Wanji frowned lightly. Busy? That's not like not seeing anyone for days. She didn't know until she sent someone to check. Jiang Che's company is talking about it, and all the cooperation with the interested parties have fallen through. Several sales channels have been reported and forcibly blocked for no reason. The reason for this, Shin Wanji naturally traced to the end. Although the people behind the scenes were packaged in layers, many clues pointed to the same power. The culprit is then called out. Ling Yu. Shin Wanji was chilled to the bone when she learned of it, and she might not have been so angry if it offended her. But if someone offends Gang Chi, she had thought that Ling Yu was just incapable, but it turned out that he didn't even have the most basic character. That morning, Shin Wanji made an appointment to meet his brother, Ling Shi. I wonder what Mr. Shin's business is this time? I heard that an energy project that Mr. Ling talked about overseas was not taken for a long time? Right. Ling Shi's heart stared. This energy project is a very important part of the investment layout, worth tens of billions of dollars. Could it be that Mr. Shen has a solution? I wouldn't have come without it. I just want to know if Elder Ling will make up his mind if you take this project? Ling Shi kept her wits about her. What does Mr. Shen want from me? It's not that I want anything. You're the brother who broke the taboo first. I'm merely returning the favor in his way. What do you mean? Pie in the sky? That's it. Ling Shi released a smile. As long as Mr. Shen can do it, so can I. The old man's health has been getting worse every day for the past few years, and he can't care that much about him. Plus Ben looks favorably on me. As long as this project comes to fruition, I'll be able to take over Ling's from the old man as a matter of course. So much for the ambitions of certain people. You definitely won't lose out on the distribution of benefits either. Aha! With one simple word, Ling Yu lost a lot of things. That's the price. Ling Shi looked at Shin Wanji's back as she left and understood deeply. You can't chase a woman with this kind of horrible background. It's no use begging her if she doesn't like you, and I don't know how that idiot offended her. Shin Wanji is very efficient. The progress of the project, which was painstakingly negotiated, became rocket-like. Ling Shi lamented with scorn. Only as a friend, not as an enemy. Again, he shared much of the benefits that came to his mouth with her, only to do a favor. Monday, Ling Yu suddenly learns that seat has been taken by his big brother. There's the illusion that the sky is falling. Done. The odds are that the old man will give him a sum of money that will allow him to muddle through. But this money is nothing compared to the whole Ling clan. He angrily went to see Elder Ling and only got a sentence. Unuseful. Go to your big brother and the other is spirited. A mouthful of good brother. Kill and kill. What a trick you pulled. I didn't do anything. You put me in this position. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. After being asked to leave the office, Ling Yu snapped out of it. How could Ling Shi do something that even the old man couldn't do when he stepped in? Someone must have helped him. Other than Shen Wanji, he couldn't think of anyone else. Indeed, the most poisonous of women. I only warned that man a little, and you want to take away what is rightfully mine. I lost Ling. You're going to be no better off. Let's just compare. Who will regret more first? In the elevator, Ling Yu has a bit of a seizure at his blurry shadow. Jiang Che's company had already recovered under Shin Wanji's covert operation. Lots of cooperation lined up for the door. The blocked channels are unimpeded. In the office, Chen Qingqing, who was wearing an old dress with a wraparound skirt, looked at the contemplative Jiang Che, wanted to say something and then stopped. The company has been on a roll lately, and now it's getting better. She wanted to have dinner with Gang Chi in the name of celebration, but now it seems as if his own boss can't be happy. Boss? It's time to get off work, isn't it? You go ahead, Jiang Che said as he came back to his senses. Chen Qingqing ultimately didn't bother him, who was in the wrong state, and left with a step and 3 turns back. The day the company went down, someone passed him a message. Don't toad on the swan. You don't deserve it. The swan in this sentence, odds are, refers to Shin Wanji. Of course, it could be Lin Yuan. It's just that the other guy has been hiding his head, and he's a little uneasy about it. It's getting dark. Fong Lan called to urge him to come home. Walking out of the company, there was a limousine parked on the side of the road and a figure as cold and clear as the moon. Lin Yuan looked at this slightly tired man, heartbroken and helpless. In the past few days, she also knew that Jiang Che's company was in trouble. Proposed to move much of your own company's business over. A good intention was rejected. Something? Lin Yuan wanted to say that she came to pick you up from work, fearing that Jiang Che would not appreciate it. Find a reason. I can't decide on the child's name. Wanted you to talk to you. Get in the car first. Jiang Che pulled open the passenger door, and suddenly a blinding headlight shot straight from the distance. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Looking at the situation, it was clear that the car was running this way, and the speed of the car did not decrease at all. Jiang Che wanted to escape, but Lin Yueyan, who was also in danger, looked like she had lost her soul and did not move. Chapter 75, Calamity. Lin Yueyan was in shock. A hand violently yanked her into the car as she couldn't move. Fly and buckle your seatbelt. The slam hit violently the next second. Airbags have burst open, but Jiang Che, who had gotten in from the passenger side, was thrown out hard, landed on his head and ran over his legs. The car behind us never let off the gas, topping the car in front of you until you hit a concrete pier on the side of the road. The tires were still skidding, sending up gouts of white smoke and smelling bad. Such a horrifying scene happened in a matter of tens of seconds. Lin Yueyan's vision shook, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Looking over to the empty spot beside him, the fear that had long since faded swept through his body. Lin Yueyan's body wasn't in any serious condition when she staggered out of the car. Not far away, the red color stung. She ran over there like crazy, even her hands shaking as she dialed the number. The siren of an emergency vehicle finally came from the distance in a minute-by-minute ordeal. When she arrived at the hospital, she could only watch as Jiang Che was pushed into the emergency room, disappeared from view. Outside the emergency room, Lin Yueyan leaned helplessly against the wall. Scenes from the past are reenacted. It was as if all these days of struggle had been in vain. Please, don't leave me behind again. At this moment, it was as if she felt that sadness of parting with life and death again, praying and pleading in my heart. Lin Yueyan hated herself for obviously starting over in a new life. And in the end, it didn't change anything. After a long wait, the door opened. Lin Yueyan panicked and went forward to ask, as if a drowning person had grabbed the last straw. Doctors say the patient's injuries are serious and not yet out of danger. Needs to be transferred to the ICU. The other side. Jiang Che's parents and Shen Wanji were all sitting together in the living room. When dinner started cooking, Fonglan called Jiang Che. Strange, why is my son back so late today? Didn't you say you don't have to work overtime today? You'll have to rush it again or the food will get cold. Fonglan said to Jiang Feng. She felt panic tighten inside. Maybe it's traffic jams. The city's inevitable evening rush hour. Shen Wanji poured a cup of tea for her own Aunt Feng. The trance missed the ground. The piercing sound and the wretched debris stirred up the cozy atmosphere in the family. Shen Wanji also had an uneasy premonition. By all accounts, the trouble with Gangster's company has long since been laid to rest. Tonight is the night to come back and have a nice dinner. Why the delay? She tried to call, but Fonglan's cell phone rang first. Hello? What? A car accident? Fonglan's face was pale and his voice was full of incredulity. Which hospital? The word car accident caused Shen Wanji's heart to lift suddenly. Auntie Fong. She wanted to ask but was afraid to. Fear is really what you think it is. Xiao Che-he. There's been a car accident. You have to take me to the city's second hospital. What she feared came true. The group traveled with such speed that they didn't even bother to close the door to their home. Even when she arrived at the hospital, Fonglan could only watch her son lying in the hospital bed via video. The body is attached to a variety of medical instruments. Hearing the doctor's words about the serious injuries, she blacked out in front of her eyes at the various blows. A few fainting spells. After settling Fonglan, Shen Wanji looked at Jiang Che on the monitor for a long time and asked Lin Yueyan in a trembling voice, "What's going on?" They were completely devoid of that tit-for-tat force. Haunted by the same sadness, Lin Yueyan recounted the situation. Law enforcement said the other guy was driving drunk. It's under control. Tonight, many are doomed to sleeplessness. The moment the sun rises, hopeful people feel warm. Grieving people are full of exhaustion. Now go back and rest. Shen Wanji ordered her. Lin Yueyan, however, did not move, as if she was speaking to herself, and as if she was baffled by Shen Wanji. Twice now. If he didn't care about me, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Do you think I can sleep? If you were alone, I wouldn't care. But today, Jiang Che has not yet endured. If you really want what's best for him, eat and drink well and take care of yourself, so that it's not a waste of what he's done for you, and it's useless to stay here. Go. Shen Wanji's words reminded Lin Yueyan. She now has another crucial layer to her identity. Even if you can't eat it, you can't sleep and you need to rest. Chen Xingqing went to work on time. Walking into the office, there was no sign of the familiar figure. There were no text message commands on the phone either. She then made a call to Gang Chi. All that came out of there was an icy automatic reply. By noon, not only did the director of operations give feedback that he couldn't reach his boss, the same goes for managers in other departments. Chen Xingqing could only drive to Jiang Che's house 100,000 times more urgently. She came by once when Gang Chi was too drunk to drive. Her elderly father, Jiang Feng, who had just returned from the hospital, met her and relayed the news. Chen Xingqing's heart stung. Can't imagine that the person who told her to leave work early last night is in serious trouble today. Go to the hospital. She realized that the lady, Ms. Shen, was there as well, and saw her boss lying on the hospital bed through the video. Unspeakable heartache. Bits and pieces of what was once there came to mind. He's going to be fine. Stabilize the company yourself. Wait for him to wake up. Chen Qingqing murmured. Perhaps underneath its beautiful and attractive exterior is a strong heart, and so she went back with hope. A few days later, Gangcher's vital signs were no longer as critical. Lin Yueyan asked, "Doctor, when will he wake up? The patient has suffered a blow to the head and is not doing well." Chapter 76, Life, Death and Love. As for when the patient can wake up, this, can't say. Both Xin Wanji and Lin Yueyan could hear the implication. It might wake up, or it might just go away. Their hearts sank with it. An indescribable atmosphere was spreading. It is as if fall has arrived and the leaves are falling. Both of them looked at Jiang Che, who was lying on the hospital bed, and both of them preferred to bear all this by themselves. Xin Wanji didn't dare to tell Fan Lan the news for fear that he wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. After Jiang Che's accident, this gentle and dignified woman seemed to have aged a few years overnight. She immediately used her contacts to get top-level brain specialists, both foreign and domestic, invest in their research programs, or money. In Xin Wanji's opinion, as long as Jiang Che could wake up, she would spend as much as she wanted. During that time, Ling Shi's phone kept calling. She picked up with a frown on her face. "Mr. Xin, I have a very important matter on my side that I need to interview you about. If you have something to say it on the phone. I can't get away lately," Xin Wanji said in a cold voice. "About Mr. Jones, that car accident wasn't as simple as it seems. I have the evidence in my hand. May I have an interview? I'm going to Ling's now." Well, compliments of the house. Half an hour later, the two were sitting opposite each other. "Mr. Xin, no one knows Ling Yu better than I do. Ever since I took over Ling's group, I've been worried that with his personality, he would do something trapped. I didn't realize the backhandedness left behind had really come into play." Immediately afterward, Ling Shi played a video. The dialogue inside reveals in its entirety how Ling Yu buys and kills people. At first Ling Shi thought that this good brother was coming at her. Be prepared for anything and lure the fish to the bait. If he dared to act, he could put his good brother behind bars. I didn't realize it was directed at outsiders. The angrier Shen Wanji was, the calmer she usually acted. Ling Shi, who was sitting across from her, suddenly had a fidgety feeling. 1,000 beautiful people became a little scary. "Ling Shi, you took out this video for no other reason than to use me to get rid of your brother. But I'd be happy to." Ling Shi's mind was seen through and she didn't dare to meet her eyes. Where? We are in the category of mutual benefit. You take revenge. I'll get rid of the problem. The evidence has almost been collected. As long as you, Mr. Shin, get Mr. Zhang's family to cooperate, I'll make sure he gets what he deserves. With the cooperation of the two parties, Ling Yu was quickly apprehended. Faced with irrefutable evidence, he was ashen. But none of this helps. Jiang Che still hasn't woken up. Auntie Fong, don't worry. I've gotten top brain specialists. Jiang Che, he'll wake up for sure. The immediate thing to do is to transfer to a hospital where there are better medical facilities. Resources. Fong Lan complied with Xin Wanji. With permission, she set about preparing for the event. Lin Yueyan was in the hospital during the day and came back at night these days. Rest on time and eat on time. You have to sleep even if you can't sleep, and you have to eat even if you can't eat. Just as Xin Wanji said, if anything really happens to Jiang Che, that child is his last hope in this world. Lin Yueyan also forced herself to pull herself together. But woe is me. The maid knocked on the door of her room early in the morning. When Wang Yun went for a walk in the morning, fell down. A twist. She immediately sent Wang Yun to the hospital. A quick checkup showed that the vertigo was caused by high blood pressure, plus some cushioning from falling into the flower beds. Overall, it's not considered much of a serious matter. At best, you'll be hospitalized for a few days for observation. Lin Yueyan called Lin Mubai. He had just recently finished initially dealing with the mess. I've called Mubai. He's coming to keep you company later. Daughter, I'm in this state. Do you still want to go? Perhaps Lin Yueyan has been fooled by the setup of Wang Yun, and this time the wolf has really come. She didn't feel that nervous either. Instead, he remembered the time when his own mother was lying in her hospital bed with the same begging look. A stark contrast to the attitude toward Gang Chi. Keep me company. Haven't you decentralized your company affairs lately? The son is now no longer able to manage her retirement. She naturally had to hold on to Lin Yueyan. Unfortunately, Wang Yun really miscalculated this time. When Lin Mubai arrived, she gave some instructions and then resolutely left. A doctor said it was nothing serious. One wanders between life and death. Who needs company more? Cries out. Busy all morning. She didn't have much of an appetite. Still ate lunch for the sake of the baby in my belly. When they arrive at the city's second hospital, they are told that Jiang Che has already been picked up. Lin Yueyan's heart was in turmoil. Panicked, he dialed Xin Wanji's number. Other than her, the rest of them simply couldn't get the consent of Jiang Che's family. Under Shin Wanji's careful arrangements, Jiang Che was transferred by air to a stronger hospital. It has internationally advanced medical equipment and top specialists. A thorough examination was performed immediately after admission. The experts invited by Shin Wanji were discussing the program. The cell phone rings. I already knew who it was before I even looked at the screen. Where is he now? Lin Yueyan's tone was incomparably urgent. You don't have to care. I'll tell you when Jiang Che wakes up. I can't stay away from him. Consider it a plea. Miss Shin, the program is out. Lin Yueyan heard the words of the bystanders and the call was hung up. Undeterred, she turned her head and dialed Fong Lan's number. The conclusions given by the experts are not too optimistic, but there is always hope. Start with medication. The last resort is surgery, but the brain is involved and there are many risks involved. After the doctors left, Shin Wanji muttered as she looked at Jiang Che on the hospital bed. His vital signs stabilized and he did not have to remain placed in the ICU. Wake up soon, Auntie Fong. Uncle Jiang are looking forward to a day and night. Me too, Jiang Che. As long as you wake up, I'll promise you anything. I can no longer afford to lose you again, even if it's not for me. You love the child so much. Can you bear to leave that child without a father? No matter how Shin Wanji promised and prayed, Jiang Che, lying on the hospital bed, was motionless. It seemed that never again would he wipe her tears. Never again would he stand up to the groundlings to protect her. So wonderful once, but ended up where we are now. Only now did Shin Wanji realize that love or no love, in the face of life and death all seemed so small. She'd rather Jiang Che didn't love her, as long as he was at peace, just fine. Chapter 77 The World. Lin Yueyan found the hospital where Jiang Che was through Fong Lan. It was just that as the days passed by, Jiang Che remained in a coma. It also declared conservative drug therapy a failure. There was no choice but to operate next. Even then, hope is slim. The lights were on outside the window. Shin Wanji pushed her way in. Turning to the slender figure at the hospital bedside, he said, "It's time to go back to rest. I'll stay with him again." Lin Yueyan did not have the will to leave. Both women's gazes fell on Jiang Che's face. The time he was unconscious was long as if a whole year had passed. After a long time, the hunger in his belly came. Only then did Lin Yueyan reluctantly go back. Today her body has long been carrying more than just a life. Even with all the sadness, she had to force herself to eat and rest. After Lin Yueyan left, the only thing left in the hospital room was that shapely back. Shin Wanji came to the side of the hospital bed and gently held Jiang Che's hand. She remembered how warm and secure the hand had once been. Today it is slightly cooler. River share. For the past 2 weeks, Auntie Fawn's silver threads are growing, and Uncle Jiang smokes a lot. I told them that top brain specialists have been called in and you'll wake up soon, but I've been having more and more trouble convincing them. Honey, don't go to sleep, okay? There are so many people in this world who love you. Are you really willing to leave them behind? Shin Wanji slightly lifted Jiang Che's hand as a way to caress her face. During this period of time, she would often talk to Jiang Che in a one-sided manner like this. There were so many great memories between the two that talking for 10 days and nights would not be a problem. But as long as Jiang Che doesn't wake up, all these memories will only become colorful and gorgeous bubbles, eventually broken. Suddenly, Jiang Che's fingers seemed to move and his eyelids fluttered slightly. This was like the morning sun in the darkness for Shin Wanji. Rushed to get a doctor and nurse, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes. The vision went from blurry to solid, and it took a while for the memory to come back. Still alive. The menacing scene before that coma swept through his mind. A feeling of a robbery pervades the heart. He saw the red-eyed Shin Wanji right beside him. Trying to speak. His voice was hoarse, and discomfort came from all over his body. Subconsciously, he tried to raise his hand. Wanzi, you're finally awake. Her voice was a mix of joy and choking. Doctors and nurses who rushed to the scene performed various tests on him. This time, Jiang Che's awakening lasted only half an hour. Drifted off to sleep again. The doctor said that based on the examination, the patient's condition had improved significantly and told her not to worry. According to the vital signs, he will wake up again soon. Shin Wanji's mood was as if she was keeping the clouds open and seeing the moon. The clouds of worry in his heart were cleared away. Only anticipation remains. Stayed up all night without feeling the slightest bit tired. Early morning, Lin Yueyan came inside the hospital room. This period of time, although she said that she forced herself to rest, it's hard to sleep after tossing and turning. Even if you fall asleep in a daze, dreams are also full of scenes from the time of the crash. It's your turn to rest. Shin Wanji gently shook her head. Jiang Che woke up once last night. The doctor said he'll wake up soon. I'm going to wait. Hearing this news, Lin Yueyan's spirit was lifted, as if she had rediscovered her backbone in her gray life. When did this happen? Around 9:30. Why didn't you tell me? He went back to sleep soon after the doctor's examination last night. Has he inquired about you and is satisfied? Shin Wanji said. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Che woke up again. This time he met Lin Yueyan and Shin Wanji. Lin Yuan's teardrops fell on the back of his hand and rolled. Honey. She wanted to move closer into the man's arms as she had before, but refrained stiffly. The extremely weak Jiang Che really didn't have the strength to correct her address. After a few days of recuperation, he's been able to eat some semi-runny food for a while now. For example, at this moment, Lin Yuan was hand-feeding Jiang Che kanji. The slender jade hand holds the spoon, and the temperature of the porridge in the bowl is just right. Brows were raised and movements were gentle, so much like a thoughtful wife taking care of a sick husband. The two women seemed to have an understanding in this ward. Their fight would not be shown in front of Gang Chi again. For example, if Lin Yuan fed Jiang Che lunch, then dinner would be left to Shenwanji. The bowl of porridge is at the bottom, she asked softly. More? Full. The phone vibrated. It was an incoming call from Lin Mubai. She didn't want to pay attention, but the other person was persistent. Lin Yuan put down her bowl and picked it up. Sis, Mom had an acute coronary attack and has been hospitalized. Come back and see. She gave Jiang Che a look of wait a moment and turned to talk outside. Jiang Che vaguely heard something. Shenwanji comforted. The body is not yet well. Don't think too much. Labor. Drink water. She poured half a cup of lukewarm water and handed it to Jiang Che's mouth. When Jiang Che finished drinking, he even wiped his mouth carefully with a helper tissue. This care is too considerate. Makes a big man a little less comfortable. After a while, Lin Yuan is back. There was not the slightest mention of leaving. Instead, Jiang Che spoke up. Won't you go back and take a look? I'm fine now, and you'll be taken care of when you're gone. Maybe if I miss the chance to see her one last time because of it, then I can't afford such a big regret. Go back. Jiang Che, who had walked through the ghost gate, seemed to take certain things lightly. Lin Yuan heard Jiang Che drive her away. The heart is like a knife. Take his slightly cool hand and don't let go. Whispering, I'm not leaving, but I want you to go, and if she's safe and sound it's okay. Something happens and you won't see the last of her. The debt is on my head. How can the living be compared to regrets that can never be mended? Lin Yuan, going back now is the best option for both you and me. Gangshare coughed a few times. Shenwanji gently patted his back. Lin Yuan's tears blurred her vision. Why is it that you can put your life on the line to save me, and when all is quiet, we can't be together? Is there really something in this world that is harder to cross than life and death? Chapter 78, Plum and Bamboo Horses. Lin Yuan, who had vented what she had asked in her heart, suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. The two, who have once again experienced life and death, are in fact long gone from being husband and wife. Arguing with a patient is not supposed to be behavior, especially since Shenwanji was also present. What's the difference between this and pushing Jiang Che to her side? Think about it. Lin Yuan lowered her eyes and collected all her emotions. Softly, he said, I've asked the attending doctor over there via video, and my mother isn't in any danger today. Just let me stay here with you, okay? Jiang Che should not. There was a long silence in the hospital room. Since you wish me to make the trip, fine. I'll come back tomorrow. Flights between the two metropolises are intensive. You can go back and forth several times a day if you want. Lin Yuan knew Jiang Che. He ate soft but not hard. In the moment there was nothing for it but to retreat. She was slightly overwhelmed as she sorted through the dishes, which didn't really need her hands on them. If something comes up, remember to contact me. These words Lin Yuan said to both Jiang Che and Shenwanji. She looked at Jiang Che's somewhat pale face for a long time and turned away. The back is thin, and Gangshare shifted his gaze to the window. The sun is warm. He suddenly remembered the time he had spent in Jiangdu. Everyday morning run and workout. People worry a lot less when they exercise. It's just a shame that the great body that you worked so hard for in the first place was reimbursed during the half of the coma. The whole person is wasted. I want to go out in the sun. Jiang Che seeks Shenwanji's advice, as he now has damaged legs, completely incapacitated. Although Shenwanji thought about Jiang Che recuperating more in the ward, she also understood his bitterness. There was no first refusal. I'll ask the doctor. If he says it's okay, you'll have to follow medical advice when the time comes. Aha! Shenwanji got up and left the ward, but she came back quickly, and pushed a wheelchair. The answer is already crying out. Gangshare used his upper body strength to move from the hospital bed to the wheelchair. Shenwanji assisted from the side. The two descended the stairs via the elevator. The smell of disinfectant no longer in the air. She then slowly pushed Jiang Che through a green avenue. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves. Spotty. Eventually reach a nice green area. There's another couple here besides them. The man was also in a wheelchair, wearing a hospital gown. The woman beside him spoke to him warmly. That couple only had each other in their eyes, not even noticing that Jiang Che and Shenwanji had arrived. They all had faint smiles on their faces. The man pointed to the side of his face, signaling the woman for a kiss. The woman blushed. This cozy happiness is a strong contrast in a hospital that is riddled with disease. Jiang Che, with me here, you don't need to envy anyone else. Shinwanji came in front of him and leaned down to cup his face with those slender hands, gently caressing. The wind sends the ghostly scent. Before Jiang Che could react, a soft touch came to his lips. She didn't go deeper, just a light kiss, hinged on the fear of being pushed away. But it's also better than the warm sunshine and gentle breeze here. The kiss was too long, too late. If her family hadn't changed in the first place, Gang Chi would probably have received thousands of loving kisses from her, probably more. After half an hour of driving around, Gang Chi was sleepy. He's very sleepy right now, like a faulty battery that doesn't move. It needs to be recharged. Shinwanji pushed him back into the hospital room again, assisted to bed and tucked in. Jiang Che then fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he woke up leisurely. The soft glow of the nightlight allowed Gang Chi to see things vaguely, and Shinwanji was in the other companion bed. She arranged the best wards for Jiang Che. If you move the medical instruments, this is a lavishly decorated home. Thirst, but Jiang Che didn't want to wake Shinwanji up. After waking up from his coma, he had light dreams from time to time. Due to the daytime sleepiness, it also often wakes up in the middle of the night. Lin Yueyan is pregnant and can't stay up all night. It was all Shinwanji who accompanied him at night. Day and night torment. Too tired. So Encho propped himself up to sit like this. He had nothing to do during the long night. Loneliness and isolation are everywhere. He reached for the cup on the nightstand, trying to pour some water to drink. The hand slipped and fell to the floor, though it didn't break, but made a lot of noise. Shinwanji, who was sleeping in the escort bed, was awakened. The nightlight is dim. Jiang Che couldn't see her face and could only discern the quilt sliding down the marvelous curves. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? No, just thirsty and wanted to get a glass of water. Shinwanji breathed a sigh of relief and went to press the light switch. Then he poured a cup of warm water for Jiang Che. Why didn't you call me when it was obvious that you couldn't move well? Do you and I have to meet each other? What did the doctor say about the condition of my leg? When will it be ready? Jiang Che asked, feeling like a newborn baby for a while. Drowsiness, waking up at irregular intervals, such as now, and having someone serve tea in the middle of the night. It's hard to get used to. It can be cured. It just takes a little time. I'll be there for you no matter what. You don't mind if your leg is lame? Not too much. Jiang Che smiled, not knowing whether to believe it or not. But Shinwanji's awakening finally made it less lonely in the long night. She knew that Jiang Che had slept enough and should not go back to sleep. Then he turned on the HD TV hanging on the wall, paid to pick a movie for Gang Chi to relieve his boredom. It's a love movie. Shinwanji sat on the edge of the bed and naturally snuggled against Jiang Che's shoulder. If her rivals knew that this majestic, insightful and bold investment queen would actually be so attached to one person, I'm afraid it's going to turn previous impressions on their head. Shinwanji was inexplicably at ease. Again, I could feel Gang Chi's wasting away. Even though a nutritionist has been hired, it could be the medication. He's never had a good appetite. We'll just have to make it up later. The hero and heroine in the movie are also a couple of childhood friends. They worked their way through kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college. Skyfall came along in college. A subtle relationship gradually develops between the three. Skyfall has a freshness to it. Every chance encounter the heroine has with him is just right. Takeshi doesn't lose Skyfall. He's fine, but it's just too good. Good as air. Transparent, colorless, odorless, and ubiquitous. Take it for granted when you have it. No big deal. Once lost, maybe there would be no one else in the world who would love her so much again. The love-hate relationship between the three unfolds. And Shinwanji doesn't understand that between someone who's been with you for more than 20 years, and someone who appears out of nowhere. Why the hesitation? Is it possible that more than 20 years are no match for a moment's freshness? There are countless handsome men and beautiful women in this world, but there's only one person your age who walks with you through the best times. Unfortunately, the heroine still doesn't choose Takeshi at the end of the movie. She subconsciously took Jiang Che's hand. He was glad that Jiang Che was still by his side nowadays, not lost in a sea of people. There are still opportunities to make amends. Chapter 79, Surname Jiang or Surname Lin. The movie is 119 minutes long, 1 point short of 2 hours. Maybe some things just aren't perfect. Jiang Che was silent after reading it. He glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. It was 3 in the morning, and Shinwanji fell asleep nestled against his shoulder like this. For some time now, his biological clock has been disturbed and he is lethargic. It's not uncommon to go to bed in the middle of the day and wake up in the middle of the night. Shinwanji had to take time out during the day to take care of things and take care of him at night. The mind and body are tired. Jiang Che wanted to raise his right hand and ease the person leaning on his shoulder to flatten on the bed, but as an afterthought, I realized that I was already being held. Shinwanji is a light sleeper. The slightest movement woke up, and there was some flirtatious lethargy in his tone. The movie's over? Well, go to sleep when you're sleepy. No need to force yourself, Jiang Che said. The two men in the quiet room looked at each other in all directions. The distance is close. How is being with you barely enough? Shinwanji let go of Jiang Che's hand and took the arm instead. The scene was as if the lovers were clinging to each other. She felt that the minutes and seconds of this silent night were too precious. Who says that love has to be sensational to be memorable? Being mediocre may not be unhappy. Like right now. This ward is a small world. There was only her and Jiang Che in the small world. That's enough. Even if there was still Lin Yueyin in the future, as well as the child in her belly. But this moment is truly only for the two. Jiang Che was about to say something, but he twisted his head and coughed a few times. Shinwanji was skillful in gently soothing his back. Every time this happened, Jiang Che had the feeling of being treated like a swaddled baby. Shinwanji read the meaning expressed in his eyes. Huma smiled. I learned all this from you. Learned from me? One time I had a fever and was home in bed. You ask Auntie Fawn to give you time off too. Just stay quietly by the bedside and hold my hand to comfort me. I thought the medicine was too bitter, so you got candied fruit from nowhere, and put me to bed, practically treating me like a child. Now that it's your turn to be bedridden, you're certainly entitled to the same treatment. So, honey, do you want me to put you to bed now? 3 o'clock in the morning. Your 1,000-year-old royal Aomame says she's going to put you to bed. Perhaps it was the long night isolating a lot of things. The two had a few moments of that year, far from the raw, disconnected nature of the day. The flirtatious voice whispered right in her ear. The fragrance floats darkly and lingers on the tip of the nose, gives a strong impact on the senses. Seeing that Jiang Che did not say anything, Shinwanji also stopped pressing at every step. Go to bed early. It's not good to stay up too late with your injuries. When it's daylight, I'll push you around in the wheelchair again. More water? Jiang Che shook his head. Shinwanji drew away the pillow that was padded at his waist and helped him lie down slowly. You go back to bed, too, and don't have to hang on to me, waiting for you to fall asleep. Shinwanji sat on the edge of the bed like this, watching Jiang Che drift off to sleep. Sitting around is boring, but there's nothing boring about watching over love. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Che's face, pouring out tenderness. There is also apprehension. Shinwanji thought about Lin Yueyin waiting for the child to be born, and give that child the last name of Jiang. Jiang Che and Lin Yueyin would never be able to completely break off from each other in this lifetime. What choice will he make? Can someone who can even spoil a friend's child leave their own children alone? The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Shinwanji eventually put it all behind her. This may be God's punishment for being a coward and running away. No matter what, she would never leave again. Gangshare didn't wake up until 10 in the morning. He had a light dream and couldn't remember it. Slowly opening his eyes, what came into view was an earthly beauty. Jiang Che had gotten used to the feeling of having someone watching over him every time he woke up. Shinwanji had already changed out of her pajamas and was wearing a long graceful dress. The green silk is not coiled up, and the long hair is at the waist, showing an unseen side. It's both noble and feminine and tender. She helped Gang Chi up and leaned on the bed. Then he personally helped Jiang Che shave his stubble and wash up. The hot towel on your face lifts your spirits. Shinwanji's fingertips were soaked in warm water with a touch of red. Breakfast was a nutritious meat porridge. I'll do it myself. His proposal was ruthlessly rejected by Shinwanji. The spoon was already passed to the mouth. A spoonful. A spoonful. Shinwanji had endless patience with him. When you're done, there's a tissue to gently wipe the corners of your mouth. Before, Lin Yueyin was the one doing all this work. After she went back to see Wang Yun, Shinwanji's gentleness and thoughtfulness was not the least bit worse than hers. If you have something urgent to do, you can do it. There's no need to guard me every day. There are nurses, orderlies, and doctors here besides you. All I have to do is ring the bedside bell and someone comes. Shinwanji answered a lot of phone calls yesterday. There was also a video conference, though she intentionally hid the phone call from Jiang Che, leaving the hospital room. But Gang Chi could more or less detect a little. Shinwanji didn't reply, but only said, you don't need to worry about these trivial matters. Get well. Just don't want to delay you from earning money. Jiang Che said frankly, money's not as important as you. Wanna go out for a spin? Later, I suddenly remembered something. Jiang Che state improved a little in the past few days before he thought about his company. He himself was in a coma for 2 weeks and recuperated for a few more days. How's it going over there? But after walking through the ghost gate, the company was a close second. He picked up his cell phone that was sitting on the nightstand. The original one was broken in a car accident and Lin Yueyin bought him a new one. The card is still the same. In the company, an airy beauty with a slender figure in an OL uniform was presiding over the regular meeting. Cell phone caller vibration. Chen Xingqing glanced at the screen of her cell phone, and the caller displayed on it made her heart skip a beat. She picked it up with unbridled anticipation. A familiar voice also came from the opposite side. It was a little weak, but she couldn't have heard right. Xingqing, how is the company doing, boss? Her address silenced the company executives at the regular meeting. Wasn't the boss in a coma after the accident? Has he woken up? The company is doing okay. Where are you now? Chen Xingqing couldn't wait to ask, and when she went to the hospital again, she pounced just like Lin Yuan. It's at the first hospital of Tianhai City. Zhang Che informed the address in detail. I'll see you in a minute. Well, remember to bring the paperwork you're supposed to. Chen Xingqing could no longer hear the latter half of the sentence and hurriedly left a sentence that the boss was awake. Then he headed straight for the Jinling airport. Another ward. Wang Yun is lying on the hospital bed. The scenario is similar to many years ago. At that time, Lin Yuan waited day and night. Zhang Che came to the hospital to find her. The pressure in her heart will have a place to vent. She cried in his arms as she walked away from him. No money. Cannot borrow. In the past those relatives to her and Lin Mubai avoided. Today Lin Yuan has her hands on a major company in the cosmetics industry. Money is no longer a problem for her. But she lost that warm embrace. Sis, I heard from mom that you're pregnant? Is this child going to have the last name of Lin or? Lin Mubai's disheveledness was visible to the naked eye, and he was no longer spirited. When he heard Wang Yun talk about Lin Yuan's pregnancy, he was worried. If the child in her belly is surnamed Zhang, then the company in her sister's hand, won't it also be surnamed Zhang? He's counting on taking funds from it and making a comeback. Now that Mo Choyun and I are also divorced, this child, if his surname is Lin, will be just the right thing to continue the lineage of our Lin family. 2 for the price of 1. Chapter 80, Losing It Makes You Realize. When Wang Yun heard Lin Mubai bring up this matter, even if she coughed repeatedly, she still had to fan the flames on the side. She, as a parent, may not love Lin Yuan, but Wang Yun's love is not a wing that allows one to soar. Rather, they are shackles that lock people in cages. Wang Yun realized that her daughter was becoming more and more uncontrollable during this time, ignoring her words. At this rate, her daughter shouldn't leave her alone, should she? Mubai is right. Since you're all divorced, why should this child take his surname? With our family, and your appearance, even another father for the child would be more than enough. Hearing Wang Yun's assist, Lin Mubai's confidence grew even more, and Lin Yuan's face was as cold as frost. Mom, do you know what you're talking about? Zhang Che is now lying in a hospital bed, unable to get off the ground in order to protect me, and now you're telling me to find a father for his child. Do you still have the most basic morals and conscience? Only Zhang Che and I can make a decision about this child. He will only have one father, now and in the future. From this moment on, you will not interfere in my life. After saying that, Lin Yuan left angrily. Wang Yun called out behind her. Xiao Yu. Lin Mubai chased out. Sister, mom has high blood pressure and coronary heart disease. Why are you angry with her? He transformed extremely quickly, as if he hadn't started the whole thing. Lin Yuan didn't even look at him. As a child, Lin Mubai was really obedient and good, but after gaining power, he's a completely different person. He was a far cry from his brother, who followed her every day and was still obedient and well-behaved. Lin Mubai, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. I have this company in my hands, and you don't want to get your hands on it. A month ago, you were in trouble, and I did everything I could to help you. Have you counted the funds you've taken from me? I can't believe you have the nerve to rob from your unborn nephews, nieces and nephewesses. From this day forward, you are on your own. Hospital gates. The female assistant drove the car over and Lin Yuan got in and left. Lin Mubai was miserable. The abacus was completely seen through. Where to next? President? Airport. Lin Yuan closed her bright eyes powerlessly. Her mother wanted her to be an obedient puppet out of her desire for control. And Lin Mubai actually tried to count on her, coveting the company in her name. How much family love is left? Maybe peel back the shell and there's nothing left. The more you compare, the more precious you become. There was once such a person in this world who would give up everything for you. Love is love. Unadulterated relationships. Even giving up money. A future for her. But this person was again lost by Lin Yuan's own hand. She was now incomparably eager to return to Zhang Che's side, even if it was like a moth to a flame. It's okay to be burned to ashes. Chen Xingqing got off the airplane and rushed to Tianhai Hospital. When she walked into the hospital room, her gaze fell on Zhang Che, and she moved away only after a long time. The noble and charming MS. Shin beside him gave Chen Xingqing a lot of pressure. In a way, she preferred to face President Lin, who expected that the next second, that MS. Shin said, "You guys talk." Turning to Zhang Che, he admonished, "Your body is still not well, so you don't need to worry so much about work." Aha! After Shin Wanji got the answer she wanted, she got up from the bedside. It was really hard for Chen Xingqing to have any semblance of confidence in front of her, whether it's the size, the looks, or the know-it-all attitude. It couldn't be easier to want a man to die for her. She couldn't help but be frustrated. "Sit, why are you standing?" Zhang Che's tone was laced with relief. After his ghostly walk, he's happy to see well-connected acquaintances. "What was the company like during my coma?" Chen Qingqing obediently moved a chair to sit beside her own boss's bed. Dressed in OL clothing, she showed off her tall and slender figure as she moved. Chen Qingqing looked at Jiang Che, who was leaning on the hospital bed. His face was pale and the whole person had lost a lot of weight. Heartbroken. Fortunately, the original projects are in order, but also missed out on some new business. Chen Qingqing replied, "It's up to you to hold the fort for the next while. Make whatever conditions you want." Gang Share promised. Chen Qingqing was considered a senior in the company, having followed him for so long. It's not easy to help manage on a regular basis and stabilize the situation after your own accident. A salary increase doesn't even show sincerity, and a few shares wouldn't be too much to ask. When Chen Qingqing heard Jiang Che's phrase, "You can mention anything," she subconsciously asked, "Really? Sure. It's not like I'm some shady boss." She was instantly caught in the middle of a celestial battle. Chen Qingqing didn't want money. She only wanted Jiang Che as a person. Then what? Haven't thought about it yet. Can this promise be kept for now? The soulful and beautiful woman's eyes dodged, not daring to look at the other. But where she hadn't just met up with that MS Shin, she had the courage to say what was on her mind. But after meeting her and comparing them to each other, the courage was gone. Even Chen Qingqing felt that she was not competitive to the extreme. Okay, there's no need to rush. What about those piles of papers? Documentation? It was only then that Chen Qingqing remembered that she had forgotten to bring it at all. She wanted to see Jiang Che so badly that she left everything behind. Forgot. Chen Qingqing's beautiful and attractive face became hot. Jiang Che thought she was so busy that some slip-ups were understandable. No longer pursued, and took the initiative to diffuse the slightly awkward atmosphere. "I want some fruit. Can you help peel one?" "Good." Chen Qingqing washed her hands first and then asked Jiang Che if he wanted to eat an apple or a snow pear. Jiang Che chose the latter. In the slender hand under the knife, the body of the snow-white pear was cut in a circle, exposed the delicious pear flesh. Having been Jiang Che's assistant for so long, he was comfortable taking care of it. "When did the doctor say you'd be cured?" she asked softly. "Still have to be hospitalized for a long time to recuperate." Jiang Che didn't go into detail, lest she think too much about it. Chen Qingqing's eyes were bleak, then comforted. "It will get better. I'm here. You don't have to think about the company side." She was a klutz when she first came out of society and was quickly fired from her first and second jobs. Until I met Jiang Che, she was tolerated, and she slowly morphed into a competent working woman. Only in front of Jiang Che, Chen Qingqing would always be her original appearance. The company has grown to the point where it has encountered major and minor difficulties, and others have come and gone. Chen Qingqing, however, was unwavering. "Sorry, been very sleepy lately." "I'm sleepy." Not long after eating the pear, Jiang Che's eyelids became heavy. Chen Qingqing just wanted to help him lie down, but Xinwanji, who had gone and returned, said, "I'll do it." After a few minutes, the person in the bed was breathing gradually and evenly. Chen Qingqing wanted to stay, but there were still a lot of things waiting for her on the company side. After looking at Jiang Che for a while longer, he could only leave reluctantly. There was a glance back before he exited the ward door. Late afternoon. Jiang Che is still awake, but Lin Yueyan had already rushed back from Jinling. Chapter 81. I love you. Jiang Che was still asleep when Lin Yueyan returned. The dusk sunlight poured into the corner of the hospital room through the window, and the atmosphere was inexplicably cozy. A shapely figure was sitting on the edge of the bed quietly scrutinizing Jiang Che. Lin Yueyan's intrusion caused Xinwanji to cast her gaze towards the entrance of the ward. "Has he been okay the last 2 days? Despite the drowsiness, every aspect of my body is recovering well. Are you done with your business? I thought you wouldn't be able to spare it until next week at least." Lin Yueyan did not reply. I'm sure Xinwanji has investigated her family situation and knows all the contradictions. In the face of such dark sarcasm, she was powerless to argue, and don't want to argue about anything. The brother who covets the company, controlling mother, it's all out there. As promised, I'll take care of Gang Chi for this next period of time. She came and sat down on the other side of the bed. He wanted to take Jiang Che's hand, but he was afraid of disturbing his sleep. Thoughts tumbled as I looked at the face of the man who had once been on my pillow. The agreement does not include the impact of your private affairs. Xinwanji refused. Then branch out some future time. With the collapse of her kinship, Lin Yueyan was incomparably eager to stay by Jiang Che's side. Perhaps he had become Lin Yueyan's meaning of living in this world. The afterglow of the setting sun was extinguished in the ward. Jiang Che woke up in a daze. A few whiffs of fragrance were noticed coming from it. Open your eyes. Lin Yueyan's cold and absolutely beautiful face went from hazy to clear. She got on the bed at some point and snuggled into Gang Chi's chest. It's like a cruise ship chasing a harbor. Again, it's as if a moth is fluttering to the warmth of a fire. And what Jiang Che and Xinwanji said was not far off. What brings you here? In Jiang Che's subconscious mind, Lin Yueyan would not come back so soon. Missed you so much that I came back early. Honey, Jiang Che frowned. then reminded her, "We're divorced." Lin Yuan gently cupped his face and their foreheads were pressed against each other, not discouraged by the words that were like arrows. "Even if I get divorced, you're the only one I'll love in my life. And it's as simple as getting a license or not getting a license between us. It has long been impossible to part with it." She took Jiang Che's hand and went deeper into the comforter. It ended up resting on the flat belly. "Honey, name our baby. I went back this time and experienced a lot and saw through a lot. My mother wants to take control of my life and continue to tie me down as an obedient puppet. My brother covets this company in my hands. It seemed for a moment that you were the only person in the world who had ever truly, recklessly loved me. So, I won't let this child's last name be Lin. There's still time, honey, so you can take your time and think about it." Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to kiss her sweetheart. Foreheads pressed against foreheads, even their breaths mingled, the tips of their noses touching. As soon as Jiang Che twisted his head, her kiss deviated and landed at the corner of his mouth. It's as if the two of them are in love. There is also a bias. Because of Wang Yun's presence, Jiang Che was ready for that child to be named Lin. It also occurred to me that Lin Yuan would use this to ask for a remarriage. I didn't expect things to go this way. As he froze, a touch of softness landed on his lips. Lin Yuan kissed again. "Husband." There was endless tenderness in the always cold voice, bright eyes like water. "I love you." Chapter 82 Jiang Che's life. Lin Yuan poured her heart out without reservation. In the quiet of the hospital room, her words were so sincere. She leaned a little closer to her beloved, snuggling into its broad chest. Hands tightly encircled Encho's waist. The covers were intertwined with each other's body heat. The man who laid down his life for her time and time again in times of crisis. It had long since become the most inseparable part of Lin Yuan's life. Why can't lovers who can live and die together stay together? There's no such thing in the world. "Honey." The voice of the tilted beauty was no longer cold and clear, but instead had an extra bit of emotion. It was as if time had gone back to the time when Lin Yuan became Jiang Che's new wife. Lin Yuan's happiest moment every day was when it was late at night and the two tired people were snuggling up to each other. It is possible to talk about the present and the promising future. Icebergs seemed to be transformed into sparkling spring water around their fingers. Jiang Che smelled the burst of fragrance emanating from Lin Yuan's body, as if it was the scent of gardenia. A pair of delicate jade hands slowly moved up from the waist to the chest. It's like a breeze blowing on the water. Ripples. Lin Yuan's absolutely beautiful face was somehow tinted with a moving blush. After so many years as a couple, Jiang Che knew her better than that. "Go sleep in the companion bed." A slightly raspy voice rang out. The flawless jade hands that were running over the chest were also restrained. The ambiguous and charming atmosphere was washed away. All of this is a natural reflection of the depth of love. Lin Yuan stabilized her mind and refused to leave, but it also suppressed the love that lingered in his heart. He and she were inconvenienced. "Want to say something?" Jiang Che saw that she wanted to say something. In the face of such an open and honest question, Lin Yuan shook her head slightly. In fact, she wanted to ask Jiang Che whether she would marry Shen Wanji when she recovered from her injuries. In fact, the answer has been creeping in for a long time. The two families are so close and live so close to each other. If there hadn't been one accident after another, sooner or later they will be married by their respective parents. But now things are turning around again. Lin Yuan didn't want to think any further so as not to let her feelings of suffering affect her moves. It just dropped another kiss on Jiang Che's forehead. The general idea is to give him all the tenderness. Jiang Che looked at Lin Yuan through the faint glow of the night light. "You'd be half as clingy as this if you'd gone cold turkey with me in the first place. None of us are what we've become. Is this what they always say? That you don't appreciate loss until after you've lost it?" Lin Yuan didn't avoid the topic. What is lost before it is cherished is possessiveness, not love. I admit that all the previous things were my fault. Since I fell in love with you, there's no room in my heart for anyone else. I am love to you. Honey, I know. I don't deserve to ask you for more. To be able to be by your side as I am now. In the not so distant future, our child will be born into this world. Think of all this and feel happy. Honey, I guess you probably like your daughter more. That time when we went to Ning Yuan's house, you hugged that little niece for a long time. Lin Yuan said softly as she snuggled into his arms. It doesn't matter if she likes a son. She's willing to give him one. I'm only afraid that Jiang Che won't be willing to give her another chance to have both children. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the time when Jiang Che said he wanted a child. If I had gone along with it, I'm afraid my daughter and son would be in kindergarten. Looking back, being in the middle of it all. A lot of people miss out on precious people or things just miss out. There is no longer a chance to make amends. She's lucky. Jiang Che heard these words from Lin Yuan. Can't help but be a little confused. His life can now be described as a mess. Career stagnation. Marriage breakdown. The person has just walked through the ghost gate. He has been in a coma for a long time and has not been able to get off the floor yet. Will life be better down the road? No one can draw any conclusions. he could only face the problems with optimism. Day by day, Jiang Che finally stopped being so sleepy. The routine becomes normal. His leg is under the doctor's care and has to be rehabbed at the same time. Shenwanji saw him walking tremblingly with his arms propped up on the assistive devices and clenching his teeth. The heart felt like a pinch. All this pain. She wanted to share it for Jiang Che, but she had the heart to do so. Chen Xingqing came very quickly, and taking the airplane was just like taking the bus. It was also very difficult to see Jiang Che like this every time. With a thud, Jiang Che collapsed onto the cushions. His breathing thick, Shenwanji hurriedly assisted him to the bed. Today's rehab was already up to par. Why are you pushing yourself like this? The words were full of heartache. I've been in bed too long. Shenwanji understood Jiang Che's urgency to stand up and softly persuaded. Everything is about gradual progress. It will get better. And gently lifted up his pants leg. Like a work of art, his plain hand massaged the atrophied leg muscles with moderate strength. Careful and considerate. At dinner time, a marvelous royalty in a long black dress was patiently wiping the corners of the mouths of the patients who had eaten in bed, as well as pouring a glass of warm water. Like Lin Yueyan, she also had things that she wanted to ask but couldn't. Is that child's last name Lin or Jiang? But no matter what, she would never leave Jiang Che's side again. This was supposed to be the cause and effect of her unauthorized departure back then, to give her sweetheart away because of her own mistake. Then Shenwanji couldn't even forgive herself. Don't just focus on me. Didn't you not have dinner either? Jiang Che frowned. You've lost weight in this time. I can't explain to Auntie Xiao. Lin Yueyan is already showing her pregnancy. She had to be careful now in her own right, let alone taking care of people. So a lot of things fell on Shenwanji. Not hungry for a while. Honey, when your leg gets better, we'll go on a trip. Look at the mountains and the sea too. Shenwanji had this idea, and was even giving Jiang Che spiritual expectations. Otherwise a person who is stuck in a hospital room every day and has to go through rehab, mentally and physically tortured. It had to be said that Shenwanji still understood Jiang Che. One moment would have revealed his longing. What Gangqi needs most right now is freedom, and traveling fulfills just that. Intrigued, he was unknowingly taken by the hand. The method of coaxing Jiang Che had been mastered by Shenwanji, the childhood friend. More than 10 years ago, there was after a period of painful suffering, Jiang Che has been able to walk on crutches. It's a big step up from the trembling at the beginning. Jiang Che was finally able to leave the hospital room. A man on crutches is often seen downstairs in the hospitalization department. Slowly, he's always followed by a stunning woman with a lot of charm. Ying Ying's beautiful eyes were full of worry, afraid that he would fall. It's enviable to look at. We'll rest on the bench. Shenwanji helped Jiang Che sit down and took out a tissue to help him wipe away the fine sweat on his forehead. Such an intimate gesture. Jiang Che could even smell the charming fragrance of her body. The two faces were not half a foot apart. Chapter 83 Pregnancy. Elegant snowy neck. Flattering and enchanting looks. The beautiful eyes flowed with all the tenderness. It's also a noble and elegant body. A strand of green silk hung down, making people want to pull it behind her ear for her. The only person who could do this was Jiang Che. Was it good? In the midst of the four eyes, Shenwanji was the first to speak. Her face was enough to charm the onlookers, but after leaving Jiang Che, Shenwanji then stopped being proud of herself. Now, many years later, she finally asked Echo if she looked good, as she had done one morning in a dress in the old days. At that time, Gangqi gave a fairly positive answer. The moment when the wind blew the hem of Shenwanji's skirt became one of Jiang Che's unforgettable fond memories. Time has passed. The young and beautiful girl has become mature and charming. Toodaloo. Finally reunited. This sentence, do you look good? Also made Jiang Che's memories come flooding back to his heart. That day was a sunny weekend. Shenwanji took the initiative to ask him to go shopping after dressing carefully. The warm sunlight inadvertently shone on her like a glow. Jiang Che quietly took the girl's hand in the sea of people. Instead of refusing, the young girl tightened her grip. That moment started with shopping for what to buy, what to see, where to go. It all becomes irrelevant. The entire familiar street was enveloped in a golden sunset as we returned home. It becomes a world in oil paintings. A childhood friend and a bamboo horse hold hands as they walk through the place where they grew up together. The shadows all seem so sweet. Interdependence. The only downside is that the teenager is a little unenlightened. Couldn't understand Aomame's hints from the street to the end of the street. Even the young girl told him a story about a prince kissing a princess. Seeing that she was about to return home and end this wonderful date, Aomame finally kissed her bamboo horse with a red face. The first kiss between them was witnessed by the setting sun. The kiss was gentler than the evening breeze, like a beautiful feather sweeping across the heart. Very, very shallow. See you tomorrow. The red haze in the sky is not half as red as the blush of a young girl. Jiang Che, however, stepped forward and embraced her in his arms, confessing, I'll see you tomorrow, instead of I like you. Qingmei leaned back against her bamboo horse's embrace with an attached smile of happiness. All of these wonderful memories were deliberately kept out of mind during those painful days. So much like that old photo album in the drawer, but staged again many years later. They are back in color. Just as that kiss fell on Shunwanji, the ringing of the cell phone shattered the just right atmosphere. It's Jiang Che's cell phone. A video call from Sudong. Many people came to visit during the days he was hospitalized. Sudong, Yang Chen, Ning Yuan. One of the little nieces was in tears when she saw her uncle Jian lying on the hospital bed. When he went back, he even asked Ning Yuan to send his favorite kitten doll to Jiang Che. Didn't hurt her at all. As soon as the phone was connected, Sudong opened the door and said, "My wedding is next month. Come quickly." After all these years since graduation, the tone of voice of these college bunk brothers remains unchanged. That fast? Jiang Che marveled. In fact, ever since that car accident, his life has been stuck in the hospital. Sudong's life, on the other hand, has been moving forward. Get someone to count the good days, and if you miss next month, you'll have to wait until next year. It's best to strike while the iron is hot. A brother finally finding a mate at 28 is a godsend. Congratulations. Remember to come. If you don't come, I will personally prepare a wheelchair to push you, Sudong said. The two of them gave a crap. Shinwanji listened quietly. Anyway, in the end, it was Sudong who was a bit more stubborn, and Jiang Che agreed to go in a wheelchair. After the phone hung up, she assisted Jiang Che to get up, and watched him trembling and arduously move back to the hospital room. This is the process of rehab. Shinwanji couldn't intervene. Ever since that wedding invitation call, she also felt something. Longing to walk into the middle of the marriage hall with Gang Chi, wear a white wedding gown or a red wedding dress for him, and then each other's lives are once again entwined as they once were, never to be separated again and grow old together. When the two of them returned to the ward together, Shinwanji helped him put his crutches away. Jiang Che, what's wrong? What Shinwanji wants to say is, Jiang Che, will you marry me? But how can you say no to a promise that you have destroyed with your own hands? Once Ensho strolled with her through the illuminated streets. He was already a couple. Jiang Che held her hand and envisioned the future, said he'd go to the same college and said he'd marry her as soon as he graduated from college. Anyway, they talked a lot that night, romantic as in a fairy tale. All these mountainous vows ended up in vain with her departure. She had no business bringing it up again. Shinwanji swallowed the gloom in her heart alone and asked with concern, tired? Kind of. Jiang Che carried pain with every step he took, and even if he didn't say it, onlookers could see it. But whether it was Lin Yueyan, Shenwanji, or Chen Qingqing, all but stood by and watched. Here, lie down here. You've been hospitalized for so long. It's about time you cleaned out your ears. Shinwanji gestured for Jiang Che to lie on her lap. Tall, she has a pair of extremely long legs. Even under the long skirt, the curves are evocative. A proper beauty's knee, a tender place. Drunkenness. Shinwanji's movements of pulling out her ears were gentle. Occasionally, I blow softly. Slender fingertips touch the ear for a mesmerizing touch. Don't move. Good boy. The scent lingered on the tip of her nose, fragrant and soft. Tiredly, Echo just fell asleep on Aomame's lap pillow. Shinwanji called out a few times without getting a response. All of a sudden, the hospital room actually had a feeling of age. Lin Yueyan after she became pregnant was even more valuable than Jiang Che as a patient. Everything has to be taken care of in a million ways. Eat right and take reasonable breaks. Jiang Che outright disallowed her to come to the hospital to take care of herself. She was also told to go back to Jinling to recuperate and not to stay in the unfamiliar city of Tianhai. But Lin Yueyan didn't want to, so she found a house near Tianhai Hospital to stay. Today the doorbell rings. The one who came was no one else but Wang Yun. Mom, what are you doing here? Lin Yueyan frowned slightly. His own mother had been doing ideological work, nothing more than wanting the child in his belly to have the name Lin. Look at you. My daughter is pregnant. Of course I'm here to take care of the care. Wang Yun looked around and didn't find Jiang Che's figure. I hired 2 nannies, so I don't need you to worry about it. Lin Yueyan said. Where's Jiang Che? Really? He's not by your side at a time like this. Mom, what are you babbling about? He's still hospitalized. Lin Yueyan suppressed her emotions and told herself not to be angry. It's not good for the child. Mom, go back. You're not needed here. Luna, are you still mad at Mom? I really came over this time to take care of you. No, you're doing me the biggest favor by taking care of yourself. Lin Yueyan seemed to have guessed something. Mubai sent you, didn't he? You tell him to stay out of the company's business. Xiao Yu. It would be better for you to let outsiders take care of it than to let your own family take care of it. Wang Yun advised bitterly. Chapter 84 Time Flies. Lin Yueyan didn't want to go through any more arguments with Wang Yun. There wasn't the slightest bit of room for negotiation in his tone. Mom, you don't have to use to be a lobbyist for Mubai. I know his mind very well. I won't let him meddle in the company's affairs, no matter what. I'm in charge of your retirement now. Not Kim. Wang Yun, who wanted to make a demon, was instantly pinched of his lifeblood and had nothing to say. Ever since Lin Mubai had gotten deeper into the mess, she had been a little more careful with her daughter. I'm afraid that my daughter will remarry Jiang Che. What's that saying? Those who have wronged you know best how wronged you are. Replace the word wronged with suppressed, and the same goes for despised. Once her daughter remarries Jiang Che, she'll have a hard time retiring in the future. Thankfully, things went as Wang Yun had hoped. The two divorced and their daughter became pregnant, so explicitly and implicitly are guiding the daughter, so that the baby in the belly of the child's last name Lin, as a way to completely cut off the connection between the two. Just this test stirred up 1,000 waves, and Lin Yueyan was sternly rebutted. Okay, Mom, after tonight you go back. Lin Yueyan didn't want Wang Yun to stay here because she would always intentionally or unintentionally provoke something. Pregnant women who are trying to raise their babies can't afford to have too many mood swings. Go back to the golden age, where there are nannies and hired help. Wang Yun is perfectly capable of living a retirement life with food on the table and has nothing to worry about. Is the child's name confirmed? She came to sit beside Lin Yueyan and temporarily gave up the intention of being a lobbyist for her son in her mind. No, Wang Yun sighed. Look at this. It's waiting for Jiang Che to make up his mind. It's true that the daughter who was married off splashed out of the water. She is not willing to do so. We're divorced. Why should the child's name be Jiang? In the future, will my daughter's company also be named Jian? Unwilling, but not daring to say more. As Lin Yueyan had said just now, she was now in charge of Wang Yun's pension matters. Afternoon. Lin Berg called. Sis, what a sincere call. Lin Yueyan was unmoved. Mu Bai, when your company was in trouble some time ago, I've already helped as much as I should have. Funds were maximized for support and given lump sum after lump sum. I, a sister, have been kind to you. A brother, don't even think about fingering my company. The most I can do is secure you for the rest of your life. Sister. Well, that's it. Without waiting for Lin Mubai to say anything else, Lin Yueyan hung up the call. Looking out the window, she couldn't help but get lost in thought. Finances are the foundation of a family, and as long as they are strong on the issue of money, the mother and brother will no longer have a say. Naturally, it's impossible to be as high-minded as before and point fingers. A lot of things that were hammered home. Sweeping away her worries, Lin Yueyan dialed Jiang Che's phone. It took Mo about half a minute for someone to pick up. Yes, the person on the other side of the room was panting a little, voice hoarse. There wasn't much Gang Chi could do except for rehab. Honey, didn't you say last time that the hospital food was too bland? So I'll bring you dinner tonight, okay? What dish would you like? There was tenderness in Lin Yueyan's cold voice. No coming if you don't want to eat. Jiang Che on the other end of the phone was ungrateful and dismissed the request outright. At least after so many years as a couple, Lin Yueyan still understood Jiang Che. He was afraid of being a pregnant woman and running around. Bump in the road. Beneath the harsh words was concern. The taste is so bitter and sweet. The sweet part is that Jiang Che cares about himself. The bitter part is that he can't meet. In the past, Jiang Che's concern seemed like a warm spring sun, and she didn't know how to cherish it. Can't go back now. Then let me see you. She put the call on video. It didn't take long for Jiang Che to tap the answer button. The handsome man on the screen was a little pale, fine sweat on forehead. At the same time, there was a shapely figure behind him that seemed to be getting a towel, ready to wipe Jiang Che's sweat. Lin Yueyan's bright eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Jiang Che hadn't given her any good looks since she showed her pregnancy, because she was going back and forth between the hospital and her place of residence every day if she was treated just a little bit looser. How can a pregnant woman run around? So it's become such an attitude. Lin Yueyan scrutinized for a long time and asked, do you have a clue about the child's name? Shen Wanji inside the hospital room heard what she said, and the movement of warm water soaking the towel gave a slight lurch, and then as if nothing happened, Jiang Che shook his head. I can't think of a suitable one for now. There's still time. Think slowly. Lin Yueyan didn't intend to press on step by step. Shen Wanji came to Jiang Che's side and used a wrung-out towel to wipe away the sweat on Jiang Che's forehead. Whether it was the gentle movements or just the right amount of warmth coming from the towel, it's a no-brainer. The atmosphere on both ends of the phone became inexplicably quiet. Before long, it was time for Jiang Che's meal. Lin Yueyan hung up the video call in dismay. She placed a hand on her obviously pregnant belly, both glad that her and Echo's child had come into the world, and sad that he couldn't personally take care of Jiang Che when he was at his worst. Lin Yueyan leaves the company's affairs in the hands of trusted professional managers. Every day is spent in peace and quiet. Sometimes I can't help but check on Gang Chi, Wang Yun and Lin Mubai. After running out of money can no longer turn any waves. Everything's fine. It's just that the baby in the belly is a little naughty. When the due date arrives, you are admitted to the hospital. Jiang Che's painful and torturous rehabilitation is also going on day by day. And how much pain he was in, and it was not easy to say, but Shen Wanji always sensed it and would give him double the tenderness. As his health returned to normal, the baby came into the world. Mother and daughter are safe. The daughter was named Jong Yun. A new beginning in Jiang Che's life. Out of Lin Yuan's and Xin Wanji's expectation, Jiang Che was intoxicated with his career for several years afterward. There's a transcendent openness to relationships. Xin Wanji chose to accompany silently. Jiang Che wanted to do career. She did not oppose, even pushing behind it. Jiang Che's company is getting bigger and bigger, occupying a lot of market share in the industry. Chen Xingqing also went from being a beautiful assistant to a vice president. The years passed like water. It was difficult to use an appropriate word to describe the feelings between Xin Wanji and Jiang Che. Jiang Che confessed to her what was on his mind. If the two stay together, that child will be a thorn in your side. The longer it goes on, the more it hurts. Xin Wanji wanted to say that she didn't mind, that this was the bitter fruit she had brewed herself, and that she could endure even more bitterness. Deserved. If you hadn't left in the first place, you wouldn't have had this child. To give up on you because of this mistake, then she's a stupid woman. Xin Wanji wanted reassurance, wanted to prove it with an oath. Unfortunately, she no longer had any credibility to speak of in front of Jiang Che. All oaths are like paper. They're torn to shreds, then it fades in the wind. She could only prove it with her actions. Xin Wanji had created an opportunity. Everything was ready that night. What's going to happen next is par for the course. Chapter 85. It's such a wonderful night. Turns out she's on her physiological period. Everything came to a screeching halt. Xin Wanji could only unwillingly drop fragrant kisses on Jiang Che's neck. It was as if their relationship was separated by a layer of window paper and a heavy mountain range. A sunny day. Jiang Che's cell phone, which was sitting in his office processing documents, suddenly rang. The phone number is Lin Yuan's. He picked it up and a clear, childish voice came from there. Dad, it's a nice day. I want to go to the amusement park. Can Daddy take me and Mommy to play? The voice of Jiang Yan's little friend on the other side was full of expectation. Jiang Che went over the day's events in his head, and could put off all but one meeting. Even the meeting could be chaired by Qin Xingqing instead. Yeah, no problem. Jiang Che laughed. Then Daddy come soon. Mommy and I will wait for you at home. Okay. Jiang Che replied favorably. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che got up and walked to Chen Xingqing's office to explain the relevant matters. What can I do for you, boss? A few years had passed, and Chen Xingqing was still the same in front of Jiang Che, even though she has been honored to be the vice president and holds the shares of the company in her hands. That meeting this afternoon, you chair it, so it's trying to be a shill again. It might as well be subterfuge. That way I can at least put up a fight. Chen Xingqing came to Jiang Che's side and leaned forward slightly. Tall, slender figure, wrap-around skirt, high heels, but the temperament is so soulful. The face is beautifully illuminated and the skin is snowy. Or you can try. Maybe I won't resist. My dump. Chen Xingqing was leaning too close. Jiang Che could smell the unique aroma of her body. Unable to help it, he remembered the lotus pond in Zhangcheng. Ahem. Jiang Che tried to change the topic. He did seem to be used to being a shirker because of Chen Xingqing. In a sense, Chen Xingqing is her career helpmate. Alright boss, just go and enjoy life to the fullest. As for the company side, I'll take care of it for you. But do buy me dinner this week. An upscale restaurant recently opened near the office. Thought I'd give it a try. Aha. Jiang Che nodded. Seeing this, Chen Xingqing spread a smile. I'll go first. Then, she watched Jiang Che's figure leave before withdrawing her gaze. Today's Vice President Chen has white skin and long legs, especially with that soulful and gentle temperament. There are countless suitors, and now she was bothering to ask someone out to dinner. I don't know how many people would envy it if I told them. The Lin family. An incredibly cute little girl gleefully said, Mommy, Daddy said yes. It was Jiang Che's daughter, Jiang Yun's little friend. Lin Yuan helplessly and dotingly caught her daughter who barged into her arms. The coldness in her seemed to have long since disappeared, and she had a maternal glow about her. Elegant and dignified. Still absolutely beautiful. Didn't Daddy just take you to the oceanarium yesterday? Why are we going to the amusement park again today? It's not good to be too playful. And Dad, he's got things to do. Lin Yuan said in a warm voice. I'm not being playful. I just want to see Dad. Jiang Yun's little friend hugged her mother and opened her mouth in a sticky manner. Mommy, why doesn't Daddy live with you? I see on TV above that all the other families have moms and dads living together. And, Grandma also said that Dad didn't take care of Mom when I was in her belly, either. Mommy and Daddy, did you guys have a fight? The innocent eyes of Jiang Yun's little friend looked so viciously abetted by Wang Yun. Lin Yuan sniffed and frowned. There seemed to be frost on the absolutely beautiful face. She had rarely shown such a look in her years. Jiang Che talked to Lin Yuan about this matter openly, saying that Wang Yun and Lin Mubai's personality is not working, and that they should be allowed less access to Jiang Yun. It's kinda true. Lin Yuan can't imagine if her daughter really asked her father like this. She held back the anger in her heart and calmly explained. Grandma lied to you. When you were in mommy's belly, daddy was hurt and went to the hospital. That's why you can't take care of mom. And daddy was hurt in the hospital to protect mommy and rhyme. Got it? As for why dad and mom don't live together, it's mom who did the wrong thing. So daddy's a big hero for protecting me and mommy? Right. Jang Yun's little friend's eyes became fluttering when she heard her mom's words. The rest of the words were a little specious to the little girl. Well, mommy's going to make a call to grandma to keep Aunt Autumn company. Daddy will be here soon, so behave yourself. Aha. Jang Yun's little friend replied obediently. Lin Yuyen hired an at-home aunt to take care of the housework during the week. Usually it doesn't fall to the stay-at-home aunts to take care of the kids. She walked up the stairs to the second floor and dialed Wang Yun's number. Hey, daughter. Lin Yuyen directly interrupted her. Why did you go and talk to Xiao Yun about that nonsense? What was Jiang Che's situation at that time? Aren't you aware of it? Wang Yun was made a little weak by the sudden questioning. Even after getting to this point, she doesn't want Jiang Yun's last name to be Jiang and wants to turn her into Lin Yun. Every time he visited his granddaughter, he inadvertently instilled some bad impression of Gangqi. Grow up and rebel. The last name will naturally change back. Who knew that this ploy would be punctured by the child's words? In the future, you're not even allowed to visit Jiang Yun. Lin Yuyen hung up the phone angrily after saying that. There was some weakness against the closed door of the room. When her daughter asks her why Gangqi doesn't live with her, how is this going to be answered? It's about mom not fulfilling her wifely duties by being in constant cold war with dad. Or are your grandmother and your uncle just unapologetic white wolves? Dad couldn't stand it and divorced mom. Since her daughter often whispered in Lin Yuyen's ear, I miss my father. Lin Yuyen couldn't help but think about it. How happy would the two of them be at this moment if they weren't divorced? Lin Yuyen hid the sadness in her heart and sat alone in front of the dresser. The woman in the mirror is beautiful beyond words. The face, the body, the temperament, all of them could not be picked out as flaws. It is the best thing on earth. Lin Yuyen pulled her long hair up and picked out a long white dress from the closet to change into. It's amazing enough. The woman is figurative. On the other side, Jiang Che came out of the company and first went to the jade store to pick up a pendant. The material is good and just looks pleasing to the eye. Thought my daughter would like it. Jiang Che went to the villa where Lin Yuyen lived, opened the door and walked into the living room. Jiang Yun's little friend hurriedly ran to him. Chapter 86, Father and Daughter. Daddy! The tender child's voice was so clear. Jiang Che lifted his adorable daughter up as soon as he could, then held her in his arms. Daddy, Mommy says you're the big hero of our family. Oh, what did your mom say? Jiang Che asked dotingly, wanting to touch his daughter's head but quietly withdrew his hand, instead gently scraping that small nose. Because the child's mother helped her get a cute pill hairstyle, Jiang Che was afraid of touching the loose. Jiang Yun's little friend's brain can't accurately charge such complicated human relationships. At this age, I don't even know what the word wolf means. Thinking left and right, I held back. Grandma she says daddy's not nice to mommy. Jiang Che's good mood was suddenly swept away by a large portion. My daughter has a problem with herself, and alienation is the next best thing. He was most afraid that Wang Yun and Lin Mubai would teach his daughter badly. What can you expect from a white wolf? Jiang Che sighed slightly and carried his daughter to the sofa and sat down, at the same time asking Jiang Yun in a very serious tone. Rhyme, do you want to live with daddy? Grandma and grandpa miss you too. Jiang Yun's little friend's cute face had a distinctly tangled look on it. Xiao leaned in before swallowing. I want to live with my mom. If I don't live with mommy, daddy won't come to mommy. Seeing that his daughter was in a difficult situation, Jiang Che no longer pursued the question. He'll talk to Lin Yuyen about these things. It's a day to go to an amusement park. It's only right to have fun. Between thoughts, Jiang Yun's little friend worried if her dad was angry at her words. Then he hid in that wide and very secure embrace and refused to let go. Jiang Che laughed helplessly, changing the subject in a light-hearted manner. Did you eat properly today? Little Jiang Yun is good at everything, except for dragging his feet when it comes to eating. This problem was also related to Jiang Che, when he personally fed his daughter once he came over, then spoiled. A complaint was received from Lin Yuyen. That's the only gripe the kid's mom has had in years. Hearing his father say this, little kid Jiang Yun said without any confidence, I have eaten properly. I have listened to my mom. In fact, just got a lecture from my mom while eating breakfast. She'd also tried tattling to her dad. To no avail. Dad would say, good kids don't procrastinate when it comes to eating. Isn't my Jiang Yun a good boy? Jiang Yun's little friend nodded vigorously. Jiang Che saw through it and didn't say anything. How can you train a child before going out to play? And smoothly gave the gift out. In that case, Daddy has a present for you. He took out the small jade pendant tied with a red rope, and both the material and the workmanship were of first-class existence. Move gently to tie it for your daughter. Wow. Jiang Yun loved the gift. At this moment, a long white dress, green silk coiled up, Noble and dignified Lin Yueyan appeared in the father and daughter's field of vision as she descended down the stairs step by step. It's like a moon fairy who doesn't eat earthly food. Jang Yun couldn't wait to share the joy of receiving the gift with her mother. Mom, look, Dad gave it to me. Lin Yueyan is used to this kind of falling scene. She is happy to be happy with what she buys for her daughter, but far less cheery when the kid's dad is slightly out of the way. The daughter hates for the world to know that her dad gave her a gift, but the truth is it's not that bad. Just now, when Jiang Yun's little friend faced his father's inquiry, he said that he wanted to live with his mom. It's sort of mutual. Lin Yueyan picked up her daughter and scrutinized the exquisite little jade pendant. Following this, he admonished, for precious things, you can take good care of them, and don't realize your mistake until you lose them. It's no use even crying your eyes out when the time comes. Jiang Yun children do not understand. Seemingly ordinary sentence, but contains the mother's endless heartache. Perhaps Lin Yueyan was speaking to her daughter, or perhaps she was speaking to herself, or maybe it was to Gang Qi. Anyway, she looked over at Zhang Che and said in a soft, concerned voice, have you had breakfast? If not, it's not too late to eat. Let's go. Zhang Che got up from the couch. He was in charge of the car and the mother and daughter sat in the back. Jiang Yun's little friend was full of joy, all in anticipation of the amusement park. In about half an hour's drive, the two of them took their daughter to the largest playground in Jinling City. Zhang Che and Lin Yueyan were familiar and unfamiliar with this place. Familiarly, the two had dated here when they were hot, sort of a hometown revisit. Strangely, with the passage of time and the expansion of the playground, it is long gone from what it was remembered to be. Face to face, it's gotten newer, better. Gangshare bought the family ticket package. The amusement park, which you can't see the edge of at a glance, is very busy. The crowd was bustling. There were couples and staff with holsters dressed as animated characters. In the eyes of onlookers, Zhang Che's family of three was simply enviable. Dad is handsome and dashing, with a deep and calm demeanor. Mom is also as beautiful as a fairy. No wonder you can have such a lovely daughter. Jiang Yun's little friend is holding his mom's hand with his left hand and his dad's hand with his right hand. Can't get enough of what's in the amusement park. Check out the ice cream truck and see the staff dressed up as cartoon characters. Can't even look at it. When happiness comes, one is always an afterthought. Maybe when it's several years later, Jiang Yun will still be able to remember this day. Daddy, I'm going to ride the carousel. Okay, according to you. Zhang Che and Lin Yueyan saw their daughter's carefree, bright and innocent smile, and the mood became pleasant. A child that young, of course, cannot sit alone. In case of accidents, be accompanied by a parent. Zhang Che took the storage bag in Lin Yueyan's hand, which contained the things that Jiang Yun's little friend was going to use, as well as some others. You go stay with your daughter. Lin Yueyan, however, had prepared for this and took out a camera from her bag with a smile. It's better if you go, husband. I'll take some pictures of my daughter. You're not good at taking pictures. Zhang Che really couldn't find any rebuttal. He's all about the random shots, because the people in the photos are beautiful enough not to be concerned with angles or technology. Dad, Jiang Yun's little friend urged. He then took his daughter to experience it. Lin Yueyan, on the other hand, uses her camera to capture moment after moment of happiness for father and daughter. Jiang Yun's little friend would even greet her when she turned in Lin Yueyan's direction. Have fun with it. She also exuded a happy smile, and I don't know how many tourists she looked at. When they came out of this ride, Jiang Yun's children turned their eyes to the ice cream truck. Lin Yueyan bought her daughter a strawberry-flavored ice cream. Jiang Yun's little friend was very sensible and didn't eat it herself. First, he passed it to Mom and asked Lin Yueyan to try a bite. Then he asked Dad to try a bite. Zhang Che saw his daughter's expectant look, as if to say, this is delicious. But Lin Yueyan was afraid that she would eat too much and bought a small portion. If he tastes it, it's a lot less straight away. In the end, I couldn't resist my daughter's expectant gaze and pretended to taste it. Jiang Yun's little friend saw his dad and mom eating, enjoy it last, only to get ice cream all over the tip of my nose. Lin Yueyan took out a tissue from her bag and wiped her. Eat slowly. Instead, Gang Qi took the opportunity to raise his camera and press the shutter. Daughter and Lin Yueyan are both in the picture. It's cozy. As Zhang Che put down the camera, Lin Yueyan's gaze turned to him. That slender hand reached out. Hold still, honey, you have it in the corner of your mouth too. Both of you, father and daughter, are not to be trifled with. This latter statement doesn't sound like a rebuke in any way. Instead, it's full of happiness. Chapter 87, A Trip to the Amusement Park. Lin Yueyan's movements were natural and gentle, as if there had never been a rupture in the relationship between the two. They are still married and can grow old together. The travelers who didn't know the reason were even more envious of Zhang Che having such a wife. Even if his temperament and looks were impeccable, he was so considerate. Jiang Yun was attracted by the hot crowd in the distance after finishing her small portion of ice cream. It's a group outing of amusement park staff playing characters from the cartoon. but there were too many people. Surrounded by 3 layers of people, Jiang Che lifted his daughter directly over his head. Seeing it, right? Aha! Characters that normally exist in cartoons appear in reality, and the appeal to small children cannot be overstated. When Lin Yueyan saw this scene, she couldn't help but raise her camera, press the shutter, but it didn't take long for little Jiang Yun to say, "Daddy, put me down." Not looking? Her watery eyes took one more look. Only then did he nod. Jiang Yun wanted to watch, but was afraid that if he kept riding on his dad's shoulders, he would get tired. Jiang Che immediately took her in his arms, only to have his daughter ask him a question. "Daddy, why are you talking to me and not even talking to mommy?" "Whisper it. When I told mom last night that I miss dad, she said she was thinking about you too. So, daddy, don't ignore mommy." The whispers of the father and daughter were clearly heard by Lin Yueyan, who was beside her. Happiness, bitterness, and all kinds of emotions came together in his heart. Jiang Che was stunned, then said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you. What do you want my baby to want to play next?" Jiang Yun pointed remotely to the most prominent Ferris wheel in the amusement park. Halfway there, she struggled to get out of Jiang Che's arms. "Run straight to the staff not far away. Sister Bleaching Brew, can you take a picture of my mom and dad?" The staff member was a student out part-time in a nearby college town, and was confronted with such adorable human cubs. Totally irresistible. "No problem." She squatted down and touched Jiang Yun's small face. Hearts are melting over this sweet little girl. Seeing this, Lin Yueyan did not stop and handed the camera in her hand to the young staff member. "Trouble. You're welcome. Here we go. Kids, look at the camera. Bleach Brew's sister." "Wait." Jiang Yun put Lin Yueyan and Jiang Che's hands together. "Daddy, you hold mommy's hand. Mommy holds my hand. Don't let go." Oh. Lin Yueyan quietly held Jiang Che and interlocked her fingers. It was as if she had returned to that afternoon in the heat of the moment. The two were on a date at this amusement park. So, hand in hand. Hearts are also close together. Lin Yueyan softly called out, "Husband, time is frozen." In the photo, a stunning woman in a white dress looks at the man holding hands with her at her side. The bright eyes were soft. The crew snapped several shots in a row and then handed the camera back to its owner. Before leaving, Jiang Yun's little friend didn't forget to say politely, "Thank you, Drift Brew's sister." People come and go on the way to the Ferris wheel. Many people's eyes were gathered on this family of 3. It's awestruck. It's envious. Jiang Che wanted to let go, but Lin Yueyan was unwilling. It had been too long since she had strolled around holding her lover's hand like this. One more second is good. Things that used to be so commonplace now seem so precious. Maybe the prerequisite for happiness is to know how to cherish. The cockpit, which could have seated 6, was chartered by Jiang Che at an extra cost. As the Ferris wheel slowly turns, the view opens up more and more. Ever since the photo shoot holding hands, Lin Yueyan had never let go of Jiang Che's hand. Into the cabin they even sat side by side together, quietly snuggling into his shoulder while he talked to his daughter. Judas once came on a date. Jiang Che during his passionate love affair just held Lin Yueyan in his arms, enjoying the distant scenery together. The lap took nearly half an hour. Enough for hot couples to nibble on their ears and say some lovey-dovey things in this two-person space. You and me. Remembering when the Ferris wheel rose to its highest point, Jiang Che couldn't help but kiss her passionately. Wrapped up. After that long kiss ended, Lin Yueyan turned into a puddle of soft mud spread out in Jiang Che's arms. The two of them looked at each other with raging affection that needed no words to express. It's just a shame that it's all in the past. "Honey, do you remember when we came here on a date?" Jiang Che held his daughter in his arms as he gazed down at the bustling city below. It's been so long that even the Ferris wheel has been replaced with a new one. Lin Yueyan understood the meaning of his words. Don't remember. Little Jiang Yun wants to sit in his mom's arms. Well, when the Ferris wheel goes up, you want daddy to hold it, and when it goes down, you want mommy to hold it. She tilted her head and asked Lin Yueyan, her little feet swinging and swinging, emphasizing her current good mood. She felt happier now than the kids in the cartoon. "Mom, have you been here before to play with dad?" "Well, but that was a long time ago." "Then mommy and daddy need to come to the amusement park more often, so you won't fight." Jiang Yun looked at Lin Yueyan and then at Jiang Che. In fact, after the divorce, many of the problems between the two dissipated with the marriage. For example, Jiang Che and Wang Yun Lin Mubai pressed not to meet. What's more, Lin Mubai is like a lost dog after bankruptcy, which is capable of making waves. Quarrels are even more of a non-issue. But in Jiang Yun's perception, dad and mom don't live together. Dad doesn't kiss mom either. What's this if not a fight? Lin Yueyan told her, "Mom and dad didn't fight." Jiang Yun asked Jiang Che for confirmation. Jiang Che nodded as if nothing had happened, then took his daughter from her mother's arms and asked, "What does my baby want for lunch?" Jiang Yun's little friend immediately replied, "The one on TV. Crispy French fries." Lin Yueyan nodded her daughter's forehead. "No, Change the same. Honey, you can't spoil her too much. Jong Yun's little friend sought his mom's one vote no. Then he began to pander to his dad. Lin Yuan was afraid that he would agree in one breath. Kids are right to eat less of this stuff when they're young. Well, fries are for when you're older. Daddy's taking you to eat something else. It's a lot better than French fries. Really? Sure. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. Although Lin Yuan did not know what Zhang Che was talking about, she still made a guarantee. With the two of them working together, the French fries fiasco is over. Get off the Ferris wheel. Zhang Che then took his daughter to dine at the amusement park's restaurant. As the largest amusement park in Jinling, it has all the amenities and even a themed movie theater. The kind of thing Encho was talking about was a dessert. Bunnies made from custard are delicious and pretty. Jiang Yun also changed her habit of dragging her feet in eating. Lin Yuan said helplessly, "Just Dad can control you." After lunch, Zhang Che took his daughter to experience many more rides. Had a great time. As the sun set, the family ended the trip to the amusement park. There are a lot more pictures in the camera, but when I got home, there was an unexpected guest on the couch. Going up to Auntie Homie to Lin Yuan, "I was just about to call to tell you that Mr. Lin is here." The atmosphere froze. He locked eyes with Zhang Che, and all sorts of thoughts popped up in his mind. It's really windy. Zhang Che's company was now so big that he couldn't even if he didn't want to know about it. If I hadn't been so high-minded. Wonder if my brother-in-law could have given me a hand. The wolf in the middle of the mountain. When he gets his way, he goes wild. Now that he's out of power, he's become a wagging tail and begging for mercy. "Little Yun, where did you go to play today?" Lin Mubai asked. "Come, let me hold you, uncle." However, Zhang Yun only gave a polite greeting, then stayed with Dad and didn't go. She could feel very clearly that Dad was becoming upset. The most nervous person present was Lin Yuan. Chapter 89, The Night. Lin Mubai awkwardly withdrew his open hand. After her cute niece politely called out to him, she looked at her dad nervously. Ever since Lin Yuan told Jiang Yun that the thing Wang Yun said was false, the child's mind was clearly divided, and at once they were categorized as mother and son as bad-mouthing people. Lin Bird was taken by association and lost his trust. He turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. "Sister, no matter what, you can't keep grandma from seeing her granddaughter. Our mom is old and the only thing on her mind is her children." It would have been such a harmonious and cozy day. A family of 3 and a day at the amusement park. The photos in the camera document the good times. Lin Yuan plans to strike while the iron is hot and discuss the remarriage with Zhang Che. As a result, when the perfect day is about to draw to a close, the last person who should be there shows up in a grand manner. Wasn't this an obvious way of telling Zhang Che that as long as he remarried with himself, he was going to repeat his mistakes? Lin Mubai tries to take the moral high ground and defuse Wang Yun's ban on visiting Zhang Yun. Unbeknownst to her, this move has caused all of Lin Yuan's thoughts to come to naught. Zhang Yun is mine and Zhang Che's child. It's not your turn to tell you what to do. And, you know in your own hearts what you have done. Lin Mubai didn't dare to meet his eyes, because he had indeed done something wrong with Wang Yun. When he took Jiang Yun to play, he mentioned Zhang Che, intentionally or unintentionally. Certainly nothing nice to say. Like, your dad doesn't love your mom at all. Blah, blah, blah. But every time Zhang Yun sees Zhang Che, all these deliberate bad words don't work. You go back, and convey to her what I said to you, as well, as I said it. With Lin Yuan's expulsion order, Lin Mubai could do nothing. After all, the entire Lin family had to rely on her nowadays. Lin Mubai left in disgrace, but the atmosphere in the house did not recover. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Che somewhat uneasily. Was he satisfied with this treatment? Zhang Yun was the first to break the silence, holding Zhang Che's trailing finger and shouting out in a sticky voice, "Daddy!" Zhang Che collected the emotions in his heart. Anyone who saw the white-eyed wolf would not be in a good mood. He bent down and picked up his daughter, resuming his soft tone. "Played all day without a nap. Sleepy?" Zhang Yun hugged her father's neck, her clear voice becoming a bit muffled. "Not sleepy. I'm afraid that as soon as I fall asleep Daddy will be gone." "Daddy, can you read me a story tonight?" How could Zhang Che refuse? "Okay, I'll read you a story tonight and put my baby to bed." Little kids can't hide their happy and sad ones, and bright smiles bloom. "Daddy's the best." "What about Mom?" Lin Yuan on the side asked. "Mom's just as good. Let your dad watch cartoons with you while Mom goes to make dinner." Aha! Lin Yuan, who hasn't cooked for a long time, plans to do it herself today. Zhang Che turned on the TV and put on an animated movie as Zhang Yun's little friend wished. Look away. Many people always think about growing up when they are young, and as a result, they grow up and those carefree days are gone. The aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen. It's very tempting. Zhang Yun's children also finished watching an episode of the cartoon. Lin Yuan's time to be helpless had come again. This kid, whenever her dad's around, she doesn't drag her feet at all when it comes to eating. If you're on your own, You'll play around here and there, and you'll have to put on an angry face before you'll behave and eat. After a couple of admonitions, he got teary-eyed. After dinner, Lin Yuyen first gave her daughter a bath. Fragrant little kid Jiang Yun rushes to his dad for a hug. Wet hair that hadn't even dried. Jiang Che took the towel from Lin Yuyen's hands, and she sat down obediently. Kids are walking 100,000 reasons why and always have endless questions. Jiang Che answered each and every one of them. Lin Yuyen got Jiang Che a set of clothes. Half of her bedroom closet was devoted to men's clothing, all for Gang Chi, just as they were before they got divorced. Little Jiang Yun waited with bated breath for her dad to finish his bath quickly and then read her a story. Mommy, you and Daddy had a fight. Is Daddy still mad at you? When is Dad going to live at home all the time? Lin Yuyen couldn't answer. All that could be done was to hold my daughter gently. Once Jiang Che finished his bath, the storytelling session began. As soon as they open the door, the big gray wolf in the forest will ouch. Jiang Che tickles his daughter with both hands, and Jiang Yun's little friend is joyful. Lin Yuyen couldn't help but lift up a happy smile when she saw the picture of a happy father and daughter. In the bathroom, the water misted, covering up springtime. Age had not left a mark on Lin Yuyen. Instead, it gave her a unique aura. The snowy skin blew under the hot water. Soaking in the bathtub, Lin Yuyen thought back on today's events. It was like a dream so blissful it's cloying. She cupped a bowl of warm water in her delicate hands, but the water ran through the cracks. It could have been this extravagant blissful life that could have become every day. I just didn't catch it myself. The reflection of the water was swept away in a ripple. And how far did he and Shen Wanji go? The hushed sigh was thin and unheard, but real, when Jiang Che was in the hospital for protecting her. During that time in the hospital, there was a long stretch of time where she was by Jiang Che's side. Especially after you show your pregnancy, you can't do much on your own. It would be impossible to say that there wasn't a little bit of affection between them. Is it Shen Wanji's fault that she hasn't married yet? Or is it his? Lin Yuyen slowly closed her bright eyes, unwilling to think anymore. She couldn't even begin to imagine the person who could have once given up everything for him walking into marriage on the arm of another woman. Since then, that woman has completely replaced her own existence. Talking to each other, embracing, kissing. The more I think about it, the more it hurts. Remarriage? This plan was put on hold at least from the moment Lin Mubai appeared. 9 o'clock at night. After playing all day, Jiang Yun was finally put to bed with a story from his dad. It's cute how it looks. Lin Yuyen returned to her bedroom. Dressed in a clean white silk nightgown, she was extraordinarily noble and elegant. The green silk was pulled up and the jade neck was slender. A touch of redness from the bath rose on the cold and absolutely beautiful face. Impeccable. Silk pajamas are conservative, but the soft texture brings out the perfect curves. Lying on the bed, Jiang Che suddenly smelled a fresh fragrance, followed by a fragrant and soft as jade body from behind to hold. The thin pajamas were no barrier to the mingling of their body heat. A familiar pleasant voice murmured in his ear, "Husband." Those flawless jade hands encircled Jiang Che's powerful waist. Chapter 90, Tricks. Jiang Che turned around, and the distance between them was less than a punch. The tips of their noses are touching. He was just about to pull away when the scented breeze had arrived. Lin Yuyen kissed his thin lips. The hands went from wrapping around her waist to wrapping around her lover's neck. The reactive Jiang Che didn't indulge in this gentle-to-the-core kiss. With a single hand, he restrained Lin Yuyen's pair of white wrists and lifted them over his head, pressing them onto the pillow. It's ironic. When we were a couple we couldn't move without a cold shoulder. Now we're divorced, instead we play the throwback tenderness thing. A circle of red marks was pressed out on her white wrist, but Lin Yuyen did not struggle. Just like that, he gazed at Jiang Che quietly and then spoke. "It's my fault, honey. I admit that I'm the one who doesn't deserve your love. You were willing to do everything for me when I had nothing, ditched the money and the career, and but became condescending under the heap of wealth and status, gradually forgetting what love looks like in its most original form. Have been blindly following my mother's words and not taking care of our family, much less fulfill their wifely duties. I'm the one who's sorry." Lin Yuyen threw down all her self-respect and confessed. Because of her love for Gang Chi, she confronts the evil in her own humanity. It takes great courage. "The thing I regret most is waking up to how to love you after I divorced you. As it is, I don't have the luxury, nor do I deserve to mention a remarriage, but our love has blossomed. Married or not, there's a constant entanglement in this life. You and we can't be the most familiar of strangers. No matter what the future holds, I'll always be in this house waiting for you to come back, even if it means landing for a moment. Honey, I know you've had so much aggression and anger in your heart all these years. As long as I can let you vent, hit me or scold me, I'm willing to accept any kind of punishment." It was naturally impossible for Jiang Che to do anything violent to the child's mother. Doesn't this play right into Wang Yun's hands? Sleep. He let go of Lin Yuyen's white wrist and rolled over to sleep with his back to her. With his eyes closed, Jiang Che felt the touch of warm, soft jade again. The slender, perfect body behind him pressed up. Those delicate hands, which were like works of art, flowed, and wherever the fingertips went, there was a wonderful touch. A few moments later, Jiang Che could no longer pretend to be asleep and snapped his eyes open. You're playing with fire. He has always kept up his workout routine, both before and after rehab. It's a bloodbath. The cold and clear moonlight beauty was slightly reddened on her absolutely beautiful face. The silk nightgown was slightly slanted, and the fragrant shoulders were half exposed. The body is slender and perfect, bright-eyed love and tenderness within. Even after marriage, her skin was thin. Bold initiatives like today's are few and far between. Jiang Che looked at her emboldened look, heart angry. The next second, someone paid the price. There was a crisp ringing sound in the lighted, quiet, cozy room. Lin Yueyan's mind was slightly rippled. Her eyes were watery and her face was tinged with red. A slightly hot and tingly sensation filled the room. Jiang Che realized with hindsight how ambiguous and charming this move was. It's simply a trick for couples to play with their emotions. He braced himself and said, "You asked for it." Lin Yueyan's voice is no longer cold and clear. It is very euphonious in this night. Well, I asked for it. Chapter 91, The Good Life. After the small episode of the party, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Kind of like the two of them on their honeymoon. Lin Yueyan became peaceful after being taught a lesson. Jiang Che withdrew his hand with some embarrassment. It was as if a warm, elastic touch remained on it. She recognized her lover's weakness and took the opportunity to lean in a little closer, snuggling into Echo's arms. "Honey, you're going to wash the photos from the camera tomorrow and get a photo album. When my daughter grows up, these are her childhood memories." "Aha," Jiang Che responded, then closed his own eyes. Lin Yueyan was not downcast at the sight. Things were already moving in a good direction. Tonight's ambiguity, for example, has a few moments of its former self. She scrutinized her pillowbearer for a long time, then tucked her daughter into her little quilt and sleep contentedly. Lin Yueyan had a good dream after a long time. In the dream, a family goes on a trip to the beach. Jiang Che bought her so many bathing suits that her face rolled just looking at them. He also said that he could only wear these for him, and that if he went to the beach, he should wear the one-piece bathing suit that was so conservative. The scene shifts. While their daughter cried for candy, the couple had a united front. No matter how much Jiang Yun pouted, he was unmoved. It's only because she has a sweet tooth and is at risk for tooth decay. Then Jiang Yun was tearfully carried home by her father. When Jiang Che returned home, he took out a bunch of ice candy gourds by magic behind his daughter's back. To Lin Yueyan, she said, "Eat quickly, don't let your daughter see you. Honey, eat together." Well, it was a sweet, hawthorn-flavored kiss, sweetly entwined. The love in their eyes at the end of the kiss was stickier than melted sugar. Yueyan, the blazing nostrils brought on by her lover's murmurs in her ears scalded her body. Not until tonight. The pleasant voice was more tantalizing than spring water. Jiang Che kissed his wife's red lips before letting go. Just when he wanted to go out to coax his daughter, he realized that little friend Jiang Yun had already come to the door of the room. "The sky was falling when I saw my own mom with a bunch of frozen candy canes in her hand. Mom and dad actually ate icebergs behind their backs. Wow," he cried out. The couple who were caught by their daughter looked at each other in dismay. The feeling of being in trouble came to Jiang Che's heart after a long time. He hurriedly picked up the sweet little cotton girl and coaxed. Okay, don't cry." It was fine if he didn't coax, but once he did, Jiang Yun cried even louder. "Daddy buys mommy, chokes, iced zucchini, chokes, not for me. Daddy, chokes, only loves mommy, chokes, doesn't love me at all." Now it was Gang Che's turn for the sky to fall. "Who said that? Daddy loves my baby the most." He looked at the baby's mom and gestured to come over and coax her. Lin Yueyan, however, responded to her husband with a look that said, "Nothing can be done." She knew deep down that 10 coaxes from herself were not as good as one from her father. Might as well enjoy this unique favoritism for once. In desperation, Jiang Che could only use the killer. Drove Jiang Yun outside and ordered a children's set meal. The fries are dipped in ketchup and come with a cute doll. After a small set of moves, Jiang Yun's little friend is convinced that his dad still loves him. The dream goes here. Lin Yueyan felt like she was going to wake up. Happiness, and that unique favoritism were leaving her, becoming fragmented. The cold and absolutely beautiful woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Early morning sunlight had poured through the window into the corners of the room. The loss of waking up from a beautiful dream is empty. But the moment she saw the man on her pillow, all her bad feelings vanished. Lin Yueyan reached out and traced Jiang Che's high nose and handsome face. The movement was very light. Dreams may not fail to come true. As long as one lives, there is hope. One day, one will live that dream life with one's husband. It's possible that it's even more beautiful. Before her lover woke up, Lin Yueyan gave Jiang Che a good morning kiss, a touch of separation. Little Jiangyun also gets a good morning kiss from his mommy. Despite still wanting to warm up next to your loved one and cherish this cozy, beautiful morning, but Lin Yueyan had already gotten up quietly and went to prepare breakfast. The failure to do more for him before will take a lifetime to make up for in the future. The second one to wake up was Jiang Yun. She's very good. She doesn't make any noise or fuss. It wasn't until Jiang Che woke up that she jumped into her arms. Good morning, Daddy. Good morning. Gangshare lifted the little baby in his arms high. It caused her to burst into laughter. Let's go wash our faces and brush our teeth. Where's your mom? Jiang Yun's little friend shook his head. When Jiang Che walked out of the living room with his daughter in his arms, an aroma came from the kitchen. This morning's Lin Yueyan is full of wifely feelings. Father and daughter washed together. Jiang Che first squeezed toothpaste for his daughter, and when she finished brushing her own teeth, he wiped her face with a warm water towel. After washing up, the family was happy to have breakfast. Yesterday, he had already accompanied his daughter to the amusement park for the day, so today Jiang Che naturally had to go to the office. Otherwise, Vice President Chen's complaint call would have come. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Che changed the pajamas on his body and put on the formal clothes that Lin Yueyan had prepared. Where are my previous sets of clothes? No need to get me new ones every time. Lin Yueyan's jade hands deftly changed to tie his tie. Those suits are in the closet. New clothes are always bought and worn. There's a saying that goes, clothes are better than new, people are better than old. She knew deep down that even with his current status, Jiang Che would only go for the appropriate high-end branded goods to cope with interpersonal interactions. But every time he comes, he wears high-fashion clothing. Behind it there is bound to be a woman with a delicate mind manipulating these detailed aspects. No need to even guess. That woman is Shen Wanji. When Jiang Che came to this house, he would somehow disappear a set of clothes, and then change into a new high fashion, and so on and so forth. One is not as good as the old. In this respect, one does not have the upper hand either. Lin Yueyan sighed slightly in her heart. Immediately after that, he helped Jiang Che straighten his collar. Don't work too hard. Your body is the most important thing. Still unable to resist, she kissed Jiang Che once again. Dad. Jiang Yun raised her hand, signaling Jiang Che to hug her. Baby girl looked at her mom after then whispered to Gang Chi. Daddy, remember to take me to that big park on the weekend. Okay, promise I won't forget. In fact, her whispers were clearly heard by Lin Yueyan. Jiang Che accompanied Jiang Yun for a while longer before driving away. Lin Yueyan stood in the doorway and stared for a long time. Mommy, are you missing Daddy again? Lin Yueyan smiled and carried her daughter back to the house. Right. The absolutely beautiful back seems to be painted with thoughts. Chapter 92, Waiting. Chen Xingqing pushed open the door to her own boss's office. Sounds of conversation came from inside. You've come to Golden City? Okay, no problem. No drunkenness tonight. Hearing just a few of those words, it's rather like one of those old friends reuniting. Chen Xingqing took advantage of the break in Jiang Che's conversation to make a cup of tea for him and herself. Tea was tea, but her eyes kept drifting around and around the spirited man in front of him. It's amazing how fast time flies, and a few years have gone by in a flash. When Jiang Che was in rehab, he tried hard to stand up again and again. Chen Xingqing was all worried if that car accident would knock Jiang Che to his knees. At that time she looked on, hurt, and could do nothing about it. Luckily, Jiang Che still carried on, while Chen Xingqing was out of her mind. The phone conversation was nearing its end. After all, calls between brothers are always so brief. It's Su Dong calling. Okay, first things first, send the location tonight. Chen Xingqing elegantly got up and came behind Jiang Che, a pair of plain hands resting on her shoulders. She was well dressed today, although she was wearing professional clothes, but it was hard to hide the slenderness and beauty of the appearance. An aroma that seemed like lotus flowers lingered on the tip of Jiang Che's nose. Actually, Chen Xingqing was planning to ask Jiang Che for dinner tonight, but was shortchanged by a phone call. Mentally, he sighed, but didn't show it. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to ask him out to dinner again now? Jiang Che felt a gentle massage coming from his shoulders. Boss, this position is too tiring right now. I'll just go back to being your assistant. Here we go again. Jiang Che had a bit of a headache and rubbed his brow. Those gentle, veiny hands then shifted from the shoulders to the temples, rubbing them gently. Who puts the VP aside and thinks about being an assistant every day? Chen Xingqing, where are your ideals, your ambitions? I'm sorry, I'm such a go-with-the-flow kind of guy. Not much is wanted. Very, very little. No, I won't agree. Jiang Che refused outright. Then it's always okay if I want some compensation, right? Could be. As soon as the words left his mouth, a soft touch suddenly came to the side of his face. For a moment, the office was so quiet that even a dropped pin could be heard. This is with your permission. Chen Xingqing winked soulfully. A knock came at the door, interrupting what Gang Chi was about to say. Come in. Chen Xingqing drifted away. Well, it's true that happiness is still something you have to earn. The female subordinate who came and glanced at the vice president who had rubbed her shoulders and left. And there's the boss sitting in the main seat. It always feels like there's charm in the air. Although there were rumors in the company that Vice President Chen's intended victim was the one in front of him, but hearing and seeing are two entirely different things. Yourself, did you come at the wrong time and disturb them? Jiang Che gathered his composure and began to get into work, and Chen Xingqing, who had returned to her office, remembered that first kiss at the movie theater. It's as clear as a dragonfly in the middle of the night, but it left an overwhelming impression. Her fingertips skimmed over her lips, her eyes holding a few memories, waiting for Jiang Che to be busy for a day, then going to find Chen Xingqing to settle the score. Turns out she got away with it a long time ago, saying she wasn't feeling well and went home early from work. At dinner time, Su Dong sent over the location. Jiang Che then drove straight there. Shen Wanji was also busy, looking out the window at the evening sky. Couldn't help but think about Jiang Che. Unfortunately, someone else disturbed its thoughts as a rather handsome man in a straight suit took the initiative to ask for an invitation, trying to close the distance with name-calling. Wanji, would you be so kind as to have a meal together? Zhang Yunzhou courteously invited. Shen Wanji frowned. The project matters are almost negotiated. He is still not leaving? No, I have an appointment. Blunt refusal. Zhang Yunzhou wasn't annoyed. He had met Shen Wanji abroad. Amazing. There were business dealings as well. He thought for sure he would be close to the water. But a few years down the road, the magnificent woman in front of him never faltered. It's the same attitude every time. Always in business with him. It's like there's no heart at all. Wanji, we've known each other for so many years. You wouldn't not know what's in my heart. Give me a chance. Will you? Stop trying to put me off by saying you have a favorite. Zhang Yunzhou opened the door and tried to impress with sincere words. I never lied to you, and when I said I had a sweetheart, I did. We're not close enough to call each other by our first names. Please call me Mr. Shen. Seeing Shen Wanji's aura rising, it was like a majestic queen. Zhang Yunzhou fell into an awkward situation. Really? Then it's been my own fault for the last few years. What is it that I can't do better than him? Want to know? I remember there are a few cooperative projects with your Zhang clan. How about divesting all of them? Zhang Yunzhou was not calm. We are all businessmen. Why should we do away with it over personal matters? End up on both sides of the fence? You're right. We're all businessmen. That's all. Could it be that he's willing to give up everything for you? Zhang Yunzhou retorted. There are some things that need not be said to outsiders. Shen Wanji directly ordered the guests to be sent away, weighing the likes and dislikes. She'd seen a lot over the years. Beauty is no longer a scarce resource at a certain level. What Zhang Yunzhou wanted more was wealth and status. Shen Wanji chose to cowardly escape on that rainy morning though. The heart, however, stayed. Haven't had my heart set on anyone since, because of how beautiful and pure that love once was. It's just a shame that she crushed it with her own hands. Once upon a time, Jiang Che really had no reservations about her. Even his scores could have had top college choices, but for a promise, stayed in Jinling proper just to wait for her. 2 childhood sweethearts, more than 10 years of good times. It is the most precious memory in Shen Wanji's life. She'd used up all the love in her life and couldn't possibly love anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, Shen Wanji had to let these 10 years of good times blossom. Early lights. Shen Wanji returned home. Mother Shan Yenyun said tonight at your Aunt Fang's house for dinner. There are only 5 or 6 people in the 2 families, so it's more fun to get together. During the dinner, the atmosphere was cordial. Fang Lan and Shan Yenyun, a pair of girlfriends, were chatting. Occasionally, Fang Lan would even pinch dishes for Shen Wanji, just like when I was a kid. Auntie Fang, is Jiang Che coming home for dinner tonight? He, said that a college friend came to Jinling to be entertained. Don't you get hung up on him, eat well. Eat more of this sweet and sour pork. It was your favorite when you were a kid. Good. You eat too. Maybe that all-powerful President Shen is just the appearance of Shen Wanji, and the current one is the real her. Long night. After bathing, Shen Wanji had been waiting on her balcony for Jiang Che to return. It's been about 2 days. Thoughts accumulate. Even if it's just to meet and say a few words, or take a walk together on this familiar street. The night breeze ruffled Shen Wan's green silk, which was extraordinarily beautiful, so like a swaying and blooming rose waiting for a lover. Chapter 93. There is no tougher time for Jiang Che than the rehabilitation after a car accident. That year, Lin Yueyan was pregnant, and she herself needed to be careful, let alone serve someone. It was Shen Wanji who accompanied him, encouraged him and comforted him. She had seen Jiang Che's cold sweat on his forehead from the pain, and she had also seen Jiang Che's late nights when he was so anxious that he couldn't sleep. Jiang Che recovered. Shen Wanji was happier than him. After that period of mutual companionship was over, the two were in a delicate situation. The pair of childhood friends seemed to be back in the days when they hadn't left, but it stops there. Shinwanji chatted a few words across the very close balcony as Jiang Che returned home from work. Or meet on a familiar street in the gentle evening breeze and take a walk side by side. But people are always greedy. The world is changing rapidly. And this kind of relationship that will be loved but not loved is like a flower falling in the wind. Only by becoming each other's beloved can we be companions in name only throughout our long lives. In a rainy encounter, Shinwanji put away her umbrella and came to Jiang Che's side. The rain fell on the top of the umbrella as the storm separated them from the world. How I wish this moment could be forever. Shinwanji asked softly, after you were discharged from the hospital, didn't you think about getting married? The man with the umbrella was slightly silent. Look at that old house of mine. Doesn't it have a hazy beauty? But breaking through the rain to get closer. Its facade has long been modeled. If it was Jiang Che and Shinwanji back then, they were perfect in each other's eyes. They can love at any cost. It's different now. And just because you can tolerate some problems now doesn't mean you can tolerate them later. The deeper you love and the more you give, the less you can tolerate a grain of sand. The sand in the eye will become a thorn in the flesh and a nail in the heart. It ended up being a mess. Shinwanji knew the meaning of his words. The so-called thorn in the flesh refers to nothing more than his and Lin Yuan's small child. She had seen Jiang Che bring it back once, and her eyes were full of favor. The rain was slowly getting heavier as we talked. Shinwanji turned her head to look at the man walking side by side beside her. What made him so perspicacious about love, or human nature so thoroughly? Penetrating and vaguely disappointing. What if I said, I can tolerate everything you say? Jiang Che's gaze became distant, as if he was looking at something across time. Wanzi, on this street, a young girl in a blue and white school uniform with a high ponytail once said to me that she and I would always be together and would never be apart. I did spend a sparkling afternoon with the maiden when she made her promise. As for the separation that followed, and the long wait, made me realize one thing. All the vows and promises in love are only valid in the moment. But young me didn't learn my lesson and another woman came into my life. She said she would love me from the beginning to the end. I believe again. Over time, she becomes a high-powered president by the grace of fate, and my career is not going well. The promise is broken at this moment. There has been some change in the way she treats me. Not as gentle and considerate as she used to be. Arguments slowly became more frequent, and sometimes I fell into a cold war with her without even knowing why. The collapse of a well-run family. It's amazing how that love has fallen to the point where it can only be measured by loss. Now the promise of love comes to me again. Do you think I should believe it? Jiang Che's tone seemed to be inquisitive, but he already had an answer. Shinwanji was speechless. Her gaze was in the hazy rain, as if she also saw her once self and Jiang Che walking down this street holding hands. Wasn't it himself and Lin Yuan who made Jiang Che disappointed in love? Lin Yuan gradually became arrogant as her wealth and status grew. Maybe their families are all of the same character. Ungrateful. Born with a blank slate. It's just that Gang Chi loves her too much to let her swing from side to side between her instincts and her reasoning, without really turning out like her mother. That's why she loved Jiang Che the most, not on the occasion of her marriage, but after her divorce. You always wait until you lose before you cherish it, and you don't treat it well when you get it. Maybe Jiang Che just saw her face and that's why he didn't remarry, and he himself betrayed the oath he once made and cowardly chose to run away. Hurt him deeper. Punishment came as expected. And in all those years those who liked her always ran to her wealth and beauty. Never again will you find that perfect love that is hidden in the cicadas of summer and resides in the scarf of a cold winter. The treasure that countless people had dreamed of was lost to her. Now revisited with Gang Chi, her promise is no longer as sacred or valuable as it was then. It becomes a drop of water in the storm, even if you reach out to catch it and all you get is a slightly wet palm. Jiang Che hadn't become desperate for love. He longed for it too. It's just that love doesn't bring nearly as much happiness as it hurts, so he's caught up in a kind of self-preservation. A woman of her own word, trying to pry open Jiang Che's heart with her words. As they walked, Jiang Che was silent, and Shinwanji fell into some kind of thought. A beautiful encounter in the rain draws to a close without words. Shinwanji returned home and sat in her bedroom watching the rain hit the windows. Opened the chat box with Jiang Che. Wanted to say something, wrote and deleted. Deleted and wrote again. At the moment of dusk, the rain stopped. She stood on the balcony of her house and saw a rainbow in the distant sky. Like a dream. I see the bridge of love. Such a message was sent to Jiang Che's cell phone. Chapter 94, on the line. Back in time, it was 9:30 p.m. The temperature in the teapot was hot and cold. Cold and hot. And Shinwanji on the balcony still had not waited for Jiang Che, who had returned home. Her beautiful eyes were downcast. Could it be that she was staying out all night again tonight? No, it won't. Auntie Fong says he entertains his classmates just the same. Shinwanji only wanted to meet Jiang Che and bid each other good night. Add a little happiness to this ordinary day. The time went fast and slow, and 10 o'clock came in a long wait. She wasn't impatient. She just thought that Jiang Che had waited so long for herself at Jinling University back then. 10:30. Xiao Nianyun saw that her daughter did not return to her room, and could not bear to be concerned. The wind is cold at night. Pay attention to your body. Got it. Mom, you go to sleep without me. Ugh. Xiao Nianyun was quite powerless, waiting for Xiao Che's daughter to press her words into her ears. You could have called and asked when Chelsea was coming back. There was no need for that. There's a cold and a fever, and it's going to be hard for a couple of days. Shenwanji spent a few minutes coaxing her mother back to her room, looking silent. Call and ask. I'm afraid you won't feel the warmth of being held, but the discomfort of being bound. Shenwanji sat down and took a sip of tea. The vision is blurring and the thoughts are like the wind. What kind of life would it have been if I hadn't left without saying goodbye? I guess the kids are ready for elementary school. Are you busy with your career? Or do you stay home and raise your children? It all seems to be pretty good. If the kid's dad stays out late at night, well, let your son or daughter call him. The slightly cool night breeze brought Shenwanji back to reality, and at the same time the cell phone placed on the table lit up. A lilting bell hovered. She had set a special ringtone for Gang Chi, so she knew who was calling without looking. Shenwanji was also a bit incredulous, but more than that, she was joyful. Jiang Che came out of the company in the evening and headed to the location that his good buddy Su Dong had sent over. The two hadn't gotten together in a long time. Su Dong took his wife to travel to Jiling this time and took this good opportunity to get together. But Gangshare belongs to the category of divorced singles and can go wherever he wants. But Su Dong is different. He has a wife. During the day when Jiang Che was at work, he was shopping with his wife. The main focus is a 100% satisfaction service for free time in the evening. After all, you can't let go of drinking with your best buddy and taking your wife. You want a bag for your bag and lipstick for your lipstick. High heels? Bye. Mu Qingxue had also noticed the change in Su Dong and responded to any request. Mouth as sweet as honey. After dinner at the restaurant where they had made reservations, the couple returned to the hotel together. Mu Lianxue thought that Su Dong's performance today was very good, and that she should also reward him. Past requests that seemed outrageous are not impossible to consider, but when she came out of the shower, she found Su Dong typing into his cell phone for a while. Seems to be talking to someone. Hurry up and take a shower. Su Dong saw his wife come out of the bathroom and cough twice. That. Light snow, I'm going out tonight. If I come back too late you can go to bed first. There's no need to wait for me. The beautiful atmosphere was instantly shattered. Mu Lianxue was not happy. What do you mean by I'll come back too late so you can sleep first? No, we've come for a long trip. Is it decent for you to leave me at the hotel? Then again, you went to college here, right? Gee, isn't there some married person you can't forget? See what you're saying, wife. Do you remember the guest who came in a wheelchair when we got married? Mu Lianxue thought about it. Su Dong added the keyword, the one who gave the most money for the share. Jiang Che, didn't I tell you? He's just a native of Jinling. Was in a dorm in college. Old relationship. I'm meeting him for a drink tonight, so I might be back sometime. Really? Mu Lianxue was half convinced. Isn't that ex-girlfriend of yours also a local of Jinling? Su Dong people are stupid. An ex-girlfriend remembered for life. Same as having a criminal record. No, the room was at a standstill. Mu Lianxue did not want to argue with Su Dong. If it's really what he says it is, it should go. After all, that one gave so much money for his share. But fear not, fear not. It is important to take precautions. Well, then, I'll go too. What are you going to do? You'll be bored with us two grown men talking and blowing off steam. You mean your wife can't hold it? Convinced? You'll come along. Mu Qingxue compromised, and so did Su Dong. Sometimes marriage is like that. Give me 2 minutes to change. The result was that it was Jiang Che's turn to be confused. He enters the box. Family Bureau? Hello. Mu Lianxue fell to greeting. Hello. Jiang Che responded without enthusiasm or indifference. Don't mind her. I told her she had to come here on her own to find offense, and talk about me coming out to see my ex-girlfriend. Su Dong's words stirred the atmosphere casually, then came to Jiang Che's side to hook shoulders and sit down. Mu Qingxue knew that Su Dong was a bit angry. Angry that she did not trust him. Loosen your tie. Can you drink with it tied? No drunkenness tonight. Since Su Dong didn't care, he himself cared even less, and Mu Lianxue stayed silent and ordered her food. It was only later that she realized that the two men had used memories to down their drinks. You say one thing and I say another, and the wine clanks down. Drinking later, Su Dong even talked about the college sorority. Mu Qingxue just didn't say anything. It didn't mean she wasn't there. Think about that dormitory sorority with the schoolgirls. You kid. Ahem. A very light cough sounded. Su Dong presses not to bring fear, because the schoolgirls did not look at him again. You kid. A schoolgirl asked you for your contact information. You actually said your cell phone was out of battery. See, if you'd said yes to her then, probably a lot happier. Who's to say? Cheers. A crisp crash sounded. Mu Qingxue began to worry that Su Dong had drunk too much, and embarrassed to stop it, always give some face to the man outside. Moreover, when Su Dong was with Jiang Che, it was as if they had changed back to their early 20s. The two drank all the way to nearly 10:30. A lot of things were said and the drinking was great. Mu Qingxue quietly ordered the waiter not to serve these two any more drinks. Probably doesn't even know what's north from what's south by now. Received his wife under the table love gestures. Su Dong had to call it quits. My wife is taking me away later. Who's going to control you? How about get a room at a small hotel in the neighborhood? Jiang Che looked at the couple and felt some inexplicable sadness in his heart. It's as if the feast has broken up and the others go home rejoicing. And you're walking alone by yourself. Yes, I'll make a call. I knew it. You must have, in the last few years, met other beautiful women. Get married early. Don't drift. Jiang Che smiled and took out his cell phone. His vision wavered a bit as the three numbers shifted in and out of his eyes. He pressed a random. The Lin family. And the bathroom was misted with water. And the luscious figure was vaguely visible. Lin Yueyan was soaking in the bathtub. The green silk was coiled up. The jade neck was graceful. And the warm water moisturized the blown skin. It was like she was missing someone. A cell phone ringing from the bedroom pierced the quiet. She sighed slightly. In the last few days, Lin Mubai borrowed money from her. Hundreds of millions. Said he used his old contacts and found a great program. As long as this order is done, there is a possibility of a comeback. Lin Yueyan's money has been used to acquire a portion of the company's stock lately. Inadequate funding. And that program is not low risk. Lindbergh's phone calls were non-stop all day. She was getting a little bored with it all. It's probably coming for money now too. Lin Yueyan was not slow to get out of the bath. By the time I picked up my cell phone, it all hung up automatically. Just what she wanted. But the name on the caller ID is husband. She scrambled to call back, but heard, on the line. Jiang Che froze slightly as he listened to the unanswered call. Are you really a loner? Brothers take you in. Come with me. I'll get you a hotel room. In the shifting line of sight, Gangshare dialed again. He didn't know whose he hit either. Hey, can you come pick me up? The voice on the other end of the line was pleasant and caring. Where are you now? With Jiang Che's tone, it wasn't hard to hear that he was drunk. A moment later, Jiang Che's voice turned into an unfamiliar female voice reporting the address. Soon, Mu Lianxue and Su Dong accompanied Jiang Che as they waited for 10 minutes, only to see a wonderful figure walk into the box. She seems to have come in a bit of a hurry. Long hair to the waist, green silk like a waterfall, wearing a housecoat. It's hard to hide her stunning beauty, feminine yet regal. Even Mu Qingxue couldn't help but admire her beauty in her heart. Shen Wanji greeted Su Dong and his wife, then came to Jiang Che's side. It's you. It's me. Let's go home. Before leaving, Shen Wanji asked the waiter to come over and settle the bill. Mu Lianxue tried to pay, but she was rebuffed with the host's reasoning. Fan Lan had said during dinner that Jiang Che was entertaining his classmates tonight, so naturally Shen Wanji couldn't let Mu Lianxue pay. It's getting late, so you guys should go home early too. Everything. Shen Wanji had helped Jiang Che handle it in such a way that he couldn't pick any faults. After Mu Qingxue took Su Dong away, she also helped Jiang Che into the passenger side. Drive yourself. While waiting for the stoplight, she remembered the sentence Jiang Che asked said, It's you. Who is it that the drunken man wants to see? Lin Yueyan? Or the beautiful assistant who follows him around all day? The green light is on. Her doubts dissipated as they did. It doesn't matter who exactly Jiang Che wants to meet. It's enough that it's yourself who's here tonight. The direction the car was traveling was not the direction of the old house. Instead, it's a villa bought by Shen Wanji. Chapter 95, Long hair at the waist. The villa, which Shen Wanji hadn't lived in for a long time, was equipped with a housekeeper who stayed on. Jiang Che's consciousness was dazed after his alcohol came up. He even said to Shen Wanji, Thank you, you came to pick me up. Such polite terms. A pang went through her at the sound of it. Thank you was a word that was so rusty when applied to their childhood sweethearts. It was the first time the housekeeper had seen the stunningly beautiful and generous female employer bring a man back. Respectfully ask if there's anything you can do to help. Shen Wanji just asked her to help support her. Drunk people are extra heavy. Sent to the second floor bedroom, the housekeeper had the good sense to leave. The room was incredibly quiet. The warmth of the light scattered around every corner. Shen Wanji gazed at Jiang Che's face and reached out her vegan hand to gently caress it with her fingertips. She remembered a scene from her youth. That one spring, summer, fall and winter side by side. To be together forever. I'll marry you after college. Auntie and uncle are only quarreling for the moment. They'll always make up. And I'll be there for you no matter what. The teenager has turned into the spirited, handsome and dashing person he is today as the years have gone by. The young girl has also become noble and charming, and of national color. But we can never go back to the old days when we depended on each other. It doesn't matter who you subconsciously want to call when you're drunk. Thinking of whom and remembering whom? The one who stays by your side nowadays is me, Jiang Che. Shinwanji cupped his face with both hands. Who am I? Dazed and confused, Jiang Che heard voices coming from far and near in his ears. Barely open your eyes to see. The hazy figure shifted, but in the end, he didn't see the red rose as a white rose. Shinwanji, yes, you have to remember me, whoever is on your mind right now. All to remember that it is Shinwanji who is by your side tonight. Got it? The pleasant voice was full of tenderness. Shinwanji slowly bent down. Jiang Che was like being in a sea of roses, surrounded by an ethereal fragrance. With a shallow kiss, she said warmly, I love you. The subtle rustling of clothes. Shinwanji's flawless prime hand unbuttoned her shirt one by one. Jiang Che only felt as if he had fallen into the swirling warm spring water, and as if he was floating on a dreamy cloud. There was a wailing in his ear, and he struggled to open his eyes and saw only a perfect figure. Late night. Silence finally returned to the room. Shinwanji's bright forehead had fragrant sweat on it, and a few strands of hair on her temples were wet. She snuggled into Jiang Che's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Early morning. Jiang Che only felt a headache. To the eye, there was an unfamiliar ceiling. Memory seems to be stuck, and Sudong said something about the sorority in college. The hand moved slightly. It's all warmth and softness when you touch it. Looking down, there was a stunning beauty lying in his arms. Good morning, Shinwanji, after experiencing the clouds and rain, was rippling the heart and soul between every move. Feminine and enchanting, with a unique flavor. Jiang Che desperately pondered if he had been drunkenly fooling around last night. Shinwanji's dexterous vegetative hand ran over his chest. Who was on your mind last night when you were drunk? What thinking about who? Jiang Che subconsciously asked. When I went to pick you up, you said it's me. So, who were you going to call originally? Lin Yuan? Some fragments of memory surfaced. He remembers Sudong saying that he has a wife in charge. Who's in charge of him tonight? A little lonely in his own mind. Then 1 or 2 calls were made from that cell phone. Shinwanji saw that Jiang Che was silent for a long time and stopped pursuing the matter. A good morning kiss was offered. Jiang Che said tentatively, last night. Don't worry, it's not your fault, and I'm not going to blackmail you into marriage with this. I initiated it. Jiang Che, I said I only love you in this life, and I want to give you my body and soul. After many years of lateness, this promise has finally been fulfilled. The years are pressing on, and the red face grows old. I just want to give myself to you at the most beautiful age. Life is still long. All the promises I once made to you will be fulfilled in the not-so-distant future. It was these sea vows that made me wonder how to say goodbye to you in the first place. It ends up being a cowardly escape. From this day forward, in whatever capacity, I will be with you forever. The human brain has protective mechanisms. Once certain memories cause you too much pain, it allows them to blur and be forgotten, even subconsciously not wanting to think about it. Jiang Che in those days of pain. Midnight dreams do not know how much. He gradually forgot some of the details in the background. It's as if the writing on the bronze has been smoothed out with the sandpaper called pain. He couldn't remember when Shinwanji had said she would commit her body and mind to him. Just remember that it was very rainy that night. When he woke up, the childhood friend he grew up with disappeared into his world. You treat me. Is it guilt, or is it love? Jiang Che, I may be a woman of my word in your heart, but of that you have no doubt. I love you. If I owe something to someone, I'm going to go out and make it up with money. I'm not short of money. For you, I want to spend the rest of my life making amends. The room fell silent. It didn't matter if Gang Chi believed it or didn't give a damn. She was willing to do it all. Honey, is it okay to leave time for me today? I don't want much. Just today. It's been a long time since I've walked and hung out with you. All these years of life. It's so exhausting. Jiang Che vaguely recalled that Shinwanji's initial dream was to become a pianist. But in a twist of fate, she becomes a high-powered female president. Be at the helm of a commercial mothership. After warming up to her insatiable appetite, Shinwanji did not avoid Jiang Che. The thin quilt slipped from her fragrant shoulders along her marvelous curves. It's blood-curdling. After changing into a long dress, Jiang Che also got dressed. She asked Gang Chi to brush her hair. The green silk was like a waterfall, falling down to the waistline of the surplus. Jiang Che's technique was quite skillful. The two were inexplicably well matched in the mirror. Shinwanji quietly felt Jiang Che's skillful technique. She knew that once Jiang Che also wanted to brush Lin Yuan's hair like this, but she didn't care anymore, and wasn't in a position to count for more. The love-struck teenager from many years ago had given her a very pretty hairband. The young girl raised her hand and let her green silk cascade down like water. Have the teenager take the hairband that was given as a gift and put her in a high ponytail. Each movement tugged at the young girl's heartstrings. It took a long time to try and succeed, the touch of which was unspoken by both men. Now that my hair is long and waist-length, June is still there. Chapter 95 Experience Volume. If anything, the scent of hair evokes waves of memory. Jiang Hao was a bit distracted. no slacking off. A charming and pleasant voice rang out. The soft green silk flowed like water through the palm of her hand. His clumsiness disappeared into time. O'Hara moving with skill. When everything is ready. Shin Mingji handed over a jade hairpin for him to insert diagonally into his cloud temples. In the mirror, a long, flowing, noble and classical beauty stunned time. Especially those sparkling, watery eyes. Pretty? She got up and asked the man behind her for his opinion. Jiang Che nodded. A smile spread across Shinwanji's charming face. It was as if the two had gone back to those days of summer cicadas and winter snow. No, a new future awaited her. Shinwanji felt that she was simply the happiest woman in the world at the moment. No more regrets. Trivia is ready. That includes making the messy bed, and putting away that sheet. The two then went out the door. It wasn't that Shinwanji wasn't willing to make a breakfast for Jiang Che. If he wanted to, she was willing to do it every day. Rather, there was a place more suited to this otherworldly morning. Not some gilded, top-notch restaurant. Nor is it something that requires status qualifications to enter. The destination was a small noodle shop. It opened in the neighborhood of a school that continues to this day. Although the decor has been somewhat different, the general layout has not changed. Jiang Che stood in the doorway in a bit of a trance. Dusty memoirs that are gradually being turned over. When they were still in school, the two of them used to come to this little noodle shop. Teenage girls and teenage boys order wontons with different fillings. Before you move your chopsticks, you'll give a few to each other's bowls. So much for a few more surprises. The next wonton may be the one you love, or the one your loved one likes the taste of. It's still there, Jiang Che whispered. Since waiting in vain, he never came back to this place of memories. Well, I've been walking over here a lot since I got back. Stumbled upon it by accident. This little noodle shop hasn't drowned in the past and would like to bring you to it. And fear of rejection. Now there's finally a chance. Let's go and try to see if it tastes as good as it did. Jiang Che was held by Shin Mingji's arm as he walked into the somewhat outdated but hygienic little noodle shop. It was just after the breakfast rush for the walk-ins, who were busy with the dishes. Instead, they see a pair of extremely good-looking partners, walking into the store. According to the clothes, they should have gone to one of those starred restaurants with beautiful romantic music as a backdrop. Now it comes to this cheap noodle shop, but when they skillfully reported two different flavors of wonton, they looked like regular customers. Jiang Che and Shenwanji looked at each other, the meaning of which only they understand. Once when they came to eat wontons, this boss lady was still in style. They will also give them extra weight for these students. Now come again. There were silver strands in her hair. Don't recognize them. Also, after all these years, many students in blue and white uniforms have visited the store. Maybe there will be another pair of green childhood friends coming here for wontons, too. The two are carefree and excited about the future. The biggest annoyance was that last big question on the math paper. If so, then Shinwanji hoped that theirs would not be as bumpy as her own. Less inclined. The boss's wife brought up 2 bowls of wontons and said politely, "Enjoy your meal." Shinwanji took the lead in moving her chopsticks. Taking the wontons in his bowl, he chucked a few to Jiang Che. The whole thing was natural. Then and only then did I taste it myself. Auntie, your family's wonton is still so delicious after all these years. You guys, we used to eat here a lot when we were students. Jiang Che laughed. Turns out it was a customer from years ago. Gee, time passes all of a sudden. You've all grown up and gone your separate ways. Auntie doesn't recognize you. Got a good job after graduation. Did you? Yes. How is your business these days? Shinwanji asked. It's not that bad. Students leave and come back. My son told me to close the store and retire. But I always feel a little younger at heart with vibrant students. You guys take your time eating. Not enough for Auntie to add to it. No charge. The boss's wife was also happy. As if winter had passed once the fledglings had returned. Separate emotions. It's a good thing we came today. 2 years later maybe the boss's wife would have retired. Shinwanji winked at Jiang Che. Where are we going after breakfast? Jiang Che swallowed a full, juicy wonton. His day is booked. Enjoy the food first in the moment. When it came time to check out, the owner's wife said she wouldn't take any money. Also put away the QR code used to collect money. Jiang Che was a bit helpless. Shenwanji, on the other hand, didn't think so and said after getting into the car, "We'll just double it back next time we come." Also, Jiang Che stopped dwelling on it. She always relieved him in 3 words. It used to be that way, and it doesn't seem to have changed. Early in the morning, the two ate a king's dinner and went straight to the busy city center. Shinwanji looked at the man beside her who was concentrating on driving with a clear outline. The weather was nice and sunny. Go do something couples should do. After finding a parking space, the two of them watched the latest movie at Shinwanji's suggestion. The movie was great. Only she preferred the feeling of being snuggled up against Jiang Che's shoulder. All the worries were put to rest as much as they could be. Warmth mixed with sweetness. If life is a changing, choppy ocean, then Gang Chi is her safe haven. Jiang Che also wanted to watch the movie properly, but there was a couple of you and me wherever his eyes went, like glue, kissing back and forth. At this moment, Shenwanji's pleasant voice rang in her ears. Honey, isn't one good morning kiss enough? Exhale. Jiang Che's ears were occupied by a tingly sensation. She took her lover's hand in the dimness and held it tightly. I said I'd spend the rest of my life making it up to you, so when I get home, do whatever you want. There's no need to envy others. Clearly evocative words, but it contained two heavy emotions, and Jiang Che did not have a hint of charming. A faint, inaudible sigh. The movie is over. The two of them strolled through the bustling shopping streets where people came and went. Be the most dazzling couple in the crowd. The warm sunlight gave their figures a light golden color. Like a dream, Shenwanji had her eye on a pair of delicate mahogany pendants, decidedly paid. Then he placed one of them in Gang Chi's hand. You need to keep it safe. Don't lose it. Jiang Che looked at the pendant lying in his hand, which was only half of it. It's only complete when the two are one. Every time she goes shopping, she buys something for herself, both the person she is today and the person she used to be. In that era when even smartphones were not yet fully popular, Jiang Che loved listening to songs and thought of saving up to buy an MP3. How could he hide it from the young girl he had grown up with? On a weekend, the young girl asked him to go shopping with her under the pretext of buying a dress, then bought him an MP3. Use up your long-saved allowance. The beauty of it is that it's a birthday present, but Jiang Che's birthday isn't for another month. Later that MP3 held too many memories for them. One side of the earbuds echoed the melody of youth. Something touched Jiang Che's heart. Eyes strayed to the sides of the street. What started out as a young girl has turned into an asset-rich female CEO. Giving anything away seems redundant. The corner of Shenwanji's mouth lifted up in a beautiful arc. Mr. Jiang, send me a bouquet of flowers. The last time you bought me flowers was years ago. Okay, there is no shortage of florists in the busy business district. The two quickly found one. Roses and this young lady are a perfect match. These were the exact words of the clerk selling the flowers. What do you think? Shenwanji turned her head to ask the people around her. She's right, roses do suit you better. Her smile sparkled a little more at her lover's affirmation. Shenwanji stopped speaking and just looked at him. Jiang Che then reacted. This was waiting for him to buy her flowers. So he greeted that clerk ready to buy a whole bunch of roses. But Shenwanji suggested, just a small bunch consisting of 3. Sometimes it doesn't matter how many roses. Even the roses don't matter. It mostly depends on the person who sends the flowers. The right people love it even when they don't send it. The person is not the right person to give it away and not love it. What's more, she wanted to accompany Jiang Che to go shopping, and she couldn't hold his arm with a big bouquet of flowers. It was the first time the store clerk had seen this kind of customer. Sharp wrapped 3 roses. Jiang Che also paid sharply. Out of the flower store, walking through the bustling streets attracted more attention. People are more charming than flowers. The bouquet of roses was instead reduced to a companion for Shenwanji. What was even more enviable was that the noble and charming woman was holding a man's arm so intimately. There was talking and laughing, looking at him differently. Envy. Sometimes too much charm isn't a good thing. While the two of them were strolling around the shopping district, Jiang Che just left for a little while to go to the restroom. Then someone unknowingly tries to come up and strike up a conversation. Beauty. I wonder if there's any time for us to go shopping together in the luxury store upstairs. I'll take the check. The visitor also inadvertently revealed his wristwatches, as well as the keys to a sports car worth several $1 million. He used to pick up girls with this without fail. Today's President Shin was immersed in happiness, and his aura was not as intimidating. So much so that some eyeless people had the audacity to come along. Leave me alone or you'll regret it. Coming out of the restroom, Gang Chi came this way. Shenwanji also didn't bother with the one who accosted her. You can't help the corners of your mouth from turning up and spreading a happy smile when you see someone you like. What's wrong? Don't pay any attention to it. He told me he has a pretty nice sports car. Honey, do you want me to buy one for you to play with? Forget it, the one I'm driving now isn't that bad. You can't have too many good cars. The two left holding hands and chatting. Treat that hitchhiker like nothing. How can someone even eat and take it? With a girlfriend that is so charming that she actually gave him a sports car? Happiness and good times can never be retained and are fleeting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was becoming poisonous. Jiang Che and Shenwanji hit the road back home. She put the 3 roses in a vase and kept them in water. This can extend the flowering period a bit. The villa was a little quiet. The two lounged together on the couch, and there was a wonderful sense of inclusion between her and him. It's about not feeling bored, lonely, drained, and jaded just by being with each other. Maybe that's the natural advantage of being a childhood friend. An unrivaled sense of dependence. Honey, want to take a nap? Not sleepy yet. What if it's a knee pillow? Want to give it a try? See if it still feels like it did back then. Consider it a reward for shopping with me. Shenwanji took Jiang Che's arm and slowly exerted herself to let him sleep on her lap. Feelings from the depths of memory came flooding back. When Jiang Che saw the knee pillow from the TV, then he stammered and asked for this benefit from his own green plum. At that age of love, holding hands is the great attempt. Lying on each other's laps in such an intimate gesture, enough to make the hearts of innocent men and women beat like deer. But Shinwanji still agreed. Gradually, Jiang Che became fond of this feeling. Imagine running to your own green plum's room when you're upset, then quietly close the door, say you want a knee pillow, and she blushes slightly, never rejecting you the moment you lay in her lap. All your worries have dissipated. All that was left was the sleepiness that welled up. Don't move. You promised the whole day today would be mine. Shinwanji gently stroked her lover's face. Sleep well now. Good girl. Close your eyes. Shinwanji quietly guarded Jiang Che. The scene is beautiful like a painting. What a blessing. But sometimes too much happiness can be cruel. Yeah, it's like she's back in the middle of that best decade. One of the incredibly cruel things in the world is to lose people and things you were meant to have. There's also a fine word for it, lost and found. But losing again after losing again is hell. Neither Shinwanji nor Lin Yueyan could afford to pay this price. Chapter 96, The Garden Tour. Those who have overslept their naps know that feeling of loneliness that comes with waking up in the evening. It was as if one had been abandoned by the whole world. But Gang Chi didn't feel that way at all. Awake? The hazy vision made the person in front of her take on a hazy beauty as well. The pleasant voice was warmer than the afterglow of the setting sun. Auntie Fong called not long ago to ask us to come home for dinner. Do you want to stay here tonight, dear? Or go back? At the movie theater. She had made a promise, which was why Shinwanji had asked this question. Go home. Jiang Che got up and looked around. What time is it? Almost 6. It's not too late to go back. Go. The two left the opulent villa together and shared the two old houses they grew up in together. The music in the car is just right. Not too loud or too weak. Jiang Che, however, realized that these songs were all the songs stored in that MP3 back then. Shinwanji, who was sitting in the passenger seat, changed the sad love song that was playing to a music with a relaxing rhythm. The windows don't close all the way. The evening wind ran in with the warmth of the setting sun. There were a lot of cars on the road, but she wasn't in the least bit anxious. What's the harm in going home a little late or a little early when the right person is with you? At the moment, there is not a single bit of worry hanging over the mind. The only thing she regretted was that she had missed these days for far too long. I don't know how many stoplights I passed before the familiar streets came into view. Parking the car, Jiang Che didn't even need to take out his key to open the door. Fong Lan had already left the door open. Mom, Auntie Sha Nianyun was there. Fong Lan poked out half of her body from the kitchen. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Shinwanji washed her hands and headed toward the kitchen to help serve the food. Jiang Che, on the other hand, was left to chat in the living room by Xiao Nianyun. Each favors the other. In the past, when Jiang Che went to Qingmei's house, he enjoyed the treatment of a biological son. Shinwanji came to the Jiang family as well. No, Shinwanji had just entered the kitchen when Fong Lan's voice came out. Wanji, go get Jiang Che to serve. You just go sit in the living room and wait for dinner. Listen, Auntie feels sorry for you when you get a little grease on this pretty dress. Ahem. Aunt Xiao, I'm not short of money right now. I'll go serve the food first. Fine. Go ahead. Coming to the door, Jiang Che said, the kitchen is so small, so you can go out first. Shinwanji had to go back to the living room and wait for dinner in peace. The dishes were served to the table by Jiang Che one after another in a sharp manner. Fong Lan is all retired and her hobbies are raising flowers and studying cooking. They, the older generation, can't lie down without finding something to do. The meal was delicious and enjoyable. Jiang Che had braised pork ribs in front of him, and Shinwanji had steamed osmanthus fish in front of her. It's all about what they love to eat. Shinwanji subconsciously pinched the most delicious fish belly to Jiang Che. 2 lines of sight swept right over, but it was just a moment. It's not like these two kids haven't seen each other pinch each other's food before. As a teenager, it's all boring to watch. Now both Shinwanji and Jiang Che, by virtue of their wealthy status, they have eaten countless chef-made dishes, but the favorites are these 2 dishes. Familiar craftsmanship brings familiar flavors. Dinner was spent in the midst of its fun. Jiang Che took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes, and Shinwanji was pulled by Fong Lan to chat. When Jiang Che had finished washing the bowls, she made a cup of tea for everyone present, then settled down next to Gang Chi. Fong Lan and Xiao Nianyun were discussing going to the flower and bird market tomorrow to buy a few pots of flowers to raise. After Shinwanji saw Jiang Che finish the cup of tea, she came to his ear and said, accompany me for a walk, just like old times. You said, today all your time belongs to me. When Fong Lan and Xiao Nianyun saw them whispering, they also pretended not to see. Shinwanji greeted them and followed Jiang Che out the door. Night shrouds the street that gave birth to childhood, with streetlights on both sides illuminating the way. The night breeze was slightly cool, but nowhere near cold, blowing the hem of Shinwanji's skirt. and a few strands of sideburns around her ears, beautiful as if it came out of a painting. Come to the abandoned marina that has been commercially developed by day. The colorful neon lights were reduced to a perfect backdrop for the two. Remember the last time I met those guys here who were playing drunk? It was when the bottle landed on my shoulder and all I could feel was a gush of pain coming from it. But then when you carried me to the hospital, it felt like none of that was a big deal. Zhang Che was speechless, his mind recalling the scene of that night. He also did not expect that Shenwanji would have the courage to stand in front of him. The two watched the water for a while before stepping into the neon. Let's go over there. There seems to be a food court event going on here. There are countless stalls of all kinds. The crowds were huge and lively, and I wonder if it was to avoid being swept away by the crowd again. Shenwanji kept holding Zhang Che's arm. Even when I went to get a drink, I didn't let go. The owner is sour. Why would such an impeccable person want to come to eat roadside food with a man? He doesn't understand. Sometimes eating mainly depends on who you're eating with. She could accompany Zhang Che to eat roadside stalls or go to the most upscale restaurant. Having money or not having money was never a hindrance to the two. 2 lemonades for you. Beautiful. Shenwanji inserted one of the cups with its straw and handed it to Zhang Che. And so it was. This food court is just one more beautiful sight. Elegant long dress, noble temperament, wonderful beauty. And yet she was so dependent on the man beside her. Even the onlookers can see that. Though I couldn't hear what the two so well matched were saying. But it's certainly sweeter than that drink they're holding. The crowd dispersed slowly. It was getting late, and the night air was laced with a touch of cold. Shenwanji and Zhang Che returned the same way. Back in front of the two homes, she reluctantly let go of her sidekick's arm. Zhang Che, I'm happy today. One of the best days in years. Happiest day. Good night. She waited until Zhang Che stepped into the house before leaving. Tonight Shen Mengji slept extraordinarily soundly. Before you know it, it's time to take little Jiang Yun to the park. Recently, the company has had some problems, and the in-home nanny has been taking care of Jiang Yun for a lot of the daytime. But Zhang Che wanted to come, so Lin Yueyan put off the meeting. The old her would have chosen the company. Now she knows how to appreciate it after losing it. The moment Jiang Yun met Zhang Che, she immediately wanted a kiss and a hug. Not one less. It was originally held by Lin Yueyan, who fluttered and fluttered. Okay, let your daddy hold you. Lin Yueyan walked towards Zhang Che, and her daughter was already waiting for a hug with her little arms open, sweetly calling out to daddy. Have you had lunch? Lin Yueyan said with concern. Chapter 97, The Madman. Not yet. Zhang Che responded to Lin Yueyan's words while hugging his daughter. Then to the couch in the living room. Daddy's got a present for you. Let's see if you like it. His tone was doting. Zhang Yun's little friend's watery eyes turned bright when she heard this. Zhang Che also did not whet his daughter's appetite, and took out a small white dress from the paper bag printed with the brand's logo. It was as if the clouds in the sky were woven together. Like it? Aha! Let mommy help you change and go play in your pretty dress today. Zhang Che was considerate and had already sent it to be dry cleaned ahead of time after buying it. This way, Zhang Yun's little friend doesn't even have to wait. Mom! Zhang Yun looked at Lin Yueyan, her eyes full of impatience. You only missed me coming now that you think of it, and I don't know who it was just now that wouldn't even let me hug daddy once I saw him coming. Lin Yueyan said rather helplessly, but still brought her daughter back to the bedroom to change into her little dress. A few moments later, Zhang Yun's little friend came out from inside, and Zhang Che took a bite out of his good looks. Today's Lin Yueyan also wore a long white dress as well, elegant and noble. After holding her daughter in her arms once more, she asked Zhang Che such a question instead. Daddy, last time you left, mommy kissed you. How come you didn't get her a present? Zhang Che froze. Didn't buy any gifts? Quite the opposite. Even when Zhang Che spent all his money on Wang Yan's medical bills back then and looked for a friend to get a job, after a long day of labor, he would also take a little detour after work to buy a dessert that Lin Yueyan liked to eat, creating little surprises in the ordinary and cozy life. Only later Lin Yueyan got rich and $12 desserts were too much for her. It seems to have become meaningless and even a bit shabby. After all, she could effortlessly buy a dessert store if she wanted to. So much so that the desserts that Zhang Che bought back for him would usually still be in their original state on the living room table the next day. He could only eat it in silence. His heart dry. Gifts were given as well. He was emptied out of his family's money, even if he was slowly getting better behind the scenes. The gift spot also still can't keep up with Lin Yueyan's vision. For example, Zhang Che gave a set of skincare products, but that set of skincare products was completely inferior to what Lin Yueyan used. Clothes, shoes, the gifts that were bought back. Sometimes Lin Yueyan didn't even bother to open the box to take a look. Later, Zhang Che stopped delivering. The marriage just got weird in an inexplicable way. Zhang Che smiled and didn't say anything, but Zhang Yun's little brain had a mind of its own. In a small voice, he asked Zhang Che, Daddy, Are you running out of money to buy mom a present? I have a piggy bank. It's got lots and lots of money in it. Jiang Che touched his daughter's little face and said seriously, Daddy hasn't become poor and rich. At the same time a wave of warmth surged through his heart. Lin Yueyan was right next to her, and the conversation between father and daughter fell into her ears word for word. After all, a daughter is more like her father, and can give all she has for the people she identifies with. Hearing his daughter ask Jiang Che why he didn't buy a gift for himself, there was a sense of regret in my heart. Later she ate many kinds of desserts, none of which were as delicious as the one Jiang Che brought back to her from work. Sometimes dessert is more than just dessert. It contains many things. Just didn't appreciate it at the time, and even disliked it. Jiang Yun's little friend insists on giving his father his piggy bank and a bank card. That card is still run by Jiang Che. She's in a circle where she's destined to have no shortage of pressure money. A small portion was put in the deposit box and the rest was saved for her by Lin Yueyan. Dad, here. Cute and adorable daughters offer you their treasures and want to support you with their yearbook money. With her little white dress, she was a little angel in Jiang Che's eyes. When Jiang Che didn't take it, she was still in a hurry with Jiang Che. Okay, you gave me the piggy bank and everything. What about when mommy gets jealous? Jiang Yun glanced at Lin Yueyan sheepishly. Why don't you give the piggy bank to mommy to keep? And when daddy needs money, ask mommy for it. Okay. When the two sang together, Jiang Yun was coaxed into submission. Late afternoon. The climate is a little cooler. Jiang Che Lin Yueyan took her daughter to a nearby flower park, just in time for the blooming season. Beautiful flowers and dark scents. Jiang Yun looked east and west, like a small white butterfly in a sea of flowers. No picking. If you want it, daddy will go to the store out front later and buy your wreath. Jiang Yun is an obedient child. Jiang Che said no picking. She will not pick. Gang Chi is also a trustworthy parent. When I left, I literally bought my daughter a wreath at the store out front. When she bought it, she hadn't forgotten about Lin Yueyan. Daddy, can we get one for mommy too? Okay. Jiang Che paid for a large and small wreath. Put it on your daughter first. Then he handed the other one to Lin Yueyan. Instead of taking it, she smiled and said, put it on for me. My daughter prodded along, her eyes expectant. Jiang Che still personally put the beautiful flower garland on Lin Yueyan's head, a touch of warmth in the cold. So like a noble and gentle flower fairy, Lin Yueyan couldn't help but think of the scene at the wedding where Jiang Che once put on her wedding ring. Today she is content with just a little bit of happiness, played half a day and came home after eating out. Jiang Yun was still thinking about the beautiful garland before he went to bed, but one or two of the wreaths began to fade. It ruins the overall aesthetics. Children always yearn for a fairy tale world. Daughter, you need to understand. Flowers bloom and fall, so do people. Even daddy can't stay with you for the rest of your life. The latter half of the sentence, Jiang Che held in his heart, turned to several bedtime stories. It was only eventually that my daughter was put to sleep. Early morning. It was Lin Yueyan who woke up first and gave Jiang Che and her daughter a good morning kiss in turn. Busy breakfast, full of people's wives. She also helps to straighten her collar before Jiang Che goes to the office. It's like a gentle, caring wife. The days flowed calmly and passed day by day. But then something unexpected breaks the peace. A Hongmen banquet has begun. Lin Yueyan received a call from Wang Yun, said he missed her and asked her to come back for dinner tonight. That night, Lin Yueyan returned to the Lin family but found her mother a bit too solicitous. She hadn't cooked in a long time and she actually cooked herself. Lindbergh is also at home and normal. Try this braised eggplant, your old favorite. It didn't take long. Wang Yun had already given her food for the third time. Lin Mubai, who was sitting across from him, wanted to say something. The Lin family's face value is good, but at this moment, Lin Mubai has a scruffy beard and dark circles under his eyes. It seems like it's been a long time since I've had a good night's rest. Mom, just tell me what's going on. Wang Yun smiled and put down her chopsticks. Your brother has been having some difficulties lately. All family, I hope you help him. What is it? Lin Yueyan this time turned her gaze to Lin Mubai who wanted to speak. He slurred out 3 words. Indebted. Lin Yueyan's heart then suddenly felt bad. It turns out that not only did Lin Mubai borrow a large amount of debt in his personal name, also signed a betting agreement, trying to make a comeback. Unfortunately, it was a flop. Today it is in debt. The only hope rested on Lin Yueyan. If there wasn't still that chance, guess he'd have been on the roof a long time ago. The fact that he had come to find Lin Yueyan now was just what the undercover man wanted. Lin Mubai's network of connections has long been mapped out. He's nothing more than a decoy. Someone used him to cut meat from Lin Yueyan, or from his ex-brother-in-law. When Lin Yueyan heard that astronomical figure, the blandness in her heart was gone. Sis, I really don't have a way out. Help me. Stop it. I don't have that kind of money on hand at all. If you can afford to owe it, pay it yourself. Lin Yueyan was angry and furious. When Lin Mubai's accident happened, She used a lot of money to clean up that mess, even more so now. Sister, you don't have. Can ask Jiang Che to borrow it? He won't refuse you. After all, you gave him a daughter. Let's just say you're going to use. There's no way he can't get that money as his reputation has grown over the years. Have you forgotten how you despised him back then? You have the cheek to ask. I don't. And encouraged me to lie to him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Anyway, I can't help this time. How can you not help? Sis, you still have shares of the company in your hand. Sell some of them. Just sell some and I'm sure I can get through this. There's no room for negotiation. Seeing that Lin Mubai actually hit his idea on shares, her face was cold. These are the things that will secure your daughter's future. Seeing how determined Lin Yuan was, Lin Mubai became anxious. Why is there no room for negotiation? Do you really want to see me go down the path of extinction, never to be turned around again? Sis, you've changed. You'd leave me whatever good food we had at home when we were in school. You've even slapped me around for an outsider since we got married. We're the family. Why don't you help me? I really have no choice. I'm desperate. What if it was Jiang Che who was like me and asked you to sell your shares to save your life? Are you selling? Lin Yuan was silent for a while. You're wrong. Jiang Che has never asked me to borrow money, even when his company was in trouble. Instead, when I first cleaned up that mess of yours, I spent whatever money I had on hand that I should have. You're in no position to accuse me. Sadly, it was only after the divorce that Lin Yuan realized why Jiang Che refused to spend her money in the first place. Probably then, he had anticipated the present scenario. After trying so hard to avoid it, it finally happened. Sis, you still haven't answered my question positively. Your scrupulousness just proves that when something happens to Jiang Che, you will sell the shares in your hand to help him. So why can't I? Can't you just help? Why? Please. Lin Yuan indifferently got up and shook off Lin Mubai's hand that came up to retain her. And then came the sound of dishes breaking all over the floor, and the call of Wang Yun. Hundreds of millions of dollars of agreements he had the guts to sign. It wasn't that she didn't help. It was that she couldn't. Either lose control of the company or go begging to Jiang Che. Either one of these was unacceptable to her. The company is a guarantee for the future life of my daughter. As for begging him for this matter, Lin Yuan couldn't even dare to imagine the disgusted look in Jiang Che's eyes. What had been a relationship between the two had been shattered a long time ago. It's just sustained by my daughter. To Lin Mubai, she also had a clear conscience. The desperate and disheveled Lin Mubai in the living room sat paralyzed on the floor. All over the place he swept off the rice dishes. Wang Yun tried to help him up, but was pushed away. The mouth murmured, Why? Why can you help him but not me? Why? Burdened with a huge debt, he seems to have only one way left to go. In that case, then let's go on the road together. He was in a state of madness, as if he were a demon demanding his life. 2 days later, Lin Yuan went to the company for a meeting. Jiang Yun was left in the care of an in-home nanny. While watching TV, Lin Mubai came. The nanny didn't get suspicious when she saw him coming. After all, Lin Mubai would occasionally come over. Instead, he ended up storming out and knocking the house sitter to the ground. Step by step, he approached Jiang Yun with a weird smile on his face. Don't worry, Rhyme. I'm not going to hurt you. Be good. I'll take you to your father. And at this moment, Lin Yuan was not fully aware of all this. Chapter 98. Jiang Che was discussing something vital with the company's executives. It was hard to come to an end, and Chen Qingqing followed him back to the office. Last time, Jiang Che said he would treat her to a meal. Then all sorts of things were put on hold. It's a nice day for a dinner date. But Jiang Che had just sat down when his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, which one? He asked tentatively. Instead, a voice processed by a voice changer came from across the room. I have your daughter. Come to that Thai development on the northern outskirts of the city in half an hour. By the way, Jiang Che, you have to be quick. Don't come within half an hour or call the police so I can find out what's going on. Consequences will be your own. Jiang Che had no time to speak before the call was hung up. An invisible pressure lingered. He instantly dialed Lin Yuan's number. Lin Yuan over here had also just taken care of the company's business and was ready to go home. Jiang Che's incoming call made her feel surprised. The cold look of a trace of tenderness emerged. Honey, are you coming home tonight? My side. Are you at home or where are you now? Where is Xiao Yun? Jiang Che directly interrupted her. Just finishing up the company and getting ready to go home. Lin Yuan heard Jiang Che's anxious tone and had a bad feeling in her heart. When Gangshare informs her of the kidnapping call, she panics. Immediately call the house sitter. Got no answer. After Jiang Che received the answer, a heart felt as if it had been thrown into a boiling frying pan. And yet, you have to be calm. Immediately called the police and went straight down to the parking lot while describing the details of what happened and where he was going. The employees along the road, the executives saw their boss in such a hurry. Conjectures abound. Chen Qingqing followed behind, and the more she heard, the more alarmed she became. And it doesn't help much. Every time Jiang Che encountered something, he himself was always in a bystander's point of view. Gang share. Before he got into the car, Chen Qingqing shouted. Jiang Che turned back to her and asked for her cell phone, then left a sentence. The company is in your hands. The car ran to the exit at an incredible speed in the basement, then disappeared from Chen Qingqing's sight. Along the way, things flew backward, and there was still some time before the evening rush hour. The roads aren't too crowded. The throttle gets deeper and deeper. By the time he arrived at the derelict property on the northern outskirts of the city that had been the scene of a death that had made the news, it's awfully quiet and overgrown. The unknown number called again. I see you. Walk up to the one directly in front of the door. Jiang Che followed his instructions, stepped into the building and, the place was so primitive that even the red bricks of the walls hadn't been touched up, and staircase after staircase didn't even have a handrail. The building echoed with Jiang Che's footsteps alone. When he got to the 4th floor, he was met with a man with his back to him. The man with his back to him heard the movement and turned as well. Lin Mubai, TSK, isn't this Mr. Jiang? Lin Mubai clapped his hands as if congratulating him on his arrival. A lunatic. Where is my daughter? Jiang Che looked around and didn't spot Jiang Yun at all. Lin Mubai didn't answer, but talked to himself. I heard someone died here once. It was death that drove him to jump out of the building. You know what? I could have stayed off this path. As long as Lin Yueyan she's willing to help me a little. That saying about married daughters really is true. She's not willing to sell her shares to raise money for me. And yet, I was willing to sell those shares for you. What a great couple. No, you're divorced. Even then, she wouldn't help me. If I don't feel good, neither will you. Jiang Che listened to his crazy talk, understanding the general message. This white eye is probably in debt. Lin Yueyan refused to help him. Jiang Che slowed down his tone and tried not to irritate him. Whatever you want, ask for it all. Money, how much? Rhyme is your family too. Shut up. When I did this, I was prepared for the worst. You'll leave me alone? If I'm right, you've called the police. Jail time is on the table. I'm here to pull a backstabber today. You Jiang Che are rich, but unfortunately, soon you will lose it all. Same as me. Lin Mubai came to Jiang Che and patted his face. In fact, Lin Mubai was right. The cell phone in Jiang Che's pocket that he had borrowed from Chen Qingqing was staying on the line. Don't presume to play the emotional card. Your daughter's surname is Jiang, not Lin. So what's the pity of a little accident? Jiang Che, you don't understand what it's like to have a wife and a family, and to lose your career and have nothing left to lose. Tell you what, let's do a multiple choice. Lin Mubai took out a syringe. The thin needles are inexplicably frightening. Guess what? It's some kind of horrible immunization virus, or a paralyzing, even deadly, neurotoxin? Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid. It doesn't have to be on you. Tell you what, you inject it, or your daughter does. Lin Mubai dialed the video on the other side, and Jiang Yun looked like she had passed out. She was surrounded by a skinny, bony man. It looks like it's in the car. Where are you sending my daughter? Jiang Che's intentions were recognized. Humph, cut the crap and don't stall for time. If you don't dare, you can leave now and I promise not to stop you. Lin Mubai's vicious face suddenly slowed down. If I were you, there's so much money. What woman could you want that you couldn't find? And having another daughter would be easy. Besides, don't you hate Lin Yueyan? Without this burden, you are free. Let's go. Gang share. Seemingly escaping with their lives, they have more nefarious plans behind their backs. Nowadays, Lin Mubai is already under the pressure of various stimuli and does not look like a normal person. If Jiang Che left, the one who suffered would be Jiang Yun. When Lin Yueyan lost her beloved daughter, the grief that had nowhere to be resolved would turn into the most intense hatred. The culprit is, of course, him, but Lin Yueyan would also hate Jiang Che, hating him for not protecting his daughter. The two were strangers. No, turning against each other was possible. This is what Lin Mubai wants to see. Aren't you willing to give up your company for him? Love him so much, I'll make you hate him. There is an unbridgeable divide in this life. If Jiang Che chose to suffer on his own, all the better. The injection of a neurotoxin can result in paralysis or death. Better to end up half dead. Who would keep a vegetative, paralyzed person for the rest of his life? In time, the people around him left him. That feeling of being separated from your family is worse than death. No one loves you but to die silently in an unattended corner. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Don't try to stall. After I count down to 10, I'll inject your daughter immediately. 10. I'll do it. You leave my daughter alone. Gee, what a father-daughter bond. Then I'll make you whole. Lin Mubai personally stuck that syringe into Jiang Che's arm. Injected with. Chapter 99, Dead Tree. Ha 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 ha. Now I'm not afraid even if I die. Because of pulling you as a back. Lin Mubai was in a state of madness. Jiang Che, So what if you have so much money and a successful career? Or are you going to die with me together? Jiang Che is a little afraid of death. Everyone who faces death will be afraid. But he was more concerned about Jiang Yun at the moment. As you wish, release my daughter. Not yet, you'll have to beg me. When I'm happy, I might just say yes. As time passed, Jiang Che's vision blurred. It's a little hard to even breathe. The sky is spinning. A moment before he passed out, he heard a sudden intrusion of footsteps. During the delay, the law enforcement team followed the trail and discovered Jiang Yun's trail through various means, including surveillance. The cover-up is not very clever. Change your car, change your license plate, non-stop shifting. It was eventually intercepted by an early setup. The man was rescued. He just hasn't woken up yet, and the family has been contacted. Lin Mubai, facing such a battle, directly tied his hands and did not resist. His life was long over anyway, nothing to be fond of. The jail might be cleaner. Jiang Che, on the other hand, was rushed to the hospital in flames, and the curtain fell on this lunatic's revenge. But it affects the lives of many people. Shen Wanji's business at work has been taken care of today. Was accompanying Fan Lanha back from buying ingredients from the supermarket. There are dishes that Gangchu likes to eat. The two were intimate and looked like mother and daughter from afar. Of course, from the front, Fan Lan also treated Shen Wanji as a daughter. Whenever there is something good to eat in the house, they ask Jiang Che to bring her over to eat, or have Gang Chi take it over to her directly. Auntie Fong, teach your cooking skills. It's obviously the same ingredients, and I can't make it taste the way you do. Fong Lan laughed. Learn how to cook. Wanji, you're making big money now. My mom hasn't cooked in a long time. Her skills are rusty and she doesn't have the same flavor as she used to. But every time I come to eat at your place, I always feel like I'm back to those days when I wore my school uniform and went to and from school with Jiang Che. As much money as you make, you still need to have some fireworks in your home. Although Shen Wanji had the status and wealth she had today, she had spent her childhood with her mother eating 3 meals a day. That bland, cozy feeling is what she's been looking for her whole life. Okay, if you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach. Fong Lan knew that she was drunk. I said I wanted to preserve that memorable flavor, but in reality, I wanted to cook for my son. If only the two parents of this kid hadn't had a falling out in the first place. When I got home, the smell of food soon wafted out of the kitchen. Wanji, make a call for me to urge him to come back for dinner. Good. Before the call was dialed, Fong Lan's cell phone rang first. Bad news shattered the cozy family. The table full of food all of a sudden lost its original meaning. When the opposite party asked if they were Jiang Che's family members, Fong Lan's heart was permeated with a strong sense of bad foreboding. Hearing that his son was in the hospital was like a bolt from the blue. Shen Wanji couldn't help but tremble when she learned about it. The two men rushed to the hospital at a rapid pace. Outside the resuscitation room, someone was here before they were. At this moment, Lin Yuan's figure was so thin and helpless. She didn't expect Lin Mubai to go to such extremes. Against all odds, just to go and pull Rivershare down. She'd rather it was herself who was lying in the emergency room right now. Although divorced, by virtue of her daughter, one could still see him from time to time. And this life was good enough. It's very satisfying. In just one day, everything returned to its original node. The feeling of impending loss and being unable to do anything about it was haunting her to death. The difference was that if this time Jiang Che was gone, his daughter would still need someone to take care of her. She can't go with him anymore. Fong Lan understands the events leading up to the case. She didn't understand how a family could be this bad. You said you have the ability to look down on my son. Well, one shot. But after the divorce, why don't those white wolves in your family leave my son alone? Fong Lan was trembling with anger as she spoke. Unable to speak, shaky, Lin Yuan tried to reach out to assist, but she was shaken off viciously. Nowadays, whether Fong Lan hit her or scolded her, she suffered it all. In the end, it was Shen Wanji who stepped in and helped her to sit down. Little by little, time passes. Every second, like a needle, the mesmerized Jiang Yun is also sent to the hospital. Someone informed Lin Yuan that she had woken up. Lin Yuan also remained at the same place. She was silent as she held her daughter until a nurse brought Jiang Yun over. Jiang Yun wanted to say something, and she found the silence terrifying. All you can do is hold your mom close. After a long wait, what he waited for was the news that Jiang Che had been transferred from the resuscitation room to the ICU. Doctor, how is my son doing? The patient was brought in with an arrested heartbeat, which is now restored, but respiratory function is still maintained on a ventilator and is not out of danger. Shen Wanji kept comforting Fong Lan that it would be fine. It would get better. And Jiang Yun whispered to Lin Yuan, I miss my father. Over the next few days, Wang Yin even wanted to whimsically ask Lin Yuan to contribute from this so that Lin Mubai's sentence would be lighter. It's crazy. What awaits him is the law. Time is relentless. It never stops for someone. The good news there is that Gang Chi is back to breathing on his own. but that's about it. Neurological damage. Turned into a vegetable. There is little hope. Jiang Yun cried out for her father with a cry from her bedside as his favorite daughter cried. Jiang Che on the bed, but like an unmanipulated puppet. No response. None of them gave up. Shin Wanji took Jiang Che to a top hospital and arranged for a team of one of the top experts in this field to develop a plan. Lin Yueyan, on the other hand, had sold all her assets. The conversation between the two men didn't show that they used to be close friends. Don't need your money. I don't lack it. And neither does Gang Chi. It's the only thing I can do for him. Even with such excellent medical care, Jiang Che still showed no signs of waking up, as if he wanted to sleep like this forever. 6 months passed in a hurry. During these 6 months, Lin Yueyan lived like a walking corpse. Shen Wanji, on the other hand, becomes the daughter of the Jiang family and tries to fill the void that Jiang Che has left in Fanglan's heart, shushing and caring about every aspect of the Jiang family. Seasonal changes. It's getting cold. The trees on both sides of the road became bare and lifeless. Shen Wanji got off work and drove to the hospital to see Jiang Che. She was beautiful in a despondent way. To himself, he talked about what Fang Lan had for breakfast this morning. What happened to the company? It was as if he was chatting with Gang Chi, but the silence overwhelmed Shen Wanji, and there was a slight choke in her voice. Jiang Che, once you waited for me, now it's my turn to wait for you. I'll wait. Wait as long as it takes. Chapter 100, Ex-Wife? Since handing herself over to Jiang Che, Shen Wanji felt that her life had come full circle. No more regrets. The two took their relationship a step further. Going forward, as long as you're in each other's presence, everything will be fine. Even if you don't get married and live in an old neighboring house, if you want to see him, you can see him right away. The day's work is done. We met and walked through the familiar streets, the gentle evening breeze blowing on our faces, telling troubles and sharing joys. This life is no different from the dozen or so springs and autumns when we walked together. Shin Wanji was full of aspirations for the future, but disaster befell Jiang Che. It makes all the expectations turn into colorful bubbles. That 1 or 2 days of intimacy was more like a dream. Now that Jiang Che is lying in a hospital bed, maybe he'll wake up, maybe he never will. There would be no more of the teenager that fate had gifted her with in this world. The corners of Shin Wanji's eyes were tinged with red, and she turned over the unconscious Jiang Che and massaged his torso. As night fell, there was a fine sweat on her white forehead. After you went into a coma, Auntie Fong and Uncle John's health got worse every day. Gray hair out of nowhere. Auntie Fong, in particular, is mindless in her diet, eating one meal and not another. Honey, I'm going to go back and take care of them. It's only fair to urge them to eat properly, so that when you wake up, Auntie Fong's body doesn't collapse. Wake up soon. There are a lot of people waiting for you. Jiang Che on the hospital bed still didn't have the slightest reaction. Expectation. Disappointment. It played out every day for 6 months and so on, but Shin Wanji could only believe that in the near future, Jiang Che would definitely wake up. In time, broken lives will return to their original state. See you tomorrow, darling. Leaving the hospital, headlights flowed on the road, but when he returned to Gang Chi's house, the living room was not lit. Just a small amount of light leaked out of the half-open door of the master bedroom on the first floor. Auntie Fong, Uncle Jiang, have you had dinner? 8. Fong Lan saw her coming and forced a smile. Shouldn't you be cooking some noodles again? That's not good. You look like you've lost a lot of weight. I'll go make you a couple of dishes. Don't bother going. You won't be able to eat it if you do. Wanji, you're tired after working all day. Go back and rest. Shin Wanji was heartbroken. Auntie Fong was, as she remembered, hardworking and beautiful. The home was all cleaned up and the food smelled good. It's like a different person now. I just came back and didn't eat, so you and Uncle Jiang will eat some with me later. Fong Lan looked at her inside. How could she not understand Shin Wanji's mind? I'll do it. You come over and serve me every day. Your mom is going to be jealous. Fong Lan walked out of the bedroom, and in the refrigerator were the ingredients that Shin Wanji had bought. There's no shortage of anything. After a flurry of activity, a familiar aroma wafted from the kitchen. In her case, it's all about staying busy. When you're busy, you don't have as much energy to think about Gang Chi. Shin Wanji called Shan Yinshin over for dinner as well. Between meals, she didn't let the conversation break, and the atmosphere was superficially okay. After dinner was over and she helped clean up the house, she went back to her house to take a shower. The comfortably warm water in the tub couldn't take away her exhaustion. The night was deep and she lay in bed lost in thought. Thinking about it, I even forgot to turn off the light and fell asleep. Shin Wanji had a dream. Jiang Che fell into a very deep hole and got stuck inside, unable to move. She could only hear Jiang Che's voice coming from inside. Says he can't move. He's scared. Help him. And it's getting weaker. Shin Wanji finally woke up from this nightmare. The back was slightly cold. Sadly, she just returned from the nightmare to the harsh reality. The situation is not a few points better. or even worse, at least the Jiang Che in the dream would still call out her name, while the Jiang Che in reality had already lost his sense of autonomy. The panic in Shinwanji's heart spread like weeds, and she got up and pulled open the curtains to see the soft sunlight before she felt better. The nurse had just left Jiang Che's hospital room when she came face to face with a cold and absolutely beautiful woman. She is beautiful for what she is, but it's a different kind of haggard. Lin Yueyan was just like Shinwanji, talking to Jiang Che on her own, whether he can hear it or not. Sorry hubby, I'm a little late today. Traffic jam on the way to drop off my daughter at kindergarten. Can I bring her to see you tomorrow? It's a deal. Lin Yueyan's voice was extremely gentle, and the movements of her hands did not stop. It is not an easy task to take care of a vegetative person. Despite having a nurse, she preferred to be hands-on, change positions to prevent bed sores, scrubs to keep it clean, massage the muscles, etc. The current Lin Yueyan had a lot of time on her hands. No more back and forth like in the beginning. There were actually some things she hadn't told Jiang Che. That's when Jiang Yin envies the other kids whose moms and dads come together to pick them up and take them home. Whenever this happens, Lin Yueyan will comfort her daughter by saying that her father loves you too, so she doesn't have to envy other people. She often wondered if only there were equivocal deities in the world. Then she must have wished for herself to bear this pain instead of Jiang Che. End of care. Lin Yueyan dropped a shallow kiss, and took his hand and gently stroked his face, but it all seemed as raw as a puppet. When putting his hand down, Lin Yueyan suddenly noticed that his fingers seemed to have moved. There's nothing wrong with that. That gap between active and passive. She could feel it. Monstrous joy overwhelmed her. At this time Shinwanji, who had a nightmare, also came to the hospital. She wanted to see him. When he walked into the ward, he saw that Lin Yueyan had arrived long ago. Jiang Che just now. It seems like his fingers moved. Really? Shinwanji's mood stumbled when true happiness came. You'll be afraid it's a dream. She called the doctor right away. Gangster's eye movements and limb responses fluctuated. A few days later, his consciousness revived. His vision went from hazy to clear as various voices mingled. Two women, red-eyed and beautiful beyond words, went from haze to clarity. After diagnosis, he was awake but had amnesia due to neurological damage. But it was a blessing for those who were looking forward to Jiang Che's awakening to be able to wake up. The most obvious change is Jiang Che's parents, who instantly find hope from their dull lives. After recuperating for some time, Jiang Che has been able to resume eating on his own, and speaking fluently. He looked at the woman in front of him, busy with a long white dress, noble and elegant. She said she was her ex-wife? Pondering the memory, bits and pieces flashed by chance. All it brought was a bout of headaches. While Jiang Che was pondering, Lin Yueyan came to the bedside with a bowl of millet porridge. She scooped up a spoonful and gently blew on it, bringing it to Jiang Che's mouth. Be as gentle as you want. Chapter 101, I've always dreamed of marrying you. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment and asked, for what reason did we get divorced? Lin Yueyan's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. There was a moment's silence, followed by, get well and I'll tell you in a little while. Have some porridge. Jiang Che drank the spoonful of porridge that was handed to his mouth. Now one mystery after another waits for him to solve. Yes, one has a childhood friend who grew up together, noble and flirtatious. There is also a cold and stunningly beautiful ex-wife who was very gentle with herself. But what makes you wonder is, since they were childhood friends, it was only logical that one should marry Shinwanji. Why do you have an ex-wife? The woman in front of him was simply perfect in appearance, thoughtful and understanding all this time. Then why did he divorce her again? Baby can't wait. Mystery after mystery plagued him. By the way, there was a big beautiful woman in a professional outfit who mouthed off to her boss. Every time I think about it, I get a headache. Only a few scattered images come to mind. For example, a razor? In fact, the current Jiang Che was like a blank sheet of paper. Neither Shinwanji nor Lin Yueyan dared to say what was once bad. First impressions of people are important. If he told those things, Jiang Che would definitely resist them from deep down. Might as well spend some time together and run a good first impression before you go and tell him about the past. For example, right now Jiang Che had a good impression of Lin Yueyan. There's no downside. Jiang Che frowned and held his forehead. Lin Yueyan hurriedly put down the bowl of kanji in her hand. Don't bother pushing yourself to think too much. As long as you get well, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. What's the difference between you doing that and torturing yourself? Jiang Che had no choice but to agree. Lin Yueyan rubbed his temples and didn't stop until Jiang Che said it was okay. Spoon by spoon, she fed the porridge, and she wasn't too slow. At the end, the corners of your mouth have to be wiped delicately with a tissue. Jiang Yun had only seen Jiang Che twice until today. Times are different now, and Jiang Che's situation is now the equivalent of you waking up from a nap and someone else telling you, that's right, you've got a daughter. More overwhelmed and confused. But then again, River Rhyme hates pestering her dad every minute of the day. Lin Yueyan was afraid that Jiang Che would get annoyed. You have to take your time with everything these days, you can't rush it. In the afternoon, Gang Chi was going to do some rehab, moving muscles that had atrophied from being unused for too long. Lin Yueyan looked at his difficult appearance. Her heart ached, but there was nothing she could do. In fact, there was no way for her to go and talk about the past to Jiang Che. It's so unappealing, taking any one of those things alone. He could hardly forgive himself. After doing the rehabilitation training, Lin Yueyan tenderly wiped away the sweat on his forehead, helped massage the muscles again. Jiang Che was a bit tired, so he slowly closed his eyes. Speaking of words, there was no response from the other side. Seeing him fall asleep, Lin Yueyan also stopped massaging. Tuck in MC. When no one else was around, she leaned in to drop a kiss. Rest well. When Jiang Che woke up, it was already evening. The slanting sun shone through the window, giving him a feeling of being abandoned by the world. But there was a shapely, graceful figure sitting beside the bed, dispelling the loneliness. Honey, awake? Shenwanji saw Jiang Che waking up and spread a beautiful smile. Seeing love is like that, especially since Jiang Che was able to be reborn after the robbery. She felt that the world had become brighter. Jiang Che had gotten used to seeing Lin Yueyan during the day and Shenwanji at night. One loves the elegant white gown and the other the mysterious black gown, rather like day and night. Also, any communication between them was away from this ward, to places they couldn't see. Jiang Che also didn't know what they were talking about. Hungry? It's okay. I'll do the scrub bath myself tonight. No, Shenwanji just doted on her refusal. If Lin Yueyan's gentle like water, that Shenwanji's gentleness simply had a kind of magic that mesmerized people. Shy, this noble and flirtatious green plum of his own seemed happy to create some ambiguity. Night fell, and Shenwanji had been busy for quite a while. There were companion beds in the independent ward, and she would like to be hospitalized as she had been the last time Jiang Che was in a car accident. Straight to bed. But these are different times, and the closer we get, the further away we might push him. The two beds were not too far apart and they could see each other. Eyes met. Since honey can't sleep, how about we have a little chat? Aren't you sleepy? Jiang Che asked. Feeding, scrubbing, and she bathed herself again. Her beautiful, flowing eyes already had a few moments of fatigue. I'm sure she's busy during the day. Not sleepy, as long as I'm talking with my darling until dawn. As long as you're around, I won't get bored even if I don't say anything. Understand? Darling, that's how you are to me. Instead of being defeated by a dull life, we will be happier and more exciting the more we live. It's a quality that a lot of love doesn't have. Yeah, there was a couple of childhood friends on the TV I watched yesterday, and they grew up fighting. Even when they're married they still bicker, as if they don't feel sick if they don't get stubborn for a day. According to you, we had a good time too, Shenwanji said in a very serious tone. Jiang Che, you have to believe. There was a time when we were more perfect and happier than they are on TV. We haven't had any fights. We've always tolerated each other and supported each other. The biggest blessing of my life is having you with me. Only, I destroyed it with my own hands. Shenwanji was suddenly silent, and the room was quiet with her. You tell me about us in the beginning. Aha. Her eyes fell into remembrance. Gave Gang Chi the story of when the two had their first love affair. We all like each other. Walking down the street side by side, hands would touch without notice. Every touch tugged at the heartstrings of both men. The young girl said that her hands were a little cold in winter. With such an obvious hint, the teenager should have heard it even if he was a log. So quietly, he took Aomame's hand. That feeling of first love. Heart thumping. They walked a long way that day and neither of them felt tired. Jiang Che, who was listening to Shenwanji's account, could feel that youthful and sweet feeling. Then why aren't we married? Young childhood friends who like each other should be together. No? Jiang Che associated himself with having an ex-wife. Tentatively, he asked, did I do something to wrong you? You're not at fault. I'm the one who's sorry. Marriage. I'd love to marry you. Dream about it. Jiang Che, do you think a person who has given up on love still deserves it? It was naturally impossible for Jiang Che, who didn't know the full picture, to give an answer. He seemed to see the tears in Shenwanji's eyes. After a moment, she spoke. Say good night to me, just like old times. Just the fact that she feeds and scrubs herself is not too much to ask. Good night. Good night. After not chatting, Jiang Che also slowly fell into a deep sleep. Time has rushed by and we are already into the last month of the year. And after his rehab, Gang Chi is ready to be discharged from the hospital. Lin Yueyan tossed and turned. This situation of Jiang Che was brought back by Shenwanji. It is estimated that in less than 2 months the marriage license has been received. Chapter 102, Lin Yueyan's realization. To this day, she has gone from being Jiang Che's girlfriend, wife, to her current status as an ex-wife. There was no longer anything on hand to keep him around. If there is, it's no more than Jiang Yun. When she was married before, she didn't come to her in-laws' house a few times, but instead, when she was divorced, she came to her door again and again. He came here once when he couldn't find Gangchi during the cooling off period. Now it's time to go to the door and make a deal with Fanglan. The truth was that the always skillful Fanglan was rather unwelcoming to Lin Yueyan's arrival. Her flashy hair was clearly visible during the time of Jiang Che's accident. It's not appropriate to call out to your aunt, calling your mother-in-law unqualified. The conversation between the two even took place outside the door. When Lin Yueyan laid out her chips and put down her dignity to plead softly, Fanglan's attitude did not change. It was she who finally said, Ryan misses his dad. It was only then that Fanglan promised to give her. No, give Jiang Yun some time, 10 days, because after this period comes the new year. The day Jiang Che was discharged from the hospital, Lin Yueyan brought Jiang Yun to pick him up and take him home. From the moment Jiang Yun saw Jiang Che, her big watery eyes had been staring. Mom says dad's been asleep too long and can't remember a lot of things. But it wasn't that dad didn't love himself, it was precisely because he did that he slept so long. So mom says she can't be a little grumpy or too clingy to dad. So then she just looked and looked. The car drove smoothly, with father and daughter sitting in the back. Lin Yueyan wouldn't let Jiang Che drive. Jiang Yun sneaked a look at her mom who was concentrating on driving in front of her. In a small voice, he said to Jiang Che, Daddy, can you hug me? Jiang Che nodded sharply, and the sweet little cotton-padded girl jumped into his arms with glee, clinging to him and not letting go. While waiting for the traffic light, Lin Yueyan saw the scene through the rearview mirror, and a gentle smile spread across the corners of her mouth. It's gonna be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Though Jiang Che woke up and was told he had a daughter, and he had no memory of it. Jiang Yun just appeared out of thin air for him, but Lin Yueyan used a paternity test to tell him that the cute as hell girl in front of him was his own bloodline. He's relearning how to be a father. Daddy, you slept for a long time this time. I missed you so much. His daughter was far more clingy and passionate than Gangshare could have imagined, but the most important thing for a child was to respond. Daddy misses you too. As expected, when he heard Jiang Che say this, the sweet little marshmallow was even happier. The car stopped at a nearby shopping district. Daddy, cuddle. Good. Lin Yueyan watched the interaction between father and daughter with some emotion. The memory was forgotten though, but the way he doted on his daughter was all too familiar. What to buy? Jiang Che asked. Get you some household items, and it's time to change those at home. It's been a warm winter this year. The sun is shining brightly. There was no winter at all, and the streets were teeming with people. The atmosphere is buzzing as the year draws to a close. In the past, Lin Yueyan hated winter. The bitter wind would remind her of the time when she borrowed her mother's medical expenses, running around and eating all the closed doors of her relatives, ended up standing on the street in a daze not knowing where to go. Now it seems that I am really remembering the bad and not the good. There was more than a bitter cold wind that winter. There was a warm embrace. A family of 3 steps into a large supermarket on the basement level. It attracts a lot of attention just by virtue of its superb face value alone, especially the extremely cute little Jiang Yun child who said daddy with a mouthful of words. His eyebrows curved like the moon. Laughing makes the heart melt. It's the sweet little coat that countless fathers want. On top of that, this family of 3, there was that cold and absolutely beautiful, but with a mature and attractive mom. There was tenderness in his eyes when he looked at them. Father and daughter. Lin Yueyan was buying bits and pieces for Jiang Che, like toothbrushes, towels. Arriving at the ingredients area, Lin Yueyan asked Jiang Che, what kind of dishes do you want to eat today? The food at the hospital is nutritious, but it can't be bland. There's something tasteless about eating it for too long. Braised pork ribs? Lin Yueyan asked for his opinion. She now has plenty of time to do what she wants to do, including cooking for Gang Chi. The craft she left behind for years has picked up recently. Suit yourself. Jiang Che didn't order any food. Lin Yueyan thought about it and bought all the dishes he used to like to eat. One can forget a lot of things, but tastes never change easily. The self-checkout counters are full. There was also a long line at the manual cash register, and Lin Yueyan didn't find it boring. After going through the twists and turns with Jiang Che, she actually felt how precious an ordinary life was. This insight was not available to her once upon a time. Like right now, waiting in line to check out is part of life. Lin Yueyan occasionally participated in the father-daughter interactions, and it didn't take long for the line to reach the cash register. Time is a wonderful thing, though it objectively goes on second by second, minute by minute, but it always flies by when one is happy. It's like a white horse. It went by in the blink of an eye. When one is tormented, yes, a long night seems to have no end. When I got home, it was close to dinner time. Lin Yueyan didn't need him to do anything. Just sit in the living room with your daughter. Dinner will be ready in a little while. At this rate, I'm going to be a wreck if I don't do anything. Might as well give you a hand. Even if you're an invalid, I'll raise you. That's not good. Jiang Che subconsciously retorted. A trace of gloom crossed Lin Yueyan's bright eyes. Even with his amnesia, there was still a subconscious resistance to himself. Lin Yueyan couldn't be stubborn with Jiang Che, and the two of them cooked together in the kitchen, handled the ingredients. The kitchen wasn't too crowded, more than enough for 2 people. They had all kinds of cookware and the handoff of ingredients was smooth, like a couple who can turn re into warmth and happiness. The food was brought to the table and lunch was served. Is it still appetizing? After Jiang Che moved his chopsticks, Lin Yueyan inquired. Yummy. Her heart settled a little when she got an affirmative answer. The day passed without realizing it. At nighttime Jiang Che enjoyed her daddy reading her a bedtime story for the first time in a long time. Quickly fell asleep. Small children are quite active when awake and fast asleep. Lin Yueyan walked in from outside. Her hair was long and waist-length at the moment, and her elegant white nightgown fluttered slightly. It's a little less cold and a little more warm and fuzzy. Daughter asleep? I don't know if Lin Yueyan did it on purpose. She came very close. The unique fresh fragrance of his body could be smelled by Jiang Che. The stunningly beautiful face was also flawless up close. Aha! Then we'll sleep too. It was clearly a normal sentence, but it was so thought-provoking when it reached Jiang Che's ears.